Chapter 271, Internet Short Essay Back. 1. When Changqing woke up again, he could hear the bleating of sheep one after another. He found himself lying on a lush green meadow, with flocks of sheep in twos and threes leisurely grazing not far away. Further away, the sky and the earth met, creating a vast expanse that made people feel relaxed and at ease. Looking down at his clothes, he knew this must be a modern world. The modern world is great, with all kinds of delicious food and high-tech products. Life is very convenient. Moreover, the environment looks like it is on a grassland. Many grassland delicacies appeared in his mind, such as roasted whole lamb, meat wrapped in naan, and hand-pulled beef. His eyes involuntarily turned to the fat sheep closest to him. Perhaps his gaze was too direct. The sheep suddenly shuddered and ran away quickly. Brother Changqing, something happened at home. Your uncle and aunt are calling you to go back quickly. In the distance, a young man on horseback came running towards us in a hurry, shouting as he ran. Changqing recognized him as Yu Qingfeng, the son of his next-door neighbor, and stood up with a somersault. What's wrong? Xiaofeng. My sister-in-law is missing. My uncles and aunts are looking for her everywhere. Yu Qingfeng was panting and gone. Changqing was a little confused. So the original owner was already married? And he ran away from his wife at the beginning. He quickly took out his cell phone and saw that there was indeed a message. This kind of life is not what I want. You can't give me the life I want, so let's part ways amicably. The message wasn't long, but the content was clear and concise. Well, this is really running away. Xiaofeng, I understand. I'll go back right away. Thank you. Changqing patted Yu Qingfeng on the shoulder, whistled, and a horse came running over. On the way back, he began to review the plot of this world. The plot is simple. The original owner's name was Wei Changqing. He was not good at studying and dropped out of school early to get married. His wife was Xinran, his junior high school classmate. Although they were said to be getting married, they did not get a marriage certificate because they were not old enough. They just held a wedding banquet in the presence of their parents, which is also a common practice in local rural areas. After marriage, the couple had a daughter and lived a simple life. The Wei family was originally a herdsman family, raising 40 or 50 cattle and sheep. After the couple got married, they helped their parents with the work of raising cattle and sheep. The prices of cattle and sheep fluctuated with the market, and the family's income was sometimes good and sometimes bad. This is an internet age, and the original owner often goes online. After seeing many people on the internet selling goods through self-media, he came up with the idea of selling sheep and cattle through the internet. He registered an account and began to learn how to edit videos by himself. His wife Xinran, as the main person in the video, was the undisputed heroine in his videos. The prairie is picturesque, and the herder's lifestyle is also a selling point that urban netizens are very curious about. Gradually, the two have accumulated a certain number of fans. Business gradually improved, but the internet is always a double-edged sword. A video they released of killing a sheep in 3 seconds suddenly became popular and attracted a lot of attention online. The number of fans soared to millions in a short time. Large traffic brings huge profits, but also brings in countless people who come to share the profits. The online agency contacted the two and promised to help create better content and bring greater profits. This is also a common routine for internet celebrity operations, so the two naturally did not refuse. The addition of agents and teams brought greater traffic and profits, but also brought a lot of trouble, and now Changqing is facing the first trouble. Xinran ran away with her agent. Speaking of which, the agent Li Wei was their junior high school classmate. He had good grades and went to college. After graduation, he joined an internet celebrity agency specializing in managing internet celebrities, and benefited greatly from the profits. The original owner had always trusted him, but she didn't expect that he would have been green on his head for a long time. Bah! What a beast in human clothing. Changqing couldn't help but spit. If they ran away, they ran away. The original couple did not get a marriage certificate, so there is really no restriction from a legal perspective. The original owner's family tried to contact many parties but failed, so they finally gave up, but unexpectedly, the other party was unwilling to let go. Li Wei and the others were worried that the original owner would expose the relevant matters online, so they decided to strike preemptively. So, a short essay appeared on the internet. Xinran was the first to admit that she was married and cried about the misfortune of her marriage. In her words, the original owner became the culprit who seduced the ignorant girl, and it was difficult to change his bad habits after marriage. He was addicted to the internet and didn't care about his family at all. The most serious thing was that he had a tendency to domestic violence and often beat her black and blue. The beautiful young lady burst into tears, and the kindness of the righteous netizens immediately erupted. Online violence followed, and insults were heard everywhere. The original owner was called a scumbag, and his family became synonymous with viciousness. Some people even revealed their home addresses and mailed razor blades, reeds, and dead rats to their homes. The original owner tried to resolve the crisis by calling the police and posting a video to clarify, but it had little effect. Some people believed it, while others did not, but the online violence did not stop. The family was under tremendous pressure. The original owner's parents were ordinary herdsmen and had no idea about all these twists and turns. After the incident, the family business plummeted. They had frowns on their faces and often shed tears. The original owner often surfed the internet, so he naturally knew more. He knew that the other party had hired a network of internet trolls, but he had no money to hire such trolls to fight back, and because his face was revealed in the previous clarification video, many people around him knew about his family affairs. Some people made fun of him, some watched the fun, and some were indignant and called him a scumbag. While this noisy chaos was too heavy for a young man who had just turned 20, so heavy that he felt a little overwhelmed. He hated Shinran and even refused to pay attention to his own daughter. He began to avoid going out, no longer willing to go out, and began to numb himself with alcohol. This, in turn, led to subsequent tragedies. The pressure felt by the original owner's family was also passed on to their daughter Wei Yan, who was in the first grade. At first, some parents made a complaint to the school, expressing their unwillingness to have their children in the same class with children from such families. Later, some classmates made fun of her and teased her in person, making her feel uneasy at school. The child became less and less willing to talk, more and more withdrawn, and in the end he no longer wanted to go to school. But the original owner simply thought that the child was disobedient. He asked the child about school, but the child remained silent. He forced the child to go to school, but the child started crying. The grandparents had no idea what the psychological problem was and thought the child just needed a beating. In such an environment, the child becomes even more silent, and even has a stress response when someone approaches her. The original owner was too lazy to care and continued to live a life of drunkenness and dreams. The original owner's parents had no choice. The family's cattle and sheep needed to be taken care of, and the business that depended on their survival could not be lost, so both father and daughter became stay-at-home parents. Chapter 272, Internet Short Essay. 2. However, Shinran attracted a large number of fans by creating a tragic story, and went further and further on the road of live streaming sales, and even became the top sales anchor on a certain platform. She also did not forget to create a good image for herself. She often wrote short essays criticizing the original owner for not knowing how to raise a child, and even led a group of media to fight 2 battles to grab the child. This was naturally unsuccessful. The child had become completely autistic and would tremble constantly when he saw strangers. In the end, she had no choice but to leave some money, criticize the original owner, and leave. The ending of the story is also very simple. Shinran's life has been wonderful for many years after the breakup, which once again proves that career is a woman's first life, and scumbag men are just a drag. She and her agent Li Wei are both strong men and women, with complementary careers. They gradually established a friendship during their long-term work and finally made their marriage official, receiving blessings from the majority of netizens. The downfall of the original owner's family further proved that scum will get their comeuppance, becoming a classic negative example. He even made headlines when he died of alcohol poisoning at home. #X platform's top influencer's ex-husband died of drunkenness at home. Many netizens applauded and once again sparked an online frenzy. The original owner's daughter, Wei Yan, developed serious mental problems due to Changqing's autism. After the original owner's death, Shinran publicly offered to treat her, but was rejected by the original owner's parents. They hated Shinran, didn't trust her, and thought that as long as they could eat and drink, they were not sick. This of course further proves the ignorance of the original owner's parents, and makes netizens feel even more distressed about Shinran's motherly love. Some warm-hearted anchors even went to the Wei family to persuade them. They stood on the moral high ground and on the justice of human rights and the right to life, and their tone was warm but condescending. In the end, it was only after official intervention that Wei Yan was sent for treatment. However, as the daughter of a top live streamer and her scumbag ex-husband, she seemed to be a hot topic and could not rest in peace even in the hospital. Many anchors visited her and wanted to dig out more stories about Shinran and her scumbag ex-husband, which further aggravated her condition. In the end, she became manic and had to be sent to a mental hospital. After losing their son and then their granddaughter, the original owner's parents were depressed and died in depression. So, the original owner's wish was to protect his daughter? Changqing asked the system. Yes, after the original owner died, he repented and felt that he had completely failed in his responsibilities as a father, which was why he ruined his daughter's life. All right. He has taken care of human cubs and monster cubs before, so he has some experience. Well, don't panic too much. When they returned home, Wei's father and mother had already come back after asking around in the village. From their expressions, it was clear that they had not obtained any useful information. Mom and Dad, there's no need to look for her anymore. Shinran left me a message saying she ran away with someone. There was no anger in Changqing's tone, which surprised Wei's parents. This child must have been so stressed out that he's become mentally disturbed. Son, are you okay? Wei's mother couldn't help but go forward and touch his forehead. He didn't have a fever. She was in her 50s and looked older than her age due to her hard life. Wrinkles were beginning to appear on her face and she was frowning, looking like an old lady. We went looking for her because we saw the letter she left behind. Father Wei took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Changqing. He was wearing clothes. With an indelible sadness on his face, Changqing took it and put it in his pocket without even looking at it. Never mind it. We'll discuss what to do tonight. I'm going to pick up the kids first. He remembered that in the original plot, the family was in a panic after Shinran ran away, especially the original owner, who seemed to have suffered a huge blow and left the child in the kindergarten for more than an hour without picking him up. This is a big deal. Wei Yan is young and naturally sensitive, and Changqing doesn't want her to continue to be autistic. He rode the original owner's motorcycle and followed his memory to the kindergarten in town. It was the time when the children were getting out of school. Parents were crowding at the kindergarten gate, and the children were lined up under the guidance of their teachers and came out one class at a time. Parent Wei Yan. Changqing heard the teacher's call and quickly squeezed forward. Yes, Yan Yan, come here quickly. However, the teacher looked at him suspiciously and pulled Wei Yan back. Student Wei Yan, is this your brother? Do you know him? The teacher bent down and asked, Changqing, it seems that he seldom came to pick up the children before. I'm her father. He explained somewhat awkwardly, and the teacher saw Wei Yan nodded in approval of this father before handing her over to Changqing. Wei Yan is now over 4 years old, an age when she is carefree. The child who was so well behaved in front of the teacher immediately became lively when he left the teacher. He threw his school bag into Changqing's arms and said, Dad, let's go to the playground, okay? She pulled at her father's trouser legs and raised her little face. Changqing then remembered that the original owner had basically never taken the child in before, but did take the child to the county amusement park a few times. So the child thought that he was going to take her out to play today too. The county is more than 10 kilometers away from the town, which is neither close nor far. Okay. He didn't think it was a big deal. Dad, you are so nice. I love you the most. The child immediately jumped for joy because he was carrying a child. He rode his bike very slowly and it was almost 5 o'clock when he arrived at the county. He had just parked at the entrance of the playground and was about to go play when the child pulled his sleeve again. I'm hungry, Dad. Let's go eat McDonald's. She pointed with her little hand at the McDonald's next to the playground evergreen. It turns out that human cubs are much more annoying than little demon beasts. They ordered French fries, chicken wings, and 2 hamburgers. Changqing ate the food blandly, but Wei Yan ate happily, chattering about kindergarten. At the time she was still a very cheerful little girl with pigtails and big eyes full of carefree light. Thinking of his child becoming autistic and depressed due to school violence, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Yan Yan. If someone bullies you, be sure to tell Dad, Dad will help you. Changqing said with a serious expression. Okay. Tell Dad. Wei Yan sat next to him, holding the children's toy that came with the McDonald's meal in one hand and the ice cream cone in the other, ready to take a lick. She felt that her father was particularly nice today. After dinner, the child did not forget to go to the playground. Changqing took her there to play for more than 2 hours. When he came out, he felt exhausted. Dad. I want some McDonald's too. Wei Yan raised her hands and shouted. Eat, and stop shouting. Chapter 273, Internet Short Essay Back. 3. Changqing ordered another plate of French fries for the child and a Coke for himself. Children always have a natural curiosity. Wei Yan curiously watched her father drinking Coke leisurely, and couldn't help but move closer. Dad, I want to have a sip too. Drink it. Changqing took out a straw and gave her a deep sip. Cough, cough, cough. The child immediately spat out a mouthful of Coke onto the table and started coughing violently. An auntie nearby couldn't stand it anymore and came over to wipe the child's face with a wet tissue. She then said to Changqing, Dad, a child this young can't have cola. Warm milk is best. Changqing. But he still appreciated the kind reminder. Thank you, Auntie. The child wanted to eat. I didn't think too much about it. The aunt's face showed even more disapproval. You can't let the children do what they want. They are ignorant and need to be educated by adults. They should ask their elders for advice and experience. Children can't eat too much McDonald's either. When Wei Yan heard that she couldn't eat McDonald's, she became a little anxious. I can eat. I can eat a lot. She raised her hand to make a statement. Changqing took Wei Yan away with her aunt, who looked at her and said, Young people nowadays are too unreliable in taking care of children. The wind was a little chilly in the evening. Changqing rode his bike very slowly, and Wei Yan had a lot of fun today. Her giggles could be heard from far away. When she returned home, Wei Yan realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere at home. Where's Mom? She asked. The adults looked at each other, wondering how difficult it would be to explain this to the children. In the end, Changqing squatted down, looked into the child's eyes, and told a lie sincerely. Mom went to work. Oh. The child uttered an oh and then said, I'm sleepy. Changqing burst out laughing. The child was not as clingy to his mother as he had imagined, which undoubtedly made him feel much more relieved. Come to think of it, Shinran doesn't usually take care of the children, so it's usually their grandmother who takes care of them. It would be strange if the children would stick to her. Grandma gave the child a bath, changed his clothes, and took him to the room to lie down. The adults sat together again. Shinran and I don't have a marriage certificate. If she wants to leave, there's no way to stop her. Don't worry about it. I know what's going on. Changqing went straight to the point. He understood clearly that breakups and divorces were too common these days. It was impossible to stop someone from leaving, and there was no need to stop them. But, what are you going to do with the child? Mother Wei looked worried. It's not easy to marry a wife. The bride price costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's even more difficult to remarry with children. The old couple both thought their son was a little strange. How could his wife run away, but he was still happily playing with the children? Just let it go. It's not like she can't make ends meet by raising a child on her own. Besides, she never raised a child before. The two of them got married before they even reached the legal age, and they were already grown-up children, so how could they have the energy to take care of children? How can you raise a good child? Wei's father didn't believe it at all. Just learn. Some people are born with the ability. I have my mom to help me. Changqing looked indifferent. He didn't want his parents to get angry about this matter. In the original plot, the original owner was devastated, and Wei's father and mother were distressed. They went to Shinran's house and made a fuss several times, but someone recorded the video and posted it online. His unreasonable and arrogant image aroused the disgust of netizens. There are not so many people in this world who can empathize with others. Netizens will not understand the heartache of Wei's father and mother because their daughter-in-law ran away and their son was disabled. They will only believe what they see. You must know that what you see with your own eyes may not be the truth, Changqing sneered. He doesn't care about breaking up or running away, but if he wants to create the image of a victim and step on the Wei family to get to the top, then we'll see. After their son returned to his room, both Wei's father and mother couldn't help but sigh. I think my son has been hurt by this. He has grown up. He wasn't so sensible before. After a long while, Father Wei took a deep puff of cigarette and said. Mother Wei nodded silently. What my son said makes sense. It would be difficult for the two of them to get legal support if they didn't have a marriage certificate, and it would be embarrassing if things got out of hand. Just let the kids handle it themselves. The child slept on the small bed in the original owner's room at night. When Changqing came back after chatting, she was sleeping soundly. I don't know what I dreamed about. I kept mumbling, it's delicious, I want another one. Changqing, I must have dreamed of eating chicken legs. The next morning, Changqing felt that he needed to learn how to take care of his daughter, so he took over the job from his mother. Come here and wash your face. He put hot water in the basin and held the facial cleanser in his hand, looking like an old hand. However, when the child came closer, he was at a loss as to where to start. Seeing that her father didn't move for a long time, Wei Yan grabbed the handkerchief from his hand, swung it in the basin, and wiped her face roughly. Hey, can you help her wring out the handkerchief? So much water has splashed onto her clothes. When Wei's mother came out of the kitchen, she saw her granddaughter wiping the floor with a wet handkerchief, with water droplets flying everywhere. Oh. Changqing quickly took the handkerchief from the child's hand, rubbed it in the water twice, and then wrung it until it was half dry. Yes, keep wiping. After washing her face, her clothes were half wet. Changqing had no choice but to help her find a few more clothes. Can you change it yourself? Can. The child raised his hand with a look of confidence. As a result, the child came out looking quite good, except that his body was twisting around a bit. Changqing took a look and found that the clothes inside were rolled up and it was itchy. Help her tidy up her clothes and comb her hair. Dad, can you braid hair? Wei Yan looked at her father with some suspicion. It's no wonder she was suspicious, her father had never combed her hair before. Don't underestimate people. Changqing pulled her over and made her squat, his hands moving quickly. In less than half a minute, two exquisite princess braids were formed and strung with bright red velvet, which looked particularly lively. Wow, Dad, you're amazing. The child looked at himself in the mirror again and jumped for joy. Changqing just smiled silently, thinking about the monster world. The monsters are very bored after they become intelligent, so they like to braid their long manes into various small braids. The hair on a child's head is really too childish. While eating breakfast, the child kept showing off the braids her father had braided for her to her grandparents. Chapter 274, Internet Short Essay Back. For today, Changqing continues to send his children to school. After sending the child to school, he went to the market to buy some things and went directly to Shinran's house. If your wife runs away, you naturally have to inform her family. The original owner suffered this loss and allowed his parents to make a scene at Shinran's parents' home. As a result, the matter became known to everyone and he was very embarrassed. Changqing remembered that Shinran's parents were actually reasonable people and could be targeted for United Front work. Shinran lives in Wangjia village next door, about half an hour's drive from the town. Along the way, familiar villagers greeted him and he responded as if nothing had happened. Only when he arrived at her door did he put on a sad expression. Mom and Dad, Shinran left a letter saying she went to Fujian province with someone. Changqing got straight to the point. He took out the letter left by Shinran and handed it to Shinran's father. The two elders looked embarrassed, and Changqing knew at a glance that they must have known about Shinran's situation. I just don't know whether Shinran told her parents in advance or notified them after she left. However, that was not his concern. His purpose in coming here was to express his attitude. Shinran's father took the letter with trembling hands and read it, and his shoulders drooped. Old man, what did Shinran say? Shinran's mother asked anxiously. She said life here is too hard and she wants to pursue her own happiness. Shinran's father sighed and looked at Changqing guiltily. Changqing, no matter what, you have a child. We will definitely persuade her to come back. The elderly always encourage reconciliation rather than separation. Changqing also understood, but he didn't want to have anything to do with that woman, and he knew that she would never come back, but this is not something that can be said openly. So he still frowned and smiled bitterly. Mom and Dad, no matter what, you are Yin Yan's grandparents. If Shinran doesn't want to come back, don't force her. But don't force it. When he said this, the old couple were deeply moved. Look, what a sensible child, my own daughter is really too much. It's better to be close to her than to be with her outside. I can't see her every day. The two elders insisted on taking him out for a meal, and their words were filled with guilt and emotion. After Changqing left, the old couple immediately called Shinran, ordered her to go home immediately, and scolded her for being unfilial. Mom and Dad, didn't I make an agreement with you last time? I'll bring you all out when I make a lot of money. What good is it to have a poor family? Shinran paced back and forth in the room anxiously. She had been annoyed enough these past 2 days, and her parents were still nosy. Of course, no matter what, you both have a child. Don't you think about the child? Yan Yan also needs a mother. Shinran's mother took over the conversation. Children. The elderly only care about children. She also needs to have her own pursuits and her own life. Shinran grabbed a handful of hair in anger. Once Li Wei and I are done, I'll find a way to bring the child over. Hearing her words, Shinran's father was so angry that he snatched the phone away. Do you know that in the past you would have been drowned in a pond if you did that? You have no shame, but your parents still have some. Do you believe I will break your legs? Shinran hated this feudal patriarchal style the most, and her tone became harsh. I just won't come back. I have my own life. Wei Changqing and I don't have a marriage certificate, so we're not even married. No one can interfere. After saying that, she hung up the phone angrily, almost giving her father a heart attack. What a misfortune for our family. Wicked daughter. What a wicked daughter. Wang's father called again, but found that the call was not connected, and he was even more angry and cursed. After returning home, Changqing sorted out a lot of materials in order to launch a public opinion counterattack. He certainly didn't want to cause a scene online, but it was not something he could control. There was no magic or martial arts in this world, and he didn't even have much money. Although the fight was not a good look, the worst thing was that he lost. In order to ensure that the information was sufficient, he also hacked into Li Wei and Shinran's mobile phones and exported a copy of their chat history. Take a quick look. The original owner's head was already a vast grassland where horses could run. The two started having an affair a year ago. He also copied his chat history and only breathed a sigh of relief after organizing it into a complete set of information. Shinran, oh Shinran. I hope you don't do anything stupid, otherwise this gift package might really kill you. After finishing preparations, it's time to pick up the kids. The teacher also remembered that he was Wei Yan's father, so this time he readily handed him over. The child is also sensible. He went out to play and eat yesterday, and did not make such a request today. He was brought home smoothly. The children were very excited on the way. Dad. Many of my classmates envied my braids today. They all said they looked so beautiful. Changqing remained silent. That's nothing. He has so many other tricks that he can do something different every month. The braid is complicated, and it is very troublesome to take it apart bit by bit when washing your hair. Can you wash your own hair? Changqing poured a basin of hot water and asked his daughter, whose head was as fluffy as a puppy. Wei Yan nodded solemnly, then watched closer, held the basin and plunged her head into it. Turns out that he won't. Changqing reached out, grabbed the back of her collar, and lifted her up. Ugh. Eyes. There was some water in Wei Yan's eyes, nose and mouth. As soon as she was lifted up, she kept spitting and shaking her head. Changqing's clothes were soon covered with water. Don't move. He put the child on the ground, poured water on her head and wiped her eyes, because as soon as water got into her eyes, she would shake her head and splash water everywhere. After getting his head wet, Changqing picked up the shampoo and squeezed it. Half a bottle came out at once. After rubbing his head twice, it was full of foam. The child cried out again, my eyes hurt. Don't open your eyes. Changqing quickly wiped it with the handkerchief. After a while, the child cried out again, my hair hurts. He rubbed a little too hard and pulled Wei Yan's hair, and she immediately screamed, shaking her little head around, with foam flying everywhere and all over Changqing's face. In the end, Changqing could only pull out a large table for her to lie on her back and wash her hair on a reclining chair like those in a hair salon. After washing my hair, I have to blow dry it, tie it up, shake off the wet clothes and change them. After everything was cleaned up, Changqing felt exhausted. Do you have any friends in the village? He asked as he looked at the children running around him. Yes. Wang area is my good friend. We were in the same kindergarten. When I mentioned my friend's child, he was very excited and wanted to talk about kindergarten, but his father pushed him out the door and said, go play with Arya. I'll pick you up after dinner. The child didn't think too much about it. When he heard him say that, he ran out to play with his friends. The child's father behind her finally breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the bed. Take a nap first. Just as I was about to fall asleep, I heard some playful noises in the yard again, so I went out to take a look. Oh no, the child brought his friend home. Arya. My dad braided my hair. He's amazing. The child's tone was full of pride and boasting. What could Changqing do? He just nodded. Dad, please make one for Arya too. She'll love it. Facing the expectant eyes of the two children, Changqing quickly braided her hair. Let's go out and play. Don't bring your friends home. He looked at the two children's excited backs and gave them instructions. Fortunately, the child did not bring his friends back, which made Changqing feel relieved. He quickly prepared dinner and went out to pick up the child. At this time, Wei's father and mother also came back driving the cattle and sheep. The family had dinner, sent the children back to their rooms, and then held another meeting. What do Lao Wang's family say? Wei's father and mother both stared at Changqing. It was he who said he would go to his parents-in-law's house to explain the situation. What else can I say? Just try to persuade him to come back. I don't think I can persuade him to come back. Changqing looked completely unharmed, which made Wei's father a little curious. You're not sad at all because your wife ran away? He couldn't help but ask. What's the point of being sad? We still have to live our lives. Besides, I think it's quite interesting to take care of the kids for a few days. The last half of the sentence was said with some gnashing of teeth. I can't believe you two weren't close to children before, but now you're getting along with them. Mother Wei felt a little sad, but then she thought that her daughter-in-law had run away, so there was nothing she could do, and she became unhappy again. The Wang family's education is really terrible. If her son hadn't stopped her, she would have gone to old Wang's house to ask. Wei's mother was very angry. Chapter 275, Internet Short Essay. 5. What Wei's mother didn't expect was that 2 days later, the Wang couple came to visit with gifts. Oh, my dear relatives, I'm so sorry. I can't take care of that unfilial daughter anymore. She hangs up on me every day and I can't get in touch with her at all. Father Wang had a guilty look on his face, and was holding Father Wei's favorite wine in his hand, which made Father Wei's expression ease a lot. The Queen Mother also pulled Wei's mother over, scolding the unfilial daughter and apologizing. Seeing that Wang's father and mother both looked haggard, it seemed that they had been very anxious these days, so Wei's parents didn't know what to say. Old Wang, come in and sit down. Society is too impetuous these days. Let the children handle their own affairs. We can't control them. Father Wei invited the guest into the house and took out his collection of tea to make tea. Or maybe the two children are not destined to be together. No matter what, you are Yin Yan's grandparents. This cannot be severed. Although Wei's mother was angry, she thought of her son's instructions and the Wang family's sincere apology, so she said something polite. At this time, the sound of a motorcycle was heard in the yard. Changqing is back. The people who were chatting looked up and saw a small figure lifting the door curtain. Ah, Grandpa and Grandma. Wei Yin screamed in surprise and rushed into the Queen Mother's arms like a little cannonball. The young man behind him also followed him into the house, carrying the pork and dumpling wrappers he had bought. He was not too surprised to see the king's father and mother there. Grandpa and Grandma are here too, and Yan Yan happened to want to eat dumplings, so I bought some meat and dumpling wrappers in town. I'll make some more tonight. His eyes were clear and his smile was warm. It was obvious that he was not affected at all by his wife's running away, which made the elders feel a little relieved. Evergreen. Wang's father was about to apologize, but was stopped by his mother with his eyes. He pointed at his daughter who was struggling in Wang's mother's arms, and Wang's father immediately reacted. That's right. You can't say this in front of the kids. The two parents were chatting and coaxing their children, while Changqing was busy in the kitchen. Changqing went to the field to cut 2 cabbages and cut a bunch of leeks, and made 2 kinds of fillings. A pot of steaming dumplings came out of the oven, and everyone couldn't help but slurp. It smells so good. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, try my cooking. I made this according to the tutorial on the internet. Wei's father and mother chatted with Wang's father and mother for more than 2 hours, and the grudges in their hearts were almost gone. I'm going to have a drink with Yan Yan's grandfather. Wei's father took out a bottle of white wine, poured a large bowl for each of them, and asked Changqing. Would you like some too? Changqing immediately shook his head. He is the one who has to take care of his daughter now, so how can he get drunk and lose his image? I want yogurt. Wei Yan raised her hands. Drinking at night can easily lead to bedwetting. Changqing rejected her idea. A few days ago, he moved his child's crib from her parents' room to his own room, thinking of taking care of his daughter himself. However, on the first night, she wet the bed because she drank too much orange juice. That's why I don't want her to drink too much at night, but it's hard to change a child's mind. Wei Yan said with a firm expression, I won't wet the bed, I won't drink orange juice, I'll drink yogurt. Changqing, orange juice and yogurt are both made of water and will cause bedwetting. Wei Yan, no. The two of them kept walking around for 5 minutes, and finally Wei's mother gave her granddaughter a bottle of yogurt before they stopped. After a meal of dumplings, the two families finally resolved their grudges. Wei's father sent the guests out with a bit of a sigh, and told them to come visit his granddaughter when they have time. Changqing also followed beside him with a relaxed smile on his face. In the original plot, when the two families were in a very tense relationship, Wang's parents did not take advantage of the Wei family's misfortune. The old people had traditional ideas and still had a sense of justice in their hearts. The situation in this life is undoubtedly much better. Say goodbye to Grandpa and Grandma. He ruffled his daughter's hair and said, Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. The little girl waved her hands with a crisp sound, which made her grandmother hug her and rub her again. Yan Yan, next time you come to Grandma's house, Grandma will make you your favorite fried chicken. At night, Changqing didn't dare to fall asleep because he drank several bottles of yogurt with the support of his grandparents, which was a very dangerous signal. He woke up immediately when he heard the child whimpering in the crib next to him. He quickly pulled back the quilt, picked up the child, and ran to the bathroom. Sure enough, the child almost wet the bed. When he carried the child back into the house, the child quickly fell asleep again, but he kept his eyes open and stared at the ceiling, completely unable to sleep. Grass. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. The next day was Friday. Chongqing sent his child to kindergarten with dark circles under his eyes and looked very tired. You have to listen to the teacher in kindergarten, ah. He gave some instructions according to the procedure and turned to leave, but was stopped by the teacher. Wei Yan's dad, your braids are especially beautiful. Where did you learn to do that? Do you have a tutorial? The young teacher twisted his fingers a little embarrassedly. Oh, Chongqing understood instantly. Kindergarten teachers have to help children tie their hair. Maybe the children all like Wei Yan's style, so they want to learn it. This is something I figured out on my own, but it's not impossible to make a video tutorial. Chongqing thought about it and answered solemnly, there are no ready-made tutorials for his braiding techniques. They were all summarized out of boredom in his long life and his previous life. He didn't expect that they would be useful in this life. However, he did not lie, as the teacher's words gave him some inspiration. On the way home, he thought seriously about this possibility. Although the original owner did not have much education, he was also an internet addict. He had basic video editing tools at home. He used to mainly film Shinran and edit and upload videos for her. Now I can let my daughter be my little model and upload hair braiding tutorials to I. In the original world, Shinran was able to gain an advantage because she was the main person appearing on screen, and she had a large number of fans online acting as free water armies. But in Chongqing's opinion, the video of slaughtering sheep and cattle is visually impactful, but it is also extremely bloody and inferior. A week passed, and he did not change the account password in a rage like the original owner did. It was an account jointly managed by the two of them, and he did not think there was any need to fight for it. In fact, he hasn't logged in once during this period. The short essay he had been waiting for did not appear, which undoubtedly made him feel quite satisfied. Host, are you really not going to have that account anymore? It has millions of followers. The system is a little confused, don't want. Chongqing is very decisive. Chapter 276, Internet Short Essay back 6, that account has millions of fans, but Shinran basically appears on it. If he takes it over, those fans won't buy it, and instead he will get a bad reputation for stealing the account. In this life, he decided to stand on the moral high ground so as not to be criticized by others. And Shinran only has a junior high school education. In her previous life, because of a farce and the image of a marriage victim, she was hailed by many people as a representative of female self-reliance and self-improvement. Chongqing doesn't want to give her such an opportunity again. Break up peacefully, this is his current plan. If you make a fuss, it will cause great harm to both yourself and your child. He believed that this was not what Shinran and Li Wei wanted to see. They would rather handle it in a low-key manner, of course, on the premise that they could get the account. Thinking of this, he sent a message to Shinran. Let's discuss who owns the account sometime. After all, we run it together. In just 3 seconds, Shinran, who never answered the phone before, called. Wei Chongqing. I want the account, and everything else is yours, okay? On the other end of the phone, Shinran spoke anxiously. She has been very anxious during this period. Internet celebrities rely on traffic and opportunities. It is not easy to accumulate fans. She is not sure if she can create another account, but the original account was not registered with her mobile phone number, so she really had no way to deal with it. Okay. But I have one condition. Chongqing doesn't beat around the bush. Conditions? I don't have any money. Shinran immediately thought of the money issue. Although she had hundreds of thousands of dollars in her hands, she had to spend a lot of money in the new place and couldn't give it to others. Chongqing couldn't help but sneer. Don't overthink it. My condition is that we break up publicly to avoid future complications. Public breakup? Shinran was stunned for a moment. She glanced at the note handed to her by Li Wei. We can break up, but you can't talk about marriage. And you can't talk about our daughter either. We don't have a marriage certificate, so it's not considered a marriage. Shinran emphasized, we need to review each other's copywriting and not send it randomly. There was nothing wrong with this, so Chongqing naturally nodded and agreed. That night, the two updated 2 videos on their video account, which had not been updated for a long time. In the videos, the two expressed their intention to break up peacefully. Chongqing also emphasized that since Shinran was the main person on the account, he was just helping with editing, so the account would belong to Shinran in the future. As soon as the news came out, fans were immediately excited. Holy crap, the goddess actually has a boyfriend. I was planning on going to her hometown to confess my love to her. It's ridiculous that they're intentionally or unintentionally creating a single persona. LSPs really are the easiest to make money from. Is the person above you seriously ill? Miss Ren has never said she's single, okay? What do you mean by creating a persona? You're just overthinking it. That's right. He died early this morning. Breaking up in a relationship is normal. Don't impose your futile ideas on this young lady. Some fans felt like they were stabbed in the heart, but more felt that breaking up and getting back together was normal and no big deal. Of course, some people also felt that the two handled the situation very rationally and expressed their appreciation. Am I the only one who thinks this young lady breaking up with her boyfriend is very rational? This is the attitude young people should have towards love. Ha ha ha, yes, a while ago, a small influencer on Station C broke up and almost went to court over the account. Fortunately, the girl's boyfriend had style and gave in directly. Ha, what you said above is wrong. What do you mean by giving in? The young lady was the one who appeared in the film. He was just doing the post-production. The account should have belonged to the young lady. Netizens would start a fight over trivial matters, but since the real perpetrators did not get punished, the matter generally ended peacefully. Changqing also untied the account without hesitation and completed the account handover. Host, are you just going to let them go like this? The system doesn't understand. Of course not. Changqing shook his head. It's just that now is not a good time. I don't have a fan base right now, so I'm at a huge disadvantage if I start a fight. Others have helpers, fans, and even decent-looking faces after using beauty filters. They have a huge advantage. So, don't be in a hurry. He is indeed in no hurry. In the original plot, the original owner was anxious, so he changed his account password and sent messages threatening to expose himself. As a result, he was bitten back by the other party. Although he had an account, he had never appeared on camera before. He tried to make a few videos, but his fans didn't buy it at all, and he was scolded. Instead, Shinran played the victim and attracted a large number of fans, and also established an image of being independent and strong and opposing arranged marriages. It's incredible, and now the two broke up peacefully, and she was no longer able to establish an image of resisting oppression. Changqing was curious about how she was going to continue to build her selling point. Would she slaughter the sheep and cattle in a different place? That would be really interesting. He registered a new short video account named Yanyan's Dad, and then bought small rubber bands, hair ties, wool yarn, and other tools in various colors online. Just wait for the stuff to arrive and start working. Ever since Changqing moved the child to his room, he no longer plays with his mobile phone at night. This is because the glare from the phone will keep the child awake, and when the child can't sleep, he will make a fuss and then won't be able to rest most of the night. Tonight, he was lying on the bed again, his eyes blank, staring at the ceiling in a daze. On the small bed next to her, the child was already asleep. She was lying on her stomach with her head outside the quilt, facing her father, her body raised in a strange posture. Suddenly, the crystal-clear phone flashed. Changqing quickly picked up the phone and took a look. The caller was his childhood friend Ning Shudian. He got up quietly and walked outside the room to answer the call. Hey! Brother Qing, let's go to town for some barbecue. There's a new late-night snack shop, and everyone says it's delicious. Ning Shudian and the original owner were buddies who grew up together. They fought and skipped classes together when they were in school, and they hung out at home after graduation. However, the original owner got married, but he would rather die than agree to his parents' arrangement, so he is still single and free now. Are you coming or not? It's been a long time since you last got together. Even if you get married, you can't forget your brothers. Come quickly. Changqing has been taking care of the baby and dealing with Shinran's affairs recently, and he was really feeling a little annoyed. Hearing him say that, he was moved. Send me the address and I'll be there right away. He hung up the phone, gently pushed the door open and went in to get the charger. As soon as the door opened, Changqing was frightened by the child standing beside the bed. Why are you awake? Go to sleep. Changqing picked her up and put her on the bed, and was about to cover her with a blanket, but she held him tightly. The child stared at his face carefully, and suddenly said softly, Dad, you're leaving me alone to play. Changqing. Oh my god, are kids so perceptive? Chapter 277, Internet Short Essay Back 7, Changqing was a little speechless. Wei Yan, I want to go too. No. You need to sleep. You have to go to kindergarten tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday, stupid. You don't have to go to kindergarten. Wei Yan grabbed his sleeve tightly and refused to let go. When she saw her father reaching out to let go, she opened her mouth and was about to cry. Okay. I'll take you there. Don't cry. It would be troublesome if I woke up my parents. Half an hour later, Changqing pushed the motorcycle out with the child sitting on the back seat. Don't open your mouth and talk, you'll wake up Grandpa and Grandma. Changqing whispered to the child, and the child quickly covered his mouth with both hands, his eyes curved as if he had done something bad with his father. After pushing the bike for a distance, Changqing got on and tied the child in the back seat firmly to his waist with a strap. It's windy on the road, don't open your mouth or move around, okay? The child excitedly stuck to his back and banged his head against his chest to show that he understood. Since it was night and he was with his children, Changqing didn't dare to drive fast. The journey that usually took him more than 10 minutes took him more than 20 minutes. This restaurant called Wu Lauer Barbecue is actually a row of houses with a spacious shed built outside. When Changqing arrived, there were already quite a few cars parked around it, which shows that the business is really good. He found a place to stop, untied the bandage, carried Wei Yan out of the car, and then took her hand and led her into the house. Ning Shudian was chatting with two girls at the same table. When he saw Chang Ching pushing the door in, he hurried over to say hello. "Brother Ching, you're here. Damn, why are you bringing your daughter with you?" Since he had brought the child with him, Chang Ching had nothing to be embarrassed about and nodded freely. "There's no way, she insists on following." Then he said to Wei Yan, "Yan, call Uncle Ning." Uncle Ning. With her father around, Wei Yan was not afraid of strangers and called people readily, staring at Ning Shudian with a pair of curious black grape eyes. "Ha, that's pretty cute, but Uncle didn't prepare any gifts." Ning Shudian smiled somewhat awkwardly. He knew about Changqing and Shinran, and was originally thinking of introducing a girl to Changqing, but the girl came with her child. Yan, come and sit down." Ning Shudian took the two of them over and sat down, then introduced them one by one. "Shui Ping, Xiao Qi, this is the Qing brother I mentioned. We have been brothers since childhood. Well, this is his daughter Yan." Changqing asked the child to call someone, and the child called someone and behaved very well. When the two girls saw Wei Yan sitting upright, they couldn't help but tease her. "Yan, how old are you this year? Yan, are you in school? Which kindergarten do you attend?" "I am 3 years old and I study at Little Red Star Kindergarten." Children are asked this kind of question many times, so they answer it naturally. His serious look made the adults present laugh. Soon, the ordered barbecue was served, including beef, mutton, cabbage, leeks, eggplant, beef, and various meats and vegetables. The proprietress saw the child at the table and cried out in pain. "You have children with you. These are all filled with chili peppers. Children can't eat them." When Wei Yan heard that she couldn't eat it, she felt speechless. Fortunately, Changqing asked the boss to roast it a little more and not add chili peppers, and the matter was resolved. The original owner usually didn't care when he drank beer with his brothers, but because Changqing wanted to ride a bike and had a child with him, Ning Shudian didn't persuade him to drink. A few people ordered some drinks and chatted while drinking. Wei Yan took a small spoon and scooped out the eggplant flesh one spoonful at a time. After taking a couple of bites, she picked up the yogurt next to her and took a sip. She also smacked her lips like the people drinking at the next table. During the conversation, Changqing found out that the girl named Shui Ping was actually Ning Shutian's cousin, who taught at the primary school in the town, and the girl named Xiao Qi was also a primary school teacher. This made him pay more attention. After all, children will enter elementary school after graduating from kindergarten, and the school violence in the original plot occurred in elementary school. So there are only a dozen teachers in your school. Changqing frowned when he heard that there were few teachers in the school. There are more than 20 villages in the town, and there are so few primary school teachers. How can they take care of every child? There's nothing I can do. Many teachers have bought houses in the county town now. They're all trying their best to get there. Who wants to stay in town? The two teachers also sighed. There is no way. The resources and treatment in the town are not enough, so everyone has to move into the city. Changqing took the child home worriedly, thinking about something. The child was very excited. On the way back, she kept muttering to herself, ignoring her father's instructions. When they were near home, Changqing got off the bike as usual, let the child sit on the back seat and continued to push the motorcycle home. The next day was the weekend, and Changqing originally wanted to go to the city to buy some things, but when she was washing the child, she suddenly sneezed loudly. Ha! The child might have caught a cold. Wei's mother, who was picking vegetables nearby, came over, wiped her hands and put them on her granddaughter's forehead, and the next moment she screamed in surprise. "I've got a fever." If your child has a fever, don't take any medicine on your own. Go to the hospital. Changqing became anxious and stood up to push the motorcycle. The motorcycle is so windy, and you think your child's fever isn't serious enough, right? Wei's father came over and asked, his face looking grim. Changqing quickly went to borrow a car from next door, then wrapped the child in a thick blanket and put him in the back seat. Wei's mother also got in the car to take care of her granddaughter. Along the way, the child began to feel uncomfortable and whined, and when asked, she couldn't explain why. Did the child kick the quilt yesterday? Mother Wei touched the child's forehead and asked Changqing. At this time, Changqing felt very guilty and didn't dare to say that he took the children to have barbecue last night. He just vaguely said that he didn't see the children kicking the quilt. When you are with your children, you need to be attentive. Don't play with your phone all day long. It will hurt your children. Wei's mother thought Changqing was playing with his phone and didn't notice the child, so she started criticizing him. The family arrived at the hospital, and the doctor took their temperature and said, "It's nothing serious, the temperature is 38 degrees Celsius, just use a fever-reducing patch." Changqing frowned. "Don't you need injections or medicine?" He had the impression that if you were sick you had to get injections and take medicine. "What do you know, kid? Yan is so young, she shouldn't take medicine if she can avoid it." Seeing her son acting silly, Wei's mother walked up to him, slapped him, and pulled him to pay. "Mom, do you really need to prescribe some medicine? I think her temperature is a little hot." Changqing still looked solemn. "Listen to the doctor, that's right." Wei's mother also often suffers from headaches and fevers. She used to take medicine blindly, but later she summed up her experience and realized that what the doctor said was right. She should not do it blindly, as it would easily cause problems. Seeing that her son still looked worried, Wei's mother also found it a little funny. The child finally reached the point where he was worried about his own daughter. Fortunately, after applying the fever-reducing patch, the child's fever subsided that night and he regained his spirits, which made Changqing feel relieved. Human cubs are too fragile. This is his summary. Later, Ning shut and asked him to go for barbecue or something in the evening, but he simply didn't go. There was no other way. Every time he was about to go out, the child would always wake up on time and would insist on following him, so her father had to give up this entertainment. Chapter 278, Internet Short Essay. 8. The things he bought online finally arrived that day. Changqing carefully unpacked them and sorted them into boxes. These were all his treasures. When Wei's father and mother saw this, they just said that he had become a daughter's slave and even bought so many hair braiding supplies. Changqing just smiled and said nothing. When Wei Yan saw these after coming home from school, she jumped up with joy. Dad, are these for me? She looked at the rubber bands and wool yarns of various colors in front of her with some disbelief, and felt so happy that she was about to burst into bubbles. Of course. Who else in our family can use these things except you? Changqing also smiled and rubbed the little tuft of hair on her head. These days, he noticed that Shinran updated several selfie videos under her original video account. Even with the beauty filter turned on, she didn't look like her in real life, but her popularity was still declining. It seems that the divorce announcement has shattered the filters of some fans. However, the constant quarrel between the two people in the original plot kept her popularity high, and she won in the end, which further solidified her image. Now we have only revealed the tip of the iceberg. It is still early. Changqing shook his head secretly. He set up the camera and adjusted the position. Yan, come here, daddy will braid your hair. The child came running over and sat down quietly, being incredibly well behaved. Changqing didn't even need to section the hair on her little head. Her hands started moving quickly. He first gathered the hair at the back of the child's head together, and in a few seconds it became two thin braids. The child's thin and soft hair seemed to understand human words in his hands. Then she parted the hair on the front of her head to the left and right, and gently rolled it with her hands, and two buns like gold ingots appeared. She gathered the braided hair in buns together and fixed them with a white fluffy butterfly hairband, and the quirky Neza bun appeared. He glanced in the mirror, then took out a few decorations from the box and tied them on carefully. Well, now I feel much more satisfied. There was a big mirror in front of the child. When the bun appeared, she was a little excited. When the whole hairstyle was done, she wanted to jump up. Dad, I am Neza. The child raised his hands and cheered. She recently watched the cartoon Neza Conquers the Dragon King and was deeply impressed by his hairstyle. Your hairstyle is called Neza Conquers the Dragon King. Changqing gave it a name casually. Neza makes trouble in the sea. The child repeated his words and ran out excitedly. I'm going to go play with my friends. The joyful sounds came back from far away, and Changqing couldn't help laughing. That night, the first video was posted on Yan's father's account, titled Neza Conquers the Dragon King. The next day, when he sent the child to school, he specifically told her teacher that he had released a video of hair braiding and asked her to watch it. His original intention was to gain one fan, but when he turned on his computer after returning home, he found that he had gained more than 10,000 new fans in just one night. In the video, the child has clear eyes, a pretty face, and a hint of Highland red, looking extremely cute. She sits there very obediently, letting a pair of deft hands play with the hair on her head. It is obvious that she is a very worry-free child. The girl's hair kept changing shape in those hands. All the soft and fine hair was gathered together, and soon it went from being messy to being in order, as if it had come alive. As the shape on her head changed, the child's expression became richer. As she excitedly shouted, I am Neza, the person who had been silently styling her named it Neza Conquers the Dragon King. It was only then that the audience realized that the person who had been braiding the child's hair was actually the child's father. This inexplicably created a contrasting effect, which made the video a bit of a hit. Changqing clicked on the comments, and the first one was, wow, a gentle and talented father and a cute and well-behaved daughter, so cute. Is it cute? He went back and took a closer look at his daughter's face and expression. It was really cute. I went back and looked through the comments, and saw that some praised his dexterity, some praised his daughter for being adorable, some complained about their own clumsiness, and the majority asked for an explanation version, because Changqing's speed in this video is extremely fast. Many parents who want to learn cannot keep up with his speed. Yeah, it's pretty lively. He gave a fair evaluation, then he uploaded the second slow-motion video with explanation that he had prepared. He also did not show his face, but simply added voice explanation to the slow-motion video of the first one. Afterwards, he stopped caring. Unexpectedly, I received a call from Shinran in the afternoon. Wei Changqing. Why are you posting videos of your daughter online? Delete it immediately. Do you know that this is very bad for the child? Shinran's voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little anxious and a little angry. She has always been a little worried that her ex-boyfriend would reveal that she was married and had children, so she has been paying close attention to him. Today, when she searched his mobile number, she found that he had also registered an account and posted a video of his daughter. This made her very nervous, and she immediately called to ask for the post to be deleted. Obviously, Changqing did not think as she wished. He even laughed out loud at her self-righteous attitude. Shinran, you're so nice. What does it have to do with you if I post a video of my daughter? You should just live a good life with your Wei Guo and stop paying attention to us father and daughter. Shinran was so angry at his words that her face turned pale and blue. She felt that Wei Changqing had changed. He used to obey her orders. When they broke up, he was willing to give up the account, and she thought he was very sensible. I didn't expect that his attitude changed in such a short time. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Could it be that Wei Changqing regretted his decision and wanted to force her to go back? Impossible. Wei Changqing. Do you think you can force me to go back like this? You're dreaming. I'm telling you, we're already done. Don't waste your time on this. She didn't want to go back to that shabby place to herd sheep and cattle. Changqing could hardly keep up with this train of thought, and his voice became several octaves colder. Ha, you really have a lot of imagination. You really think you're a fairy. It's okay to use the beauty filter to cheat people online, but I haven't seen what you look like yet. Your skin is not as good as mine without makeup. Will I have no food to eat without you? Please don't call me anymore, and don't talk about me online. I don't want to have anything to do with you at all. Shinran had never seen Wei Changqing with such an attitude before, but his tone was cold, which made her momentum weaken. That video, I won't delete the video, and I will continue to post it. This has nothing to do with you. Shinran was interrupted before she could finish her words, and then there was a beep from the phone, indicating that the call had been hung up. Wei Changqing. She dialed again with some gritted teeth, and the other party picked up. Wei Changqing, you are so kind, don't ask me for help in the future. When she said this, she suddenly gained confidence. What future could she have by staying in that shabby place? She could only earn a few 100,000 yuan a year by raising sheep and cattle, while big internet celebrities could earn hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan from a live broadcast. However, the other party just sneered after hearing her words. Ha, are you married to Li Wei? How could a college student like you? Don't let him scam you out of your account. You know, it's much easier to run away if you're not married. Shinran was stunned for a moment and was about to retort, but the other party had already hung up the phone. When she called again, no one answered. You useless thing, you're trying to teach me a lesson. Chapter 279, Internet Short Essay Back. 9. Sitting on the sofa, talking to herself, Shinran couldn't help but think of what Changqing said on the phone. It is true that there is no security if you were not married. The reason I was able to escape smoothly was because I didn't get a marriage certificate. If it were Li Wei thinking of this, she shook her head. No. Wei Guo is a college student, his moral quality is much higher. He won't be so irresponsible, but she had also heard online that academic qualifications do not represent morality. After sitting there in a daze for a while, she finally called Li Wei. What should I do? Wei Guo, Wei Changqing posted a video of my daughter. Do you think he will reveal more information about me? Li Weigang attended a meeting at the company and was criticized by his boss, who said that the traffic of the internet celebrities he managed had declined sharply recently and there was no explosive point. Hearing Shinran's crying, he just felt annoyed, but what she said still made Li Wei shudder. Did Wei Changqing post a video? Did he say anything? Send me his account number and I'll take a look. 2 minutes later, Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one said anything and no one left the country, and with only over 10,000 fans, it can't make any waves. Don't worry too much. We just need to focus on our own content and ignore them. Back home, Li Wei comforted Shinran like this. But, I don't have any talent, how can I make the content? Shinran was a little unconfident. Li Wei frowned when he heard her say that. This was also what he was worried about. There are thousands of internet celebrities, but netizens' attention span is limited. There needs to be continuous content output to maintain popularity, but you can't kill cattle and sheep in the city, right? I have arranged 2 live broadcasts before, but they were just chatting, which was very awkward and could not attract the attention of netizens at all. I had to rely entirely on old fans for support, which is definitely unsustainable. Originally, he intended to establish Shinran as a person who resisted patriarchy and created an independent and strong character, but this was also very risky, and Wei Changqing obviously did not accept it and even refused to accept the account. It's really difficult to do it right now. Why don't you just follow the trend and make some lip-syncing and good-looking videos first? I need to think carefully about your future path. Li Wei pondered. Well, then what you said about quitting your job just to take care of me still stands, right? Shinran asked again. It counts. Li Wei answered firmly that he had long wanted to quit that crappy company because they used to PUA employees every day and the treatment was not good enough. Shinran now has more than 1 million followers on her account, and if she manages it well, she will never be short of money. Thinking about how he got scolded again at the company today, he became even more angry. I'm going to resign tomorrow. By irate, Shinran sat over and took his hand. Let's get married after we quit our jobs. She smiled gently, and her eyes were full of friendship when she looked at him. Li Wei's head buzzed. Marry? He never thought about getting married. Besides, how could he possibly marry a divorced woman who only graduated from junior high school and had a daughter? Shinran, our careers have just begun. Getting married at this time will have a huge impact. We should develop our careers first, right? Li Wei frowned, as if he was looking at an ignorant little girl that he really doesn't want to get married. This was the only thing that came to Shinran's mind. Li Wei, I even ignored my daughter for you. If you don't want to get married, I don't have time to waste with you. Shinran immediately moved her but to the side, away from Li Wei, staring at him with accusatory eyes. What she had just experienced made her understand best the meaning of no security without a marriage certificate. Li Wei grabbed a handful of hair in annoyance. What's the matter with Shinran? She used to say she wanted to make a lot of money first, but he still relies on Shinran to make money, so he can't offend her at this moment. Then, his expression softened and he took the initiative to approach her and hold her hand. Shinran, marriage is not a trivial matter, it's a lifelong event. I don't want our wedding to be too shabby. Wouldn't it be better to wait until we make a lot of money and get married in a grand ceremony? That way, your scumbag ex-husband will be pissed off to death. Seeing that Shinran's expression relaxed a little, Li Wei patted her hand. I'm going to take you home to meet my parents this Chinese New Year. I've never brought a girl home before, so the marriage process still needs to go through the normal process. Shinran hesitated a little. Of course she wanted to give Wei Guo a prosperous home, but she was also worried if things continued like this. Well, can we get the marriage certificate first? We live together anyway. Li Wei's face darkened instantly. Why can't you understand what people are saying? I'm tired. Let me lie down for a while. Order me some takeout later. He stood up and went back to his room, leaving Shinran sitting in the living room in disbelief. Changqing was not surprised at all when he learned from the system about the tug-of-war between Li Wei and Shinran. Do you believe it or not, they will get married soon? He asked the system with a smile. I don't believe it. The system is very confident. Li Wei clearly didn't want to marry Shinran at all. He was just having fun and wanted to make money. The small system had been to so many worlds and its analysis of people's expressions was very accurate. It could see that Li Wei was not sincere to Shinran. Changqing smiled and ignored the system. In the evening, he called Shinran again, mocked her again, and said that he would wait and see how miserable she would be after being dumped, which almost made Shinran angry to death. In the following months, he uploaded a hair braiding video and an explanation video almost every week. He also did not forget to call from time to time to ask Shinran if she was married. Shinran was always very angry, but she didn't dare to block him directly, for fear that he would say something nonsense online. As the phone calls became more frequent, Li Wei naturally noticed it. Why does Wei Changqing keep calling you? Does he still want you to come back? Li Wei finally couldn't help asking. He naturally looked down on Wei Changqing. He was just an uneducated shepherd boy. He didn't even get angry when his wife ran away with someone else. He was not really a man, but now he still relies on Shinran to make money, and he can't let her run back again. He has resigned from the company this month and has been helping with video production and copywriting. His recent videos have received good responses and fans are buying into them. He felt that the momentum was good and he would soon have sacks full of money. There can't be any trouble. Shinran was a little surprised by Li Wei's reaction, and felt inexplicably proud. Humph. I'm not going back. She didn't say that Changqing called to see her laugh. She even felt in her heart that he was deliberately pestering her because he cared about her. Li Wei looked at her suspiciously and was a little worried. Could it be that she is looking for a way out because she doesn't want to get married? Why don't you go and get the certificate? As soon as the thought came to his mind, he hesitated. Although the momentum is positive now, it is still too early to realize the value, so we cannot sacrifice ourselves. But he also decided to give her a little sweetener. So he changed his expression and said with a smile, Shinran, the traffic of our videos is pretty good. Let's celebrate tonight and go buy some food so you can taste my cooking. Shinran was naturally very happy, and even brought up the idea of getting the marriage certificate first during dinner, but he fooled her. Chapter 280, Internet Short Essay Back 10. However, Li Wei's hesitation about getting a marriage certificate with Shinran did not last long. He disappeared after they received a large order for goods. Changqing, who had a small system as an undercover agent, naturally knew that Shinran had received a large order to carry goods. He deliberately called Li Wei and scolded him harshly, saying that he would not give up. He said that Shinran and he had a daughter and they were childhood sweethearts, and they would definitely remarry in the future. Changqing also warned him not to touch the money Shinran earned from selling goods. This possessive declaration irritated Li Wei, and Shinran actually told her ex-husband about the huge sales order she received? Could she really be planning to get back together? Then who is he? He doesn't want to make others famous and then get nothing in return. Thinking of Changqing saying that he wanted to thank him for helping him edit the video and write the copy, and even praised the copywriting for being well done. He even said that after Shinran became famous, their family would be reunited and the child would not have to live in a shabby place. The words sounded harsh, but Li Wei felt they made sense. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. He had given everything, but in the end it was all in vain. He wouldn't do such a thing. So, in excitement, he asked Shinran to get the marriage certificate directly. Shinran was just excited about receiving a big order, but she didn't expect there would be a second surprise and was stunned for a moment. Li Wei thought she was unwilling and became anxious. Shinran, I'm sincere to you. Here's my bank card. I have over 100,000 yuan in it. I'm giving it to you for safekeeping. You'll be the head of the family from now on. Let's get the marriage certificate first and then hold the wedding next year. Shinran took the bank card in a daze, and was pulled into Li Wei's car and taken directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Wei is 2 years older than Shinran, and now Shinran has reached the legal age for marriage, so things went very smoothly. After coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shinran was blown by the cool breeze and finally came back to her senses from her dizzy state. Viagra, we're married! She cried out in surprise. Keep a low profile. Li Wei saw that some people around seemed to recognize Shinran and were secretly taking pictures, so he quickly pulled her into the car and drove away. Wu Yi is a person who was addicted to short video apps. Some time ago, a friend recommended her a video of a girl killing sheep, and she became obsessed with it. The strange fusion of pure beauty and bloody violence makes her feel a unique beauty. Since then, Wu Yi often watched her videos and actively interacted and left messages. Some time ago, she also saw the breakup video released by Shinran. At that time, she sighed with her friends that men can only affect women's sword-drawing speed. Beautiful sisters should focus on their careers. Today, when I was passing by the Civil Affairs Bureau on some business, I saw Shinran got married. How could my beautiful sister get married so early? She felt heartbroken after carefully comparing the photos she took. Although they were a little blurry, it was obviously the blogger she followed. Susu, do you know what I saw today? The girl who slaughtered sheep got married. I saw it at the Civil Affairs Bureau. After returning home, she couldn't help but complain to her bestie on WeChat. Susu's best friend also pays attention to Shinran, and she was very curious when she heard this. Didn't she just break up a while ago? How come they got married so soon? Did they get back together? No, I compared it carefully, it's not the previous one. This one is a bit fatter and looks older. Wu Yi quickly replied, but then his mind exploded. Holy shit, this is a seamless transition? And it's straight into marriage. She seemed to feel that she had grasped something extraordinary. On the other side, Susu seemed to have thought of this as well. Fuck, I feel like my reputation has collapsed. This can't be a seamless transition, can it? Send me a few more photos so I can compare them carefully. Wu Yi sent all the dozen or so photos he had taken secretly with trembling hands, feeling nervous all over. Take a closer look. After a long while, Susu finally replied. It's definitely not the one from before. This news is too explosive. Maybe she cheated a long time ago and that's why we broke up. If you think about it carefully, it is really possible. For a moment, Wu Yi felt as if he was holding a melon weighing over 100 kilograms, and he really wanted to share it with others. So she posted it to the group, and soon the group was discussing it heatedly. That night, someone posted the photo on Weibo, which sparked more discussion. Host, your wife is getting married. When the system's voice came out, Changqing was knitting a headdress with colorful wool. When he heard the system's words, his hands paused. Li Wei is pretty impressive. It's time to cut ties with them. As he said that, he took out his cell phone and blocked the number of Shinran and Li Wei. I'd better concentrate on my knitting. A few days ago, when he was braiding Wei Yan's hair, he had a sudden idea and used colored threads to weave some accessories and add them on. Unexpectedly, the response was particularly good. Many netizens and mothers asked him if they wanted to buy them. He thought he could do some business like this. By the way, you can also make some tutorials to attract a wave of fans. Changqing has experienced many worlds, and many rare and exotic animals that modern people have never seen are in his mind, so the things he weaves are naturally very eye-catching. At this moment, what he was weaving in his hands was a creature similar to a dragonfly and a butterfly. The picture in his mind emerged, and the movements of his hands became faster. With black tentacles, colorful wings, and a slender body, a vivid and lifelike beast was soon born from his hands. Done, he stretched and took down the recording device. It's time to pick up the kids. I rode my bike to the kindergarten gate in no time. It was just after school, and the teachers were standing in front. The children were lining up in a crooked line, turning their heads to talk from time to time. Wei Yan's father, you're here so early. Changqing has become familiar with the teachers because he picks up children every day. Moreover, his daughter's class teacher is one of his short video fans and often asks him some knitting questions in private. Early? In my opinion, it makes no difference whether you pick up the phone early or late. Changqing said indifferently as he squeezed forward. His behavior made the teacher laugh. She waved. Wei Yan, come here. Go out first. Your dad is about to be crushed to death. Wei Yan, who was queuing at the back, came running out, Dad, and rushed into Changqing's arms like a little wild boar. The child has a much closer relationship with his father and is willing to tell his father everything that happens at school, which makes Changqing feel relieved. There doesn't seem to be a tendency towards autism. Changqing reached out and lifted the heavy school bag on her back, rubbed her head, and said, say goodbye to the teacher. Goodbye, teacher. The child quickly said goodbye to the teacher, took his father's hand and walked forward. What's going on? Is there anything you want to tell Dad? Changqing found it a little funny. When they reached the corner, the child stopped and stared at his father seriously. Dad, tell me, did my mom run away and not want you anymore? Wei Yan puffed her cheeks and stared at Changqing's expression. When this topic was mentioned, Changqing's expression became serious. Who told you this? Changqing squatted down and looked into the child's eyes. Because of the shadow of the original plot, he is particularly concerned about children's psychological problems. Whoa, the child pouted and started crying. She leaned forward and threw herself into Changqing's arms. Dad, I won't abandon you. I will take care of you in your old age, don't be sad. Changqing was a little amused and didn't know what information his child received in class. I guess someone said that his wife was sad every day because he ran away. He doesn't have that. He's so happy, however, he still felt somewhat comforted that the child was actually worried about his old father. Dad won't abandon Yan Yan either. Yan Yan must study hard so that she can provide for Dad in his old age. Now that he had brought this up, he felt there was nothing to hide, and the child didn't seem to miss his mother particularly. This is a good thing for him, I think so. Shinran doesn't have the patience to take care of children, nor does she know how to do it. She is even a little annoying. Children were afraid of her before. He picked up the child and his voice became gentle. Yan Yan, Daddy and Mommy are indeed separated, but Daddy and you will never be separated. Daddy will give you all the love that Mommy has. He promised solemnly. The child buried his head in his shoulder and responded in a muffled voice. Chapter 281, Internet Short Essay Back. 11, on the way back, the child was a little silent, and Changqing walked slower than usual. It seems that the child still needs time to accept this fact. However, he did not expect that there would be parents gossiping in kindergartens, and the children could hear it. Primary schools have to consider sending children to study in the city. Stay away from these right and wrongs. He didn't want the child to get hurt in any way. During dinner in the evening, he also told Wei's father and mother about this. Wei's mother was so angry that she wanted to go to the kindergarten to find the teacher to reason with her, but was stopped by Changqing. This must be the parents gossiping at home, and the child heard it, so it reached Yan Yan's ears. But she took it well, so there's no need to make a big deal about it. When parents make a scene at school, it is the children who feel the most embarrassed. Back in his room, he edited the video and sent it out, and the day ended. The next day was the weekend, and Changqing didn't have to send the children to school in the morning, so he went out to drive the sheep. Then the phone rang, and it was an unfamiliar call. Changqing answered the phone. It was Shinran who called. She sounded anxious, as if she had encountered some difficulties. Changqing, why did you block my number? Please help me. My marriage to Li Wei was exposed, and now people are saying I cheated on my wife or something. Please help clarify this. Evergreen, I've never seen such a shameless person. He's asking for trouble. He immediately started cursing without any hesitation. Whine Shinran. Are you fucking sick? Isn't it true that you cheated on me? I let you off, but you think I'm easy to bully, right? You even asked me to clear things up for you. Believe it or not, I'll expose all your past affairs. Have some shame. He scolded her so harshly that Shinran was stunned. Wei Changqing, can't you just speak properly? She felt a little aggrieved. I have nothing to say to you. You'd better not bring me into this, or I don't know what I might do. After saying that, Changqing hung up the phone, opened the scarf and take a look. Oh wow, it's really popular. It turned out that Shinran and Li Wei had obtained their marriage certificate, but netizens took photos of them and posted them online, which caused some discussion. It was supposed to be a textbook example of a positive breakup, but they suddenly got married. Doesn't that arouse suspicion? Someone made an analysis summary post, analyzing the micro-expressions in the video of her breakup statement, saying that her eyes were floating while she was speaking and she looked up from time to time, so she must be lying. Some people also recognized that the man who got the marriage certificate with her in the photo was the agent of a certain internet celebrity agency. They also analyzed her video style and concluded that she had been working with the agent since mid-last year. The videos at that time were obviously much more detailed and professional than the previous videos. What does this mean? They knew each other before they got married, and they hadn't broken up yet. I have to say that netizens are really good at detecting cases. They managed to piece together the truth by patching it all together. Changqing silently clicked like and then exited the page. I guess those two people are already extremely worried. Li Wei and Shinran were indeed a little overwhelmed. At this time, Li Wei had already resigned from the agency, but he did not have those resources to help him to increase the popularity of the search. If he wanted to do it himself, he would have to spend money, and the most crucial thing is the previously negotiated contract for selling goods. Because this incident was suddenly exposed, the merchant also notified the cancellation of the contract considering the impact, and only said that there would be an opportunity to cooperate next time, but Li Wei knew that this was just a polite remark. Once an opportunity is missed, it is missed. At this moment, seeing that Shinran called Changqing but to no avail, he became even more furious. I told you not to rush into marriage and focus on your career first. You insisted on getting a marriage certificate every day, and now you've gotten yourself into so much trouble. Li Wei frowned and complained. Shinran was also annoyed and refused to do anything when she heard him say that. Li Wei. Are you still a man? Didn't you initiate the marriage? And now you're blaming me. Besides, you were the one who provoked me first. Isn't it your responsibility? If you hadn't provoked me, I'd still be herding sheep and wouldn't be getting scolded online at all. As she spoke, Shinran began to sob. She felt that everything had not been smooth since she came here. Li Wei had no choice but to think about deleting the posts and removing the trending searches. First, take out the card I gave you this morning. We need to find some connections to delete the post, and all of this costs money. At this time, to be honest, Li Wei was somewhat grateful to Changqing for not jumping out to add fuel to the fire. This matter could still be resolved by spending some money. However, hundreds of thousands of yuan are indispensable. Seeing that the balance on the card was reduced by half, Li Wei felt a pang of pain. He was also born in the countryside, and he bought this small house himself. He is still paying off the mortgage, and now he feels the pressure is increasing. Spend what should be spent, delete what should be deleted, and withdraw what should be withdrawn. The two recorded a video together to confirm their marriage and showed off their happiness. He also gave a sincere explanation of the situation, emphasizing that the two got together after breaking up. Although the time was not long, they were both responsible people, and a relationship based on marriage did not need to drag on for a long time. You know what? After all these operations, many netizens actually believed it. What's wrong with a pretty sister having a relationship? She died early in the morning, and you won't let us break up and start over. Exactly, what's wrong with getting married in 2 months? There are people who fall in love at first sight and get married on the same day. Besides, my beautiful sister didn't hide her marriage, so she's not letting anyone down. Oh, what should I do if a girl becomes a young woman and I like her more? Of course, many netizens express doubts. It's all hype. There's no truth on the internet these days. Maybe the marriage is fake. Even if there was no cheating in this timeline, there must have been an affair a long time ago. A scumbag is a scumbag, and this agent is not a good person either. It's everyone's responsibility to boycott scumbag women and cheap men. Netizens only believe what they want to believe, and they can always start arguing about anything. Changqing took a quick glance and walked out. Just follow your own account. His video account now has more than 100,000 followers, and he is considered an internet celebrity. As the number of times his child appears on screen increases, he has also gained a little fame on the internet. Netizens call her Yanbao. Some netizens also asked why it was always the father who braided his hair and why his mother was not around. Changqing honestly replied that he was divorced and was now a single father. This actually attracted a lot of sympathy, and some people even asked for the address, saying they wanted to mail something to Yanbao, but Changqing refused. Changqing also hung up the small accessories and toys he wove himself. The prices were not cheap, but they sold well because he basically recorded teaching videos. Everyone knew that they were purely handwoven and were more understanding of the prices. What surprised him was that many adults also liked those things. Many people did not buy them for their children, but for themselves, which made him happy. Chapter 282, Internet Short Essay. 12. After making money, Changqing bought wine for Wei's father, clothes for Wei's mother, and even bought things for the child's grandparents. On weekends, I would take my children to visit them. Oh my, Yin Yin is here. When the queen mother saw her granddaughter, her face was full of smiles. She hugged her in her arms and rubbed her again and again. Grandma, don't mess up my hair. The child hummed and hawed as a reminder, causing the old man to burst into laughter. Wang's father was also happy to see Changqing coming to visit with gifts. This child is great. Although his daughter is ignorant, she still recognizes him as her grandfather. Since you're here, why are you bringing so many things? Wang's father took the things with a smile and hurried to the backyard to catch a chicken, preparing to kill it and cook after dinner. Changqing naturally inadvertently mentioned that Xinran had married Li Wei, which shocked Wang's father and mother again. They haven't been able to contact Xinran for a long time. They called her to persuade her to come back, but they got into an argument and were blocked. They haven't been able to contact her since then, so they don't know her latest news. I didn't expect to get married so soon, and that Li Wei seems to be from the same town. I have to go and talk to the Li family. The king's father's face turned red with anger. Changqing was happy to see this. In the original plot, the Wei family and the Wang family were in a mess. The Li family disappeared, and Li Wei basically never showed up. Why? He did something like that and still managed to hide behind the scenes. Whoever does the thing should take the responsibility. Whoever pollutes is responsible for the cleanup. Whoever develops is responsible. This principle is true everywhere. Only after returning home with the child did Changqing take out his mobile phone again to check private messages. As his fans increased, he also received more private messages, which made him quite busy. Many people came to consult him about shopping, and some also came to him again after watching the hair braiding tutorials but still didn't understand something, and Changqing needed their answers. But today a piece of news caught his attention. Superstar, Yanbao's dad, I have an important performance and I want to do a hairstyle. I think your princess braid is very good, but we can't make it. Can I hire you for a while to help me with the hairstyle? Superstar, our prices are absolutely fair and we will definitely not let you suffer any loss. We can also cover the travel expenses. Is this the golden thigh? Long-term eyes narrowed, judging from the tone, he seems to be an actor, singer, or something like that. This is a good opportunity. Yan Yan's father, as long as the price is reasonable, I can leave right away. The other party replied quickly, saying that the price was indeed reasonable, but the location was a bit far, in Zhejiang province. However, it didn't matter as the airfare was included. Changqing signed a short contract immediately. Originally, he was planning to go by himself and had already told his parents about it. However, when Wei Yin found out, she started crying and making a fuss, saying that she was afraid that her father would also leave and never come back. What could he do? So Changqing took her with him. Only after meeting the client did he realize that it was the famous young flower artist Yali. She smiled faintly and didn't show any surprise when she saw Changqing with the child. Instead, she grabbed a handful of candy and stuffed it into Wei Yan's hand. Hey, Yanbao, I'm your little fan and I often watch your videos online. The child didn't wait for Changqing to teach him, and called out sister in a crisp voice, which made sure Yali laugh again. Yanbao is so cute. Then he looked up at Changqing and said, I saw that princess braid you made in the video and I thought it was perfect for the role I was auditioning for. Unfortunately, the stylist can't create that effect, so I asked you to come here. Changqing knew countless people and could see the sincerity in her eyes, so his attitude naturally became warmer. I just wanted to take my child out to see the world, and Miss Sure really gave me the opportunity. Otherwise, my parents wouldn't let me out. This remark made everyone laugh. Sure, Yali was also secretly puzzled. The environment where the young man filmed the video did not look like a wealthy family, and he himself was not handsome, but somehow, he seemed to have an extraordinary aura. He was extremely polite in his interactions with others, not at all shy, and seemed like a natural aristocrat. At that moment, he became more polite and personally took him to the hotel to settle him down. Her assistant Xiao Wan was a little dissatisfied at first, but after seeing Changqing's amazing skills, he couldn't help but be impressed. Mr. Wei, with your skills, you can be a stylist. She sighed sincerely. It's all about practice. Changqing smiled and kept moving his hands. Soon the exquisite shape was completed. 2 strands of hair are rolled into a braid from the top of the head to behind the ears and hang down naturally, similar to a fishbone braid, but with a bit more playfulness and cuteness. The natural low ponytail behind the head adds elegance, and the slightly fluffy texture makes it more layered. Put on some exotic head ornaments and earrings, and you'll look like an exotic princess walking out of a painting. Sure, Yali originally had a rather dark complexion, but with this hairstyle, it became an advantage, and her every frown and smile was full of charm. Mr. Wei, you really surprised me. Looking at herself in the mirror, a person she had never been before, she sighed sincerely. Sure, Yali was very eager to work with director Wang. This film was also a script that director Wang had been polishing for many years, and he intended to win an international award. So many people were eyeing it. She herself is a young actress with considerable talent, but there is no shortage of young actresses in the entertainment industry, and the competition is always fierce. She had participated in several similar castings before, but she always lacked a little luck, especially during the last casting for Fox Demon Legend. The director team wanted to choose a fox spirit, but another candidate wore fox ears, which matched the look of a fox demon and immediately caught the director's eye. It was because of that incident that she suddenly realized that in addition to having good personal qualities, she also had to put a lot of effort into her appearance, preferably to fit the role, so that she would have a greater chance of being selected. And now, looking at her spiritual look, she feels that her chances of playing the role of an exotic princess have grown. So, she sincerely thanks Changqing. Then I wish Miss Sure all the best. Changqing also smiled and saw her off to the car. Sister, everything went well. Wei Yan also waved her little hands and spoke loudly. Yanbao is so rare. Assistant Xiao Wang was entrusted with taking care of the child when she was doing styling at Changqing. Although they had not been together for a long time, the lively and cute child had already overflowed her heart with maternal love. By the way, this is a famous film and television city. You don't have to rush back. You can spend a few more days here. Her sincere advice. Play for a few more days. The child immediately became excited and raised his hands high. Chapter 283, Internet Short Essay. 13. Changqing naturally planned to take his children out for a few more days. After finally getting a chance to go out, he wanted to see the world more clearly. So over the next few days, he took his children to visit local attractions and spent several days in the film and television city. When I was about to leave, I received a message from Yali. Mr. Wei, I successfully got the role. I'll be joining the crew next week. I'd like to treat you to dinner this weekend to express my gratitude. There was naturally nothing wrong with this, and Changqing happily accepted the invitation. When he arrived at the agreed hotel, he found that not only Sure Yali and her assistant came, but also a middle-aged man with a beard. Mr. Wei, this is Director Wang. Sure Yali stepped forward to introduce the two sides, while assistant Xiao Wang took the child from Changqing and played with her. Changqing naturally follows good advice. After a chat, he found out that Director Wang came this time because a young actor who had been confirmed before was sick, and Sure Yali happened to think that Wei Yan's temperament and personality were suitable, so she recommended her. So, you guys want to invite Yin Yin to film a movie? Changqing glanced at the child who was eating egg custard and drinking yogurt, feeling a little confused. This kid has never acted before. Yes, she plays the princess when she was little. She doesn't have many scenes and can be filmed in a few days, but the role is still quite important. And this princess didn't stay at home when she was little. She played everywhere on the grassland, so she can't be a delicate girl. Changqing understood what I said. Nowadays, children are really pampered. Fair skin and tender flesh are the basic requirement. It is really hard to find rough ones in the city. However, Wei Yan's skin was a little dry because she had been on the grassland, and she also had a high-altitude red attribute, making her look like a little apple. Coupled with her braided hairstyle, she did have some of that feeling. However, is it appropriate for children to film? He hesitated for 3 seconds and thought it would be better to ask the child for his own opinion. It would only be a matter of a few days, and the child would probably just need to act in his true self and wouldn't have many lines. Yan, do you want to act? He asked the child. Obviously, the child didn't understand. She raised her head from the bowl, with egg custard residue still on her mouth, and looked at her father in confusion. It was sure Yali who reacted first. She wiped the child's mouth with a smile. Bao, do you want to go play with your sister? Let's act out some plays. When the child understood the word play, his eyes lit up immediately. Play. Act and play. Changqing, does this count as misleading child labor? Forget it, let her experience it. It's only a week's work anyway. Changqing agreed immediately, and the director was not vague either. He sent the contract the next day and paid a performance fee of more than 100,000 yuan, which was a generous amount. Changqing watched the child's plot, so there was one episode with more shots of him, but they were just playing scenes. Later on, he mostly appeared in the heroine's memories. It took less than a week to shoot in total. The two stayed here for another half a month before they were successfully accepted into the group. But the costumes were prepared early, the body shape was suitable, and Changqing continued to work on the hairstyle. The child was so excited that the little princess's costume made jingling sounds when she walked. She ran back and forth in front of Changqing, deliberately making continuous jingling sounds. Have you memorized your lines yet? Changqing asked. These days he often explained to the child what acting was, but she still seemed not to understand. Finally, Yali came up with a solution and told the child that it was a game of pretending to be a princess and she could play with her friends. Remember, the first sentence is, Dolan, let's go out and play, and the second sentence is, wow, it's so beautiful here. The child spoke in a very realistic manner, shaking her head and making people feel involved. Changqing almost laughed at her. I didn't expect the child to have some talent. A week passed quickly. The child played the role in his true self and there were not many NGs. The filming was completed quickly. Changqing also taught Yali's stylist the key points of the princess braid style before leaving with the child. The child remained silent all the way to the airport. What? You're not happy about flying? Changqing looked at the child next to him with a sad face and couldn't help teasing her. It's fun to fly, but I'm not as happy as when I came here. The child sighed in a realistic manner, looking like an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. It seems that the child has really found some fun in acting, but it is also possible that he simply can't bear to leave his friends, Changqing thought to himself, but the child's melancholy did not last long. Not long after the plane started, she fell asleep leaning against the back of the chair. Changqing covered her with a blanket and dozed off in the chair. After returning home, the child seemed to immediately forget the sadness he felt when he left. He excitedly told his grandparents about what he had seen and heard, and also reminded his grandparents that he was going to be on TV and asked them to remember to watch it. I don't know where this information came from. I saw some surprised looks from Wei's father and mother. Changqing only told his son about his participation in the movie, and of course he did not hide the fact that he earned more than 100,000 yuan. Oh my goodness. Is acting that profitable? Can I earn more than a dozen cows in a week? Wei's father and mother were amazed. Changqing also sighed. In this age of entertainment to death, acting, live streaming, etc. are more profitable than working in industry, not to mention animal husbandry and agriculture. Big name actors get paid hundreds of millions for a movie, and top live streaming hosts make hundreds of millions or even tens of millions in sales from a single show. This is not just scary, it's actually happening. But is there any way? No wonder young people are rushing to the live broadcast industry. Their dream is to become anchors and actors. Changqing sighed. He didn't have any requirements for his daughter. He just wanted her to grow up happily and complete her tasks smoothly. As for career, let her do whatever she likes, as long as it complies with the rules. I'm going to go play with Arya. After the child finished telling her story to her grandparents, she was going to tell it to her friends. She ran out like a lively little butterfly, and her braids, which had grown much longer, swung in arcs in the air, looking very chic. The world of children is really simple. Changqing continued to eat. This time, neighbor Yu Qingfeng suddenly ran over in a hurry. Brother Changqing, you're super famous. Your followers have exceeded 1 million. Going viral? Is it the video account? Changqing brought him a bench to sit on, then opened his phone and took a look. It's true, he originally had only more than 300,000 fans, but now he has 1.2 million. The private messages in the background are so dense that he can't even read them all. Moreover, the shopping links he posted have been sold out, and all the knitted products are out of stock. After reading a few of them casually, he understood Yali's love for life. Wow, this is the one who did Yali's styling. The blogger is really amazing. My heart goes to Yali. Yali's recommendation is absolutely right. Yanbao is so cute, and her princess look is so adorable. It turned out that Yali posted a short video in Weibo. Changqing searched her account and the first result was, the new drama has started filming. Thanks to Yan's dad for the styling. Our little actress Yan is so adorable. The short video at the end is filled with countless pictures, including her own makeup photos, Wei Yan's makeup photos, and a photo of the two of them, one big and one small. A message was also posted on Weibo at the same time. She has tens of millions of fans on short videos in Weibo. Chang Qing glanced at the comments and saw that they were all praising her for being beautiful and cute. No wonder she has such a strong traffic generating effect. Brother Chang Qing, you're amazing. You even braided hair and ended up on the set. And Yan Bao, they've both become little stars. Yu Qingfeng said enviously. He also makes short videos, which are common among young people nowadays. He even uploaded a lot of daily clips, but unfortunately, there is no selling point and they don't attract any traffic at all. Originally, when he saw that Chang Qing had run away with his wife and was taking care of the child and braiding the child's hair every day, he thought he had fallen. He didn't expect that he would cause such a big thing. Sure enough, brother Chang Qing is the brother. He couldn't help but give Chang Qing a thumbs up. Chapter 284, Internet Short Essay. 14, Chang Qing thought of another thing. With more traffic, the woven accessories would sell better, but his own production capacity was obviously insufficient. Why not organize the villagers to do the weaving? There are many young people staying at home in the village. Most of them are herding sheep and cattle and browsing their mobile phones all day long. If they are organized, perhaps their overall income can be increased. Thinking of this, he looked up at Yu Qingfeng. Hey Aman, are you interested in learning weaving? I can teach you. Really? Is it really possible? Yu Qingfeng stood up excitedly. He noticed that the things in Chang Qing's online store were not cheap, but they were all sold out. If he could make it work, earning several thousand a month would be no problem. Of course, there is no problem. Even Chang Qing felt that Yu Qingfeng alone was not enough, because there were so many people asking about the price and wanting to buy it. He didn't expect that a celebrity's recommendation could have such a big impact. No wonder people say traffic is king. Find a few more people who are interested in learning and bring them here. I'll teach them together. I think this business can be sustained for a long time, so I'm planning to set up a studio. He said to Yu Qingfeng. This is a great idea. I can start a business at home. Yu Feng didn't think about monopolizing the business, but rather felt that Chang Qing had a higher vision. This way, if things grew bigger and stronger, everyone would benefit. He ran out excitedly and came the next night with 5 or 6 young men and women. Everyone looked very excited. The original owner and Shinran became famous for their videos, and the young people around them were very envious. Many people also started making videos themselves, but none of them became popular. Later we learned that Chang Qing's wife had run away and his account was gone. Everyone thought he was stupid for just saying he wanted to give up an account with millions of followers. I didn't expect Chang Qing to become popular again for styling and braiding his daughter's hair, and now he has millions of fans. What was even more unexpected was that Chang Qing was actually willing to give them a ride. They all followed Chang Qing's account, so they naturally knew that those knitted items were not cheap, costing hundreds of dollars each, and were in short supply. Some people had bought them before and tried to disassemble them themselves, but there seemed to be some tricks involved that were difficult to learn by themselves. So when I heard that he was willing to teach, I rushed over immediately. Brother Qing, those weavings you made are really not simple. I've taken one apart and the internal structure is very complicated. Brother Qing, is this difficult to learn? I'm clumsy, please teach me more. I'm too lazy to open an online store myself, can I sell it here? Chang Qing answered their questions one by one and agreed to teach the same thing every week, asking everyone to take notes and practice on the spot. The reason why he chose young people is because they can learn quickly, and his things are relatively complicated, and he really doesn't have the patience to hand them over to the elderly. Weaving looks simple, but it's not easy to learn. You need to be patient. Once you learn, you can teach it to your family members. If you want to sell it yourself, you can. If you bring it to me, I will take 2 layers. This is the rule. He wants to help everyone, but he doesn't want to be a nanny who takes care of everything. Chang Qing did not take advantage of this wave of traffic to put the product on pre-sale because he did not want to be too tired. Anyway, life is good enough now and we are not short of money, so why work so hard? After teaching the youngster for an hour, Wei Yan also came back from playing outside. She was jumping up and down, obviously having a lot of fun on this outing. Wow, Yan Bao, little star. Can you take a picture with me? The young people all came over and surrounded the child. Since they were all villagers, Wei Yan was not afraid. She cooperated with them in making all kinds of funny expressions, which was quite comedic. Chang Qing didn't stop them. He knew that young people might post videos on Weibo or something, but what did it matter? Wei Yan is indeed a small internet celebrity now and has gained some fame online. Yan, come here. After the young people left, he called his daughter over. Shall we go to the city for first grade? He looked at the child's round grape eyes and asked cautiously if the child will be in the first grade after the summer vacation. Although the plot is now very different, Chang Qing still doesn't want her to encounter school bullying. Therefore, it is better to go to school in the city, where the teaching quality is better anyway. The child's eyes were still filled with excitement about playing. Suddenly, when she heard her father say that they were going to school in the city, the first thing she thought of was that she would be separated from her friends, and she subconsciously began to shake her head. But then she thought again and realized there were amusement parks and delicious McDonald's in the city, so she hesitated again. Don't worry, it's summer vacation, think about it first. Changqing said patiently during dinner in the evening. He mentioned this matter to Wei's father and mother, and surprisingly, they were very supportive. The quality of education in town is very limited now. Those who can afford it have sent their children to the city, so it's better to go to the city. Father Wei thought for a moment and said this. But children in the city need someone to take care of their food, clothing, housing and transportation. Mother Wei was a little worried. What's there to worry about? I see that my son takes care of his daughter very attentively, even more attentively than you, a grandmother. Just let him go. Father Wei waved his hand. If it were before, Wei's father might have been a little hesitant. Now, my son can make money by selling some knitting, and my granddaughter earns hundreds of thousands of dollars from acting. If I save a little, it will be no problem for her to finish high school. So, go for it. Next, it depends on the child's own wishes, but there is no need to persuade her. She went out for a walk the next day and came back happy to go to the city, because she asked her friends. 9 out of 10 of them were going to school in the city, and very few were going to town. Go to the city, go to the city. The child was hanging around her father while he was cooking, mumbling to himself. I know. Go find your friends and play with them for a while. Changqing almost cut his finger when she pulled his trouser leg. When human cubs become clingy, it can be really irritating. Fortunately, however, everything is moving in the right direction. Chapter 285, Internet Short Essay Back 15. On the other side, Shinran just finished the live broadcast and saw Li Wei standing there with a dark face. Shinran, what's wrong with you? Can't you just read the lines from the prompter? Li Wei's irritability is obvious. It's no wonder that Li Wei is upset. Ever since his last delivery order was cancelled, he hasn't received any more. But netizens are a species that is extremely easy to fall in love with other people. Internet celebrities need to maintain their popularity and show their faces frequently to maintain their traffic, so he arranged for Shinran to do daily live broadcasts, chat and interact with fans. As a result, Shinran was dry during the live broadcast and frequently made some venomous remarks. Even if lines were written for her, it was useless. Just answer netizens' questions. Can you please stop using those cheesy lines? Li Wei felt a little disappointed with his friend, and now that my personality has not been established, what I need most is a stable performance, rather than talking nonsense and losing popularity. But that's how I talk, isn't it? Shinran widened her eyes. She felt that Li Wei didn't understand her at all. Li Wei couldn't help but hold his forehead. Forget it. I'd better spend money to get him some training on sales talk. He only has a junior high school education and really needs some training, otherwise his good impression will be ruined sooner or later. Don't broadcast for now. I'll arrange for you to receive training first. Still need training. Shinran was a little unhappy, because she hated studying in class the most. However, seeing Li Wei's face as dark as the bottom of a pot, she swallowed and endured it. The two of them removed their equipment and ate their takeout without any appetite while checking their phones. Suddenly, Shinran cried out in surprise. Wei Ge, look! This is my daughter Yan Yan. She put the phone screen in front of Li Wei, and her face suddenly lit up with excitement. Li Wei was already feeling irritable. After getting the marriage certificate, he realized that Shinran was far from the good wife and mother he had imagined. Before, he felt that he had won and snatched someone else's wife, but now he felt that he had just accepted someone else's offer and still could not make money. Hearing her mention her daughter now made him inexplicably feel like there was something fishy going on in his head. She's not his daughter. He yanked her hand away unhappily, not interested. Don't delay my meal. However, Shinran didn't seem to feel his emotions and was still in high spirits. My daughter went to act in a movie. She's become a little star now. There's also a photo with Shiryali. Star? Shiryali. Hearing these words, Li Wei suddenly raised his head. Your daughter is acting in a movie with Shiryali? He grabbed the phone and looked at it carefully. That's right, it was indeed Shiryali. It was her Weibo, and the photo was indeed of Wei Yan, who was dressed very beautifully and looked like a little star, but he had seen Wei Yan before. A dirty, rustic little girl. Where did she get the resources to make a movie? Shinran didn't think about him that much. At this moment, she felt a sense of pride that my daughter has finally made it. That's right. Yan Yan is indeed starring in a movie, and it's director Wang's masterpiece. It will be released next summer. I have to go and see it. Li Wei glanced at her unhappily. This time, the good mother came. When she left, she didn't think of her daughter at all. Thinking of this, he suddenly began to doubt his decision to get married with Shinran. Alas, now that things have come to this, I have to move on even if I have to kneel. However, this is a big trend, and I wonder if it can be capitalized on. His eyes flashed, but there are risks in riding on this popularity. First, there was no mention of the daughter when the breakup was made public. Now that they are married, there is suddenly a daughter with the ex-boyfriend, which is a big shock to the fans. Second, there is no guarantee that Wei Changqing will reveal anything. So you better be careful. Summer vacation passed by in a flash. Changqing taught the young people 5 or 6 kinds of knitting. They all learned quickly, and the things they knitted looked pretty good. 4 of them were willing to let him sell them on their behalf, and 2 said they planned to sell them themselves. Changqing didn't care. He rented a house in the city early on, moved all his things there, and bought a lot of daily necessities. Don't worry about life skills at all. I have also found a school for my child, which took some effort, and I even had to ask a relative who was a leader for help to get it done, but fortunately, it went smoothly. When moving, Wei Yan felt reluctant but also excited. She took out all the small toys she usually hid and told her father to take them with her. A few days before school started, Chang Qing took his daughter to the city, ready to start his life as a single father raising a child without any assistance. The day before school started, he took his children for a walk in a nearby park. The city is much more lively, and the park is bustling with people. Chang Qing held the child's hand and walked slowly with her small steps. He didn't dare let go because if he let go the child would run around and might get lost. There were people walking their dogs in the park, but Wei Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, she stared at the dogs curiously. This time, a dog owner saw that the child was cute and said, "Little sister, the dog is very obedient. You can pet it. It won't bite you." The big golden-haired dog walked closer, shaking its head. Its round eyes looked curiously at the child who was not much taller than it. When the child stretched out his hand, the dog put its head forward. The scene was very harmonious. Snap, the dog's owner quickly took 2 photos and said, "The child is so cute." At this time, someone noticed the child's hairstyle and recognized him after a closer look. "Oh, isn't this Yen Bao from the short video?" She even filmed a movie and took a photo with Yali. Yali has some national popularity and many people have heard of her. At this time, some people opened Weibo to take a look. Wow, it's true, there is also a little star in the small park. All of a sudden, many people looked over, and some even asked for a photo. Some people even brought small notebooks and asked Wei Yan to sign them. Seeing that the child showed no resistance, Chang Qing even wrote the 2 big words Wei Yan crookedly on someone else's notebook. This child doesn't show any autistic tendencies. Because he was taking care of the child, Chang Qing himself became more popular. Some mothers and grandparents who were also taking care of children liked to talk to him, or ask him how he braided his hair. Some were envious of him because he had a daughter, and praised the child for being cute. After hearing so many people say this, Chang Qing also inexplicably felt that, well, my child is just very cute. In the open space of the park, people are selling candied haws, and many children are tempted by them and ask their families to buy them a string. When Wei Yan saw this, she pulled Chang Qing's finger and dragged him over there. "It's delicious. Dad will buy it." After a while, the father and son each held a string of candied haws. What Chang Qing didn't expect was that because his child had to register the next day, he actually had some insomnia and fell into a deep sleep late at night. As expected, being a father always worries a lot. Chapter 286, Internet Short Essay. Back. 16, School starts today. After a simple breakfast in the morning and tying the child's hair, the father and daughter went out. This time, the child showed a little nervousness and held his father's hand tightly. Yen, don't be afraid. It's just school. You dare to act scared of going to school?" Chang Qing's words did not comfort the child. She followed her father closely all the way without saying a word, but fortunately, the child did not cry, not even when the teacher held her hand and led her into the classroom. She even turned around and waved goodbye to her father. It seems that the experience of being an actor is quite beneficial. Chang Qing stood at the door with his hands in his pockets and watched for a while. Parents came to bring their children over one after another. The children cried and held their parents tightly, and a few parents also wiped their tears. Seeing a young mother next to him sobbing and her makeup smudged by tears, Chang Qing quickly quickened his pace and walked back. Is it that serious? It's just school. Why cry about it? We'll see each other after school. However, when he returned home and started to organize the footage he had shot in the morning, he made several mistakes due to absent-mindedness. After finally finishing editing the video, Chang Qing stretched lazily. It's time to pick up the kids. I looked at the time and it was just past 11 o'clock. It was still early because school didn't end until 3:30 in the afternoon. After finally making it to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chang Qing didn't wait any longer and went straight out to school. When he arrived at the school gate, he saw that he was not the first one to arrive, and there were already several parents waiting. A father wearing glasses and with a chubby belly saw Chang Qing and smiled awkwardly. "You're here to pick up the kids so early?" Chang Qing nodded. "Good morning to you too." Several parents gathered together and started chatting, which attracted the suspicious look of the security guard, who even came over and asked them what they were doing. "You do not say." Seeing a few adults whispering at the gate of a primary school, and it wasn't even school time yet, was most suspicious. Finally it was time to go home from school and the parents were all crowded at the door. Chang Qing couldn't help but laugh when he saw that the parents who had just said, "We're here now, there's no rush, it doesn't matter if we pick them up early or late, we're now crowded in the front." The primary school is different from the kindergarten in the town. The teachers do not lead the children out in a line. Instead, parents go into the school and take their children away from the classroom. As the door opened, Chang Qing was the first to rush in, his speed comparable to a 100-meter race. Chang Qing was relieved to receive the child safely, and the father and daughter walked hand in hand on the road. The sun was still quite strong at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chang Qing put his straw hat on the child's head and watched her walking with her head shaking. A smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. The human cubs are troublesome, but also very cute. The child's first day of primary school life went smoothly, and the child's father gradually adapted to this kind of life. Chang Qing still makes videos every week and sells her finished knitting works online. I have to say that it is much more convenient to run an online store in the city. Just make a phone call and the courier will come to pick up the goods, which saves him a lot of time. That day, I had just delivered a batch of goods when I received a call from the school. Hello, is this Wei Yan's parent? Wei Yan got into a fight at school. Please come and deal with it. Chang Qing was startled instantly. Could it be that his daughter was bullied? I'll be there right away. He packed up quickly and arrived at school in less than 10 minutes. So, who bullied my daughter? Chang Qing's first sentence gave the teacher a headache. Come on, another parent who protects his child. It's like this. The teacher considered her tone and said softly, a child snatched another child's apple, and Wei Yan helped to get it back, so there was a little friction. The lunch for the primary school is purchased in bulk, but the fruits given out are random. It is possible that the children did not want to exchange them and took advantage of the situation. So, she wasn't beaten? Chang Qing frowned. No, the child hit another child on the head with a banana, but it's okay. We've already reprimanded her. I hope the parents will educate their children when they get home and not be so violent. Chang Qing felt unhappy when he heard this. His daughter was clearly bravely helping her friends, so how could she have any violent tendencies? Teacher, I think you're wrong. The child who snatched the apple is the one who deserves more criticism. He's the one who started the problem. Strictly speaking, my child was actually acting bravely. His aura became sharper and he seemed difficult to deal with. I criticized the child, but it's not right for a child to hit others. Okay, I got it. Chang Qing stood up. He was a little impatient with the teacher's attempt to smooth things over and give everyone 20 lashes, but he couldn't get any results from talking to the teacher, so he was too lazy to argue with them. On the way home with the child, he asked the child carefully about the fight. He felt relieved when he learned that the child was not harmed. Yan, it's good to help your friends. However, hitting others will only bring you into greater trouble, so it's better to tell the teacher. Having said that, after returning home, Chang Qing still took the child aside and taught her some fighting skills. Look, if you hit someone here with your elbow, it won't hurt, but it hurts. If you hit them, they'll cry. He pointed to the human meridian diagram and explained it to the children. The child looked at her father curiously, as if to say, didn't you just say not to fight and to tell the teacher? I'm afraid you'll suffer. The old father worked hard, no loss. The child repeated her father's words. Ever since discovering that Wei Yan's father was a bit of a troublemaker, the school teachers have paid special attention to Wei Yan's situation, but fortunately, she has not shown any violent tendencies and has even made several friends. The kid she hit last time targeted her several times, but he didn't do anything violent or cause any serious trouble, so the teacher just turned a blind eye. Chang Qing had already learned from the system that the child was the one who bullied Wei Yan in the original plot. However, in her previous life, Wei Yan was autistic and had few friends in the class. Now she is cheerful and loyal, and has many friends, so no trouble was caused. In the storyline, this kid goes to school in town? Why did he end up in the city? Is it the inertia of the plot? But he was still very careful and specifically checked the child's parent information. Lu Haitao's family makes some money from fruit wholesale in town, but his parents don't have much time to take care of him, so he's a bit naughty. Naughty kids are the most annoying, especially when there are naughty children with naughty parents behind them. It is even more annoying. Chang Qing feels it is necessary to teach the naughty kids and their parents a lesson. Chapter 287, Internet Short Essay. 17. Sure enough, half a month later, he received another call from the teacher. Wei Yan's father, Lu Song, and your daughter have had another conflict. Please come to the school to deal with it. Chang Qing rushed to the teacher's office again and saw both children sitting there crying. There was also a crushed crystal butterfly headdress on the table. Seeing Chang Qing, Wei Yan sniffed hard, walked to his side and sobbed. It's like this, Wei Yan's father. Lu Song was trying to make things difficult for Wei Yan. He grabbed the butterfly on her head, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it. Then Wei Yan elbowed him. At this point, the teacher smiled a little embarrassedly. It's normal for children to have some minor conflicts. As a parent, you can't argue with children, right? I've criticized both sides. Lu Song's parents are almost here. I don't think it's a big deal. Let's discuss it. Why not let the children apologize to each other and turn enemies into friends? Turn enemies into friends? Chang Qing smiled. Teacher, if I remember correctly, this kid made a scene once for snatching an apple from a classmate. I think the fact that he gets into trouble every day may have something to do with the way you, as a teacher, handle things. There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the school. If we want to judge a case, we have to present all the evidence to determine who is right and who is wrong. The teacher's expression froze. This little thing, the teacher, who thought he had some experience in dealing with conflicts, looked at Chang Qing disapprovingly. She just wanted to smooth things over. With all the self-righteousness of an adult, Chang Qing naturally knew what she was thinking. It was nothing more than giving both of them 50 lashes, and then asking the more talkative party to forgive her. She insisted on making the two people who were at odds with each other live in peace, as if such peace was a precious friendship. She was still trying to reason with him, saying that Wei Yan was well-behaved and sensible, and shouldn't bother with someone like Lu Song who was willful and arguing with others. Teacher. A layer of frost covered Chang Qing's face. You don't need to explain these things to me. Just because I came to the school to handle things, you can't expect me to understand. Should sensible and reasonable children give in to ignorant and unreasonable children? I don't think so. The teacher was stunned, but he still tried to persuade her earnestly. Wei Yan's father, you're still young. Don't take things too lightly. Conflicts between children aren't serious. Shaking hands and making peace is the best for everyone. I'm doing this for the good of the child. There are always some self-righteous idiots who disgust others under the guise of doing good for others. Shangqing slammed the table and started cursing, then he beat Yaoling on the spot and called the police, saying that there was a problem with the children fighting at school and the police needed to handle it. The teacher couldn't stop it at all. Teacher Wang, you should quickly inform the school leaders. This matter is not something you can handle. After calling the police, Shangqing's face was still frosty and he was obviously still angry. Wei Yan's father, you are still too impulsive. The teacher shook his head, called Lu Song's parents, and notified the school leaders. Before the school leader arrived, the office door was suddenly pushed open and a slightly plump woman rushed in. What's the matter, Aunt? Why did you have to call me over? Can't you just handle the child's affairs? When Shangqing heard this, he thought, oh no, this teacher is related to the Lu family, no wonder he is protecting them in words and deeds. The teacher was also embarrassed by the woman's words. Looking at Shangqing's understanding expression, he repeated the situation again with some embarrassment. After learning that Shangqing had called the police, the woman's expression changed and she pointed at Shangqing. Hey parent! Isn't it normal for children to quarrel with each other? You're calling the police? Are you crazy? Seeing the shrew's behavior, Shangqing knew where the naughty boy's temper came from. Parents are so unreasonable, no wonder their children are so arrogant. Your son deliberately stepped on a classmate's hairpin and broke it. This is already damaging someone else's finances, so of course the police need to handle it. Shangqing pointed at the butterfly hairpin on the table and sneered. Lu Song hadn't cried since his mother came. When Shangqing mentioned the hairpin again, he became even more angry. He stood up suddenly and swept the hairpin that had been stepped on and broken on the table to the ground again. I'll just step on it, okay? I'll just step on it. He looks like a lawless little bully. The woman was obviously shocked by her son's action and quickly reached out to pull her son. Song, but the naughty kid seemed to be stubborn and continued to struggle, kicking and stomping around with his feet. This time, the principal came, followed by two policemen. What's going on? The principal, who was in his 50s, looked quite authoritative. With just a glance, even the naughty child didn't dare to make a fuss and stood obediently beside his mother. The teacher came forward and repeated the story. After hearing this, everyone was a little confused. Comrade police officer, this is just a conflict between children. This parent acted impulsively and called the police. Our school will handle it. The principal glanced at Shangqing with some dissatisfaction, then smiled apologetically at the police. However, since the police had called in, they naturally had to follow the procedures. They ignored the principal and looked at Shangqing instead. You, the parent, have reported property damage to the police. How much is the value of the damage? Shangqing pointed at the hairpin on the ground that had been stepped on so badly that it was unrecognizable, and his voice was extremely calm. This is the limited edition Kamal rhinestone butterfly hairpin I bought for my child last month. The original price was 120,000 yuan. Here is the invoice and the purchase record. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small stack of paper materials, which he thought was the proof of value. He mentioned 120,000. Are you trying to rob me? Before the police could say anything, Lu Song's mother screamed. She expected to get at most a few hundred yuan in compensation through mediation, but 120,000 yuan was completely beyond her understanding. The teacher and the principal were speechless at this moment. If this is really the value, then it is not something that the school can solve, especially the principal. His face was still burning, and he looked at Shangqing twice more subconsciously. I didn't expect that this parent is rich. Lu Song was also stunned at this moment. He was already 6 years old and had an idea of money. He was so scared that his face turned pale and he couldn't help but hide behind his mother again. His mother had no time to care about her son's emotions at the moment. She stared at the thin piece of paper in the policeman's hand and kept thinking in her heart. It's fake, they must be trying to extort money. However, the result was not as she expected. After a careful inspection, the two policemen confirmed that it was the real thing. It's true, but the police looked at Shangqing suspiciously. This parent didn't look like a wealthy person, yet he actually bought such expensive hair accessories for his child. This is easy to explain. Shangqing took out his cell phone and opened Weibo. I bought this hair accessory because my child acted in a movie this summer and she particularly liked the hair accessory in the costume. Plus, she earned her own money, so I bought it on impulse. I didn't expect. Several heads came over to take a look. Wow. He's really a little actor. That's easy to understand. Actors make so much money these days, they really don't need a headdress like this. You could say this butterfly hairpin carries the child's dream, which is why I'm so worried. Oh, and the teacher just mentioned there are surveillance cameras in the hallway. The police can check the original footage and see that this bratty kid is bullying people for no reason. Checking surveillance footage is a basic operation. Since it exists, it must be checked and copies must be taken away as evidence. The principal brought people to the monitoring room and switched to the footage. The process was very simple and clear. Wei Yan was walking hand in hand with another little girl. Lu Song suddenly rushed out from the corner, pulled off the hair accessory on Wei Yan's head, threw it to the ground and stepped on it a few times. Then he was hit by an elbow and squatted down. Then someone called the teacher and the children were called to the office. Look, look. His girl hits people. My son must be hurt, that's why he's so angry. Lu Song's mother suddenly started shouting as if she had caught something. Comrade police officer, you must stand up for us. This girl is a little devil. The police officer's expression was indescribable. Parent, if you believe your child is injured, you can go to a designated hospital for a medical examination and then request compensation. However, this has nothing to do with your child provoking and destroying someone else's finances. You still have to pay the compensation you owe. We must examine the injury. Lu Song's mother yelled with red eyes. She didn't want to pay 120,000 yuan in compensation, which was the family's income for most of the year. At this time, she hoped that her son would be diagnosed with something serious, which would offset the compensation and even some medical expenses. I think it would be a good idea to ask the police officer to accompany us to the hospital. The kid pulled my daughter's hair and I'm worried he might be injured. It's a good opportunity to get a checkup. Changqing's words almost pissed your fat woman off to death. Go, go, go. The group went to the hospital and spent several hours there. The result, of course, was that neither side was injured, not even a bruise. Lu Song's parents, Lu Song intentionally destroyed a classmate's finances at school. The evidence is irrefutable. You must compensate for whatever you have been told. Your guardianship responsibilities must be fulfilled, even if legal proceedings are initiated. You should compensate and reach a settlement as soon as possible. Finally, the police said this to Lu Song's mother. But a hairpin is so expensive. The fat woman was no longer confident at this moment, so she turned around and slapped her son on the head. You little bastard, you're causing trouble everywhere. Why don't you apologize to your classmates and ask for forgiveness? Changqing sneered. Does an apology mean there's no need for compensation? That's wishful thinking. He watched the naughty child walk up to Wei Yan hesitantly and say sorry. When his daughter looked at him, he spoke. It's the child's business to apologize, and the guardian must also pay compensation. If they can't do so within 3 days, I will sue directly and ask the court to enforce the order. We are just waiting to recover the funds. How can we not pay compensation? After saying this, he picked up his daughter and left, leaving behind Lu Song's mother, whose face was pale, and the somewhat stunned child. On the way back, the child curled up in her father's arms and hugged his neck tightly. Yan, you did nothing wrong. Dad will help you punish the bad guys and make them pay. Changqing said. Pay me money. The child sniffed. Well, Dad will take you to McDonald's. Chapter 288, Internet Short Essay. 18. The next day, Lu Song took a leave of absence and did not go to school. Changqing sent his children to school as usual as if nothing had happened. At the same time, he contacted a lawyer to prepare for a lawsuit. He doesn't think compensation would be that easy. In the original plot, Lu Haitao's family are all calculative people, and refusing to pay debts is a common practice, but what he didn't expect was that the Lu family actually made this matter public online. The whole family appeared in a video in which they cried and complained that Wei Yan bullied their son, and emphasized that Wei Yan was a child actor in a movie. The Wei family is bullying us by taking advantage of their power. How can we ordinary people stand up to them? My son accidentally knocked off her hairpin, and they're blackmailing us for 120,000 yuan. What's 120,000 yuan to a young actor? For an ordinary family like us, that's a year's livelihood. They're trying to drive us crazy. Lu Song's mother, who has a thick waist and big arms, wiped her tears and cried in front of the camera. The chubby child hugged his mother's hand and cried, and a skinny man with red eyes sat beside him to comfort him. Mom, if we can't afford to offend them, can't we just hide away? We can just sell the house and pay them back, and then move to the countryside. Can they still come knocking on our door? Changqing was out shopping in the morning. He only found out about what had happened when he returned home at noon and saw Wei's parents sitting in the house. You brat! Your daughter has been in such a serious situation, and you still let her go to school? As soon as Wei's father saw him come in, he started to scold him. He was worried that his granddaughter would be retaliated against at school, so he and Wei's mother came to the city early in the morning after hearing about it. Mom and Dad, I'm watching, it's okay. We are now living in a society ruled by law, and everything can be resolved through legal means. Changqing calmly put the things down and said, let's go pick up the child together later. She will definitely be very happy. Don't change the subject. Tell me what's going on. Mother Wei's expression did not ease at all. Changqing sat down and recounted the whole story in detail, emphasizing that the police had confirmed the responsibility and that he had contacted a lawyer and was ready to sue. Hearing that their son did things in an orderly manner, Wei's father and mother's expressions finally eased. Will the video posted online have an impact on the children? Mother Wei asked with some concern. Fine. Chongqing waved his hand nonchalantly. First grade children don't play with mobile phones. The children's world is not as complicated as that of adults, so Chongqing is not too worried about public opinion in the class. As for the Liu family's farce on the internet, he didn't take it seriously at all. Who knew who came up with this idea, thinking he was afraid of online public opinion? Wei Yan only occasionally appeared in movies, and even if she wanted to continue working in that field, that would be after she grew up. These public opinions have no effect on her at all. Moreover, such an obvious lie would be self-defeating once the prosecution results came out, and by then the public backlash against the Liu family would probably be even more serious, just digging your own grave. Do they really think the internet is a lawless place? Chongqing even contacted a lawyer to file a lawsuit, adding another charge, defamation. After some explanation, Wei's father and mother were relieved. At lunchtime, I received another call from Shinran. Wei Chongqing, how do you raise your daughter? You didn't even care when she bullied a classmate? It was even spread online. And why are you blackmailing her? It's so shameful. She called from a new cell phone, and as soon as Chongqing answered the phone, she started to criticize him. Chongqing became annoyed when he heard her voice and immediately retorted. Are you sick? Shinran. Do you understand the situation? Have you ever cared about your daughter? Why are you here blaming others? Just focus on your half-dead internet celebrity career and stop worrying about that. After saying that, he hung up the phone and blocked the number. He heard from the system that Li Wei spent a lot of money to send Shinran to participate in internet celebrity training, but she was absent-minded and boasted to her classmates every day that her daughter was a star and had filmed some movies. This is somewhat different from the original plot. In the original plot, Shinran also participated in the training, but at that time she established the strong personality of a victim, and her online fans increased greatly. In order to maintain her personality, she had to force herself to learn, so she learned to write now. Chongqing shook his head. That's it. Chapter 289, Internet Short Essay. 19. On the other hand, Liu Haitao and his family have not gone out for the past 2 days and have been keeping an eye on the developments on the internet. Nephew, do you think this will really work? Liu Haitao sat on the sofa, watching a young man with dyed yellow hair constantly swiping his phone. Of course it works. Look, the number of followers on the account has increased by tens of thousands now. The yellow-haired young man turned the phone over and handed it to him. He was so happy. He had been playing short videos for so long and uploaded hundreds of videos, but he only had a few thousand fans. He didn't expect that his uncle's newly registered account exposing the children's conflicts would gain him more than 30,000 fans. Since his uncle and his family didn't know how to use the internet, he felt he could help act as an agent and make a lot of money together. Liu Haitao and his wife came over to take a look and saw that the number of fans had indeed increased, but what does this have to do with their compensation? Nephew, no, just because the number of fans has increased, does that mean the Wei family doesn't need to pay compensation? He said he wanted to sue. Liu Haitao frowned and wrinkled his thin face. He didn't want to pay compensation, but he was also afraid of being sued and going to jail, so he talked about this in the family group. Unexpectedly, his eldest nephew said he had a solution and helped him come up with this idea. The whole family memorized the lines and recorded the video as required, but he always felt uneasy. Is it possible that the internet can interfere with the judiciary? The yellow-haired young man didn't care at all. My uncle, it's only 120,000 yuan. What's there to be afraid of if you sue me? Do you know how much you can earn from a live broadcast with so many fans? Up to tens of millions. Wow. Tens of millions, the whole family is very excited. Not to mention earning that much, even if they make a few million, they won't worry about the compensation. Really, can you really make that much money? Lu Song's mother widened her eyes in disbelief. Of course, fans are king now. The yellow-haired young man also dug up a news report about a top anchor's live broadcast. Look, this anchor sells cosmetics and can make tens of millions per show. A few heads gathered together to take a look, and they realized it was true. It was reported on the news, so it had to be true. So when do we start bringing the goods? Liu Haitao became excited and wanted to make money quickly, which was much better than doing wholesale business. Well, it's still early. We're still in the stage of accumulating fans. We need to have hundreds of thousands or even millions of fans before we can get orders to promote our products. The yellow-haired young man's eyes were full of ambition, as if he would become the new top live streaming host in the next moment, earning hundreds of millions of dollars a day. After hearing his words, the Liu family members felt relieved. Fans are money. It's only been a short time since I posted a video, and it's already increased by 30,000. What if I post a few more? It will definitely increase to hundreds of thousands or even millions. By then, a lot of money will come to you. Unfortunately, before they could finish shooting the new video, they received a court summons. What should we do? My nephew has even sued us for defamation. Liu Haitao panicked. The previous incidents could be attributed to the children's ignorance and conflicts between children, but this slander involves adults. Will I go to jail? However, the yellow-haired young man's words gave him peace of mind. Don't worry, this kind of thing happens so often that the court won't intervene. There are online fights like this every year. The most you'll have to pay for the card is the money. We can just ride on this popularity and do 2 live broadcasts to attract more fans. He also found some news about online quarrels in previous years and showed them to the Liu family. Oh, these things have caused such a big stir. Some people even said they would sue, but in the end, nothing happened. On the contrary, both sides gained a lot of fans and made money from selling products. The news is well organized and looks credible at first glance. No problem. Let's start the live broadcast. So the Liu family started another live broadcast, posted the court summons during the live broadcast, and started crying again. What's more, there were actually some netizens who gave them rewards. After a live broadcast, the yellow-haired young man calculated the reward income for them. Over 6,000. Over an hour. How's that? I'm not kidding you, isn't this much better than running a business? You don't know until you calculate it, and you'll be shocked when you do. This is much better than doing business, and you don't have to be tired. You just have to act in front of the screen. That's great. The whole family feels more hopeful about life now. There are more and more discussions about this matter on the internet. Originally, Wei Yan had become a little famous because of Shiryali's Weibo, and the campus conflict was also a hot topic, so quite a few people paid attention to it. Is there still law? Is there still law? Can you do whatever you want if you have money? Bully your classmates and blackmail them? Even sue them? Ha, the Liu family doesn't look like good people. That child must be over 100 pounds, right? How could they be bullied by our Yenbao? Who would believe that? It will definitely turn around. The guy above died early in the morning. How can you tell whether a person is good or bad by fortune-telling? What's the point of having laws then? Didn't we file a lawsuit? We'll know the verdict. All this arguing is going to lead to no conclusion. Some netizens supported the so-called weak Liu family and denounced the rich Wei family, while fans under the Changqing account supported Wei Yan, and the argument was evenly matched. The result is that the number of followers of the yellow-haired young man's account is increasing, even exceeding 100,000. Before the trial, they organized several live broadcasts and earned tens of thousands of yuan, but they had never seen any so-called sales orders this day. The court hearing finally arrived. The Liu family members were a little nervous at first, but they felt relieved after being comforted by Huang Mao. But it's just a matter of losing money. Just do a few more live broadcasts and that's enough. They anticipated the outcome but were not too worried and even turned on a live broadcast outside the court. My fellow soldiers, we have a clear conscience and believe that the law will give us a satisfactory explanation. Mother Liu's face was trembling with fat as she spoke the line she had memorized long ago. The yellow-haired young man had already thought about it. He was confident at the beginning, and when the result came out, he continued to pretend to be miserable, saying that the law was unfair and that the other party was rich and powerful. He could also gain sympathy and maybe even gain some fans. In court, the whole family acted indifferent. Is it just a conflict between children? At most, they will have to pay compensation. Internet defamation? Doesn't this happen every year? Can it be punished? But the reality was completely different from what they imagined. The evidence was sufficient, the facts were clear, and even the defendant had no strong rebuttal, so the court quickly announced the verdict. The intentional damage to another person's finances is serious, and the guardian is ordered to pay compensation. The account owner is sentenced to 2 years in prison for spreading false information online and damaging their reputation, and the facts must be clarified and their reputation restored. No, we agreed on the maximum compensation. The account was registered under Liu Haitao's identity. Is he going to go to jail? The moment the verdict came out, he felt as if his head was hit by a hammer, and his eyes were red as he stared at the yellow-haired young man. You're trying to hurt me, aren't you? He soon seemed to confirm this and roared loudly. It was him. It was his idea. I didn't mean to post the video. You should arrest him. The yellow-haired young man was so frightened that his calves trembled and he sat down dejectedly. He was extremely grateful at this moment that he had been more careful and did not directly use his own account to disclose the information. Catch him, he should be arrested, I am innocent. Liu Haitao screamed at the top of his lungs, and his wife suddenly realized what was going on. She rushed forward and started punching and kicking the yellow-haired young man, crying and shouting. You have no conscience. Why did you harm your uncle? And you still talk about making a lot of money. He's already in jail. It took the bailiffs to pull her away. Changqing was dressed casually today. As the crowd dispersed, he walked forward leisurely. Alas, we're all relatives, why bother fussing? Besides, the account is yours, and you're the ones appearing on camera, so how can you blame others? The yellow-haired young man didn't expect Changqing to speak up for him, and immediately gave him a grateful look. However, Changqing's next words made him feel like he was sinking into an ice cellar. He clearly heard him say, but if you have evidence, you can sue him and maybe even get some compensation. After saying this lightly, Changqing turned and left without paying any attention to the people behind him. Chapter 290, Internet Short Essay Back 20. This time, the Liu family did not cause any more trouble, and Changqing received compensation soon. An apology video was also posted on the video account that was originally used for Crying Out Loud. In the video, the woman cried and apologized with her son, and also put the blame on her yellow-haired nephew, saying that she did it because she listened to him and thought she could make a lot of money by increasing her followers. Chang Qing, who had been silent online for a long time, finally made a clarification. A school surveillance excerpt of less than a minute was enough to explain all the problems. The internet trend changed immediately. Many netizens rushed to the Liu family account to curse, and some even found out the yellow-haired young man's account. The comments under the video were appalling. The yellow-haired young man did realize his wish of gaining followers, but this time all the fans he gained were black fans. Netizens are not stupid. The Liu couple look old and don't seem to be proficient in the internet. The yellow-haired young man has appeared in live broadcasts before, and now he is being accused by a woman, so there is no doubt about it. Little Huangmao is so mean. He has no bottom line for traffic, making up stories online and wasting everyone's sympathy. The Liu family was fooled by him. They should have just paid the compensation honestly, but ended up going to jail. This is where Huang Mao should go to jail. Some people at the official account, saying that this incident was led by Huang Mao and he should be sentenced. Huang Mao was so scared that he couldn't sleep well for several days and directly cancelled his account. Chang Qing naturally also paid attention to the news on the internet. When he saw someone saying that the Liu family was harmed by Huang Mao, he sneered in his heart that the Liu family was led by Huang Mao, but they are by no means innocent. They actively cooperated and were ecstatic, dreaming of making a lot of money. In other words, I was prepared and responded in time, otherwise the outcome would be unknown. Because of this incident, his video account gained another wave of attention, and the number of fans rose again to more than 6 million, which is countless times more than Shinran's previous account with more than 1 million fans. This is also a pleasant surprise. Dad. Wei Yan saw her father coming to pick her up and stood up and shouted. Within a few months, the child seemed to have grown a lot and no longer rushed into his father's arms when he saw him. Chang Qing was very accustomed to the changes in the child. When he saw her coming over, he just said something in a very cold tone. Go home. Picking up the school bag on her back, two figures, one big and one small, walked out of the school. Since the lawsuit, Lu Song transferred to another school. Chang Qing did not transfer her child to another class, nor did she hear the child say that the class teacher had any behavior against her. She picked up and dropped off her child at school as usual every day. Life became dull again. As he gained more fans online, he expanded his sales links. In addition to knitting, he also added some local specialties, including beef jerky, raisins and other items. Because of its large fan base, it sells quite well. Dad, tomorrow is the weekend, let's go back to our hometown to visit Grandpa and Grandma. As they walked, Wei Yan suddenly said, Isn't it fun in the city? Chang Qing asked. It's fun in the city, but there are always so many people recognizing me, it's so annoying. The child frowned, looking troubled. This can be considered a negative effect of being a little famous. Now when she takes her children to the park, there are always some young people who recognize Wei Yan, and some will invite her to take photos with them. She was very excited at first, but she got annoyed with it over time. So, I would rather go back to the village on weekends. This kid doesn't have a star addiction. Time passed smoothly and summer vacation soon arrived. The summer vacation for elementary schools started especially early, so Chang Qing took the children back to his hometown directly. There's no way, my grandparents keep urging me to come back, saying they miss their granddaughter. I still do the same things at home, there is no difference. He used to come back every week and everything is very familiar to me. There is just one thing, the movie in which Wei Yan starred was released that day. Chang Qing brought his family to the city and bought tickets for the first movie show. Today we're going to watch a movie starring my Yan Yan. You can eat and drink whatever you want. Feel free to order. The old father felt proud and patted his chest to express his generosity to the child's grandparents. In the end, the grandparents, who were used to saving, only ordered a box of popcorn. However, Wei Yan herself ordered a box of popcorn, a box of shrimp crackers, a box of potato chips, and a cup of milk tea. Can you eat that much? Chang Qing couldn't help but ask, but he got slapped by his father. You can't take anything you can't finish. Today is the child's happy day. Don't make him unhappy. What else could Chang Qing say? He just had to pay the money. The child appeared for less than 2 minutes in the 90-minute movie, but the whole family still watched it with great interest, especially Wei Yan. If her father hadn't stopped her, she would have jumped up excitedly. Chapter 291, Internet Short Essay. 21. On the other side, Shinran and Li Wei also went to see this movie. The results of her internet celebrity training were unsatisfactory. She did several live broadcasts and posted more than a dozen videos in the past few months, but her traffic decreased instead of increased. This made Li Wei very anxious. After learning that the movie starring Wei Yan was released, he paid more attention to it than Shinran and bought tickets as soon as possible. After seeing Wei Yan's spiritual performance, his eyes lit up. On the way back, he asked Shinran to contact her daughter more often. After all, you are Yin Yan's mother. It's only natural for you to keep in touch with your child. Blood ties can't be severed just like that. These words touched Shinran's heart, and her eyes lit up immediately. Wei Ge, you are so nice. Shinran was so happy that she almost jumped up. After knowing that her daughter was acting in a movie, she felt her maternal instinct was aroused and she missed her daughter more and more. However, Li Wei did not seem to be happy for her to mention her daughter at first, so she kept it in her heart. It was rare to see him change his attitude, so how could she not be happy? Li Wei looked at the excited woman and reached out to touch her head. Yan Yan is so cute, no one would dislike her. If possible, bring her to High City to play during the summer vacation. Li Wei carefully considered his tone and slowly expressed his thoughts. If Wei Yan came to High City, he could arrange for the mother and daughter to do a live broadcast together, and it would be likely to become a big hit by riding on the popularity of the movie. Bring your daughter to High City. Shinran has no confidence. Wei Changqing's attitude towards her was very clear. He blocked every call she made. By now, Shinran was 100% sure that Changqing had no attachment to her at all. She was even a little afraid of him after seeing how he dealt with the Lu family. Wei Changqing is not someone you can easily mess with these days. He has millions of followers on his online account, and if things really get heated, he'll be abused in no time. So I have to start with my daughter. So, on a sunny afternoon, Wei Yan received a call from her mother. Since she started elementary school, Changqing has equipped her with a phone watch. Shinran contacted the elementary school teacher and learned her daughter's phone number through the teacher. Hey. Dad. I'm playing with Arya and the others. I'll be home soon. Shinran first thought that it was her father calling her home for dinner, so she answered the phone and hung up quickly because her father became very nagging and threatened to lecture her if she didn't go home. Shinran didn't expect that. Her daughter hung up the phone right after she finished speaking, without giving her a chance to speak, so she quickly called again. Yan Yan, I am your mother. The noisy voice on the other end of the phone quieted down, and after a long while, a tentative voice came. Mother? Hey, Yan Yan, I'm your mother. The child on the other end suddenly started crying. Don't you want me to be with Dad? Shinran was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to react. What else could she say? She said she only wanted her and not her father? That wasn't right either. She wasn't sure she could live with the child. I'm just working outside. How could I not want Yan Yan? In the end, Shinran decided to lie. She thought this would be enough to fool a child, but she didn't expect the child to react so strongly. You're lying. You're married to someone else, so you definitely don't want us anymore. You don't want me, and I don't want you either. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Shinran's face turned grim as she listened to the beeping sound coming from the microphone. Wei Changqing. What have you taught your child? Can't adults solve their own problems? Shinran only felt a fire rising in her heart. That was her daughter, born after 10 months of pregnancy, and her blood relative. At this moment, she completely forgot the scene of herself leaving without caring about her daughter's pursuit of freedom. She angrily dialed Changqing's number, and when she heard the mechanical voice, she remembered that she had been blocked a long time ago. Scumbag. Bastard. She smashed her phone in anger. What's wrong? Did the child make you angry? Li Wei was editing a video in the room. When he heard the noise, he stuck his head out and asked. By Agrek, Shinran suddenly felt a surge of grievance in her heart. Wei Changqing, he has corrupted the child. Li Wei's heart skipped a beat. Is it because it's not going well to start with the children? This child is a treasure. He just read some movie reviews online. Many people thought that the little princess he played was cute and smart. Even Wei Changqing's account gained more than 1 million followers. This is just the beginning. How about you try contacting me tomorrow? Shinran nodded silently, but for the next 2 days, I couldn't get through to my child on the phone. I was blocked again. Shinran was so angry that she dragged Changqing out again and scolded him harshly. That night, Wei Yan went home and told her father that her mother had called, and Changqing immediately became alert. How could Shinran call the child without Li Wei's consent? And Changqing knows best what kind of person Li Wei is. There is no such thing as no gain without pain. This is because the children's movie is popular. So what kind of monster do you want to do? Ignore her. Changqing took the phone watch and set it to blacklist. In the next 2 days, he often heard the system reporting that Shinran was scolding him. Host, Shinran curses you to never marry and to be lonely for the rest of your life. Ha, I didn't intend to look for one anyway. Besides, I have a daughter, so I'm not lonely. She even called you a scumbag and said you deserved to be impotent. Tisk. Changqing sneered. This woman has a really poisonous mouth. But it doesn't matter. I'm not going to get married, and my daughter is already this old. That proves it. System, it feels like my host has become a daughter slave, and he talks about his daughter every other sentence. Chapter 292, Internet Short Essay. 22. After Shinran couldn't get through to her child on the phone, she called her parents and said she would be back in a few days. After all, she was their own daughter. After scolding her, Wang's father and mother still asked her to bring Li Wei back for the old people to see. 5 days later, a car stopped in front of Wang's house. The two of them walked into the house with smiles on their faces, and were greeted by a cup of tea from the king's father. Unfilial daughter. You abandoned your own daughter? How dare you come back? And Li Wei. Destroying other people's families is a crime that will be punished by heaven. Aren't you afraid of encountering ghosts when walking on the street at night? The king's father started scolding him. Dad. Didn't you agree for us to come back? And you asked me to bring Li Wei to you? Shinran widened her eyes in disbelief. Didn't her dad already scold her over the phone? Why did he scold her again after coming home? Ha! Would you come back if I didn't tell you so? The king's father snorted coldly and turned his head away, not wanting to look at them. Li Wei stood behind Shinran somewhat awkwardly. He had not expected this kind of scene, and he couldn't help feeling unhappy. He did take Shinran away, but he also took responsibility and they even got a marriage certificate. A decent son-in-law comes to your house and yet you have this attitude. If he hadn't considered the purpose of his visit, he would have wanted to turn around and leave. Seeing that her father was very stubborn, Shinran turned to look at her mother. Mom! I finally got back. I haven't had a proper meal all day. Seeing her like this, the queen mother sighed. Please sit down first. I'll go make you some noodles. Huh, they make a lot of money, and they're happy to eat the noodles you cook? The king's father couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark, but the queen's mother glared at him fiercely, and he finally shut up in disappointment. Dad! I don't like Wei Changqing at all. We have nothing in common. We were unhappy together, so we broke up. After sitting down, Shinran began to explain. You said I abandoned my daughter, but that's really unfair to me. I make money for my child, and I will definitely give her child support. I came back to give her money, and I even brought a lot of things for her in the car. Hearing him say this, Wang's father's expression relaxed. Changqing is very good at taking care of children. The children are very attached to him. Don't argue with him when you go there. Oh, I'm here to see the kids, why are you arguing with him? Shinran frowned uncomfortably. She really wanted to have a fight with Wei Changqing. Why did he teach her daughter to disown her mother? Wang's father asked Li Wei some more questions, and seeing that he answered honestly, he didn't say anything more. What else can I do? They have already obtained the marriage certificate. Are they still being forced to divorce? The king's father sighed secretly. His children are all debts. The next day, Shinran and Li Wei came to Wei's house with bags of different sizes. Li Wei even started filming along the way. Dad, Uncle Wei, I'm here to see Yen Yen. When Shinran saw Wei's father, she subconsciously called out Dad, but saw that his face instantly darkened. Get out. Get out of my house. You are not welcome in the Wei family. Father Wei slammed the bowl in his hand, making a clanging sound that scared the two of them. She even dared to bring a strange man to the house. This is simply a disgrace to the Wei family. Of course, Wei's parents were not in a good mood. No, I'm the child's biological mother. What's wrong with me taking care of the child? You have no right to stop me. Shinran defended herself, raised her head and shouted again. Yen Yen, Mama's back to see you. No response. Here, Wei's mother has already picked up the broom. Get out of here. A broom swept over, raising a cloud of dust. How could you be so rude? Before Shinran could react, Li Wei dragged her out. Li Wei. I haven't even seen the child yet, why are you pulling me? When they reached the main road, Shinran was still a little out of breath. They clearly don't welcome us, do we really have to get beaten up there? Li Wei's face turned grim. Besides, the child is obviously not at home, otherwise there would definitely be a reaction if you shouted so loudly just now. Not at home, Shinran was a little confused. Where else could the children be if they weren't at home during the summer vacation? Did they hide in the city? The two of them asked around among the neighbors and found out that Changqing had taken his children to a fan meeting for a movie. Fuck, why didn't I think of that? Li Wei slapped his head. It's no wonder he didn't expect it. In fact, Changqing didn't expect to receive an invitation from the crew. After all, Wei Yan's role was just a small guest appearance. However, the staff said that her performance was very spiritual and the audience liked it very much, so they hoped that she would participate as well. Changqing naturally would not refuse, as he wanted to take his children there to broaden their horizons during the summer vacation. The child was so happy that he was jumping all the way. It reminded him of the scene in A Certain World where he was taking a furry child to visit human territory. Hey, run slower. There are so many people at the airport. You want to hear your name on the announcement, right? The child is always excited about doing anything when he goes out, which really makes his old father worry. After finally getting my child on the plane, he was still restless and kept twisting and turning to look around. Keep your back straight. Sit tight. Changqing patted the child who was bending over and stretching her neck to look out the window, and asked her to sit still. The child sat down reluctantly with a pout, but soon forgot his father's scolding and began to look back at the passengers behind who were also carrying children. The old father was helpless, so he simply took out a book and started reading, thinking that out of sight, out of mind. I thought the trip would be smooth sailing, but I received a call from Yu Qingfeng as soon as I got off the plane. Brother Changqing, sister-in-law, Shinran is back. Changcheng frowned when he heard the word Shinran. He hadn't paid attention to that woman for a long time. He just heard the system talk about her occasionally and knew that her career as an internet celebrity was not going well. If she comes back, she comes back. It's none of my business. My brother, Shinran, started a live broadcast in her hometown, and she even said that your Wei family won't let her see their daughter. Just look at the internet, it's going viral again. Changqing only felt a fire rising from the bottom of his heart. What the hell is going on? I see. His voice suddenly turned cold, and Yu Qingfeng on the other end of the phone couldn't help but shiver. Yu Qingfeng knew that with Brother Changqing's tone, someone was bound to be in trouble, so he silently lit candles for Li Wei and Xinran. Chapter 293, Internet Short Essay Back 23, Changqing opened the short video and saw that Xinran was indeed live streaming. The latest video under the account was the clip of her being kicked out of the Wei family. The comments were extremely popular, far exceeding those of the previous videos that followed the trend. It can be seen that the onlookers are the primary productive force. Holy crap, this is a real mess. Not only did this young lady break up with her ex-boyfriend, she also has a daughter? What's wrong with having a daughter? She didn't abandon her. She even went home to visit her during the summer vacation and bought her so many things. Not to mention anything else, that ZIMM princess dress alone cost over 10,000 yuan. It shows how much she cares about her daughter. The Wei family's parents are going too far. It's normal for a mother to take care of her children. Why do they have to act like that? They look like uneducated rural people. What's wrong with the rural people upstairs? Please don't expand the scope of the crackdown at will, okay? Don't rush to take sides. There have been so many reversals in recent years. This woman has been accused of cheating and running away before. Although there is no solid evidence, judging by the Wei family's attitude, it is 80% likely true. Wait for a response. Hold a seat, melon seeds, beer, mineral water. Changqing looked at Xinran's live broadcast again. She was answering questions from netizens. Ms. Anchor, when you shared your breakup announcement, why didn't you mention you had a daughter? Suddenly bringing up a daughter now, isn't it just for hype? A netizen asked a question that everyone is concerned about. There is no limit to online hype these days. Everyone still remembers the cases where people falsely accused others in order to gain followers. There were traces of tears on Xinran's face. Seeing that many people were asking this question, she wiped away the non-existent tears. These are all matters of right and wrong between adults. I didn't want to involve the children. I wanted to give them a peaceful living and learning environment, so I didn't mention the children before. But I didn't expect them to teach the child not to recognize his mother and not let me see the child. When she said this, she held twice, but unfortunately no tears came out, so she turned her head away and took out a tissue to cover her eyes. This acting skill is not even as good as a child's. Changqing couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. Someone else asked Xinran whether the online rumors about her cheating were true, which made her eyes whiten immediately. Nonsense. Who is spreading rumors like that? We broke up peacefully and even posted the video. Besides, if he cheated, would I still be able to get married so openly? This statement does make some sense, and it silenced some skeptical netizens. Changqing exited the live broadcast room. Xinran did not mention at this moment that her daughter was Wei Yan. Changqing could also guess Li Wei's idea. He just wanted to make a big announcement after the movie fan meeting while the popularity was at its highest. Li Wei indeed thought so, that he is familiar with network operations and knows that only by revealing information at a high point of popularity can he attract the greatest number of fans. He understands this principle better than anyone else. The current operation is just a warm-up. During this period, he has been closely following the situation online and even spent some money to ask a senior brother who works in the big data industry to help with statistics. This time it must be a hit. He has invested enough. He wants to make his money back. Looking at the small balance left on the card, his heart ached. This woman is really a hopeless case. She was just lucky enough to get famous before, but now she is becoming less and less talented. She is even unwilling to learn basic salesmanship, but Xinran was a little worried. After finishing her meal, she found it difficult to eat. Brother Wei, if we do this, will Wei Changqing really not reveal what happened in the past? If it was the Wei Changqing of the past, she would definitely be able to control him, but his actions during this period of time were difficult to detect, which made her feel a little uneasy. Won't. Li Wei was very confident. As a man who doesn't care about face? Wasn't Wei Changqing's willingness to break up peacefully just to save his own face? Wouldn't it be ridiculous to be cuckolded after your wife ran away? He didn't think Wei Changqing would be unwilling to admit this in front of the majority of netizens. Besides, the child's first movie received very good response, which is a very good start. If he continues to act, he will definitely make a lot of money. If it is revealed that he has an unfaithful mother at this time, it will be a big blow to the child's career. Who can resist money? Li Wei understands human nature, and that is his confidence. After hearing Li Wei's explanation, Xinran felt relieved. Yes. Who wouldn't want money? Who doesn't want money and a better life? She was beginning to look forward to the surprise that would come when the mother-daughter relationship was made public. However, before the surprise she was waiting for came, she got a big shock. Changqing released a big gift package of revelations without hesitation, the content of which was so rich that it simply shocked netizens. He wrote a long article detailing the entire process of his acquaintance with Xinran, from being junior high school classmates to getting married, to the birth of their daughter, to the development of their short video career, from the intervention of their agent Li Wei to the final embarrassing ending, presenting the entire context of the matter in incredible detail. He listed the resolute message Xinran sent when she left, and also explained the fact that Xinran had not cared about the child for half a year after she left. He also implicitly pointed out Shinran's sudden enthusiasm after the child had the chance to star in a movie. He also recorded a video condemning Li Wei for destroying other people's families and being an industry pest. He even released a video clip of himself going to Shinran's house after Shinran left. In the video, Wang's father and mother looked embarrassed and scolded their daughter for being shameless. They also assured Changqing that they had persuaded their daughter to come back. As for the result, everyone knows that no one persuaded her to go back because she and Li Wei were already married. Finally, Changqing once again emphasized that she no longer wanted to have anything to do with them. It was they who insisted on involving the Wei family and said that they would not let her see the child. In fact, they just wanted to take advantage of the popularity. Shinran was just warming up, and netizens were paying attention to it, and the real person responded instead. He directly exposed such a big thing, causing an uproar on the internet. Oh my god, Shinran's daughter is actually Yanbao? I suddenly understand why she never mentioned her daughter before, but now she suddenly comes out to acknowledge her daughter. Beware of fire, theft, and agents. This has been concluded a long time ago. If you ask me, Wei Changqing is too naive and has suffered a great loss. Li Wei, get out of here. You still have the nerve to ride on the hype. Are you throwing away your bottom line for the sake of money? Those people are the ones who corrupted the industry. Take my Yanbao away, scumbag and bitch, please don't take advantage of my Yanbao's popularity. Shinran's account was indeed attacked, and almost all of her videos were filled with curses. Li Wei's information was also exposed, and his personal account was booed. Netizens complained that he was trying to take advantage of the popularity of a child. What kind of trash is he? Some people also say that one of them has no bottom line and seduces other people's partners, while the other one has lost his morals and is trying to get attention by his daughter. Their distorted values are very similar, and they are a perfect match for each other. So, Li Wei's name became Li Zatsa, and Shinran was also given the nickname Xin Jinjin. It seems that netizens don't know that Shinran's surname is Wang. I laughed when I saw this nickname. Chapter 294, Internet Short Essay 24. Now, Shinran and Li Wei are completely famous, but the way they became famous is different from what they imagined. When they go out to buy vegetables, both of them will be recognized. Some people who don't like it will just poo them, and some people even take pictures. What are you doing? Shinran quickly covered her face, and the two ran away without even taking the things they had paid for. What should we do? Wei Ge, our reputation is completely ruined. Whoa. Before she had time to catch her breath after returning home, Shinran covered her face and burst into tears. Although she wants to be famous, she doesn't want it to be this way. Li Wei also had a dark face and clenched his fists tightly. How dare Wei Changqing? Doesn't he care about men's face at all? Doesn't she care about her child's career at all? Changqing really doesn't care about his face. How much is face worth? He took his children to participate in the event as if nothing had happened. Some of his former acting buddies also came, and the children had a lot of fun. After learning about what happened online, Yali and other actors felt sorry for Wei Yan. Many of them posted photos with her on Weibo to express their silent support. It goes without saying how much traffic the actors have. This made Li Wei and Shinran even more famous. The two of them didn't even dare to go out and just ordered takeout at home all day. They're practically forcing us to death. Shinran cried and wailed. Li Wei couldn't help cursing. The key point is that the two of them don't have much savings left, and if this continues, the mortgage will become a problem. How about I call Wei Changqing and ask him to let us go? Shinran really couldn't stand this kind of life. Now she would cry every time she opened her phone and saw the comments, but the key was that she couldn't help but read them. Those people on the internet are so vicious. At this moment she was really scared. It's useless. Li Wei lay decadently on the sofa. He knew very well that since the news had already been exposed, even the whistleblower could not retract it. The internet had already formed a memory of it, and it would only be slowly forgotten when a new hotspot appeared. But the next period of time will be a period of intensive promotion for the movie, so we will have to wait for a while. Li Wei rubbed his already messy hair and said unhappily, just wait, everything will be fine after summer vacation. He thought that being a black and red person is also red. Although his reputation was not good recently, his fans did increase by 2 to 3 million. After the incident was over, he could continue live streaming and maybe make some money to recover his losses, but those devices also need to be more optimized. Thinking of this, he took out the only 50,000 or 60,000 yuan left in his card and bought a new set of two-person live broadcast equipment. Anyway, he was famous now, so he could live broadcast with Shinran and earn double the money in this society. As long as he is shameless, no one can do anything to him. However, things often develop unexpectedly. Not long after, their accounts were banned by the platform. The reason is that their unscrupulous behavior of stealing traffic attracted the attention of an official newspaper, which published an article criticizing this phenomenon. I'm so pissed. Li Wei had just assembled the live broadcast equipment he had just bought and was ready to get started. He even rearranged the room, but his dream was shattered. He couldn't accept such an outcome. Shinran hasn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet. Blocked? Then let's register a new account. What do you know? Li Wei grabbed a handful of hair and couldn't help but yell at her. It's not easy for someone named by the authorities to make a comeback. This isn't just about having their account blocked. This is about having no other options left in this industry. Even if you use someone else's ID card to register a small account, you're finished as soon as your face is revealed. Why are you so fierce? Shinran was very unconvinced at first, but after she understood what Li Wei said, she immediately collapsed to the ground. Completion, isn't this a chance to get rich? Her dream was shattered, and the light in her eyes faded. Li Wei didn't bother to comfort her and just walked past her and went into the house. He wanted to sell all the equipment while it was still new. However, he would lose tens of thousands of dollars in the process of buying and selling. At this moment, his heart felt like it was bleeding. After learning that Li Wei and Shinran's accounts were blocked, Chang Qing simply said, "Serves them right." If they behaved well, he really wouldn't have the heart to deal with them. After all, the original owner had no desire for revenge, but he just has to stir up trouble without knowing the consequences. But that's okay. In the previous life, they threw dirty water on the Wei family and bullied the Wei family for their lack of ability to speak out. Now they are reaping what they sowed and have tasted the pain of being criticized by netizens. Chang Qing no longer paid attention to them. He took his children to several cities to participate in fan meetings and travel around, which was quite enjoyable. Over the course of more than a month, I visited almost all the major cities across the country, which can be said to be a great distance. Wei Yan was lively and cute, and was well liked by other crew members. When she left, she received many gifts, big and small. Sure, Yali even adopted her as her goddaughter. The child was confused and didn't know why the girl who had always called him sister suddenly called him godmother. However, she didn't hesitate for long before calling out godmother in a crisp voice. This made sure Yali rub her hair again. In fact, because the original owner and Shinran were not yet adults when they got married, sure Yali is 2 years older than Chang Qing. It's just that she takes good care of herself and doesn't live as rough as Chang Qing, so she looks younger. But after learning Chang Qing's real age, she no longer wanted her child to call her sister, as the generations were too confusing, so she simply adopted a goddaughter. As a heavy internet addict, she naturally wanted to announce the fact that she had adopted a goddaughter to the world. After the collaboration of the 9 grid beauties of different sizes was posted, it sparked heated discussions on the internet. Some people say that Yenbao was very lucky. She lost her biological mother, who was a scumbag, but met a godmother who truly loved her. Some people took the opportunity to ridicule Shinran, saying that she was brainless. It was obvious that Wei Changqing was much better than Li Wei. Not to mention anything else, just take network operation as an example. She used to be very popular, but after following Li Wei, she kept getting into trouble and lost her favor. Some people dragged Li Wei out again and whipped his corpse, cursing him harshly. Shinran naturally also saw the news online. She couldn't help but pay attention to the online comments as if she had obsessive-compulsive disorder, and every time she did, she would get so angry that she almost died. After seeing Wei Yan recognize Sure Yali as her godmother, she found it even more difficult to believe. After reading the comments online, she even began to doubt whether Li Wei was really not as good as Wei Changqing, but they never knew that they, father and daughter, would have this opportunity. If she hadn't gotten married. Yet, she could still give it a try, but now, it was impossible. She and Li Wei were already publicly married, and now they were being scolded online together. They had no face left. I was feeling depressed when the phone suddenly rang. Hello? Is this Li Wei's wife? He was in a car accident and is being taken to the hospital. Come over here quickly. The news rang in Shinran's ears like thunder, and she jumped up immediately. Had a car accident? How could he be so careless? Because he has a mortgage to pay and his previous savings have been almost used up in the past 2 years. Li Wei has no choice but to start delivering food recently. He had thought he could get through this period and then make a comeback later, but he ran a red light in a hurry and was hit by an oncoming car. Lying on the hospital bed, I looked at my legs wrapped in thick plaster gauze, and Shinran sobbing and losing all consciousness beside me. Li Wei has never regretted so much. He must be blind to marry this woman. Since she came to the hospital, she hasn't said a word and just keeps crying, which makes him extremely annoyed. Fortunately, the doctor said that there was no serious problem with the legs, but the fracture required rest, so there was no way I could deliver the takeaway. Shinran, I've already called my mom to come and take care of me. You should find a job. We have a mortgage to pay, and we both have expenses. We don't have much money left. Looking for a job? Part-time job. This was something Shinran had never imagined. What does the mortgage have to do with her? Li Wei bought the house before they got married, and it wasn't even registered in her name. That's what she thought and that's what she said. Chapter 295, Internet Short Essay. 25, Li Wei, the house is in your name. Why should I pay back the loan? That's your premarital property. Li Wei almost choked on his water because of her. What are you talking about? Shinran, aren't you living in the house? Besides, we're husband and wife, and the mortgage is also joint property. What's wrong with you holding on for a while? I didn't drag you along when I was delivering food before. He was very angry. In order to cultivate Shinran's career as an internet celebrity, he had previously spent money on her maintenance and paid for her food and lodging. Even in the most difficult times, he delivered the food himself so that she could take good care of herself and continue to develop her career as an online celebrity. As a result, now that I broke my leg and asked her to find a job to support herself for a while, she actually said such things. Li Wei felt very disappointed, but it was obvious that Shinran didn't believe what he said. She looked at him with a look of incomprehension and hurt. It said online that men who trick women into helping them pay off their loans are all scumbags. Li Wei, do you want to be a scumbag? She questioned with eyes wide open, her tone more confident than ever. Li Wei used to think it was a good idea for Shinran to read more of the online comments about women should pursue freedom, resist oppression, and live happily. But now that sparks have fallen on his instep, he feels the pain. How can you believe those stupid comments online? They're all brainwash. Do you have any sense of family responsibility? He pointed at Shinran, his body trembling slightly. Li Wei, that's not what you said before. You said women shouldn't be bound by family. You also said women should have their own careers, and incompetent men would only be a burden. Li Wei once again felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. He wanted to slap Shinran in anger, but as soon as he moved, he felt a sharp pain in his leg, and he almost fainted from the pain. Don't be angry. Don't be angry, my mother hadn't arrived yet, so I still needed her to take care of me for a while. Li Wei comforted himself in this way and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He forced a smile and softened his voice. Shinran, it's a man's responsibility to support his family, that's fine, but I'm injured now, so you have to be understanding, right? You hold on for a while, and when I'm well again, I'm sure you won't have to work so hard anymore. He tried to communicate with Shinran in a different way, but it didn't work at all. On this point, Shinran particularly believes in the comments on the internet, women should be beautiful alone, wanting her to pay off the mortgage before marriage? No way. Only a scumbag would do that. She needs to wake up. Li Wei had no choice. He was also worried that Shinran would suddenly quit and leave, so he didn't dare to go too far and put the matter on hold unexpectedly. Shinran was also confused when taking care of the patients. She played with her mobile phone all day long, laughed foolishly, and sometimes didn't respond even when called. When she eats out, she just orders takeout. When she wants to have some nourishing soup, she says she doesn't know how to cook. I don't know how to do it. Can't you just learn from the online tutorial? Li Wei didn't know what to say anymore. Making soup is such a simple thing, and there are tons of tutorials on the internet, but she just bluntly said she didn't know how to do it. I don't want to learn that. The internet says cooking is the biggest cause of aging for women. Shinran was still confident and well-reasoned, and she even looked up reports from online experts. Look, this is what the experts said. Li Wei was speechless, but even if she doesn't cook or make soup, Shinran doesn't have the patience to take care of the baby personally, especially since Li Wei has difficulty walking. He needs to use a basin when going to the toilet. Shinran is particularly disgusted by this and covers her nose with a bad attitude. After a few days, Li Wei lost a lot of weight. Get out. Get back here. The moment Li Wei's mother arrived at the hospital, Li Wei finally broke down and started scolding Shinran. When Li Wei's mother saw her son had lost a lot of weight, she rushed forward and was about to hit Shinran, but fortunately she was stopped by the doctor in time. She's such a disaster. My son was fine, but since he met her, he's been unlucky every day. Not only has his career been ruined, but now even his legs are broken. Li Wei's mother cried to the doctors, nurses and other patients, not giving her daughter-in-law any face at all. Li Wei nodded silently in his heart. He really felt that his mother was right. Isn't it just because he met Xin that he's unlucky? What a disaster, what a coincidence. Shinran, who left angrily, also thought so. She had no money before, but her life was not like this. Now not only do I have no money, I have also lost my reputation and am being scolded. Who did she offend? Isn't it all Li Wei's fault? Because of her resentment, she didn't go to the hospital for more than a month, which was caught by Li Wei's mother and she scolded her. After Li Wei was discharged from the hospital and went home to recuperate, things became even more chaotic. Shinran can't stand Li Wei's mother's attitude and habits. Li Wei's mother also looks down on this daughter-in-law who can't do anything. Li Wei also takes his mother's side. Li Wei, don't you want to continue like this? Finally, Shinran couldn't stand this kind of life anymore and pointed at Li Wei and yelled. I really don't want to live like this anymore, let's get a divorce. Li Wei said what he had wanted to say for a long time. Not if it weren't for Shinran, he wouldn't be like this now. For someone like you to get close to my son is really bad luck for him. Li's mother sneered at the side and said, pack your things and get out. My son bought this house, it has nothing to do with you. These words really irritated Shinran. She suddenly screamed, rushed forward and pushed Li Wei to the ground. Li Wei, you're such a heartless person. You and your whole family have no conscience. Just leave. I don't want to stay here anymore. Just live with your mother. At the same time, Li Ma also rushed over with a scream, son. Li Wei supported his upper body with his hands, and big beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Call 120-inch. His leg had not healed yet, and Shinran pushed him to the ground without any hesitation. At this moment, he felt that his leg was broken again. A farce is over. Li Wei's right leg was broken again. The doctor judged that he would probably become lame, which would affect his walking. At this time, Li Wei suddenly didn't want a divorce anymore. Mom, Shinran has ruined me. Divorcing her would be a good thing for her. It's hard for me to find a wife since I'm lame anyway. I can't divorce you. Mother Li also realized what was going on. Yes. My son is right. She hurt you, so she should take care of you for the rest of your life. When Shinran saw that Li Wei was injured again that day, she ran away and hid for a few days. At this time, she was extremely grateful that her savings were not used with Li Wei, and she could still support her life. However, you still have to get a divorce first. She thought that after the divorce, she would go back to her hometown. After all, her daughter was successful now, and at worst she could rely on her daughter in the future. It was stipulated by law that children should provide for their parents in their old age. Besides, Wei Changqing has not found a partner yet. She vaguely feels that he must have not forgotten her, and there may be a chance for them to reconcile if she goes back. Chapter 296, Internet Short Essay. 26. Shinran never expected that Li Wei, who had previously shouted for divorce, actually disagreed. Shinran, how long have we been married? I was impulsive before. Marriage needs to be managed. We can't just get divorced like this. This will only make the netizens laugh at us again. Li Wei's expression changed, but his refusal to divorce was obvious. I don't care. You said you wanted a divorce before. Of course Shinran didn't agree, but there was nothing she could do. No matter how she tried to persuade Li Wei, he just wouldn't agree, and Li Wei's mother also joined in the end. Li Wei even got so anxious that he said that if she insisted on getting a divorce, he would sue her for intentional injury and make her go to jail. This scared Shinran. Didn't I just push him? Why should I go to jail? She doesn't want to go to jail. It seems that the only way to get a divorce is to take it slow. This time, Changqing had already returned to his hometown with his children, and he had long forgotten about the matter between Shinran and Li Wei. Because the child has received a lot of exposure recently, many businesses contacted him, hoping to cooperate, but he rejected them one by one. As for money, it's good enough as long as it's enough. He didn't want his child to spend the whole childhood busy making money, so he let the child have some fun in the village during the second half of the summer vacation. Changqing also gave herself a holiday and was too lazy to even sell her knitting. She just tended the cattle and sheep all day and occasionally listened to the system gossip about the farce of Li Wei and Shinran. If one party wants a divorce and the other party doesn't want it, it will be a lot of trouble. Let them torture each other. These things have nothing to do with me. Changqing was lying on the green grass, with cows and sheep grazing leisurely in the distance, and his heart felt extremely calm. The days that followed went smoothly. Changqing still runs his own small business. He doesn't make a lot of money, but he is not short of money either. Wei Yan's grades were much better than he had imagined. She was very popular in school and was the focus of attention in elementary school, junior high school, and high school. Fame has brought her more confidence, but of course sometimes there will inevitably be more things to do, such as the local official live broadcast to help farmers often invites her to help when it comes to his child's choices. Changqing always analyzes the pros and cons for her and never makes decisions for her, which has kept their father-daughter relationship very good. When the child entered junior high school, Shinran finally divorced. Li Wei's legs eventually became disabled, and his life became increasingly difficult, which made him hate Shinran. After beating up Shinran while drunk, he seemed to have opened the door to a new world, and all his dissatisfactions in life found a way to vent. There is only one domestic violence and countless times. At first Shinran fought back, but although Li Wei was lame, his strength was still intact. After a few good beatings, she gave in. Want to run? Li Wei and his mother are guarding it tightly. Besides, they have a child, so there are more implications. More importantly, Shinran didn't have much ability to make a living on her own. Her savings had long been spent. As she got older and her education level was low, the only job she could find was working in a factory, which she couldn't tolerate. The reason for the divorce this time was that she was pregnant again. Li Wei beat her up after drinking, causing her to have a miscarriage. She was sent to the hospital, and a young man in the same ward happened to learn about her experience. The young man happened to be a small anchor. He thought this topic was very hot, so he made an interview video and strongly condemned Li Wei. Just like that, the matter became serious and could no longer be suppressed. A new round of discussion has been sparked on the internet. The internet has memory. Although some years have passed, Wei Yan is still popular, and naturally some people recognized Shinran. Isn't this Yanbao's scumbag mother? Why is she so miserable? Is this retribution? Zazali beats his wife? This scumbag deserves to die. There's no way to redeem himself. Auntie, let's get a divorce. There's no end to domestic violence. Someone contacted the Women's Federation and other departments, and with official intervention, Shinran was able to divorce smoothly. She voluntarily gave up her property, left it to her children, and returned to her hometown alone. This was the place she hated and wanted to leave, but now it became her safe haven. Not long after returning to her hometown, she saw Changqing on the street. Compared with herself, who looked haggard and full of the hardships of life, he didn't seem to have changed much and still looked young. This time, Shinran had long lost her confidence that the other party would not forget her. She took a look from a distance and quickly avoided him as if he were a ghost. She also went to the school and saw her daughter from afar. The child lived freely and flamboyantly, like a little son, and was the focus of his group of friends. She did not take the initiative to recognize him. With her current appearance, I guess even the children wouldn't recognize her. Fortunately, the child still kept in touch with her grandparents. The next weekend, she finally met Wei Yan, who came to visit her grandparents. Yan, this is your mother. Shinran was extremely embarrassed by the sound of her grandmother introducing the child. As a mother, she actually needed an introduction. Fortunately, the child was very considerate and called her mom openly of the rest. That's all. Even after the child left, she was still in shock and crying. The king's father and mother also sighed, but what can you do? You can't force your child to be close to the mother he hasn't seen in years. Fortunately, I can see it now, which is better than before. And so the days went on. After his child was admitted to a university in the provincial capital, Changqing suddenly suggested that the family move to the provincial capital and he took out money to buy a house. Only then did everyone realize that he had saved so much money without realizing it, since they had no worries in life. Wei's father and mother naturally followed their son, and the family moved to the provincial capital. Here, children successfully graduate, fall in love, get married, and have children. As for Changqing, many people urged him to find another one. Before, he said that the child was too young and he was worried about the child's psychology. Now even the child is urging him, and he said that he is old and no longer has those ideas. Dad, you look so young. People would believe you're in your 30s. You could find someone younger if you went on a blind date. Wei Yin held her newborn baby in her arms and looked at her father with emotion. In her memory, her father looked like this when he was a child. Although his temperament is a little older now, she really doesn't think there has been much change in his appearance. Come on. Why are you looking for a woman? Just let her be your grandmother and raise your generation? I'm already a grandfather. In this life, I just want to live a peaceful and stable life. Changqing took the child from her hands and teased him for a while, then quickly put it back into her hands. Wei Yin couldn't help laughing. Her father really has no patience with children, and she is an exception. Changqing lived peacefully in this world for over 80 years. Only after Wei's father and mother passed away, and even Shinran had passed away, did he choose to leave this world. Chapter 297, The Big Brother of the End Times. 1. Changqing opened his eyes and found himself lying in a simple shack. The icy wind blew in through the gaps between the iron and wooden boards, causing him to shiver. The burning hunger in his stomach reminded him that this body probably hadn't eaten properly for some time. He tried to get up from the wooden bed supported by stools, but when he looked up he felt dizzy. You forget it, just continue lying down. But lying down is not comfortable either. The mixed smell of sweat and mold drilled into his nostrils, making him frown. After twisting his body, he realized that he was just a child in this life. Shocked, he forced himself to sit up. After seeing the surrounding environment clearly, he couldn't help but take a breath. Hiss, this is a shack of less than 10 square meters, built with iron sheets and wooden boards. The roof seems to be covered with plastic film and hay. 2 wooden beds are placed on benches against the inner wall, making the entire space seem even more cramped and narrow. Besides him, there were several other people lying on the bed. In the dim light, Changqing glanced at them one by one, matching the people lying there with those in his memory. On the bed on the right lay a boy of about 10 years old, who was his older brother in this world. On the bed on the left, where he was lying, lay 2 little girls about 4 years old, who were his twin sisters except for the eldest brother who looked like a normal child. The other children were pale and thin, with dry and yellow hair, and it was obvious that they were malnourished. It seems there are still partial parents. Changqing took a few steps with his short legs and opened the iron door a crack. A gust of cold wind made him shiver. Immediately, the people in the room reacted. Damn it, why did you open the door, second brother? Do you want to get beaten? The older brother in the other bed was awakened by the cold wind, half sat up and looked at him fiercely. Changqing's body trembled. This was the body's instinctive reaction. It seems that he was beaten by the eldest brother many times in the past. He also noticed that his 2 sisters on the bed had woken up and were hugging each other, their bodies trembling slightly. I need to pee. After saying this with no expression, he squeezed out with his small body. The cold wind made my face hurt. A blood-red moon hung high in the gray sky, emitting a strange light system. He shouted in his mind. Host, this is the apocalypse. The blood moon is a normal environment. The system seemed to know what he was thinking and answered his questions as soon as it opened its mouth. All right. It's not even an ordinary world. Changqing understood a little. With the help of the light, he saw that there were large areas of similar shacks around his own shack. It was obvious that this was a settlement. The sky was clearly brightening at this moment, and the sun was gradually rising in the east, but the blood moon hanging high in the sky seemed to have no intention of descending, and still hung overhead like a death knell. However, this was not the time to explore natural phenomena, so Changqing didn't look at it for long. He walked a few steps to the side and hid in a corner. He took out a piece of bread from the space and ate it in no time. After drinking another carton of milk, he felt the burning hunger subside a little, and the dizziness also improved a lot. The start was a bit rough. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and angry curses were heard again in the shack. You son of a bitch, don't you even know to close the door when you pee? Damn it. Just sleep outside. With a clang, the sound of the door bolt being locked was heard. It was actually locked from the inside. Changqing, following his memory, he walked directly to the small side room next door and knocked on the door. Mom! Mom! My pee brother locked the door. He won't let me in. I shouted for a long time, but there was no movement from inside. He also heard his eldest brother's laughter in the next room. What a loving mother, filial son, friendly brothers, and respectful younger brothers. He couldn't help but sneer. Suddenly, a man was seen walking towards me from a distance. He was the father of this body. Mom! Dad is back, open the door quickly. There was finally movement in the room. After a rustling sound, the door was opened and a wooden face wearing a tattered cotton jacket appeared at the door. She didn't look at the child standing at the door, but looked at the approaching man, or to be more precise, she stared at the small plastic bag in his hand, which should contain the food he brought back. The man approached, with a strong smell of alcohol. His beard was untidy and his face was red. His greasy and tattered cotton jacket hung on his body. His hair was like a chicken coop. He looked like a beggar on the street. His not very tall figure looked like a small mountain in the eyes of Changqing, a 6-year-old child. As the shadow approached, he had to move away from the door. What are you doing standing here? You're asking for a fight. The man's voice was vague. He raised his hand and Changqing quickly took 2 steps away. Instead, the man pulled the woman directly into the house and threw a small plastic bag of food at the door. Bang! The iron door closed from the inside with a heavy sound. Changqing took a look and saw some leftover rice and noodles, as well as a few steamed buns that had been frozen into sticks in the bag. The combination of various flavors is very strange. At this moment, an indescribable sound came from the house, and Changqing fled. Like the wind, he walked around the path, sorting out the plot of this world. As the system said, this is a doomsday plane. Moreover, it is now the 10th year of the apocalypse. Human society's system has failed, morality has collapsed, and the entire world is like a purgatory. Powerful psychics built a base to resist the attacks of zombies. Within the high walls is the last refuge for some humans. The reason why it is said to be part of the human race is because ordinary people who have no special skills cannot get the protection of the base at all. In the end times, resources are very limited. The powerful bases for superpowers recruit superpowers, scientific researchers, and workers with special skills, while ordinary people who have nothing can only live in the outskirts of the base in the hope of seeking a moment of protection from the base. 10 years have passed, and there is no rule of law here, and even humanity is not much left. The areas where ordinary people live on the outskirts are even more chaotic than the most chaotic neighborhoods before the apocalypse. Although autonomous organizations have been established here, they are not very effective. Robbery and theft are minor matters, and murder and rape are not uncommon, especially when the zombie tide arrives. The base will temporarily open the city gates to allow people from outside to take refuge in the base. This is when the crowd is the most chaotic and disorderly, and it is also the time when people are most likely to be injured and killed. Chapter 298, The Big Brother of the End Times. 2. Ordinary people outside the base also have the opportunity to enter the base. If you can learn a skill and pass the assessment, that's fine. However, in this chaotic era, no one is doing skill training. Basically, those with skills have entered the base first, and it's a vicious cycle on the periphery. Another way is that there is a person with superpowers in the family. The person's immediate family members are allowed to enter the base together, but this requires the person with superpowers to demonstrate certain strength. As a result, ordinary families in the periphery began to have children crazily, hoping that one of their children would have special abilities and lead the whole family to change their destiny. This is somewhat similar to the way parents in modern society push their children to do too much. Seeing this, Changqing sighed. The original owner, Mu Changqing, was born into such an environment. He was the second child in the family, with an older brother, Mu Changqing, and his 2 twin sisters were still unnamed. In order to have a better life in the base, many people choose to have more children in order to have a chance of giving birth to a person with superpowers. But in fact, there are very few people with superpowers. On the contrary, the more children they have, the more financially strapped their family becomes and the more difficult it is to maintain life. That's what the original owner's family was like. When I had only 1 child, I could still get enough food, but when I had 2 children, it became difficult. After my 2 younger sisters were born, it became even more difficult to guarantee food and clothing. The survival crisis looms over many similar families, and at this time, children, who are a burden, become the objects of sacrifice. The method is very simple: just leave them where they are when the zombie tide comes, and they will naturally be less of a burden when the zombie tide recedes. What a cruel yet respectable way to do it, Changqing sneered. Most people in this world are born with superpowers, and a few awaken them during their growth. The original owner's eldest brother, Mu Changchang, awakened his water-related abilities 2 years ago and became the most popular person in the family. He no longer had to do the work that everyone else had to do before, and he just kept him company all day long. However, the original owner and his 2 younger sisters still need to help with housework, and the original owner will even help pick up crystal cores after the zombie tide recedes. Even so, they were not liked by their parents and were often beaten and scolded by their eldest brother, and their parents pretended not to see it. Once, the original owner even fought back and was kicked away by his father. "You're a piece of shit. The Great Wall is our family's hope. You're courting death by daring to attack him, aren't you?" The father's scolding, accompanied by the eldest brother's laughter, was such a great hurt to a 5-year-old child. From then on, the original owner never dared to go against his elder brother. He also vaguely felt that his parents had already regarded him and his 2 younger sisters as a burden. Eat the least when you eat and do the most when you work, but what's the use? He's not a supernatural being. Half a month later, the zombie wave came. His parents took his 10-year-old brother and quietly left in the middle of the night, leaving the 6-year-old boy and his 2 younger sisters confused. The original owner already understood something. The next day, he took his 2 younger sisters and followed the main group to the base. Standing on the hillside behind the team, he vaguely saw his parents and older brother at the front of the team. The cries and shouts did not elicit any response, and all that was left for them was the back of someone resolutely rushing into the wall. Children are the most likely to get into trouble during an abortion. As soon as the city gate opened, several people were separated and each of them went towards a completely different fate. After the eldest brother turned 12, he passed the ability test and brought his parents into the base. However, his water ability had little offensive power and could only provide water to people. The good days he had imagined did not come, and the family was still at the bottom of the base. The twin sisters were targeted by human traffickers and sold to different people. The third sister ended up working in nightclubs and started engaging in the flesh trade when she was older. The fourth sister was adopted by a wealthy family in the base, but the male head of that family was a pedophile, which made her struggle in pain and made the whole life become dark and extreme. The original owner was trampled and had one hand broken, but he struggled to enter the base and was targeted by a begging organization within the base. Later, his hands and feet were broken and he became a tool for begging. Many years later, the children have grown up. Because the eldest brother was good at dealing with things, he became a member of a small team of people with special abilities, and life at home became better. This team of superpowers named Wanjun is the team of the male protagonist Lin Feng. Although there are not many members, each of them has his own abilities, and Lin Feng himself is a level 5 superpower with hidden strength. He once said with a smile, "When I make friends, no matter how strong or weak their abilities are, they are not as strong as me anyway." This sentence has even become a famous saying in the base and is ridiculed by many people. He is young, handsome, powerful, and has his own team. He is undoubtedly one of the most eye-catching people in the base. Such a person had nothing to do with the original owner, a beggar, but his trusted general Mu Changcheng happened to have a strange kidney disease. The most powerful healing psychic in the team judged that he needed a kidney transplant from a relative in order to survive. How could the male protagonist, who respects his brothers and values them as his life, watch his brother die, but his parents were old and did not meet the requirements? When he learned that Mu Changcheng had 3 brothers and sisters who ran away from home since childhood because they could not stand the poverty, he became angry. I, an orphan, have reached this point. They have their parents' love but don't cherish it, and even abandon their parents because of poverty. How unfilial. Damn it. Changqing smiled when he saw this. Please, bro, although you are an orphan, you have many relatives, and you have displayed top-level thunder attribute abilities since childhood, which are unmatched by others. It's really easy to talk without any worries. It's so easy to accuse others from a moral high ground. In any case, with the male protagonist's initiative, the original owner and her twin sister were found. The third sister has become lifeless due to the disease, and the fourth sister is resentful of her parents for abandoning her. She would rather commit suicide than donate her kidney. However, the original owner had his spine broken, his eyes blinded, and his throat burned in the beggar organization, making it impossible for him to express himself clearly. After a symbolic inquiry, the original owner became a model of being ignorant when young, but only when you grow up will you realize the importance of family. He donated his kidney to save his brother's life and returned happily to his family. The male protagonist even held a grand family homecoming ceremony. The scene of his elderly parents crying while holding their second son who looked like a living dead moved countless people. The subsequent plot has nothing to do with the original owner, all of them are about the male protagonist leading the team to fight monsters, upgrade and build power. In the end, of course, the male protagonist and his team gradually became the core of the base, turning the base into one of the strongest bases in the apocalypse, and even led this small base, which was originally located in a remote area, to grow and develop and compete across the country. There are also many beautiful women in the team, and basically all team members have found their place. It can be said to be a happy ending. During this process, the original owner and his 2 sisters were not even tools. They were just tools for one of the male protagonist's team members, Changqing. After watching the plot, Changqing felt his fist stiffen. There is never a shortage of people in this world who stand on a moral high ground and accuse others. They put themselves in other people's shoes, ignore other people's specific circumstances and conditions, and impose what they believe to be universal values on others, thereby standing in a dominant position to accuse others. Ugh. That's disgusting. He couldn't help but spit. Host, don't be angry. When the system saw Changqing like this, it couldn't help but wipe away the non-existent sweat. How about we take the initiative and kill them all? It advises cautiously. Chapter 299, The Big Brother of the End Times. 3. After hearing what the system said, Changqing shook his head. They haven't done anything yet, and you just attack them. There's no reason for that. You can't start revenge in advance just because you know the plot. That would be like breaking up with your partner after dreaming of them betraying you. Besides, what if the plot changes because of my involvement? Who can predict the butterfly effect? I have to do it, and I have to do it in a way that leaves no one in awe. That's the self-cultivation of a high-level taskmaster. Changqing, please explain more. At this time, a little smoke was rising next to the shack. After walking around and returning to the shack, he saw a woman making a fire and cooking. Come and light the fire. When the woman saw Changqing coming back, she gave the order expressionlessly. Changqing didn't say much. He followed the original owner's example and added firewood to the stove. Then he stood by and fanned the stove to help the fire burn. The water in the pot soon boiled, and the woman poured all the leftover rice, noodles, and steamed buns in the plastic bag into the pot. A strange smell immediately wafted out. This is so pungent. Changqing felt nauseous and didn't know how the children could eat it. By this time it was already bright outside. The door over there was opened, and the eldest brother Mu Changcheng came out with a messy hair, followed by his twin sisters, holding hands and shivering. "Hey! Pour me some hot water. I want to wash my face." He looked at Changqing and said, commanding his second brother very skillfully. Changqing pretended not to hear and just added firewood to the stove. The eldest brother is the most particular in the family. Others don't wash their faces in the morning, and his particularity is to increase the workload for others. Changqing doesn't want to serve. "You're deaf." Seeing that the usually respectful second brother was about to rebel, the eldest brother's face looked a little ugly. In fact, he was only 10 years old, but he had a bad temper because he was spoiled by his parents. Mu Changqing took big strides towards Changqing. The second brother is born rebellious. He is so much younger than him, but he still dares to go against him. He is simply seeking death. If you don't fight and surrender, you won't be able to pass. He secretly gathered his strength, preparing to walk up and kick him hard, but before he got close, he saw the little man opposite him suddenly stand up, take out a piece of wood that was burning brightly in the stove, and hold it tightly in his hand. The dancing flames illuminated his somewhat stern little face. For some reason, Mu Changcheng felt a little scared. When did the second brother become so powerful? He had no doubt that if he really rushed forward, the other party would definitely hit him in the face with a stick, but where's the point of stopping like this? While he was hesitating, the woman behind the stove spoke. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Get ready to eat, second brother, put the firewood back." Changqing ignored her and didn't even give her a look. In the end, it was the third sister who stepped forward, held the kettle in both hands and added water to the basin, and the matter was finally resolved. "Humph! You're lucky." Mu Changcheng glared at Changqing fiercely and went to wash his face. Changqing then silently put the firewood back into the stove. After a while, 4 or 5 heads gathered around the stove to share the food. The pot of porridge with water looked like stirred mud and gave off a strange smell, but they all swallowed their saliva as if they were seeing delicacies from land and sea. The woman first took out a bowl and filled it with porridge for the man sleeping in the room, and then distributed it to the children and herself. Because Changqing had been disobedient just now, he got less porridge. This was a lesson from his mother. If he has nothing to eat, he can pinch his nose and drink this stuff, but he had just made a delicious piece of bread in the morning, so he really couldn't bring himself to eat this now. "I don't want to eat." He gave the food in his bowl to his third and fourth sisters as if in a fit of anger, earning them grateful yet puzzled looks. "Hee, the host is such a good brother. If your third and fourth sisters knew that you secretly ate meat floss bread, they would probably be furious." The system suddenly popped up to tease. Changqing ignored the system. The original owner's wish was to stay away from those who abandoned them, and at the same time take good care of the third and fourth sisters and not let them go down the same old path. Of course he needs to pay more attention, but he was very sleepy at the moment. Children have a high need for sleep, and he was locked outside today, so he didn't get enough sleep. Returning to the room, he locked the door from the inside and lay down. He didn't know how long he slept before he was woken up by the sound of knocking on the door. Bang bang bang. "Second brother, do you want to die? Open the door." It's the eldest brother's voice. Changqing ignored him. Bang bang bang. It was silent inside. After a while, a woman's voice was heard. "Second brother, open the door. Why did you lock your big brother and sisters out? Don't be so willful." Changqing slammed the bed and yelled. "He locked me out this morning, why didn't you tell him?" His voice has a child's unique sharpness and is extremely penetrating. "You don't want to go to the base anymore, do you? Our whole family is still counting on your eldest brother to take us to the base." The woman began to speak the clichés. "I don't want to enter the base. With his level of supernatural power, it's a wonder he can pass the test." Changqing said this casually, but it made Mu Changqing furious. "You really want to die?" He cursed loudly and kicked the iron door. Suddenly, bang! The sound was deafening. If it were the original owner, he would have been scared silly, but he didn't panic at all. He even hummed a few lines of a song, which made the people outside the door very angry. "Boss, please stop kicking it. If it breaks, we won't have the money to fix it. It will leak at night." The woman quickly persuaded. "Humph, I'll let Dad teach you a lesson." Mu Changqing finally moved out his beloved father. "I am not afraid of Evergreen. Dad's drunk and sleeping. If you go to call him, you might get yourself a lecture first. Their father has been addicted to gambling recently. He has lost all the family money. He comes back drunk after gambling and has a bad temper. Even if the eldest son goes there, he will not get any good result. As for his superpowers, his current low-level water-based superpowers could only produce a bowl of water, which was completely useless. That's why Changqing is not afraid. Mu Changqing also became depressed after hearing Changqing's words. He knew his father's temper very well, and he really didn't dare to offend him at this time. There was another burst of cursing outside the door, and finally the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. "Host, what should we do next?" The system jumped out, ready to go. No rush. Changqing waved his little hand nonchalantly out. He already had a plan in mind. The most important thing in the end times is to make yourself stronger. Although the original owner has no special abilities, he has plenty of hot weapons in his space. It may be a bit difficult to deal with high-level zombies, but it is not a big problem to deal with ordinary zombies. This world already has hot weapons, and using them will not cause dissatisfaction from the heavenly Tao, so he has nothing to worry about. Moreover, he felt a faint spiritual energy as soon as he arrived in this world. This was obviously a sign of the revival of spiritual energy. Although cultivating immortality was a bit difficult, it was still possible to practice ancient martial arts. Therefore, he is not worried about his ability to protect himself, but it is definitely not possible to take my two younger sisters away now. Although they are young, they know what has happened and will definitely not believe it. Let's just wait for the zombie wave to come. There aren't many days left anyway. Chapter 300 Doomsday Big Brother 4. Thinking of leaving, Changqing suddenly realized something and immediately sat up. After searching in the box under the bed, he found an ugly, gray jade pendant. This was left by the original owner's grandmother to her eldest grandson. As a result, Changqing didn't like it at all and insisted that his father buy him a new one, so the jade pendant was given to the second grandson of the original owner. This is good stuff. Changqing remembered that there was a spiritual spring in this jade pendant that could heal zombie bites. In the original plot, the original owner did not take these things away, and they eventually became Changqing's helpers, which is why he was valued by the male protagonist. Now, Changqing doesn't plan to leave it to him. Host, you have already bound to a space and cannot bind again. The system reminded. But it's okay. If you can't bind it to him, you can give it to the third or fourth sister anyway. I won't leave it to Changqing. After putting the jade pendant close to his body, he put the other things back in their places. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Brother, I left some food for you. Now that they are all out, come and eat. It was the voice of the third sister. Residents near the base will cultivate some land nearby to grow some crops, but due to the occasional arrival of zombie waves, only crops growing in the fields such as potatoes will yield any harvest. The original owner's family came to this base late, and the surrounding land had long been occupied, and they only reclaimed a little on the opposite mountain. This was obviously not enough to feed the family, so their main job every day was picking up trash. My father has recently become addicted to gambling and has not been busy for a long time. He goes to gamble as soon as he wakes up and does not come back until dawn the next day. No one dares to say anything to him. My mother was as numb as a robot. She would go out no matter it was raining or windy. But no one cared about my eldest brother. He would go out for a stroll every day and no one knew what he was doing. The original owner and her two younger sisters would sometimes be taken by their mother to pick up trash, but they would generally not be taken on rainy days because they would have a cold or be sick and would have to lie down for several days and would not be able to do anything. Today, it rained a little outside, and Changqing stayed indoors. I guess everyone was too lazy to pay attention to him and went about their own business. Seeing that he didn't respond, the third sister outside knocked on the door again. Second brother, she shouted, although Changqing felt somewhat relieved that his sister cared about him, but he really couldn't eat the mushy leftovers. You guys eat it. I don't want it. He shouted loudly. There was a moment of silence outside, but after a while, sobbing sounds were heard. I don't know whether the two children were worried or scared, but they cried very sadly. Changqing just felt a headache. When I got up and opened the door, I saw two little beggar-like children sitting at the door, wiping their tears with their hands. Why are you crying? I ate all by myself. He took out a loaf of bread and shared it with the two of them. Here, this is what I picked up outside this morning. I'll give you one. There is no psychological burden in lying to children. The crying stopped immediately. Both of them subconsciously took the bread and stuffed it into their mouths. After they had eaten half a piece of bread in no time, they finally reacted. They raised their gray little faces and looked at their second brother in confusion. The corners of their eyes were red with tears, and their faces looked even dirtier because of the tears. I don't have any either. Changqing spread his hands. The things in the space are enough for him to eat for several lifetimes, but he can't take out a lot of them at this time, otherwise it's hard to explain. Don't tell anyone about eating bread. He gave the instructions solemnly, and saw the two little girls nodding quickly. The original owner didn't talk much with his two younger sisters and their relationship was average. But today, maybe because they ate his bread, the little girls were particularly attached to him and followed him wherever he went. He was left with no alternative but to do so. At noon, he ran away for a while and the two children cried again. What's there to cry about? I'm going to pick up some bread. He gave each of them another loaf of bread, and the matter was settled. In the evening, another pot of porridge. After eating the delicious bread, the third and fourth sisters were speechless when they saw the messy look on their faces. Fortunately, they remembered their second brother's advice and did not speak nonsense. Changqing didn't eat anything at all. When the woman saw him, she wanted to beat him up, but he ran away quickly. She had been indifferent to begin with, and seeing that the child hadn't eaten for 2 meals, she didn't worry about whether she had beaten him or not. Instead, her eldest brother Changqing stared at Changqing's back and glared at him fiercely. They have to sleep in the same room at night, so he must beat his second brother until he begs for mercy. Changqing didn't take his fierce look seriously. He was just a child, so he didn't take it seriously. It's too early to beat him up. A naughty kid won't learn his lesson unless he's severely punished, and he loves to punish naughty kids the most. That night, Mu Changqing really came over, but before he could throw his fist, he was kicked in the waist. I fell down, and before I could get up, I felt a chill on my neck. Believe it or not, I can cut your throat with one knife. A sinister voice rang in his ears, and in the eerie moonlight, he saw that his second brother's face was as cold as a non-human. Mu Changqing is a real child. I was so scared that my heart and courage broke out. He immediately stopped moving and his body shook like a sieve. He wanted to say that he was going to bring his whole family into the base, but he trembled for a long time and couldn't utter a single word. After all, he was only 10 years old and had never seen such a scene. Changqing's cold voice made him feel weak all over, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Go back to bed and don't tell anyone, or you'll see if your throat is okay by tonight. After saying this, Changqing climbed onto the bed. His two younger sisters were also terrified at the moment. They hugged each other and shivered. When they saw him climb onto the bed, they quickly moved inside. Oh well. The favorability of both breads is gone. Mu Changqing sat on the cold ground for a long time before he came to his senses. He returned to his bed with trembling feet, having not slept well the whole night. The next day, he was much more obedient. She didn't ask anyone to pour water for her to wash her face. She poured the water herself quickly. She even made way for Changqing when she saw him coming, and lowered her head as soon as she looked at him. This caused his mother to look at him several times, but she said nothing. In the morning, the man may have won some money gambling last night and bought a bag of buns. As usual, Changqing got the smallest share, just one bun. Tsk. It seems he is still punishing me. However, since the buns were still fresh, he ate them out of courtesy. Chapter 301 Doomsday Big Brother 5. The weather was nice today, and the woman asked him and his two sisters to go pick up trash together. He didn't refuse and followed them around for the whole day. The man woke up at noon and went to gamble as usual. The eldest brother disappeared after breakfast. The next few days were like this. Sometimes when a man wins money he will buy some buns and steamed buns, but when he loses money he will have a sour face and nothing at all. Sometimes the family eats leftovers and porridge, and sometimes they just drink a belly full of water to get through the day. Changqing would occasionally eat a piece of bread himself and share 2 pieces with his 2 younger sisters. This made the 2 children become particularly attached to him. They no longer followed their mother around, and 2 little tails followed him wherever he went. At night, bells rang out from the base. Changqing knew that a wave of zombies was coming, and the base would soon open the city gates to let people in for refuge. The atmosphere gradually became solemn. In the next few days, the woman stopped picking up trash and started putting some things in the house into the cave that had been dug long ago. Even the man who went to gamble every day stayed at home during the day. Cursing the solemn atmosphere also affected the children. The 10-year-old eldest brother had become much more obedient after being taught a lesson by Changqing. Now he was even quieter than a chicken. His 2 younger sisters still followed him around all day, waiting for him to feed them. Changqing occasionally noticed that the man looked at his 2 sisters and himself with an evaluating gaze. He sneered in his heart as he decided to abandon his 3 children, but that's okay, he doesn't want to get involved with this family. Boss, why have you been so quiet lately? Did you get bullied while playing outside? During the meal, the man rarely showed concern for his eldest son. The gambling place had been closed for the past few days, which brought his thoughts back to reality to a certain extent. Mu Changqing glanced at Changqing inconspicuously and lowered his head again. No, nothing. It's just that my abilities haven't improved much in recent years, and I'm worried. Speaking of superpowers, the 2 adults also showed worry on their faces. Upgrading superpowers requires zombie crystal cores, and the higher the level of the zombie crystal core, the better the effect, but they are all ordinary people. It is impossible to hunt high-level zombies, and even low-level zombies are very dangerous. Crystal cores are the circulating currency in exchange for supplies. Not many crystal cores can be left after the zombie tide, but there are so many mouths to feed. The man glanced at Changqing and the others with dissatisfaction, and the disgust in his eyes was as real as substance. The 2 little girls couldn't help but shrink behind Changqing, which made the man snort in dissatisfaction. That night, Changqing had just laid down when he faintly heard a woman crying from the small room next door. He sat up carefully and heard the muffled voice of the little girl next to him. Second brother, what are you going to do, Changqing? It's annoying that there are no private rooms. I'm going to pee. You guys just lie down. He walked out the door and saw that the lights in the house over there were still on. As I got closer, I heard the man's dissatisfied voice. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. I have so many children, what can I do if I can't feed them? Wang Matzi is an acquaintance I met in the field. He promised to find a good family for the child. Wang Matzi, Changqing understood immediately. It seems that this man has already contacted human traffickers and is planning to sell the child. No, it's very likely that the casino lost the money and used it to pay off debts. No wonder in the original plot, they were the first to be targeted by human traffickers, and they didn't expect that this scumbag father was also involved. He tilted his ear and heard the man lower his voice again. Xuanyan, we have no choice. So many families have abandoned their children to be eaten by zombies. We are already lucky. Besides, I got some money to buy some crystal cores for the eldest brother to improve his superpowers. Once we get into the base and the conditions are better, we can find the child back. The woman's sobbing paused slightly. But the second child has been very rebellious recently. How could he listen to the arrangements so quietly? The woman's voice sounded somewhat dissatisfied, and it seemed that she was very dissatisfied with Chang Ching, who had been disobedient these days. Humph. The child is disobedient because you spoiled him. Just give him a beating. The man didn't take it to heart at all. After hearing this, Chang Cheng understood everything clearly, and all the confusion in the original plot was solved. He clenched his fists, returned to the bed with a heavy chill and a murderous look in his eyes. Doesn't that man know what happens to children who fall into the hands of human traffickers? No, he knows, he just doesn't care. Is such a man qualified to be a father? Is such a person considered a human being? He doesn't count. He deserves to die. The next day, Chang Ching made the woman angry again, and when he was about to be beaten, he ran quickly to the river. Behind me, I heard a woman cursing and a man opening the door and asking questions. What's going on? Why's all the noise so early in the morning? The man's voice was impatient. Second brother, you didn't listen and you ran away. The woman complained dissatisfiedly. Children must be beaten if they don't obey. The man got angry when he heard this, picked up a stick and followed. Chang Ching noticed the man cursing behind him. He didn't stop, but ran straight to the river. This river is called Anshui. The water flow from north to south is not large. There used to be schools of fish here, but since the population in the surrounding areas has increased, the fish and shrimp here have long been eaten up by people who are short of food. There was no one here early in the morning. You little bastard, why don't you run away? I'll beat you to death. The man was holding a stick and panting. He doesn't exercise often, so running this section is really uncomfortable for him. Beating children was nothing new to him, and he didn't take the 6-year-old child in front of him seriously at all. He became even angrier when he saw the child's stern face and no fear at all. You bastard! You eat my food and live my house. And you still don't listen. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not your father. Like all self-righteous elders, he feels that his children's food and shelter depend on him, so he feels that his children's lives belong to him. It is not uncommon to see such people remain evergreen. Chang Ching had no interest in educating such a person. He just curled his lips and suddenly a pistol appeared in his hand, pointing steadily at the man's head. The man paused as he stepped forward, then he laughed again. Ha 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 ha, where did you pick up a bunch of toys and use them to scare your dad? In this era, thermal weapons are still effective against ordinary zombies, so they are in short supply and not available to ordinary people. Only the families of people with special abilities and the families of the powerful in the base can possess this kind of self-defense weapon. Chang Ching ignored him, his wrist slightly heavy. Bang, one shot hit the man in the leg. Chapter 302 Doomsday Big Brother 6. The man didn't feel any pain at that moment, he just stumbled and fell to the ground. He looked at the flying limbs in a daze, not knowing what had happened. Until a piercing pain came from his leg, and he realized that it was his own leg that flew out, and the gun in the hand of the child opposite was the real killing gun. Bang! He opened his mouth to let out a terrible scream, but was interrupted by another shot, and only a short gurgling sound came out of his throat. The sun gradually rose and hung in the sky with the blood moon. Although the temperature had risen, it still looked weird. Old man Zhu, wearing a worn cotton padded jacket, went out with his son to pick wild vegetables on the opposite mountain. Everything at home must have been stored in the cave, especially the food. Anything that can't be taken away must be hidden well. Dad. I'm almost 40, I must know all this. It's not my first time experiencing a zombie wave. As they were talking, they suddenly heard a child crying. They ran over and recognized that it was the child from the Mu family, and next to him was a man who was so bloody that he was dead that he couldn't be deader. Soon, everyone in the Mu family knew that the man had offended an adult passing by and was shot dead. Many neighbors came to watch the fun, which made the deserted shack full of people. No one doubted that he had anything to do with the man's death. After all, he was just a 6-year-old kid. And he couldn't possibly have a gun. Alas, although Lao Mu was a bit of a jerk, he is still a good person. Yes, he never defaults on his debts. Although the man was strict with his own children, he was very polite to other neighbors. People are like this. Those who are good to you are good people, and those who are not good to you are bad people. To Chang Ching and his 2 younger sisters, the man was not a good father, as he contacted human traffickers to sell them, but to his neighbors, he was kind, sometimes generous, and a good man. Therefore, his death was regretted by many people. However, it's just a few words of regret. Chang Ching hid behind the crowd and saw the woman's sudden desperate cry after learning that the man was dead, but this was not out of sadness about the man's death, but more of a worry about her own future life. He also saw the suspicious look from his elder brother Mu Changcheng, but he looked back at him without caring, which scared Mu Changcheng so much that he almost jumped up. His 2 sisters stood behind him, holding onto his clothes, tears streaming down their faces. They didn't quite understand what was happening, but the atmosphere made them feel scared. Changcheng also acted in a panic, and there was indeed indifference in his eyes. The man did not live the good life he had imagined, and he didn't even earn a decent funeral. After digging a hole on the spot and burying him hastily, the family returned to the room and remained silent for a long time. The woman had no mood to cook and locked herself in the room. Mu Changcheng had no mood to wander around. He sat on the bed with a gloomy face, not knowing what he was thinking. The next day, the woman prepared breakfast as if nothing had happened, and even took out some money to buy some delicious food. The whole meal was like the New Year's Day, and everyone was extremely satisfied. It was a rare occasion that Changqing was not scolded this morning, and the meat in the bowl was divided equally. This made Mu Changqing snort in dissatisfaction, but in the end he said nothing. The two sisters were carefree and ate happily with their mouths full of oil. Is this a farewell dinner? Changqing wondered. One night later, the woman left quietly with her eldest son. Changqing knew that the base would open its gates the next day, so he did not sleep that night. He heard his eldest brother get up and go out. The woman whispered to him outside the door, but he did not say anything and pretended not to wake up. But this was the result he expected and hoped for. In the morning, when the two younger sisters woke up, they saw that their second brother had packed two small bags and placed them on the table. Second brother, where are mom and eldest brother? The fourth sister asked. Then, they saw the second brother curl his lips and said indifferently, leave. The two sisters stared at the bundle on the table for a long time before they reacted. Suddenly, crying sounds spread far away from the small shack. The two little girls ran out of the door, calling for their mother, their elder brother, and sometimes their father, but there was no response. Families from the nearby shacks came out one after another, each carrying a small bag, and walked towards the base gate. Seeing that there were only a few children left in the house, they understood what had happened. Some shook their heads and sighed, while others looked greedily at the furnishings in the house, trying to find if there was anything valuable. Unfortunately, everyone is extremely poor and having nothing in their house is standard. The two sisters were tired of crying, so they went back to the room, sat by the bed, and wiped their tears secretly. Changqing walked out, and the two of them quickly got up and followed him, fearing that their second brother would also run away secretly. Second brother, I'm just going to the kitchen to see if there's anything to eat. The three little kids rustled their way to the kitchen. Surprisingly, the stove was still warm. They opened the lid of the pot and saw last night's leftovers inside. Maybe this is a mother's last tenderness. Changqing took out bowls and chopsticks, and everyone filled a bowl of rice and gathered around the stove to eat until their stomachs were full. Second brother, what should we do? Shall we go find mom and big brother? Both of them stared at the second brother and asked. No. We'll just wait here. Dad has arranged for someone to pick us up. Changqing's eyes flashed. It is very dangerous to run around. If they are separated, he won't be able to keep an eye on the two children. It is better to wait for the human traffickers to come. This was the chaotic period of the zombie tide, and it was also the time when human traffickers were most active. They used various means to get children from this place and then sold them to other places. In this process, there must be its own transfer base, and this is Changqing's destination. It was too much trouble for him to walk on the road with two little girls. Even with a gun, it was still very risky. It's better to wait for the human traffickers. The three children stayed in the room until the afternoon when a boy and a girl finally arrived. Oh, it's the Mu family kids. Your father asked us to pick you up. The woman was plump and had a friendly smile. As she spoke, she took out some candy from her pocket and distributed it to the children. The man behind was also trying hard to look kind, but he looked fierce and had a scar on his face. Even when he grinned, he didn't look like a good person. Are you going to mom and big brother's place? The third sister hid behind Changqing and poked her head out to ask. Ha? The fat woman was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. Ha, yes, mom and big brother went first. They wanted to decorate the room in advance. Sure enough, after she said that, the two little girls' faces relaxed. The boy in front didn't show any expression, but he didn't object. Instead, he gave the two small bags to each of the two sisters, one on their backs. Then let's go quickly. The two little girls were picked up by two men each, and Changqing followed behind them. The two adults looked at each other and were very satisfied. Sure enough, children are easy to fool. After walking for a while, they saw a van that was about 80% new parked in front of them, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in Changqing's eyes. This car is useful. After all, the two sisters were real children. After learning that they would see their mother soon, they felt relieved. They laughed and joked all the way and temporarily forgot about being abandoned. Changqing sat silently in the back, dozing off with his eyes closed. His behavior puzzled the two traffickers. The woman even tried to make him laugh, but he gave her a cold glance. Along the way, they encountered several staggering zombies. The scarred man drove directly into them, scaring the two children so much that they screamed loudly. Damn it, the zombie wave is coming, and there are zombies here too. He spat out the window and cursed. Oh, it's always like this. Anyway, it's very safe where we are, kids, don't be afraid, okay? The woman comforted the child. Chapter 303 Doomsday Big Brother 7. In the 10th year of the apocalypse, there are very few low-level zombies roaming around the large base. They have either been eliminated or gathered around the high-level zombies. There aren't many cases of people getting hit like this on the road. After getting off the car, there is a very long mountain road. This time, the two little girls also felt something was wrong. They have never been to this place. The little girl in the arms began to struggle. Don't move. Don't cry. Otherwise I'll throw you into the ditch below. The scarred man also lost his patience and frowned and threatened the child. The child immediately stopped moving and pursed his lips as if he was about to cry, but not yet. Just follow me obediently. Don't try to run away, or you'll kick me into the ditch too. The scarred man turned around and threatened Changqing again. Changqing acted panicked and followed him slowly with a somewhat satisfied look on his face. After walking for half an hour, they arrived at a blue brick house in a deserted village, the scarred man shouted, and two more men walked out of the room, one short and thin, the other with a bald head. Brother and sister-in-law, you are finally back. It is really troublesome to take care of those little brats. Those little brats? Changqing noticed the message in this sentence. Do they have other children here? With this doubt, the three children were led into a small room, and then the man with the scar stepped forward, pushed open the wooden bed, and pulled up a large lid under the bed. There was actually a large cellar dug in the room. Sobbing sounds came from inside, and the scarred man frowned and roared. What the hell are you yelling about? The noise inside immediately quieted down. Changqing immediately realized that there were other abducted children hiding in the cellar. This must be the hideout of human traffickers. Get down! The scarred man pointed at a few children. Someone behind them immediately picked up the two girls and walked downstairs. Changqing quickly followed and was not lifted up. After walking a few steps down, he smelled a mixture of urine and mold. With the help of the flashlight in the scarred man's hand, he could roughly see the situation in the cellar. There were more than a dozen children crammed together in a cellar of less than 4 square meters. In the corner there was a trough that looked like pig feed, with leftover rice and soup in it. I guess that was where the children ate. This is simply treating children like animals. When they saw them coming down, the children covered their mouths and squeezed into the corner desperately, with fear obvious on their faces. Behave yourself! The bald-headed man roared, and several people left the three people behind and turned to go upstairs. The lights went out and only a few dark shadows could be vaguely distinguished in the cellar. Changqing quickly pulled the third and fourth sisters behind him and sat down against the wall. Whoa, second brother, the third and fourth sisters started crying again. It's not their fault. They are only 4 years old. Although they are not welcome at home, this is the first time they have encountered such a scene. When the two of them started crying, they led the other children to cry, and the cellar suddenly became a place where everyone cried for a moment. The cellar was filled with demonic sounds, and the children seemed to be competing to see who could be the loudest, howling at the top of their lungs. Changqing's two sisters stood on his left and right, filling his ears with irritating noises. Crying. What's the point of crying? We should unite, kill those human traffickers, and then escape. Suddenly, amidst the crying, a voice expressing regret for someone's failure was heard. Hee, the male lead Lin Feng is here too. The system's voice suddenly popped up. Oh? Changqing replied perfunctorily. As for the male protagonist, it is normal for him to experience hardship since childhood, but he always turns danger into safety in the end. However, other supporting characters die or get injured. This is the correct logic. It is unreasonable for a child to cry. Lin Feng's words had no effect, which made him snort in anger. A bunch of useless people. His voice was loud and everyone could hear it clearly. Some people cried even louder, but some people who were not convinced began to refute. Who are you calling useless? How can we kids beat adults? They even have knives. That's right. It's easy for you to say that, but why don't you kill them? I don't have enough to eat every day. I have no energy at all. Woo, I miss my mom. Several people objected loudly, which gradually stopped the crying of others. Changqing also nodded secretly. Children are not stupid. It is too difficult for them to resist on their own. Lin Feng now is not the powerful man he will be in the future. The supernatural power of a 6 or 7-year-old child may be able to hurt or even kill an adult, but it is definitely not enough to face 4 people, so he needs help from others. TSK, what a calculation. He has the ability to save his life, but the others will probably be kicked to death one by one. Suddenly, he felt his sleeve being pulled in the dark. Brother, I'm hungry. It was the fourth sister's voice. I'm hungry too. The third sister also said in a low voice. The cellar was pitch black and no one could see each other. Changqing stuffed a piece of chocolate into the mouths of both of them. Don't make any noise. He whispered. The third and fourth sisters nodded in the darkness. They were already used to their second brother being able to take out all kinds of things from his pocket at any time like Doraemon, so they were not surprised at all. As a sweet smell spread across their tongues, the two of them couldn't help but squint their eyes. As long as my second brother is around, I don't feel that scared anymore. The children were tired from fighting, and some of them just leaned against the wall to sleep. I don't know how long it was before the lid suddenly opened. The woman carried a bucket of vegetable leaf and sweet potato paste and poured it into the trough. Then she turned around and brought a large basin of water. The starving children all rushed over to grab the food, and even Lin Feng was no exception. Only Changqing and his two siblings sat there motionless. The woman saw it but didn't say anything. She just sneered and turned around and went upstairs. New children are always picky. It's normal for them to not be able to eat these things. It will be the same after they go hungry for a day or two. The other kids seemed used to it, too. They ate and drank, making snoring sounds everywhere, and the whole cellar looked like a pigsty. Chapter 304 Doomsday Big Brother 8. After dinner, the children sat against the wall. Changqing also sat still, thinking about what to do next. A wave of zombies is coming in the next 2 days, and hiding in the cellar is actually the safest place, but the environment is a bit bad. How about taking the initiative and killing a few human traffickers? He rejected this idea as soon as it came to mind. A bunch of kids, if you run around everywhere, you might end up in even greater danger. At this time, the parents are all hiding from zombies at the base and it is impossible for them to come and pick up the children. Let's just hang around like this for a few days. On the other side, Lin Feng endured the nausea and ate some vegetable leaf paste. Seeing the newcomers lying motionless, he couldn't help feeling unhappy. Why are you so proud? It will be the same in a few days. He suddenly felt a little evil and wanted to find something to do. Humph. Did you guys hide the food? You ate it secretly. When he came in just now, he saw two little girls carrying small bags. Could it be that there is really food hidden there? Lin Feng knew that human traffickers sometimes did not search for children's belongings. After all, these children's families were extremely poor and it was impossible for them to have anything good. In fact, there were only a few pieces of clothing in the bundle, but it looked soft and bulging, which aroused suspicion. After hearing what he said, the other children were also tempted. I seemed to smell a fragrance coming from their place before. It seemed like the smell of chocolate. A perceptive child also expressed his thoughts. Chocolate. Now all the children looked over. Although he couldn't see their expressions in the darkness, Changqing could still feel their gazes, looking for something to do. Changqing is really not afraid of trouble. He was just a little brat. He didn't even bother to hide. So what if I have it? So what if I don't? Changqing's tone was not at all concerned. We are all together now, so we should share the food with everyone. We can't eat alone. Lin Feng stepped forward and spoke loudly. There were sporadic echoes from other children as well. Who doesn't want to eat chocolate? But some people think that you can't force others to take something that belongs to you, so they don't ask. Changqing frowned. This male protagonist has loved moral blackmail since he was a child. It's my stuff, I can divide it up if I want to, and if I don't want to, I can eat it myself, no one can interfere. Perhaps affected by the child's physical condition, Changqing was a little impulsive at this time, but when he saw that the other party was so righteous, he didn't care. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the third and fourth sisters were so scared that they grabbed his clothes. That's right. You can't steal things. The third sister also plucked up the courage to retort. The children here were either deceived or sold by their parents. The oldest ones are only 6 or 7 years old, and the youngest are 4 or 5 years old. They are really afraid to rob strangers directly. After hearing what the third sister said, most of them fell silent. Yes, we can't snatch things. My mom would beat me if I snatched my sister's toys at home. Snatching things is wrong. Someone said. We don't want to be bad kids. It's rare that children in the end times still have such a simple worldview. Changqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have to bully the children. Just as she was about to sit down, she felt someone approaching and a hand grabbed the bag that the third sister was carrying. Changqing. This is bullying the children. Although he couldn't see clearly in the dark, he could tell it was Lin Feng by his figure. This male protagonist is really not particular. He turned sideways, reached out and grabbed the other person's hand, pushed hard, and the other person took several steps back and hit the wall. The third sister screamed, snort. Changqing also snorted coldly. The children were in an uproar. In their hearts, Lin Feng is very powerful. Although he is not the oldest, he is very strong and neither of them can beat him. A vague cellar bully. I didn't expect to suffer a loss at the hands of a newcomer. Even Lin Feng, who had just extended his hand, fell silent at this time. The other party was much stronger than he had imagined, and he didn't expect that he was also a tough guy. However, he was very dissatisfied in his heart. If he wasn't afraid of using his superpowers to attract the attention of the human traffickers, he would have taught that man a lesson. He inexplicably regretted not having practiced well before. Now his supernatural powers would be exhausted after one use, and he could not fight continuously. If the human traffickers knew that he was a child with special abilities, it would be troublesome. After all, children with special abilities are much more valuable than ordinary children. He didn't dare take the risk. After teaching Lin Feng a lesson, Changqing simply took out a few more loaves of bread and gave one to each of the three siblings. Although the cellar smelled bad, it was much better than the vegetable leaf paste that looked like pig food. The three of them didn't care and ate it very happily, especially Changqing, who deliberately smacked his lips. Well, compared to chocolate, I still think bread is more satisfying. The aroma of bread spread out, and the other children couldn't help but drool, but Changqing had just demonstrated his strength and had a very tough attitude, so no one dared to ask him to separate now. Well, I'm so hungry. Can you give me half of it? I'll recognize you as my big brother. Suddenly a child spoke weakly. Changqing, there is such an operation, but it's not impossible. He has a lot of things, just right to piss off the male lead. No bread. But there are biscuits. Biscuits too, big brother. A small black shadow came over, and Changqing gave him a biscuit. He didn't leave, but sat down next to him. So it's possible. Brother. I can do it too. I also recognize you as my big brother. Suddenly, more than a dozen children rushed over. Changqing gave each of them a biscuit without hesitation, and they sat down next to him. Lin Feng was indeed angry. These people used to call him big brother. They are so spineless just for a cookie, how abominable. At this moment, there were only 4 people left around him, all of them were his playmates. Lin Feng, why don't we go find a big brother? There's food for us. One of the younger brothers whispered something and was slapped on the head. Do you have any backbone? Lin Feng was very upset. He was known as the little bully, and he had never suffered such a big loss among his peers. Although the fall was not severe, he felt as if he had lost all his face, humph. If he didn't want to expose his supernatural powers to the trafficker, he would definitely teach that person a lesson. I'm telling you, there are zombies these few days. Once they're gone, they'll start selling people off. By then, there won't be many people guarding them, so we can take the opportunity to run away. Lin Feng spoke to his younger brother in a low voice, then looked at the group of people opposite him. I won't take them with me when the time comes. The children's camp was divided into two groups. Perhaps despite Changqing, Lin Feng and his younger brothers were particularly excessive in snatching food in the next 2 days. Every time the woman poured out the food, they swarmed over and pushed others. Changqing would occasionally take people with him to rush over, but he never ate. Of course, he would continue to share some cookies with his younger brothers, which was also the price of being the big brother. Host, don't you think you're behaving like a child? You still want to be the big brother? The system couldn't help but jump out to complain. I'm just a kid. Changqing is justified. System, the host's personality is indeed influenced by his body. Chapter 305 Doomsday Big Brother 9. Another day passed, and when the woman came to deliver food, Lin Feng suddenly jumped up. Auntie, they have hidden food in their bags. And biscuits. He pointed at Changqing and complained loudly. Oh shit, what is this operation? Changqing was very upset. The third and fourth sisters nervously pulled up the corner of his clothes. However, the children were somewhat surprised by the woman's reaction. She clicked her tongue and shone the flashlight on Lin Feng's face. You are such a dishonest child. What's so strange about this? When you came here, we didn't confiscate the things you brought with you. Auntie only sells people, not steals things. Children, Raymond Lam. After the fat woman left, a battle broke out between the two camps in the cave. The result. Naturally, Changqing's side won the fight, because Changqing offered a reward and gave everyone a biscuit. As a result, the younger brothers pounced on the opponent like hungry wolves, pinned them to the ground and beat them up. Lin Feng, let's not go against them. They eat biscuits every day to have strength, and I eat vegetable porridge every day. We are all weak and can't win. Lin Feng's younger brother got beaten up and couldn't help but complain to Lin Feng. Lin Feng stopped talking. He clenched his fists tightly, and veins popped out on his forehead. Not only was this a loss and humiliation, he was beaten the most and his entire body was still in pain. Wait for him to get out. Wait for his superpowers to upgrade. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a sentence he heard from somewhere. Don't look down on the young and poor. Changqing didn't know what the male protagonist was going through, and at this moment he was happily giving rewards to his younger brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. A group of children hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, second brother. Changqing. It turned out that it was sent to my third and fourth sisters. Everyone is doing well today, keep it up. He gave a few words of encouragement in a serious manner, which made the people on the other side very angry. If it weren't for the few younger brothers holding him back, Lin Feng would have rushed over and fought to the death. Don't bully people like this. Another day passed like this, and both sides calmed down. That day, there was suddenly a burst of hurried footsteps outside. The drowsy children were startled. The secret door on the top was suddenly opened, and 4 human traffickers ran down in panic. Wow, when the children saw them, they tried their best to squeeze in like chicks seeing an eagle. They looked terrified, but did not dare to cry at all. This time, the younger brothers who had just recognized each other as their big brother were no exception. They all shrank behind Changqing, and the third and fourth sisters squeezed into the middle. Changqing didn't move. He had no place to squeeze, so he just sat there calmly. The zombie wave is coming. This was Changqing's first reaction. This village is still within the base's sphere of influence. Usually, the base's psychics go out on missions to clear out zombies and obtain crystal cores, so there are not many zombies nearby. The only thing that can make human traffickers so panic is zombies. Sure enough, under the spotlight, he saw that the 4 human traffickers all had ugly faces. Damn it! I heard there are level 4 zombies in this zombie wave. This shipment will be late again. The scarred man put the oil lamp in his hand on the ground and cursed. The other people also had expressions of fear on their faces, and the fat, round woman's legs were even shaking. I hope the base can hold up, otherwise we'll be in trouble. Baldy also sighed and glanced at the group of children shivering in the corner. Be quiet. If you attract zombies, I'll throw you out. The kids who were so brave in fighting each other no longer dared to speak. They huddled together and trembled. Although Lin Feng was standing in front of the younger brothers, he also looked nervous at this time. He glanced at Changqing, who had no expression on his face, and felt a secret hatred in his heart. Doesn't that guy know how to be afraid? Doesn't this make him look like he doesn't have the temperament of a big brother? Changqing didn't really feel scared, it was just that the environment made him feel a little uncomfortable. He wanted to kill the human traffickers as soon as possible, but the zombie tide had not yet passed, and there were a bunch of children here, which was very troublesome, especially since the male protagonist has a troublesome physique. If he runs around and provokes high-level zombies or something, he won't be able to control himself even with a gun.so. Let's just wait until the zombie wave passes. It will probably only take a day or two. With 4 more adults in the cellar, it seemed even more crowded. However, because they brought lights, Changqing took this opportunity to observe the male protagonist carefully. Lin Feng now looks stronger than ordinary children. His short and hard hair makes him look like a thorn in the side, but his face is also full of anxiety. Obviously, such an environment cannot make him feel at ease. There were 4 younger brothers behind him, who were dressed similarly to him. They were probably playmates who were caught by human traffickers. TSK, what bad luck. I just don't know whether these little brothers escaped with the male protagonist in the original plot. Changqing noticed that the male protagonist's eyes occasionally swept over the 4 human traffickers who were sitting together and talking. Sometimes he looked fierce, sometimes afraid. He must still want to give it a try. Who cares, just don't cause him any trouble. Changqing simply closed his eyes and rested. Occasionally, there were rustling sounds and the sound of footsteps dragging on the floor coming from outside, which would make everyone more nervous, but fortunately, it seemed that no high-level zombies had come here, and the people in the cellar had not been discovered. I don't know how long it took, but the traffickers got hungry after chatting, so they took out some dry food from the sacks they brought in and started to eat it with grunts. Seeing how deliciously they were eating, the children's stomachs started to growl. What are you yelling about? Be quiet. The bald man roared, but it is impossible to control the growling of the stomach. For some children, the more afraid they are, the louder their stomach growls. In a way, finally, the woman took out a few boxes of biscuits and distributed them to everyone, and the cooing finally subsided. After eating, they felt sleepy. The children huddled together and dozed off. The traffickers were too tired to chat and leaned against the wall to rest with their eyes closed. There were noises coming from outside from time to time, and everyone couldn't rest in peace. They would be woken up by strange noises from time to time. Another day passed like this, and the noise outside seemed to subside, but the traffickers still did not move, and the children were not allowed to make any noise. In the afternoon, it seemed that someone came outside. First there was the sound of fighting, followed by a few short and unclear words. Changqing has sharp eyes and ears and can hear clearly. This is the tracking and cleaning team sent by the base. It seems that the zombie tide has receded. The human traffickers immediately became nervous when they heard the sound. They walked up to the children with ferocious looks on their faces. The man with the scar even took out a sharp knife and shook it. Changqing noticed that Lin Feng's eyes lit up, but after looking at the locked cellar entrance, he ended up doing nothing. Even if he shouted at this time and attracted the attention of people outside, he would probably get stabbed first. He was not that stupid. After a long time, the footsteps gradually faded away and it seemed that things outside had become quiet. Chapter 306 Doomsday. Big Brother, 10, you, go up and take a look. The scarred man pointed at Changqing and shouted, holding a sharp knife. Uncle, I can go. Let me go. Before Changqing could react, Lin Feng quickly took 2 steps forward. His eyes suddenly lit up and he looked eager to try it. The scarred man looked at him suspiciously. He had no impression of these children, but as a human trafficker he was naturally suspicious, and he couldn't help but be a little suspicious of someone who took the initiative to work. This kid is very cunning, so it's better not to let him go. The fat, round woman suddenly said. Scarface's expression changed immediately and he waved his hand. Bang, a slap landed on Lin Feng's face, causing him to fall down. You're trying to play tricks on me. You're courting death. Changqing did not miss the murderous look in Lin Feng's eyes when he raised his head. He slowly took 2 steps forward as requested. Second brother, the third sister behind, shouted anxiously. Don't worry, it's okay. He turned around and gave her a reassuring smile, then walked forward and gently pushed open the unlocked cupboard. It just so happened that he wanted to see what was going on outside. Everyone in the cellar held their breath. However, Changqing was not at all panicked. He stretched his head out to take a look. The scene outside was pretty much the same as he had imagined. A zombie with its head exploded was lying on the ground in a weird posture at the door, and there were waves of disgusting stench coming from outside. It is estimated that there are still many zombies that have been killed. No one is here. There's no one outside. The zombies have been cleared out. He said just as he was about to crawl out to take a closer look, there was a sudden loud noise in the cellar. Boom, Changqing suddenly shrank back and saw the scarred man lying on the ground with a burnt feeling on his body, and asked. However, Lin Feng held the sharp knife that the scarred man had in his hand and stabbed the bald man in the abdomen. Lin Feng finally took action. At this time, a large amount of blood gushed out of Baldy's abdomen, and the severe pain made his entire face distorted. You are a mutant. The bald man held his bleeding abdomen with one hand and said with gritted teeth. This change happened too quickly. Everyone was stunned in an instant. Everyone, come together. One of them is already dead. Kill them and we can go home. Lin Feng suddenly shouted. This time, the human traffickers also recovered from their shock. Brother Scar. The woman cried out and rushed over. Stop her. Lin Feng shouted. His younger brothers were used to following his orders, so they rushed forward to try to hold the woman back, but they were too small, and when the woman pushed them, they staggered and fell a long way. Changqing couldn't help but shake his head. It seems that the male protagonist's supernatural power can only be used once now. The CD time is probably a bit long. He was beaten by the Scarman just now and suddenly became angry, so he just gave it a try, but it's rare. First, he used his superpowers to kill the scarred man, and then he grabbed the knife and stabbed the bald man. However, because he was not tall enough, he was only stabbed in the abdomen, which was not fatal at the time, and there were two adults on the other side. This is still a dead end. Sure enough, the next moment the short and thin man rushed up and kicked Lin Feng to the ground. "Brother Shang, how are you?" He supported the bald man and sat down. Baldy was sweating profusely from the pain. He hadn't expected that the boy was short but very strong. He used all his strength in this knife attack, and half of the blade was wiped into the wound. I. Bleeding kept coming out of his abdomen, and he couldn't utter a word. The woman helped the dead scarred man up and suddenly screamed, "I'm going to kill all of you." She was like a madman, and in just a few steps she rushed towards Lin Feng, who had just gotten up. Although Lin Feng was dizzy from the fall, he knew that it would be difficult to break free if he was caught by an angry adult, so he crouched down and ran towards the entrance. "Want to escape?" The short and thin man was faster. He was already close to the entrance, and suddenly rushed out from the side and pressed Lin Feng to the ground. "Help me!" Lin Feng shouted at the top of his lungs, and at this moment he also felt his life was in danger. But they are all children after all, who would be so brave? At this time, the bald man who had been stabbed stood up staggeringly. He had already pulled out the bloody knife and held it in his hand. The throbbing pain drove him mad. You all deserve to die." He looked at the other children huddled together, then glanced at Changqing at the entrance. Somehow, he seemed to see a hint of ironic smile on Changqing's face, which made him even more crazy. "I'll kill you first." He suddenly pounced towards Changqing, second brother. The third and fourth sisters screamed. This sudden change happened too quickly. Lin Feng, who was pressed hard to the ground, also noticed it. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the world was fair. What if you go and investigate? You still can't escape. He tried to turn his head to see Changqing's expression clearly. What a pity, he was disappointed. There was no expression on Changqing's face. He even grinned and made a bad expression. Bang! With a crisp gunshot, the bald man suddenly fell to the ground. The light from the entrance shone on Changqing's back, casting a shadow on the front of his face, but his hands did not tremble at all, and there was no surprise in his eyes. He held the gun steadily and pointed it at the stunned woman. There is a gun. This time the change came more suddenly and more violently. Not only were the children terrified, but even the remaining traffickers felt it was incredibly magical. So there is more than one mutant among these children. The woman was also confused at this time. That's a gun. Just pull the trigger and your head will explode. The anger in her heart immediately subsided. Life is at stake. Plop. The woman immediately fell to her knees. "No, don't kill me. I even cooked for you. I even hugged you." She began to beg for mercy incoherently. However, the child on the stairs was not moved at all. Call. Suddenly a strong wind came, and Changqing saw the short and thin man who was holding Li Feng down suddenly jumped up and pounced on him. "Are you trying to snatch the gun from his hand? Adults are so naive." Bang! Another gunshot was heard, and the short and thin man fell directly on the stairs, with blood flowing down the stairs. "I can't die anymore." The woman was even more frightened. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can continue to cook for you. I also know where the food is hidden." She began to kowtow desperately, looking for reasons to prove her worth. Humph! Why hesitate about human traffickers? They all deserve to die. Lin Feng, who had finally gotten up, muttered. Changqing naturally heard it. He moved his hand and pointed the black muzzle of the gun at Lin Feng. "Hey! What are you doing? We're in the same group." Lin Feng then remembered that he and Changqing also had some conflicts, and this was no joke. His special ability will take at least half an hour to last, but it will be gone immediately after being shot. "Hey, at worst I'll recognize you as my big brother." He hasn't finished speaking yet. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Lin Feng's legs went weak and he fell to his knees. Chapter 307 Doomsday Big Brother 11. At the same time, the woman who had been begging for mercy stopped talking, fell to the ground, and a large amount of blood instantly soaked the ground. It turned out that Changqing changed his target in an instant and shot the woman trafficker to death. Lin Feng raised his head with a hint of fear in his eyes. The moment the gun went off, he really felt the fear of being on the verge of death. At this moment, he truly felt that he was afraid of death. Changqing didn't even look at him. "Third sister, fourth sister. Come here, go out." He waved to the frightened child, and his younger brothers immediately surrounded the third and fourth sisters and walked over. Call. Finally seeing the light outside, the children couldn't help but cover their eyes with their hands. "Brother, you are awesome." "Brother, are you also a mutant? Where did that gun come from?" A group of younger brothers surrounded Changqing and asked questions curiously. Even the third and fourth sisters were pushed to the side. Lin Feng, who followed behind, couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw this scene, but after knowing that Changqing had a gun, he didn't dare to say anything more. The younger brother behind him saw Changqing distributing food to people again and couldn't help but come forward and ask. "Lin Feng, is it true what you just said about wanting to recognize him as your big brother?" The younger brother licked his lips. "If your boss recognizes you as your big brother, then you are his big brother, and you have to give him some food." "Nonsense, of course it's fake." Lin Feng directly elbowed this ignorant younger brother. However, he did not expect that the other party was also a person with superpowers, and that he had spatial superpowers and even had a gun. This incident made Lin Feng a little more alert. Still can't look down on others. There are a total of 13 children in this group, some of whom were abandoned by their families, and some were abducted by human traffickers. At this time, whether to stay or leave becomes a problem again. Most of them are children of residents in or around the Changping base. Although this place is also within the base, it is on the outskirts. It takes 3 or 4 hours to drive here and walk into the mountains. It was impossible for a group of children to walk back. I'm not going to leave. If you want to go back, I won't stop you. Changqing said. The younger brothers looked at each other in bewilderment. Brother, you really aren't going back? Without mom and dad, I'll starve to death. Woo woo woo, I miss home. The human trafficker was dead, and the children felt relieved. It was the time when they were homesick, and they were surprised to hear that Changqing was not planning to leave. Brother, we are with you. The third and fourth sisters stood firmly beside the second brother and pulled at the corner of his clothes. Although they also miss home, their second brother is the best to them. As long as their second brother is around, they feel like they have a home. If you are willing to recognize me as your big brother, I will take you with me when I leave. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly stood up. He proudly held up a cell phone, a possession of the traffickers, and said, I'll call my second uncle to pick us up, but I'll only bring my younger brother. Wow! This male protagonist is very chivalrous. Changqing almost laughed. He wished someone would take these children away. Taking care of 2 kids is already troublesome enough, let alone taking care of a bunch. I can't even imagine how that would go. This is the time when children miss home the most. Lin Feng's trick was very effective, and the children immediately ran over and surrounded him. Brother, I recognize you as my big brother. Yeah. Count me in. Me too. Lin Feng raised his head, like a victorious rooster, and glanced triumphantly at Changqing's deserted side. This moment he felt that he was okay again. However, Changqing had no time to pay attention to Lin Feng. He was looking at the skinny little monkey standing in front of him. Why don't you go over there? Don't you want to go home? Why is there only one left at the end? Changqing frowned. Hurry up and go over to recognize Big Brother and return to base. When he mentioned home, the skinny little monkey curled his lips and started crying. Brother, just let me follow you. I can do any job. My family sold me to human traffickers, and I don't want to be sold again. Changqing, well, it turns out that he was sold by his family. He felt some sympathy. Taking care of 2 children is already troublesome enough, and taking care of 3 would probably be even more troublesome. Do you have any relatives near the base? He asked tentatively. The skinny little monkey shook his head. Don't you have any relatives somewhere far away? Continue shaking your head. Changqing, okay, you can stay. There's no other way. We can't just kick people out and leave them to fend for themselves. If it was an adult, Changqing would naturally not care, but he really couldn't bear it for such a small child. After a while, 3 or 4 adults in suits and ties came, and the children who wanted to leave followed them. Changqing received a provocative look from Lin Feng when he left, but he simply ignored it. Okay, let's clean up the house first. Skinny monkey, come with me to the yard to fetch some water. Third and fourth sisters, look for tools like a broom or mop. There were zombie corpses in the room that needed to be dealt with, otherwise it would be uncomfortable to live there. He didn't bother to take care of the corpses in the cellar, so he didn't plan to continue running into the cellar. Fortunately, the human traffickers have their base here, so tools and water are relatively convenient. The 2 of them fetched water from the faucet in the yard and found the broom and mop. Changqing didn't bother and directly took out some medicine powder from the space and sprinkled it on the corpse. White smoke immediately came out of the corpse, and soon it turned into a pool of blood. Hiss. Second brother, what is this? Several children came closer curiously. Children who grew up in the end times are relatively brave. They are not afraid of this thing and are curious about it and want to play with it. This is a big treasure. Children can't play with it. Changqing put the things in his hand back into the space. Children, with the corpse dissolving medicine, cleaning became much easier. By dark, the entire room had been cleaned by several people. Don't close the door yet, keep it open for ventilation. Changqing saw Zhou Kai wanted to close all the doors and quickly spoke up to stop him. Although it was washed with water, the bloodstains left on the ground could not be completely removed, and the faint fishy smell took time to dissipate. Chapter 308 Doomsday Big Brother 12. After everything was done, Changqing took a few people to boil water and take a bath, and the day was finally over. There was no shortage of supplies in the space, so he took out quilts and helped a few people set up the beds. His 2 younger sisters wanted to sleep in the same room with him, but he directly refused. We sleep together because we have no place to stay at home. There are so many rooms here, you 2 can sleep together. The second brother looked serious, and the third and fourth sisters didn't dare to say anything. On the other hand, the skinny boy Zhou Kai was not afraid at all. He was so excited that he almost jumped up when he learned that he could sleep alone. Finally, I have my own room. Brother, you are so nice. Several children have already accepted that Changqing is a person with spatial abilities, and are no longer surprised that he takes out strange things anytime and anywhere. Changqing was too lazy to cook in the evening, so he took out bread and milk and shared them with everyone. Just make do with it for now. We'll make a big meal tomorrow. The children immediately jumped up excitedly. Bread and milk are just for the taking, I can't even imagine a full meal. Second brother, when did you get these things? The third sister took a big bite of bread, and her cheeks were puffed up like a little hamster. She was curious about how her second brother could keep taking out so many things. Well, that happened a long time ago. Changqing answered smoothly. Second brother, will I also have superpowers? The fourth sister gulped down a mouthful of milk and asked with squinted eyes. Several children were very concerned about this issue, and 3 pairs of eyes were staring at Changqing. During this time together, Changqing's image in their eyes was simply omnipotent. So they were all looking forward to his words that people with superpowers are so powerful. Who doesn't want to have superpowers themselves? This question made Changqing silent. In the plot, both sisters had no special powers, including the original owner. But Zhou Kai had special powers. He took a look at the skinny little boy who could be blown down by a gust of wind. Moreover, in the original plot, he was also a capable member of the male protagonist's team, and his strength reached level 4. When Changqing learned his name, he could hardly believe it, but now, he's just a little kid, probably a rare late-stage awakener of superpowers. How would I know if you have superpowers? If you awaken your superpowers, you will be the first to know. Changqing stated a fact, but he changed the subject and said, I have a way to make you stronger. Ha! Get stronger. The 3 of them immediately widened their eyes. Brother, are you a god? How come you know everything? Zhou Kai almost jumped up with excitement. If you become stronger, can you take out food like my second brother? The third sister was a little excited. Brother, teach me. I want to learn. The fourth sister immediately insisted on learning. Ahem. I think we should unify the way we address each other. Don't use big brother and second brother all the time. It's a bit confusing. Changqing said Zhou Kai recognized the eldest brother in the cellar and always called him big brother. The third and fourth sisters were used to calling him second brother, which sounded a bit strange. Moreover, the third and fourth sisters don't have names, so it's difficult to address them. Changqing pondered for a moment and said, well, you can just call me brother. You can call me Yaoyu, the third sister, and Yaoyue, the fourth sister. He simply named his third and fourth sisters. This made the 2 children jump for joy. My name is Yaoyu. I want Yaowei. This is the world of children. They can quickly forget their worries and sadness, and can become happy in an instant because of a small thing. Zhou Kai was also very happy. If he just called him brother, he would be the same as Yaoyu and the others, and he would feel closer to the boss, elder brother. He shouted clearly. When you say becoming stronger, does that mean we can awaken our superpowers? This is what the children are most concerned about. No. Changqing shook his head. This is a completely new method, but it's no worse than supernatural powers. He said it with certainty. Ancient martial arts belong to the category of cultivating immortals. If you master it, you may not be able to fly into the clouds, but your combat power will increase exponentially. Changqing is still very confident about this. He planned to teach everyone as soon as possible, so he took them to fight monsters and level up. But this is not a place to stay for long. The next morning, Changqing really started teaching a few people some skills. This skill was taught to me by the immortals in my dreams. You must study it seriously. First, you must refine your essence into energy. Follow the following method to comprehend the vital energy of heaven and earth and absorb it for your own use. After training with a few people for a whole morning, Changqing didn't care how they learned. Go plant some vegetables this afternoon. Don't be lazy. He saw a small vegetable garden next to the yard, but the vegetables planted by the traffickers were poorly taken care of and grew sparsely, which he did not like. The vegetable growing gene cannot be lost. Life is so hard without fresh vegetables. Great. We can even raise pigs. The third sister agreed loudly. Changqing, raising pigs is really not a good idea because the cycle is too long. It was almost November now, and the weather was a bit cold, so not many vegetables could be grown. Changqing found some winter cabbage, radish, lettuce, and cabbage seeds from the space and sowed them in different areas and blocks. With winter here, we have fresh vegetables to eat. He brushed the dirt off his hands and spoke to his friend whose hands and face were also covered in mud. After the winter, when everyone has mastered the basics of cultivation, let's go out and make a name for ourselves. He thought. At dinner time, he really fulfilled his promise of a big meal. Together with his friends, you dug out the food and bacon hidden by the traffickers, and made a big pot of bacon hot pot with the vegetables that were not growing well, considering that they were all children. Changqing didn't dare to add chili peppers, so the food tasted a little less delicious. Brother, you said that you can feel the energy of heaven and earth by following that method, but why don't I feel anything at all? While eating, Zhou Kai couldn't help asking. Let's talk about it tomorrow. You can't rush learning. Now is not the time for teaching. Changqing took a bite of meat and returned with a smile. He knew that these kids were very energetic. Once they answered a question, countless more questions would surely pop up. So, let's talk about it tomorrow. On the other side, Lin Feng was in trouble. Because of the human trafficking incident, the relatives felt very guilty, so they watched him very closely and no longer allowed him to go out and play. Instead, they forced him to practice his supernatural powers. Xiao Feng, it was my uncle who was negligent before. I didn't expect human traffickers to be so rampant. You must bring bodyguards with you when you go out in the future, and don't go out to play alone. You have great talent, don't waste it. Come and train with your cousins. Only when you have strong abilities will you avoid danger. Uncle Lin said, holding Lin Feng's hand with a look of fear on his face. That's right. I think we spoiled you too much in the past. You actually dared to run out of the base without permission. What good are those low-class people? Don't let them lead you astray. Aunt Lin also spoke from the side. Among the three siblings of that generation in the Lin family, the eldest brother had only this one child. Everyone doted on him and allowed him to cause trouble all day long. Unexpectedly, he almost lost his life this time. The brother and sister were extremely worried during those days and hired many people to look for the child everywhere, but it turned out that the child had been abducted by human traffickers. How could this not scare them? Uncle, aunt, I agree with you practicing your skills. But I have so many younger brothers, I can't stay at home every day. Lin Feng replied seriously. He has indeed realized the importance of cultivating supernatural powers. If I were stronger, I wouldn't have let Mu Changqing steal the show. Killing 4 human traffickers in a few moves would be so impressive. My brothers would definitely be impressed, but the problem is that I just don't have the ability. Thinking about how he was pinned to the ground by the human trafficker and had to rely on the man to shoot him to save him, he felt very angry. When has Lin Feng ever suffered such humiliation? Moreover, those younger brothers have just recognized me as their big brother, so I have to play with them more often, otherwise they will recognize someone else as their big brother. He has a sense of crisis. Therefore, you cannot give up on practicing and leading your subordinates. Chapter 309 Doomsday Big Brother 13. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Uncle Lin and his aunt looked at each other. This child is quite like his father. When his father was a kid, he also liked to lead a bunch of younger brothers to cause trouble everywhere, and was hated by everyone. However, many of these younger brothers also became brothers who supported each other after the end of the world. They understand this point. Retreat 1 day a week. Practice the rest of the time. Aunt Lin said. 2 days. Lin Feng bargained loudly. Yes, but you can't be lazy in your training. You must raise your supernatural power level to level 2 within a year. Finally, Uncle Lin made the final decision. Of course. I still have to seek revenge on Mu Changqing. Lin Feng agreed without hesitation. Ha 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 ha. Uncle Lin couldn't help but burst out laughing. That kid with the space ability you mentioned? He's just an extra warehouse. As long as you cultivate your ability to the 3rd level, he can't hurt you even with a gun. Aunt Lin also smiled. It is a good thing for children to be competitive. This world is no longer a society where you have to be humble, but a jungle where the strong prey on the weak, and strength is always hard currency. However, spatial abilities weren't really that important. They were useful in the first few years of the apocalypse, but now it was difficult for those with spatial abilities to even enter the base. What's the use of having a warehouse without combat power? There's nothing for you to store. Second uncle's words gave Lin Feng a boost of confidence, and a flame ignited in his eyes. I'm going to practice. After saying this, he picked up the crystal core on the table and ran out. I think I should take the child to participate in Al-Qaeda's psychic competition. If I tell anyone that I've set the goal of defeating a space psychic, I'm afraid everyone will laugh to death. Uncle Lin said to Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin also nodded. There were a lot of talented young people in the base. Although she had confidence in her own children, they still needed to see more to be motivated. But, second brother, who is that kid? He actually has a gun. He must be from the base. Why didn't an adult take him back? She was a little confused. Upon hearing this question, Uncle Lin sneered. Little sister, you're worrying too much. That kid is just from a peripheral pariah family. I've already checked. I guess he was lucky enough to find a gun among the dead. However, this kid is quite courageous. He actually dares to live in the village with a few children. He can be a whetstone for the children. Aunt Lin also laughed. Those guys in our family can't even stop a gun, so don't make any random arrangements. Uncle Lin waved his hand nonchalantly. TSK, if that kid is smart, he wouldn't dare to hurt our Lin family. But let's wait until their ability level is higher. At this moment, Grindstone Changqing, who they were worried about, was almost frightened by Zhou Kai's shout and jumped up. Brother! I feel the energy you're talking about. I feel it. Several people were sitting and practicing when he suddenly shouted. Changqing glanced at him unhappily. That's nothing. Yao Yu felt it yesterday, and Yao Yue felt it 3 days ago. What a fuss. Oh, brother, I'm worried that I won't be able to learn. My 3rd and 4th sisters have all felt it, but I haven't. I'm worried. Call me Yao Yu. Call me Yao Wei. the two girls loudly retorted. Okay, okay. Yaoyu and Yaoyue have already learned it a long time ago. Zhou Kai made a gesture of surrender, smiling, and the excitement in his eyes could not be hidden at all. He has been under a lot of pressure these days. Not to mention Changqing, the two little girls have made progress one after another, but he himself has not made any progress at all. How can he not be anxious? I started to doubt whether I was cut out for this, but today it turned out to be me. Brother, please teach me the next step. He took Changqing's hand and said excitedly. Ask Yaoyu and Yaoyue. I've already taught them. I'll go check on the vegetable garden. Changqing shook it off without hesitation. God knows how annoying it is to have to go through the same knowledge point several times. After walking out the door and feeling a little cool breeze, Changqing finally put aside the chattering discussions behind him. The vegetable seeds had only been sown less than 2 weeks earlier, so there was naturally no lush greenery to be seen in the vegetable garden. However, he saw two figures sneaking around in front of him. Changqing. There are actually people coming to this remote place? Who is it? Come out. He shouted. Two figures flashed and hid in the bushes, and it looked like the child TSK. You are quite brave. Changqing was about to take action to get the person out, but when he heard the noise in the room, he put his hand down. Zhou Kai and his companions heard the noise and ran out. Brother, is someone coming? Changqing saw that Yaoyu looked nervous, but Zhou Kai and Yaoyue were rather excited and looked eager to try. I just saw two figures hiding in the bushes over there. He pointed in a direction and Zhou Kai rushed over immediately. Yaoyue reacted quickly as well, arriving first and disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Ha! Two screams came from the bushes, and Changqing saw two people coming out, each escorting a child. Tell me. What are you doing here? Are you going to cause trouble? Zhou Kai was very confident and walked in front of Changqing, carrying a struggling little boy. Yaoyu also grabbed a little girl's hand and pulled her over. Maybe the two of them were very strong after practicing, and the two children were pulled so hard that they staggered and didn't even cry for a while. The two men were dressed in tattered clothes and had messy hair, and it was obvious that they had suffered some hardships. Changqing recognized him as the child from the cellar at first sight. That time, I recognized him as my big brother, but later I followed Lin Feng into the car and went back. What's this? Was he kicked out of his family? Hey, let them go. They are the ones who were in the cellar with us before. He said quickly. Zhou Kai and Yaoyu immediately let go. Whoa, the two children reacted at this time and immediately started sobbing. Changqing looked at the little girl and saw that she was about 4 or 5 years old, and the boy was a little older, about 6 or 7 years old. However, they were both very thin and it was obvious that they were not full. When they cried, Zhou Kai and Yaoyu were frightened. Hey, I didn't recognize you. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken action. Me too. Sorry. The two began to apologize. Actually, it's not their fault. Those children in the cellar were all unkempt and dirty. If Changqing didn't have a good memory, he wouldn't have been able to recognize them at all. Oh wow, when someone apologized, the two felt even more wronged and their crying became louder. Changqing felt that his head was starting to hurt. He looked at Zhou Kai and Yaoyu, who seemed a little at a loss, and finally took out 2 loaves of bread and 2 boxes of milk. No, you guys eat something first before crying. The scene immediately became quiet. Changqing. Chapter 310 Doomsday. Big Brother, 14. So, you walked here on your own? How did you find the way? After the two finished eating, he took them to the room and asked them questions. The result surprised even him. The two of them actually started from the outskirts of the base and walked all the way here. You have to know that it takes more than an hour to drive there, and then you have to walk for half an hour on the mountain road to get to the village. It takes a whole day to walk all the way there. Both children nodded. We left yesterday at noon. Our parents died, so there's nowhere to go. Forehead. Changqing was silent. There is always an unexpected peak after a zombie tide. Even if most zombies are killed and retreat, there are always some that remain in the homes of residents in the surrounding areas or even in cellars due to accidents. For ordinary people, it is undoubtedly dangerous to go back and continue living. Woo, big brother, I can do any job, just leave us here. As long as we have food to eat, I won't recognize anyone else as my big brother anymore. The boy suddenly burst into tears again and held Changqing's hand tightly. Hearing him crying, the girl also started sobbing. Evergreen. He really didn't care about this. It's normal for a child to want to go home, and recognizing his older brother is a trivial matter in his eyes. Just stay here. After thinking for a while, he nodded. There is no way. People are here now. Driving them away would be like asking for death. They have no ability to make a living on their own. But we do have work to do here. Everyone has work to do. He gave a warning and saw the two of them nodding vigorously. With 2 more people coming, the house became even more lively. Children always forget their troubles quickly and were playing happily together in just 2 days. The new siblings Zhang Song and Zhang Lan were a little reserved at first, but after finding that everyone here was easygoing, they relaxed. Brother, let's play hide and seek. Do you want to join in? It was a rare moment of sunshine in the afternoon, so Changqing put a stool in the yard and sat down. When he saw Zhou Kai running over to ask, he just shook his head. Although his body has become smaller and his temperament has been affected a bit, he is definitely not interested in playing hide and seek. You guys play. Don't disturb me from basking in the sun. He narrowed his eyes, looking as if he was not bothered by anything. Hey, why do I feel like my brother's tone of voice is the same as my father's? Ah, brother is much better than my father, he never hits anyone, that's right, brother is the best, and there are so many delicious foods. Changqing heard the children talking and moved his hands. I feel like hitting the kid now. He's still a baby. And you're comparing him to an old man. It's really annoying when children are naughty. After a month, several children started practicing cultivation, which became even more annoying because they ate well, they all grew a lot taller. Due to their practice, they were much stronger and faster than ordinary children. When they ran, they were like little wild boars, creating a gust of wind. Brother, let's go to the back mountain to catch pheasants this afternoon. Do you want to come? Although Changqing would refuse the invitation most of the time, they would always come and call him. Changqing occasionally heard them betting that whoever could call him out louder would win, and then the others would call him her second brother or second sister for the whole day. TSK, what a boring game. As usual, I refused this time. However, he did not stop the children from having fun. Playing is a child's nature. Besides, they are quite strong now. When the 5 of them are put together, no adult can be their match. Oku, after being rejected, Zhenglan was not discouraged and ran away again, but when they came back, they all looked very worried, and looked at Changqing as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Changqing. What are you thinking? What? You're not happy because you didn't catch a pheasant? You dug up some pheasant eggs, so you got something. During the meal, Changqing fried a large plate of fried eggs and made vegetable and egg soup, but the children seemed to have no appetite, so according to the educational principle of encouragement, he praised them. After hearing this compliment, several little girls started to cry and the boy's eyes turned red. Wu brother, are you going to die? Before Zhanglan's grandfather died, he just lay there all day and didn't want to move at all. Wu brother, please don't abandon us, we are scared. Changqing's face turned black. As expected, the children didn't have enough homework, so they started to have random thoughts every day. I think it's not enough for you to just learn martial arts. You also need to learn some literature. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you how to read. The weather is getting colder, the children are still very naughty. Even though they have a lot to learn, they can always find time to laugh, but behind the scenes, these bright and lively kids are very attached to their brother. Today, Changqing was going to the trading market near the base to buy some things, but the kids stopped playing games and insisted on going with him. Brother, let's go too. We're so powerful now, we're not afraid of fighting zombies. Zhou Kai said loudly. The other children nodded as well. This is really true. A few days ago, a zombie crawled out of the cellar of a room in the east of the village, and its head was shot through by several of them. Everyone, stay home and bolt the door. Changqing rarely spoke with a serious face. Seeing the children's expressions that seemed to be about to cry, he added, I'll be back in the afternoon. I'll bring you food. Once the eldest brother became serious, the children dared not to retort. Then you must come back early. Don't worry, I'll definitely be back early after I finish my work. Don't open the door casually. He gave instructions to the group of children like an old father, and finally left in their expectant eyes. Ha! Finally some peace and quiet. Driving the human trafficker's van on the road, Changqing couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He would be 7 years old after November, but he still had short arms and legs. He had to adjust the seat to the front and lean forward to reach the brake clutch. This posture was undoubtedly tiring, but his face showed an extremely comfortable look. A system. Host, I see you get along well with children. Changqing, that's just an appearance. You little system don't understand the complexity of human emotions. He really wanted to buy something this time when he went out. The children's abilities are improving rapidly, but they can't just practice with each other every day. They need to be taken out for actual practice, but there is a base mission team clearing the area near this base, so there are not many zombies, so we have to go somewhere farther away. This requires bringing a lot of things. He had plenty of space for food, but he still needed to buy the children spare clothes, camping tents, and even knives and weapons, so he had to make another trip. Chapter 311 Doomsday Big Brother, 15. According to the original body's memory, he came to a trading place outside the base with a backpack on his back and a hat pulled down. In his backpack were small bags of salt and sugar that he had prepared in advance. These things were the hard currency of the apocalypse and were perfect for exchanging things when there were no crystal cores. Walking on the cobblestone streets, he felt like he was browsing the black market in some other dimension. There aren't many people here, and there aren't many shops. There are only a few makeshift stalls scattered around, and these people are all reselling things from the base. Changqing felt that many eyes were looking at him, but he didn't care. Little boy, have you lost your parents? Do you want to buy something? A warm voice suddenly sounded, and an ant with a smile on her face came over. When Changqing saw this, he thought of the woman among the human traffickers. His expression changed instantly, and he reached into his pocket and took out a gun. If you don't want to die, get away from me. He lowered his voice, like an old man's low shout, which frightened the woman. You're not a child? Her expression changed in an instant and she fled in panic. It seems that he is treated as a dwarf, which is fine. So as to avoid being targeted by people with bad intentions, after showing off his strength, Changqing felt that the attention behind him had decreased a lot. After walking a little further, a short and fat man came over.
Old man, what do you want to buy? I have the supply and can get anything.
His face showed the shrewdness honed by commercialism, but there was no obvious calculation. He seems like a serious businessman. I need weapons, a tent, and everything I need to go out and kill zombies, he replied in a muffled voice. And I don't have a crystal core. I can exchange it with salt and sugar.
Do you have salt and sugar?
The short and fat man's eyes immediately lit up.
Old man, my name is Fatty 3. I can get whatever you want. It's good stuff that the base's superpower team often uses.
He rubbed his hands and smiled. But, can I have a taste of your stuff first? Nowadays, the base is basically self-sufficient, and things like salt and sugar are in short supply, sometimes even harder to get than crystal cores. Of course he has to be careful. Changqing also understands this point. When doing business, it is normal to inspect the goods. He opened his backpack, took out 2 small paper bags, opened them, and used a small spoon to scoop a little bit for the other person and put it in his hand. Yes, still refined salt and refined sugar. He licked something on his hand and his eyes immediately narrowed. For a pound of salt and a pound of sugar, I can get you a set of weapons and equipment, a standard set, but no guns. Fat 3 proposed a price, and when Changqing didn't react, he added, we can get it tomorrow, and it can be delivered to your door.
Delivered to your door?
That would be even better. Changqing agreed immediately and handed him an address note. I'll be waiting for the delivery tomorrow.
Okay, boss.
Fatty San's face was about to burst into laughter. Goodbye, boss. After Changqing left, he opened the address and took a look. His fat body almost jumped up.
Fuck. Boss, you don't live around here. At this time, Changqing had already walked far away.
He heard the sound behind him faintly and quickened his pace. It is obvious that Fatty San has some connections and has been doing this kind of business for many years. Therefore, he was not worried about Fat 3 defaulting on the contract. In addition, Changqing did not miss the expression on Fatty San's face when he tasted the salt and sugar. This thing must be worth it. He originally wanted to buy some food, but unfortunately there was basically no food for sale outside. After walking around, he lost interest.
Let's go back. It seems there's nothing good to see here.
He adjusted the brim of his hat and started on his way back. However, when passing by the gate of the base, his attention was attracted by 2 teams confronting each other.
Lin Feng. This outskirts is our territory. What are you doing here with your men? A dozen or so young boys stood together on the left, and one of them shouted loudly. Changqing smiled. Is this the young and dangerous male protagonist fighting for territory?
And that voice just now seemed a little familiar, so he looked over. Wow.
He looks familiar.
It's actually his elder brother Mu Changqing. TSK. Big brother isn't doing very well. He didn't seem to be the boss in the peripheral team. He stood next to a boy with thick eyebrows, with his sleeves rolled up, and he looked very imposing. Lin Feng on the opposite side was obviously also very arrogant, and he laughed when he heard the threat.
Your territory?
You're just cowards relying on the base for protection.
This is my territory now that I'm here.
The younger brothers behind him also started yelling immediately, and for a moment it was extremely noisy. Changqing noticed that there were several children who had appeared in the cellar. It was obvious that the male protagonist had formed a small team. There were more than a dozen people on each side, but the people on Mu Changqing's side were obviously older. All of them were teenagers, while the people on Lin Feng's side were younger, almost half a head shorter. This is quite interesting. Changqing became interested and simply walked to the big rock next to him and sat down. On the court, Lin Feng's words obviously stimulated Mu Changqing.
Damn it, you're looking for death.
He took 2 steps forward as if to rush out, but was stopped by the boy with thick eyebrows next to him.
Lin Feng, I know you're a psychic. Chang and I are also psychics. We're both going to be in the base in the future. There's no need to be awkward.
He seemed to be seeking peace and his tone was very polite. It's reasonable and reasonable, not bad. Changqing nodded silently. However, there was obviously no sign of reconciliation on the other side. Before Lin Feng could say anything, the boy next to him spat loudly.
Bah! Whether you can enter the base is still uncertain. Why are you pretending to be a superpower? My cousin is the strongest lightning element.
If you are scared, get out. Who can tolerate this attitude? Mu Changqing was the first one who couldn't stand it. He suddenly took 2 steps forward and raised his hand. A stream of water rushed over directly, like a faucet being pressed. Changqing tried not to laugh, but everyone in Lin Feng's team burst into laughter.
The water-based ability is still so weak. Are you trying to give the grandpas a bath? Damn, the peripheral pariahs are just weak. This is the level of the psychics.
Waves of ridicule were heard, and Mu Changqing's face turned red.
Damn it, you're looking for death.
He shouted loudly, exerted more strength in his hands, and the water flowed faster.
A trifle.
On the opposite side, cousin Lin Feng, who had just spoken, took a step forward, raised his hand and blew out a strong gust of wind. Wind-related abilities, go. As the sound fell, the water released by Mu Changcheng was blown back directly, and the flow was faster than when it came. The winner is instantly revealed in one move. This person is probably already a first-level psychic. Changcheng sees it clearly. Ha 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 ha. Another burst of laughter came from the opposite team. This kid made me laugh to death. It's so watery, so watery. Mu Changcheng retreated quickly, but the water flowed even faster. Seeing that he was about to be drenched, the boy with thick eyebrows looked at him with a stern look and took a step forward. He suddenly raised his head, and with a shout, a fireball as big as a basin appeared out of thin air, colliding with the backflowing water, emitting a sizzling white smoke. He is actually a fire-type mutant. Boss is awesome. Sure enough, it was Brother Wang who took action. The younger brothers couldn't help but admire him, and Mu Changcheng quickly retreated to the back. The man opposite him looked a year or two younger, but his strength should not be underestimated, so he did not dare to provoke him again. Chapter 312 Doomsday Big Brother, 16. The young man with thick eyebrows, Wang Xian, looked quite pleased. His strength was unrivaled outside. His parents said that he would definitely be able to enter the base after the next base test, and he himself was very confident. Mu Changcheng's face looked a little ugly. As one of the few people with superpowers in the team, he had always been respected. He didn't expect to lose face as soon as he made a move today. You know how powerful my brother Wang is, right? He's a fire-type mutant. Mu Changcheng roared in a pretentious manner, trying to save his dignity. The opposing team didn't seem to be affected by the cool fireball. Lin Feng didn't even blink. Wang Xian, right? You're quite strong. But you haven't reached level 1 yet, so there's no way you can beat me. He took 2 steps forward and stood with his hands in his pockets. The momentum suddenly rises. Changcheng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Has the male protagonist broken through to level 1? This is pretty good at pretending. He saw that Wang Xian opposite him was also getting a little nervous, so he quickly got into position. As expected, conflicts among children cannot be resolved without fighting. Changcheng noticed that many people gathered around, and it was obvious that the commotion here had attracted many people's attention. A gust of wind blew by. The two of them suddenly moved. The younger brothers only saw a flash before their eyes, a flash of lightning and a burst of hot air. As soon as the crackling sound was heard, Wang Xian flew backwards. Another round of defeat. Is this the strength of the young people in the base? Everyone was stunned. Wow, Brother Feng is awesome. Don't hold back. Just lay them down if they dare. Lin Feng's momentum suddenly increased, and his brothers began to clamor. The other side was discouraged because they found that Lin Feng still had one hand in his pocket. He only used one hand to knock down his boss, beat them. There was a shout from Lin Feng's side, and everyone rushed forward, beating the other side so hard that they screamed and ran away, especially his cousin, who had wind-related abilities. When a gust of wind blew out, several people fell out. Ha 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 ha, you're the only ones who want to fight with Master Lin. He laughed wildly, feeling very proud. He looked like a gorilla beating his chest and shouting, who else, who else? Changcheng looked at it and shook his head. There is still a big gap in strength among the outside teams. Anyway, the winner has been decided and he has seen the strength of the male protagonist, so he doesn't plan to watch any further and just gets up and leaves. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by Lin Feng's cousin. Hey! Boy, why are you shaking your head? Just as Lin Feng's cousin knocked Mu Changcheng to the ground, he saw the man with the brim of his hat lowered next to him shaking his head and standing up. He immediately got angry. When a young man is full of ambition, he will not allow others to deny him. Seeing that Changcheng ignored him and was about to leave, he couldn't help it. Damn it! Don't you even take me, Lining, seriously? With a whoosh. He rushed directly towards Changcheng, and a gust of wind blew up, trying to blow him away. Hiss, what a cruel move, everyone gasped. Changcheng also frowned. There were more than one people watching from afar here, so he was targeted. Do you really think he is an easy target? This naughty kid has to be taught a lesson. He pushed on his toes and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Cousin Lin Feng only felt a flash before his eyes, and then his temples felt cold, and a black gun muzzle was pressed against him. It's my first time using ancient martial arts, and it feels really good. If you don't want to die, kneel down. A voice as cold as the muzzle of a gun came from his ears, and Lin Ying's legs softened and he fell to his knees. Cousin. Lin Feng had not taken any action at first, so he naturally noticed the changes here first. Seeing Lin Ying being restrained in an instant, he couldn't help but shout. The brothers who were fighting stopped immediately. When they saw the black muzzle of the gun pointing at Lin Ying, they all felt their scalps tingling. This is a gun. Those with abilities below level 3 cannot resist at all. I'm from the Lin family at the base. You, put the gun away. My family can give you whatever you want. Lin Ying was scared to death at this time, feeling the cold touch on his temple. He knew that if the other party just pulled the trigger lightly, his head would explode in an instant. It was obvious that the person who had just taken action was not an ordinary person. His movements were swift and his hand holding the gun was very steady. He knew that the other party really dared to shoot. That cold voice told you that he had killed someone. As a person with superpowers, his sense of life and death crisis is much stronger than that of ordinary people, so his fear is also much more magnified. So, he started begging for mercy. Immediately Lin Feng also took a few steps forward and stopped.
You're a superpower too, right? Then you should have heard of the Lin family. This is my second uncle's son. The Lin family won't let you off if you kill him. However, Chang Ching was not moved at all. He raised his other hand, and there was a gun in his hand, pointing directly at Lin Feng. Killing one is killing two is killing. Why don't I just kill both of you? Then I can take your heads to the Lin family's enemies and ask for credit. I'm sure I'll get a lot of goodies. Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly. The man's voice was hoarse and old, but the way he held the gun and the calmness of not caring about anything made him feel inexplicably familiar. A strange feeling came over him, and he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. He took a step back meaningfully with this retreat. All the momentum was gone. Those younger brothers didn't dare to say a word, having scared the kid enough. Chongqing sneered and put the gun away. There are always people who are better than you. Don't think you are invincible just because you have superpowers. After saying this, he turned and left. There are always people who are better than you. Are you going to just leave like this after hurting my son? A voice suddenly came from behind. Chongqing suddenly turned around and saw a smug smile on Lin Ying's face, and the jade pendant in his hand was emitting a faint light. Standing next to him was a middle-aged man in a suit, who was Uncle Lin. Dad. He just pointed a gun at me. Lin Ying started to complain as soon as she opened her mouth. Humph. Useless thing. I told you to practice well, but you didn't listen. Now you're suffering. The man in the suit first scolded his son, then looked at Chongqing with a colder expression. My friend just said that you shouldn't take advantage of your supernatural powers to do whatever you want. I also have something to say to you. His voice suddenly became loud, like a thunderclap. Don't do whatever you want just because you have a gun. Uncle Lin's body shape suddenly changed, black hair instantly grew on his handsome face, his huge fists turned into sharp claws, and his hands grabbed Chongqing's neck. Level 3 mutant, and it is a beast-type ability that can strengthen the body. A powerful breath blew towards him, blowing the hat on Chongqing's head away, revealing the boy's pale face. It's you! Lin Feng was the first to recognize this face and couldn't help but scream. This guy was the one who gave him the most headaches. He had spatial abilities and a gun. He had wanted to wait until he reached level 3 before going to fight him, but he didn't expect to meet him so soon. Chapter 313 Doomsday Big Brother 17 Mu Chongqing over there also recognized Chongqing. Second brother. You're not dead? Chongqing stared at the incoming fist and had no time to pay attention to anyone else. This is an attack from a third-level psychic. Although it is not his full strength, it should not be underestimated. This is no longer something that guns can deal with, but, just right, you can try to test your achievements in practicing ancient martial arts. Chongqing took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and when the fist hit his face, he leaned back suddenly and fell down like an iron plate, but his feet were firmly stuck to the ground and did not move at all. Hey! Uncle Lin was shocked when he heard Lin Feng scream. He realized that the person might be Lin Feng's acquaintance, but once the fist was thrown, he couldn't take it back just like that. Unexpectedly, the other party actually avoided his attack. He was just about to retract his fist. The next moment his expression changed slightly. The young man who had just reached the bottom suddenly bounced up the next moment, like a compressed spring, with a faint green light flashing on his fists. Boom, one punch against two fists, just as Uncle Lin was about to retract his strength. He felt countless knives stabbing into his fists, and his fists, as hard as iron, felt a piercing pain. He retreated 5 or 6 steps. The boy opposite simply leaned back 50 degrees without moving a step. Bang, he stood up again, and 2 guns appeared in his hands. Without hesitation, he shot Uncle Lin in the chest. Although he was protected by supernatural powers, his momentum was dissipated by the previous attack. Uncle Lin only felt a wetness on his chest. Obviously he was injured. The huge impact force made him retreat again, but the other party had no intention of letting go. The small figure jumped up and attacked like lightning. Stop it. Uncle Lin blocked the attack with both fists and took a few steps back. He called a timeout. Surprisingly, the other side actually stopped. Chongqing had no intention of killing anyone at the gate, and he couldn't kill the other person either. He just wanted to test his own strength. The results are very encouraging. Level 3 psychics can fight back and forth. If his cultivation level were to improve further, he wouldn't even be afraid of a level 5 psychic. My friend is very powerful. I admire him. There is no need for us to risk our lives. Uncle Lin took a breath, clasped his fists and spoke in a much more polite tone. If he had continued fighting just now, he really wouldn't have been sure of victory. The most crucial thing was that he discovered that the boy opposite him had no superpower fluctuations, and it seemed that he was not using superpowers. This made him extremely shocked. Moreover, the other person was fighting with a life and death style, and his moves were strange, which made him feel scared. He has a family, a business, and a son. Why would he risk his life against others? Chongqing had no intention of fighting to the death, so he naturally went down the stairs. He clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for showing mercy." Then he walked over, picked up his hat, put it on, turned around and left. This time, no one stopped him. The fat man selling things watched the fight and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The boss is actually a child, and the strength is so strong, looks like I have to ship it out as soon as possible tomorrow. On the other side, Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, but he didn't feel anything at all. That kid, how come his strength improved so quickly? I have
obviously worked hard and reached level 1 in just a few months. I didn't expect that the other party could actually fight back and forth with my second uncle who was at level 3.at this moment. He suddenly felt powerless. Can I really vent my anger?
Ha ha ha, that was my second brother just now. Did you see that? That was my second brother, my real brother. Awesome, right? Awesome.
Mu Changqing, covered in dust, climbed up and laughed wildly like a madman. Everyone else frowned, and no one dared to go up and hold him back.
Ha ha ha, my second brother, ha ha ha, I'm going to tell Mom. He stumbled away. Let's all go away.
Uncle Lin had returned to normal by this time. He felt a little embarrassed and quickly dispersed the crowd.
You two, get back here. Let me show you how I'm going to teach you a lesson.
He reached out and slapped his son on the head again, pointed at Lin Feng, and led the two of them towards the base.at this time. Lin Feng was also depressed and didn't dare to say anything more. Lin Ying was even more frightened and followed his father stupidly. There was no way. This fight had a huge impact on both of them. Obviously, the opponent was no older than them, but he was able to fight back and forth with the third-level psychic elder, and even had the upper hand at one point. This simply turned their world upside down in their minds. The strength of their elders is invincible, at least for now, but why is the opponent so strong? Even more depressed than them was Uncle Lin. There were many witnesses to this battle, and he is now the head of the Lin family. As a result, I suffered a small loss at the hands of a little kid. I don't know how others will laugh at me.
Lin Feng, you said that boy was the one you were kidnapped by human traffickers before?
He turned around and asked. Lin Feng just nodded silently. Good job, spatial power. No wonder two guns suddenly appeared in his hands. Have you seen him use other powers? He asked again. Lin Feng shook his head up. He couldn't figure out what skill the other party had just used, but he could see that it was no weaker than that of a psychic. Could it be martial arts? I've never heard of such powerful martial arts. It seems that I am still too lazy. I need to practice harder in the future. Uncle Lin felt a little scared. He remembered that he had wanted to use the child as a whetstone for his own children. Fortunately, I learned about the other party's strength today. Otherwise, with my own child's level, if I went there, I would have been either sharpening my knife or giving away my food. And the child had a fierce look in his eyes and acted without mercy. I'm afraid someone had already died on his hands. There was no reverence or fear for life in his eyes.
Don't mess with others anymore. No, I should say. Don't mess with others casually, okay? There's always someone better than you.
He said to the two children solemnly. Then, I saw both children nodded seriously, and they were countless times more obedient than before when they were home-educated. It turns out that only by meeting other people's children can education be effective. However, that boy seems to be the child of a peripheral outcast, so we can start investigating from his family. Uncle Lin made up his mind. If possible, first bring his family members under the protection of the Lin family, and maybe you can get to
know a ruthless person. Chapter 314 Doomsday Big Brother, 18, what? You ran into your second brother?
On the other side, when Mu's mother heard her eldest son say that her second son was still alive, the spatula in her hand fell to the ground. She heard the man talk about selling the child to human traffickers, and human traffickers often sell people to faraway places, so how could he appear here?
Yes, Mom.
He has also awakened his superpowers now, and he's incredibly powerful.
He can even fight a third-level superpower user without losing.
Mu Changqing exclaimed in praise. He felt very honored, because that was his second brother. Although his own special abilities are somewhat weak and his attack power is not strong, his second brother is so powerful that he will definitely be able to lead the family to a good life.
Mom, go find my second brother.
He can definitely take our whole family into the base. The woman covered her face and sat down. How could she have the face to look for the child?
Mom, say something.
Mu Changqing became anxious. He had long wanted to stop staying in the outskirts. It was dirty and messy here and not suitable for living at all. Although life has been a little better since his father died and his younger brothers and sisters disappeared, it is still far from what he had imagined, but he didn't have the confidence to pass the test with his own special abilities.
Your father sold your brother and sister to human traffickers. How could I have the nerve to go to them?
The woman's choked sobs came out from between her fingers, leaving Mu Changqing stunned for a moment. It turns out that my younger brother and sister were sold to human traffickers. Were they sold to other families by human traffickers? Wouldn't that mean they were getting a bargain? How can this be?
Mom. It was Dad who sold them out.
It has nothing to do with you, and it has nothing to do with us.
This is our chance to get into the base. We must seize it.
After much persuasion, the woman agreed, but where to find her? They had no clue at all. For the next 2 days, Mu Changqing stopped wandering around and instead asked around for news about his second brother. The result, of course, was nothing. Well, it's not completely fruitless. That morning, a group of people came to the house, people from the Lin family.
You mean, we can enter the base as distant relatives of the Lin family?
Muma was a little bit unbelievable, and Mu Changqing also widened his eyes.
That's right.
The Lin family can even help you find a job, as long as you work hard for the Lin family. Mu Changqing recognized the person who was speaking. It was his second uncle Lin who had clashed with his second brother. He knew that this was the patriarch of the Lin family, and his words could definitely be trusted. This is such a blessing from heaven. Besides, entering the base has always been his dream, and the opportunity is right in front of him. How can he miss it? Mom, hurry up and pack up. We're going into the base. Muma was still a little hesitant. Can we really enter the base? She twisted the corners of her clothes with her hands, a little at a loss. Although she was numb, she also vaguely felt that since others took so much trouble to make arrangements, they must have something in mind, which made her a little uneasy. But Mu Changqing didn't care about that. The opportunity to enter the base has come, he won't let it be missed. Mom! Mr. Lin said we can definitely get in. Just pack it up. He reached out and pulled his mother aside to lower her voice. Mom, please don't ruin our plan to enter the base. Otherwise, I won't support you in your old age. Muma shuddered. She is counting on this son with superpowers. Without further hesitation, he quickly packed up his things. Once we entered the base, we found everything had been arranged, and there was even a small 2-bedroom, 1 living room house available. This is the day that should be, Mom. Mu Changqing excitedly walked around the living room and finally sat down on the sofa. The shepherd's mother was putting things away nearby and smiled when she heard her son's words. Yes, I never dared to imagine such a day before. Changqing, you have to do your best to help the Lin family. They are our benefactors. She never expected that good days would come so suddenly, although she had some doubts in her heart. After seeing the completely different environment inside the base and the warm and bright house, she felt that it was worth it. It's just one worthless life anyway, and Mu Changqing thought exactly the same. He suspected that the Lin family was attracted by his potential. Nowadays, many families keep some experts to help their families at critical moments. Could it be that I am a hidden genius? Along the way, he carefully checked himself to see if he was the legendary dual-powered person, but he found nothing. Maybe the hidden superpowers haven't awakened yet. Of course it is. Maybe it's a rare attack type ability, or even a healing ability. He felt his chest puff up at the thought. The Lin family is indeed cunning. They made arrangements in advance and won over this potential genius at a low price. Mom! The Lin family must have noticed my potential and supernatural powers and want to invite me as a guest. Let's go to dinner tonight. Let's be open and honest, no need to be polite. At this moment, Mu Changqing felt that he was at a disadvantage. This house was a bit small. When we arrived for dinner, the Lin family was indeed very polite. This made Mu Changqing more determined in his decision. After taking 2 sips of wine like an adult, he felt a surge of heroic spirit. I'm honored that Patriarch Lin thinks highly of me, Mu. If you have any requests, please let me know. I'll definitely do it if I can. He promised with a pat on his chest. Lin Feng, Lin Ning, and other children of the Lin family frowned when they saw him like this. Lin Ning couldn't stand his behavior, even more rubbish water-based abilities. He nearly doused me with a gust of wind. And he's still talking big. Mu Changqing. What can you do? Water my garden? The young and energetic Lin Ning couldn't help but speak sarcastically, but Mu Changqing was extremely confident at this moment. He looked at Lin Ning like a child who didn't understand what was going on. Brother Lin, there's a saying that goes, don't look down on the poor young. I haven't fully realized my potential yet. He talked on, and Uncle Lin finally couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted him with a smile. Well, sister-in-law, we invited you here because of your second son, Mu Changqing. We met at the gate of the base a few days ago. He is very promising and young. Our Lin family intends to hire him as a guest official, so we would like to ask you to come forward and mediate and explain the misunderstanding. Is it for my second brother? Mu Changqing only heard the first half of the sentence, and he didn't hear anything else Uncle Lin said afterwards. He just felt as if his face was slapped dozens of times, and it was burning with pain. Ahem, so it's for my second brother. He glanced at his mother, who was also stunned, and said, we will definitely try our best. At this time, Muma also began to react. She looked a little embarrassed. The second son has never contacted his family, so he must have become alienated. They don't even know where he lives now. That's right, the second one was killed by his father. She wanted to tell him that her second son had been sold, but Mu Changqing glared at her. My second brother got lost from our family during the last zombie wave, and we've been looking for him ever since. Chapter 315 Doomsday Big Brother 19. Second Uncle Lin was an old fox, and he had already investigated almost all of these matters. Seeing Mu Changqing being so scheming, he couldn't help but feel a little amused. However, these were not things he cared about, so he was too lazy to expose him. We know the child's address. He lives with his 2 sisters and several other children. I will send someone to go with you and bring him back. He arranged the task directly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This is clearly the attitude towards subordinates. Mu Changqing felt a little unhappy, but was also shocked by what he said. The 2 younger sisters are together, were they not sold? Muma was also extremely surprised and couldn't help but stand up. They are all together? Well, let's go and take a look. The 2 returned home in a daze. The shepherd mother was a little excited. She didn't expect that there would be a day when she would see the other children again. Mu Changcheng was a little depressed first. He learned that the Lin family was not doing this for him, which made it difficult for him to accept. Don't I have any potential talent? Is it possible that I can only live with this water spirit root that has no fighting power? He was unwilling to accept it. In addition to being unwilling, he was also a little scared. My second brother is so powerful. If he comes, will I still have a place here? He couldn't help but have such worries. Changcheng, I didn't expect to see your brother and sister again. Muma couldn't help but sigh. Mu Changcheng, who was already feeling irritated, didn't have such thoughts and couldn't help but sneered when he heard this. Dad sold them, and you didn't stop him. You agreed, didn't you? Why are you saying this now? The woman immediately deflated like a balloon that had been stabbed, and her face was wrinkled with pain. I don't want to do it either. I can't persuade him. I don't want to do it either. Mu Changcheng didn't want to listen to her repetitive talk, so he stood up and went straight back to his room. He was worried all night and didn't sleep well. So, when he arrived at the small mountain village the next day and found that the house was locked and there was no one in sight, he was so happy that he almost jumped for joy. Mr. Lin, my second brother and the others are out hunting zombies. He pointed to the notice on the door, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. It would be best if the second brother could not be found. That way his position would be secure. He ignored the lost look on his mother's face and walked quickly to Uncle Lin with a flattering smile on his face. Mr. Lin, don't worry. When our second brother comes back, we will definitely call him over to meet you as soon as possible. I am his eldest brother, so he must listen to me. Uncle Lin looked at the words return date undetermined on the notice and could only sigh out. He had already heard from Fat San that Changcheng had bought equipment for hunting zombies, so he hurried over. I didn't expect that I was still a step too late. However, the other party was so young and actually brought a group of children to do what the superpower team did. Could it be that those children also learned his skills? When this thought came to his mind, he was shocked himself. If this is the case, the 5 or 6 people on the other side are probably equivalent to a team of psychics. We must see such talents. Thinking of this, he looked at Mu Changcheng and his son with a little more eagerness. After all, these 2 people are his closest people. Although it has been many years since the end of the world, the great principles of filial piety to parents and brothers are still there, so he can make good use of them. Lin Feng and Lin Ing, you should spend more time with Changcheng and study together. So, he instructed. On the other side, Changcheng had already driven with several children to a small town hundreds of kilometers west of the base. Along the way, the children were chattering, rubbing their hands, and were extremely excited. Brother, are there any advanced zombies in this city? Those elementary ones are like idiots, there's no point in chopping them up. Zhou Kai was standing under the entrance sign, holding a pickaxe in his hand, with a very arrogant expression on his face. Yao Yu, and Zhang Lin all chose good-looking long swords, while Zhang Song dragged a machete. They stood together, their small bodies holding weapons, looking very strange, but since they started practicing, their strength has long been incomparable to that of ordinary children. Zhou Kai played with the more than 10-pound mountain axe in his hand like a small dagger. Along the way, he encountered several zombies, and he chopped them all off with his axe. That's why he felt a little bored. It's getting late. We won't go into the city today. We'll just stay here for one night. Changcheng sat on the roof of the car, looking into the distance with a telescope and said, ever since the battle at the gate of the base that day, he felt that he could not live in the old place for long. He had to take the children out for training anyway, so he simply left after receiving the goods the next day. Of course, he did not forget to store all the vegetables in the vegetable garden into the space. After someone cleared out the zombies within the base's jurisdiction, they headed west. This is now the first small town outside the base. Take a break and then go for a big fight tomorrow. He took out tents, tableware, kitchen utensils, and various ingredients from the space. Zhang Song, Zhou Kai, you two set up the tent, and the girls will wash the vegetables and cook. The boy immediately moved. Brother, what are you doing? The third sister looked at Changcheng, who was lying motionless on the roof of the car, and asked with wide eyes. As for me, I'll keep watch for you. I'll ensure everyone's safety. Evergreen is rational and strong. No one spoke. I have to say, this guy is really good at keeping watch. He can see zombies appearing from several miles away. Someone else tried to take on the job of keeping watch before, but ended up not being able to do it at all. Host, I was the one who kept watch. You are deceiving the little kid. The system suddenly jumped out and shouted, the host is becoming more and more shameless. Ahem, why should I be so clear about the difference between you and me? What you did is equivalent to what I did. Changcheng didn't even blush. Little system, what is our relationship? We are comrades from many worlds. It's too small to worry about that. System, I'm not fussy about, that's right, this is the good baby in my heart. System, I always feel like something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. Setting up tents and cooking are things that everyone does frequently. Soon, 3 tents were erected on the open space. The aroma of food rose in the air, making people salivate. It's time to eat, brother, the crisp shout woke Changcheng from his resting state with his eyes closed. Oh, is the meal ready? He turned around and jumped off the roof of the car. It smells so good. Chapter 316 Doomsday Big Brother 20. Add water to half a pot of meat and then throw in some vegetables. Although it is simple, it looks like a proper hot pot, several little heads gathered together, their mouths full of oil. It's delicious. Zhang Lan's cheeks puffed up and she sighed indistinctly. If it tastes good, eat more. Xing Song picked up another piece of meat for his sister. He always took care of his sister out of habit and always thought of picking up the delicious food for her. Brother! I don't even like eating meat anymore. I want to eat more vegetables. Zhang Lan put the half-fat meat back into her brother's bowl. Xing Song put the meat into his mouth, feeling the salty fragrance spreading in his mouth, and couldn't help squinting his eyes. Since I joined this team, I have never lacked food. Now that I have become more capable, I am no longer afraid of hunting and catching wild animals. I feel more at peace. He was extremely glad that he had taken the risk and brought his sister to the place that frightened him for a day and a night. Brother, look, Xing Song is picking up food for his sister. Why are you just eating for yourself? Changqing was concentrating on eating when Yao Yu next to him suddenly said something. Girls are so damn competitive. Changqing looked up in confusion. Don't you have your own hands? Zhang Lan also has hands. Yao Yue also said. Hey, sisters, don't pay attention to him, he's just a piece of wood. Come on, Brother Kai will pick up some food for you. Zhou Kai servilely picked up 2 pieces of meat for Yao Yu and Yao Yue, but was met with 2 cold stares in return. Changqing, okay, I'll pick up some food for you all. Let's fight zombies happily tomorrow, okay? He gave each child present a piece of meat with his chopsticks, and everyone started to eat happily. Brother, did the gods really teach you all these skills? How come you know everything? While eating, Zhang Song brought up this old topic again. Of course. I was sent by the gods to take care of you. Changqing waved his little hand and picked up another piece of meat. I think so. If it weren't for my brother, I would have been sold to who knows where by human traffickers, and there would be no way I could kill zombies now. Zhou Kai said loudly. He is a staunch fan of Changqing and believes everything he says. When it comes to zombies, the kids get a little excited. Do you think there are advanced zombies in this city? I heard there are 5 levels of zombies, and the advanced ones are almost like humans and very smart. No matter how powerful it is, I'm not afraid. With this blow of my axe, Zhou Kai was full of energy and made a chopping gesture. Hey, be gentle, don't throw dust into the pot. Some girls frown in disgust. Ha 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 ha. Someone laughed. Hey, brother, do you think we can defeat the advanced zombies? Zhou Kai looked at Changqing, but saw that he had a serious expression and had put down his bowl and chopsticks. What's wrong, brother? Everyone looked over. Shoo! Someone seems to be coming. Changqing put his finger to his lips as a gesture of silence, and then his figure flashed and appeared on the roof of the car. He took out his telescope and took a look. Someone really came. A military pickup truck and a large van really drove towards the side. Soon, the roar of cars could be heard. Clang. The people who were eating immediately became nervous and put down their bowls and chopsticks. Zhou Kai even picked up the axe at hand. Brother, what's going on? He asked a little nervously. He had experience in killing zombies, but he had never fought with humans, so he couldn't help but feel a little panicked. 1 pickup truck, 1 large van, and who knows how many people there are. Everyone, put your weapons aside and continue eating. Changqing made a decision. Those who can hang around in the city on the edge of this base are basically a team of psychics. Although they are of the same kind, there are many cases of them killing each other, so it is better to be careful. However, he also didn't want to wait for people with weapons in hand, so as not to create a tense atmosphere and lead to a fight. On the other side, the lookout on the truck also saw the parked cars at the entrance and the rising smoke from the cooking fires from afar. Boss, there's someone ahead. He shouted loudly. Someone? How many people? A low voice came from the cockpit. I couldn't see clearly. I only saw a small van with maybe 5 or 6 people at most. Mo Shangwan frowned when he heard this speculation. As far as he knew, there had been no psychic teams sending out missions in this direction from the base recently. Could it be people from other bases? No, people from other bases can't run that far. They should be unorganized individuals. Many years have passed since the end of the world, and many people with special abilities are unwilling to be bound by the rules of the base. They organize their own teams to kill zombies and steal resources. These people are often powerful and murderous, and are not easy to deal with. Drive farther away, don't get too close. Xuanjin, go say hello and see who it is. Mo Shangwan ordered. Okay. Boss. A clear female voice responded. The 2 cars stopped 500 meters away. Li Xuanjin jumped out of the car and tossed his hair into the wind. She is extremely confident in her charm. Moreover, she has the ability of perception, and she can see the level and strength of her opponent's ability at a glance. So she usually acts as the team's diplomat. Changqing and the others naturally heard the roar of the car and stopped. Although they all held bowls, no one had the heart to eat it this time. They looked into the distance with tense expressions. Only Changqing was calm and stuffed pieces of meat into his mouth like a normal person. Friends in front, we are the Linlang team from the Changping base.
Our target is the zombies in the city ahead. We have no ill will towards other teams. May I meet you?
In the end times, everyone has become a frightened bird. If you approach someone suddenly without notifying them in advance, you may be regarded as an enemy by the other party, so she announced her home address from the beginning. Her voice is soft, with a hint of hoarseness, which is very pleasant to listen to. Chang Ching and the others relaxed a little after hearing her words.
Chapter 317 Doomsday Big Brother, 21, Zhou Kai, go say hello. Chang Ching gave direct orders. I'll go?
Zhou Kai felt panic in his heart. This kid usually talks the most, but he seemed a little timid at this time.
What else can I do?
Besides me, you're the only 7-year-old here.
Do you really need me to go there myself? We're not the eldest brother.
Chang Ching ate another piece of meat. Zhou Kai, I think you asked me to go because you were worried about missing out on eating meat. However, since his brother had given the order, he didn't dare to disobey as Zhou Kai stood up helplessly. Li Shuinjin shouted over there but saw no one responded, and he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Generally speaking, friendly teams will respond immediately to avoid misunderstandings. Could it be that the other party is too powerful and wants to kill and rob? Just as I was daydreaming, I saw a small figure appearing from behind the van. Zhou Kai wanted to say the name of his team, but then he remembered that his team didn't have a name yet.
We're fighting zombies too. We mean no harm.
I have to say that he reacted pretty quickly. Chang Ching nodded secretly after hearing this. This kid has a bit of a diplomat style. Li Shuinjin on the opposite side was stunned for a moment. Fighting zombies with children? What kind of team is this?
Little boy, your parents took you to fight zombies?
Her voice had changed a little. I've never seen anything like this before, bringing such a young child to such a dangerous place.
My brother took us.
Zhou Kai replied. Brother? Li Shuinjin's first reaction was that this brother was too unreliable. How can there be such a brother? Could it be that this was a vicious brother who wanted to take advantage of the family infighting to kill his younger brother?
She almost imagined a big drama.
Can I come over? She asked again. Zhou Kai stuck his head out and asked Chang Ching, and saw that he nodded.
Okay, come over, we're eating.
The way the little child spoke seriously was so adorable that Li Shuinjin couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with maternal love. The vicious brother wanted to take the opportunity to kill his younger brother, and she had to find a chance to expose the conspiracy. However, when she walked over and saw a bunch of little heads, she was completely stunned.
Little boy.
Where's your brother?
Where's the others?
Why are they all? Before she could finish her words, Zhou Kai pointed at a child of similar age sitting in the middle and said, That's my brother.
Li Shuinjin.
It took her a while to calm down.
So, you're taking these brothers and sisters to fight zombies?
She looked at Chang Ching with disbelief.
Can you still drive? Chang Ching, this woman has so many problems. My brother is amazing. He knows everything.
Before he came back, Zhang Lan spoke loudly.
Yes. That's amazing.
The other children also nodded. Li Shuinjin felt that his 3 views were about to be reshaped. When did this world become so magical? She saw the axes and swords lying on the ground again. She noticed that they were weapons produced by the base, and her doubts grew even more.
Do you use these weapons? Can you handle them?
Seeing that he seemed to be looked down upon, Zhou Kai felt a little dissatisfied.
Of course I can lift it. I've chopped down many zombies before. Li Shuinjin.
Hard to believe. Not only did she find it hard to believe, but the others in her team also expressed disbelief after hearing what she said.
Ha, kids teaming up to hunt zombies?
This isn't a kindergarten game. The bearded man was the first to laugh out loud.
Zhao Meng. They're right over there. Just go over and take a look and you'll know. What are you laughing at?
Li Shuinjin was also angry when he saw that his information was doubted.
Boss, you don't believe it either, do you? She looked at Emo Shangwan and couldn't help pouting. I believe it. Emo Shangwan took a deep breath of cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke. Fuck. Boss. You believe this? Everyone else looked at Mo Shangwan curiously.
Their boss was a level 3 peak psychic. He was always an extremely serious person and would never speak carelessly. I don't know if you still remember, some time ago, there was a kid who exchanged a few moves with the head of the Lin family at the gate of the base and didn't lose. He threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground and stomped it out.
Yeah, I've heard of that. But is it true? Can a child develop supernatural powers so quickly?
Zhao Meng still couldn't believe it. Although the man from the Lin family is not famous for his fighting ability, he is also a genuine third-level psychic. The fact that he can fight back and forth with him doesn't mean that the other party is also at the level of a third-level psychic. How is this possible? Even if a person with awakened superpowers is born, and starts practicing from a young age, and can reach level 2 by the time they are in their teens, everyone will praise him as a genius.
Believe it or not, just go and see for yourself. Emo Shangwan said. However, everyone needs to be respectful.
He can run this far, so he must not be a scoundrel. The group drove over and saw that the children had already packed up their meals. They were sitting by the stove and talking. They were dressed neatly, without a trace of slovenliness, especially the girls, who were fair-skinned and had beautiful braids, looking like the precious daughters of wealthy families. The weapons placed on the ground next to each person can't help but make people shudder. Oh, the kids are so cute. Zhang Huqing also has 2 daughters in the team. When they saw Yao Yu and the other 3 lovely girls, they were immediately struck in the heart. Kid, would you like some candy? She took out a handful of candy and walked over. Several girls looked at Changqing and asked silently, is it okay? Oh, this must be your big brother, he's so cute too. Come on, big brother, have some candy too. Zhang Huqing felt quite familiar with the child. She took out a bench and sat down. Changqing, you guys eat, I won't. He didn't sense any ill will from the other party, so the children could eat whatever they wanted. As a result, he refused to eat, and the other children also refused to eat. If bro doesn't eat, we won't eat either. Changqing, at this time, Mo Shangwan came over. Friend Mu, I'm Mo Shangwan. Our Linlang team is planning to go to the small town ahead. It's getting late today, so we plan to rest here for the night so everyone can take care of us. Do you mind? Changqing naturally doesn't mind. He clasped his fists and said, Captain Mo, you're too polite. This isn't our territory, so we naturally don't mind. As he said this, he glanced at Li Shuinjin and Zhang Huqing, who were eagerly distributing things to the children and talking to them. It would be better if your team members could not disturb us too much. Mo Xianwan. Suddenly I felt a little ashamed. Shuinjin, Huqing, don't disturb the children. He advised. The result was just 2 rolls of eyes. Go and do your own thing, don't interfere with our emotional connection with our children. Mo Shangwan spread his hands, made a helpless expression, and quickly turned around and ran away. Changqing saw Zhang Huqing holding Yao Yu in one hand and Yao Yue in the other by the stove, and Li Shuinjin was also holding Zheng Lan and whispering to her. Several children gathered around them curiously. Tsk, I inexplicably feel unhappy that my child is about to be kidnapped. He sat down with a sob face, his eyes looking into the distance. He had an impression of the Linlang team. In the plot, this team could be said to be a major obstacle for the male protagonist to unify the base's superpowers. There aren't many of them, but all of them are strong. Especially the team leader Mo Shangwan, who is a rare 4th-level psychic. However, they have distinct personalities and tend to follow orders but not instructions, which makes people very troubled. As Lin Feng grew up, the team became larger and larger. He wanted to unify the base's superpowers and compete with other bases. This naturally met with opposition from many old-school people. Among the opponents, the most powerful one is the Linlang team. They are representatives of the conservative faction, advocating the maintenance of the status quo, not wanting expansion, and not wanting to conflict with other bases. However, these conservatives were ultimately no match for the radicals led by the male protagonist, and they all ended up in a bad situation. The Linlang team intended to leave the Changping base, but in the process of migrating with their families, they were first surrounded and then coincidentally encountered a level 5 zombie king. Most of the members, including the leader, died, and only a small number of them managed to break through. Changqing looked at Zhang Huqing, who was playing with Yao Yu and Yao Yue across from him, his eyes filled with pity. Her husband and 2 children were not superpowered, and she watched them being torn to pieces during the encounter with the zombie king, which made her go crazy for the rest of her life. Ironically, after unifying the human base, the male protagonist reached a peace agreement with the zombie king and finally achieved coexistence between humans and zombies. Chapter 318 Doomsday Big Brother, 22. At this time, Lin Long's team had also set up their tents. Seeing how lively it was, they all came over and started a big fire. Hey, 2 beauties, don't forget your team. Zhao Meng took a large bag of dry food from the car and distributed it to Zhang Huqing and Li Shuinjin, teasing with a smile. Come on. Are your children cute? Are your children clean? I just love being with children. Li Shuinjin rolled his eyes. Zhao Meng, my logistics chief, we only have dry food every day, and it tastes bland. Zhang Huqing took the compressed biscuits and couldn't help complaining. An expression of hurt immediately appeared on Zhao Meng's rough face. My dear sister, this is the standard meal without any discount or deduction. How many people can't afford it? He pulled a bench and sat over as if he was familiar with the place. Children, do you think the cookies are delicious? Do you want some? He took out the compressed biscuits in his hand and shook them. Children living independently in the end times are short of food, and their cookies will be snatched away by others. He once went to the outskirts of the base to deliver food to the children, and as soon as he took out the biscuits, dozens of children snatched them up. However, the scene he expected of the children rushing over did not occur. Instead, he saw disgust on the children's faces. The biscuits are not tasty, and these compressed ones are even worse. They are hard and hard to chew. Zingsong said very straightforwardly. Oh my god, are these kids so picky? Zhao Meng was very dissatisfied. So what did you have for dinner? We had hot pot. We had bacon, vegetables, and rice. Several children answered in unison, especially those who were cooking, whose voices were even louder. Zhao Meng. Suddenly, the biscuits in my hand no longer tasted fragrant. The others in the team felt the same way. The cookies they were chewing suddenly lost their flavor.
Do you still bring your own cooking tools and ingredients?
Li Shuanjin asked curiously of the children. Suddenly fell silent. The people in Lin Long's team also reacted, fearing that this might involve the other party's secrets. Cough cough cough. Zhao Meng coughed twice and changed the subject.
How many zombies have you killed? When asked this, the children became excited.
Some said they killed 1, some killed 3, and Zhou Kai killed the most, more than 20.
Oh my god, Yao Yue, you actually killed more than a dozen zombies?
Zhang Huqing, who was holding Yao Yue, heard her words and his hands trembled, almost dropping the child.
Yes, Auntie, I used this knife to kill it. With one cut, the zombie's head was split in half like a watermelon.
She made a chopping motion with her hand.
Hey, Auntie, why are your eyes red?
Zhang Huqing suddenly choked up and hugged the 2 children in his arms.
Baby! You guys have worked so hard.
You have to fight zombies and be self-reliant at such a young age.
The children looked puzzled. They didn't find it hard at all. Instead, they found it quite fun. At night, Changqing heard Zhang Qing discussing with the members of their team in the tent about wanting to include the children in the team. This guy really likes children. The next morning, Mo Shangwan came to ask and said that he could take them to the base to seek adoption. Of course, Changqing refused. The team can't disband.
He asked again if he wanted to go to the city with them, saying that he could share some crystal cores with everyone, but Changqing refused.
Our team is also very strong.
He said it very seriously. Mo Shangwan nodded and didn't continue to persuade him. However, when the team parted ways, Zhang Huqing stuffed some more things into the child's hands. Changqing even specially changed the entrance to enter the city to avoid the trouble of competing with others for monsters. The children were a little reluctant at first, but became excited once they were on the road. There are a lot of zombies in the city, not like outside, so you have to be extra careful.
As they drove the car into the city, Changqing gave another instruction. He chose the western highway entrance.
Just after getting off the highway, there was a 200-meter-long stone bridge.
Look, there are zombies on the bridge. Zhou Kai shouted. Get out of the car and clear it out.
Changqing watched several zombies slowly walking towards the car. There are no challenging first-level zombies. Zhou Kai got out of the car with a pickaxe in hand. Don't move, don't fight with me. He walked forward and chopped them down one by one with his axe, and finished them off cleanly and neatly. He took out the tongs and rummaged around, finding a few thumb-sized transparent crystal cores, which he put in a plastic bag. The city was not big, and Changqing drove all the way through to clear it, and he also harvested some crystal cores. After clearing a wave of losses at an abandoned gas station, they stopped to rest.
Hey brother, are there really any higher-level zombies here? It's too challenging for us to clear these low-level ones.
Zhou Kai walked over and wiped the sweat from his face.
See that sign up front? The waterworks. They have high-end ones there. Let's go after we've rested up.
Changqing pointed at the mottled and peeling sign in front of him and said solemnly this water plant was one of the reasons why he came here. In the original plot, this place used to be the Lin family's property. The male protagonist Lin Feng visited this place many times after he grew up. What made Changqing more concerned was that after each visit, a wave of zombies would appear, and even the zombie king would appear. He didn't believe it was a complete coincidence. Of course, he didn't want to fight the zombie king right now. The system had already investigated and found that there was only one level 3 zombie and a few level 2 zombies in the water plant. It is a bit strange that such a remote and sparsely populated town has evolved into a 3rd level zombie town. When the children heard about the high level zombies, they were not afraid, but were eager to try. Changqing had to suppress their restless hearts.
High level zombies already possess a certain level of intelligence. Don't treat them like slow moving logs.
Carelessness can lead to death.
And if you get bitten or scratched by a zombie, you might turn into a zombie. Then I won't be able to save you.
After hearing this, everyone calmed down a little. The production area of the water plant is at the back.
When you walk through the gate, what comes into view is the grand office building, as well as the employee canteen and dormitory diagonally opposite the office. Let's go to the cafeteria first.
Changqing glanced at the people behind him with nervous faces and felt amused. You were so confident just now, but now you are a little scared.
Brother, aren't you afraid at all?
Yao Yu felt a gust of wind blowing past, and couldn't help but shrink her body and asked.
Scared. But I can overcome it. Let's go.
The group of people were small and carried various weapons, which looked a bit funny from a distance.
Chapter 319 Doomsday Big Brother, 23. I don't know if it was the sound of people talking that attracted them, but after walking about 100 meters, 3 zombies appeared in the grass in front. They were wearing employee uniforms whose original colors could no longer be seen, and they had work badges hanging around their necks. Ho ho ho. It squeezed its vocal cords and made a strange sound, then rushed towards the few people. The speed is surprisingly not slow. Zhou Kai was the first to step forward. He was as fast as the wind and arrived next to the front zombie in the blink of an eye. With a whoosh, the zombie fell down limply after being hit on the head by the axe. Xing Song was also quite fast. Opposite him was a big man who was nearly 1.8 meters tall, and Zhang Song couldn't reach his head with his height. So he first slashed the zombie's leg with a knife, and the moment he fell to the ground, the long knife had already pierced into his brain. A few girls were younger, and the 3 of them worked together to kill one. The whole process takes less than a minute. Hey! This crystal core is white. Yao Yue took out the crystal core from the zombie's brain and couldn't help but scream. Brother, is this a level 2 zombie? Zhang Lan asked excitedly, but Changqing's answer was a bit disappointing. These should be level 1 zombies that have begun to evolve. Their speed is close to that of ordinary people, but they haven't yet broken through to level 2. Alright, several children showed a look of disappointment on their faces, but they soon cheered up again. As soon as I reached the door, I encountered a first level zombie that was still evolving. There must be more advanced ones inside. Several people continued to move forward. Before I even reached the cafeteria door, I heard the sound of chopping coming from inside the cafeteria. It seemed particularly abrupt in the silence. A strange atmosphere spread. Several children couldn't help swallowing. There definitely couldn't be someone cooking in here, so it had to be a zombie. Can zombies cook? High-level zombies will awaken some of their memories as humans, and thus may repeat their habitual movements. Apparently, one of the chefs here has become a zombie and has evolved to level 2 or above. Seeing the children's confused faces, Changqing began to explain. Then can he use weapons? Can we defeat him? Yao Yu immediately felt a little scared. The other people couldn't help but tighten their grip on their weapons. There are many of us, let's all work together. Zhang Song wanted to give himself courage, but his words got stuck in his throat before he could finish them, because they saw dozens of zombies squeezing out from the glass door of the cafeteria, and the speed is even faster than the zombies just now. Spread! Changqing shouted, and a gun appeared in his hand. The children were quite fast and soon opened up a distance between them. The zombies pounced on the child, but everyone quickly started to fight back, and the sound of clicking could be heard continuously. Changqing saw it clearly. There are 12 zombies in this wave, and they all start evolving at level 1. They were wearing the uniforms of cafeteria staff and had shriveled faces, which made them look better than the decayed look of the first. Level zombies. 2 zombies rushed towards Changqing and were taken care of by him with 2 clean shots. The battles among the others were a bit tense, with each person basically facing 2. But fortunately, they are very fast and the zombies' attacks can hardly hit them for a while. Changqing saw Yao Yue rolling on the ground, and cut the leg of the fat zombie in front of him with a knife. Then he dodged the attack of another zombie by turning sideways, and turned around to chop him on the head with a knife. Well, it's a good performance. He nodded. Although Yao Yue is the youngest, she is more resilient and has a stronger temperament than her sister, and is even stronger than her sister. Yao Yue is in some danger. She seemed a little panicked when facing the 2 zombies. After dodging the bite of one zombie, she swayed and almost fell down. Another zombie's face suddenly came closer, enlarging in her pupils. She was so frightened that she sat down on the ground. Yao Yu! Zhou Kai had just killed a zombie when he saw the danger here. He shouted and threw the axe in his hand. A snap, the zombie's head in front of her shattered with a sound, and black slime splashed all over Yao Yue. This time, she didn't care whether it was clean or not, and quickly rolled over to avoid the fallen zombie's body. On the other side, Zhou Kai lost his weapon but was not at all panicked. Drink, he suddenly shouted, jumped up, and brought up a gust of wind. A faint yellow halo flickered. Bang, he hit a zombie on the head, making a dent in his skull. Good. Changqing couldn't help but praise it. Zhou Kai's strength is remarkable as he is able to use ancient martial arts to this extent. Hearing his elder brother's praise, Zhou Kai raised his head with some pride. He wants to be second only to his eldest brother. I practice much harder than others. Sure enough, his strength improved very quickly. When the others heard Changqing's praise, they were like a building with its blood boiling. Several more zombies were chopped to the ground with their swords. Brother, these are just trivial matters, Zhou Kai said with a smile, but his expression changed before he finished speaking. The chopping sounds in the cafeteria suddenly stopped, and a huge thud sound of footsteps could be heard. Advanced zombies are coming out. Everyone was shocked. Changqing no longer hesitated and quickly fired. The zombies who were fighting with the children fell to the ground with bullet holes on their heads. Return! He shouted, and the children immediately retreated to his side, their eyes fixed on the cafeteria door. Tap tap tap. The sound was getting closer and closer, and a strong man about 2 meters tall appeared at the door. He was wearing a stained chef's uniform, with a white hat askew on his head, and holding a bone-cutting knife that gleamed with a cold light in his hand. He looked like a murderous ghost, level 2 zombie, and it seems to be close to the edge of upgrading. Bang! Changqing raised his hand and fired a shot, but it only hit the opponent's head. The zombie glanced sideways, and there was a hint of black in his completely white eyes that he seems to be able to see. Let's go together! Zhou Kai shouted loudly, as if to give himself courage, but the others were already too frightened to make a sound. Changqing reached out to stop him. We can't let the kids deliver food at this time. Let me show you what I can do. He took a step forward, and with a flick of his hand, a long sword appeared in his hand, shining coldly in the winter sunlight. Several children's eyes widened. They used to practice with each other, but Changqing never participated. So they only know that my brother is very strong, but they have never seen him take action, and this sword is so beautiful, holding it in your hand feels like a knight. Click, click, click. The zombie opposite opened its mouth, as if it wanted to say something, but in the end no effective sound came out. Boom, he stepped heavily, he rushed over waving a bone-cutting knife. Chapter 320 Doomsday Big Brother, 24. Everyone held their breath and stared nervously at Changqing in front of them, wanting to see how he would respond. A faint green light appeared all over his body, and even his sword began to shimmer in an instant. A gentle breeze blew by, his body moved accordingly. Quick, indescribably fast, everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and the figure who was standing still just now disappeared out of thin air. Clang, there was a sound of metal collision. The next
moment, the long sword in his hand had pierced the zombie's head. Hiss, a sound of someone taking a breath of cold air was heard. Is this head as hard as metal? It was just shot in fine, and even stabbed by a sword imbued with vitality. The giant zombie let out a strange roar as he swung the bone-cutting knife in his hand suddenly and chopped it down towards Changqing's head. The speed was surprisingly not slow, bringing up a white light. Brother! Be careful! The children couldn't help but shout. Changqing was not panicked at all during the battle, as he had already seen the ability of this zombie, that is the hardening of part of the body. In that case, let's go faster. He turned quickly, and a long sword in his hand danced into a curtain of light, tightly surrounding the zombie. The children opened their mouths wide and looked at the scene in disbelief. Ding ding ding, the continuous sound of collisions accompanied by the roars of zombies made everyone open their eyes wide, especially Zhou Kai, who was closest to me. He saw it most clearly. Although Changqing's body shape kept changing, the long sword hit the same part of the zombie's head accurately. This is I want to break the zombie's defense with repeated attacks. Sure enough, as the number of hits increased, the sound became duller and duller. This is because the zombie's hardening ability is weakening. Everyone was delighted. Suddenly, there was a sound of metal tearing into flesh. The flickering light screen disappeared. The giant in front of him had fallen to the ground, and a green longsword pierced through the back of his head, nailing his head firmly to the ground. When the children gathered around and cheered. Brother, you are so awesome. Teach me, teach me. I want to learn too. Oh, I feel so ugly holding a knife. Brother, do you have any swords? Changqing immediately felt that dealing with children was more tiring than fighting zombies. Let's go take a look inside the cafeteria first. He just changed the subject. The cafeteria was filled with a dusty and decaying atmosphere. The tables with chairs were tilted to one side and the stalls had long lost their former prosperity. Changqing saw a mess of blood and flesh on the chopping board in the kitchen, which looked like the body tissue of a zombie. In order to regain the feeling he had in life, did the giant zombie actually chop other zombies like pork? Changqing felt nauseous. There's nothing interesting here, don't look at it. He quickly covered the eyes of several people who came over, but the child insisted on looking, and immediately everyone began to squeeze forward. Wow, the next moment, everyone started vomiting. I told you not to look, but you insisted on looking. Changqing suppressed his nausea and took out tissues and handed them to them. How would I know those things are after vomiting? The children were exhausted. This time, it was getting dark, and Changqing took everyone back. There are a lot of zombies in the city, so we decided to camp back at yesterday's location. Along the way, Yaoyu kept whining and asking to change clothes. Her clothes were stained with zombies' blood and the smell was very pungent. After returning home, there was still a lot of work to do. In the evening, we still had hot pot. Today was the first time for everyone to face high-level zombies, and everyone performed quite well. Changqing even opened 2 bottles of drinks. You all performed well today. Everyone, have more food tonight. He took out 2 bottles of orange juice and was immediately greeted with cheers from the children. Sadly, the kids can't drink, otherwise, this situation is the most suitable. So, when Mo Shangwan brought the team back to set up camp, this was the scene he saw. The children gathered around the stove, eating hot pot and drinking beverages, and occasionally picking up some vegetables with chopsticks and throwing them into the pot. Linlang team, what to do? I don't want to eat dry food anymore. The team members looked at Zhao Meng with resentful eyes, which instantly increased the pressure on the logistics director. Cough cough, he laughed and walked over with a shameless face. Kids! How many zombies did you kill today? Yaoyu was very disgusted by the zombies today. When she saw Zhao Meng's tall figure, she felt that it was a bit like seeing zombies during the day. Seeing him approaching, she suddenly vomited, put down the bowl, and retched to Zhao Meng. Do I look that disgusting? Even though I haven't showered for a while, Zhang Huqing quickly stepped forward and grabbed him. Zhao Meng, don't disgust the child, I'm going. Finally, they exchanged 20 crystal cores for ingredients for a hot pot, lit a fire, set up the pot, and started to feast. Sister Chang, I think we should change the wine. Liquor and beer are both good. Eating hot pot without wine is a bit bland. Zhao Meng's mouth was full, but he was still a little unsatisfied when he saw that the children had food and drink. How could a kid bring alcohol? Even hot pot can't stop you from talking. Zhang Huqing said with a smile. The others laughed too. Oh, it's a pity that they don't want to join us, otherwise we can eat hot pot every day. How great! Someone sighed. That you do not say. Changqing did not hide it from them and directly took out food and items from the space. Only then did the Linlang team realize that he was actually a space ability user. This is a great tool for long journeys. It can not only store things but also keep them fresh, which will improve your living standards by several levels. Everyone has their own aspirations. They are indeed very strong. Although they are unwilling to join us, we can work together in the future. Mo Shangwan took a bite of meat and spoke. The boss is the boss. That makes sense, I fully agree with it. Li Shuanjin spoke out in support. In the end times, everyone can turn into monsters, so it is not unacceptable that a child has such strength. After a day, everyone saw that the other party was unharmed, and basically treated them as an equal team of superpowers. Even Zhang Huqing and Lin Shuanjin became much more serious when playing with the children. The next day, Changqing took them to the water plant again. After yesterday's experience, the children were much calmer today. They worked together to kill a level 2 zombie. This made Changqing smile like an old father. Good. You guys did a great job. He took the pure white crystal core that Joe Kai handed to him, looked at it, and put it in his bag. The crystal cores of the first level zombies here are transparent and almost colorless, while the second level zombies are white, and it is estimated that the color will become darker as the zombie level increases. They swept from the first floor to the third floor of the office building, and indeed found a level 3 zombie in the general manager's office on the third floor. Naturally, Chongqing took care of this again. Afterwards, he raided the offices of several key leaders, put all the office materials into the space, and then left with the children. Chongqing was driving in the front, and the children in the back seat were chattering and reminiscing about today's battle. That level 3 zombie just now was too scary. It had so many hand-like things growing out of its body. Yeah, he looks like a monster. He doesn't even have any clothes. Hey, I think brother is so awesome, he can beat that guy. Brother's skills were taught by the gods, so they must be amazing. We also learned this, so we can be as amazing in the future. Chongqing listened to their discussion and couldn't help but curl his lips. Chapter 321 Doomsday Big Brother, 25. The afternoon sun brought a hint of warmth, making Changqing's face look much softer than usual. Although he didn't find many clues at the water plant, he could take his time looking through the information and he wasn't in a hurry. It's still early in the timeline, and this time we are just here to explore the way. After passing through the grassy streets, the exit to the city is in front. Get some rest tonight and prepare for the next stop tomorrow. He slowed down the car and said, "Okay. Let's go to a big city." The child behind him responded. He doesn't care about big cities or small cities, but now, except for the areas near the base, the once prosperous cities are all deserted. It's just that big cities have large populations and many zombies, so it's very likely that there are higher level zombies, therefore, the risk will be much higher. Brother! It looks like Aunt Zhang and her friend's car is behind us. There are zombies following them. Suddenly, the children chatting in the back seat screamed, startling Changqing. He was not tall enough and it was not convenient for him to look in the rearview mirror, so he paid more attention to the road ahead and did not pay attention to the situation behind him. However, will Team Linlang be chased by zombies? This surprised him a little. Mo Shangwan is a level 3 psychic, and he's only one step away from reaching level 4. This makes him one of the strongest psychics right now. Could it be that there are zombies in this small town that have evolved to level 4? System, what's going on? He asked. Ahem, this zombie was indeed a level 3 before, but yesterday, the Linlang team hunted down 2 level 3 zombies and injured a few more. They devoured each other, and this one rose to level 4. The system explained somewhat awkwardly. Alright, Changqing understood instantly. Zombies upgrade by devouring. Whether they are devouring people with special abilities or other zombies of the same high level, there is a high possibility that their abilities will be enhanced, thus achieving an upgrade. Now, the 4th level zombies, whose strength has greatly increased, probably want to devour a wave of psychics to improve their abilities again. Keep quiet. Sit tight. Changqing gave careful instructions, and after the children were seated, he suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the van shot out like an arrow. There was a scream from the child behind him, but Changqing ignored it and drove the van straight out of the intersection. Later, Li Xuanjin saw the small van in front suddenly accelerate, and he felt relieved. Boss, they seem to have discovered us and are speeding up. Mo Shangwan next to him frowned with a serious expression. Well, how's the situation back there? A level 4 zombie, with more than a dozen level 2 zombies, and many ordinary zombies chasing us. The fastest one is only level 4. If we fight it, the others will catch up quickly. Mo Shangwan nodded. Speed up. We're surrounding and killing them at the camp. With his loud shout, the roar of the car suddenly increased, and it suddenly threw the approaching zombies away by another 100 meters. Boss, Zhao Meng is already unconscious. Suddenly, panicked shouts were heard in the carriage. Let's tie him up first and use all the necessary medicines. Mo Shangwan's voice remained steady, but those who knew that there was anger hidden in it. How can it not be popular? He was suddenly attacked by a level 4 zombie and was pulled away by his teammates, but his teammates suffered a torn back. Although people with special abilities are more resistant to the zombie virus than ordinary people, this is a level 4 zombie? The highest level recorded so far. How can one not panic? How can one not be furious? The Linlang team is as close as a family. Over the years, they have always made plans before taking action on missions. They have experienced many major battles and have suffered very few casualties. Now that the team member is in a coma, everyone is filled with grief and anger. Damn it! I'm going to kill it later. I'm going to use its crystal core to heal my brother. The youngest, Zhao Yunfeng, had tears in his eyes. He was Zhao Meng's cousin and had always been taken care of by Zhao Meng. This made him even more anxious when he saw his cousin unconscious. The car sped through the intersection with the accelerator pressed to the floor. Hey, boss, those kids' car is parked at the campsite. Li Xuanjin, who had been observing the situation, was suddenly shocked when he saw Changqing in his friend's car. Hey! Get out of here! There are zombies. Level 4. She didn't want to yell at the top of her lungs. Sure enough, I saw the car move forward for more than 100 meters and finally stopped. What are they trying to do? Li Shuanjin frowned. Level 4 zombies are no joke, and even your own boss may not be sure of winning. Don't these children want to live? But at this time, his own team member was unconscious and he couldn't care less.
Everyone, prepare for battle.
Mo Shangwan's voice came out steadily, and the speeding car suddenly stopped. Chang Cheng naturally heard Li Shuanjin's voice. He had known about the existence of level 4 zombies for a long time, but he was not too worried. Instead, he wanted to watch the battle between the psychics and the advanced zombies. In the original plot, the Linlang team was still there more than 10 years later, and obviously did not perish in this battle. He opened the car window and looked back. The Linlang team's car had stopped, and 7 or 8 figures suddenly appeared on the roof. This is preparation for a fight to the death. Changqing narrowed his eyes. The other children had long since gotten over their initial nervousness and were
beginning to get excited.
They all stuck their heads out of the window, their eyes fixed straight ahead.
Brother, are they going to start a war with the zombies? Should we go help? I really like Aunt Zhang and Aunt Li. I've never seen a superpowered person fighting zombies. How about we get off the car and take a look? Changqing thought about it and opened the car door. Go down and take a look, take your weapons. Don't stray too far from me,
he said. Before they could get close, the battle ahead had already begun. Chapter 322 Doomsday Big Brother, 26. Mo Shangwan naturally faced a level 4 zombie. He has a very aggressive fire ability. When he uses it, a sea of fire will appear within a few meters, and no other people or zombies can get close to him.
Wow! Is this a battle between psychics?
The children praised it repeatedly. I can't see clearly, the fire over there is so big, Zhou Kai complained. Others may not be able to see clearly the battle between Mo Shangwan and the 4th level zombie, but Changqing can see it clearly. At this moment, Mo Shangwan used his abilities to the fullest and was actually in the upper hand. What surprised Changqing was that the 4th level zombie opposite him looked no different from an ordinary person. It used its strong body to resist attacks and made strange roars from time to time. It might be difficult to determine the winner between the two for a while. However, the other members of Linlang team did not have it so easy. They basically faced one level 2 zombie at a time, and at the same time had to face attacks from the constantly arriving level 1 zombies. Changqing noticed that Zhang Huqing actually had the ability to strengthen her body. Her hands turned into huge scissors during the battle, which could easily harvest the heads of first-level zombies. Li Shuanjin, a reconnaissance-type mutant, uses guns to attack. Changqing looked at it for a while and couldn't help shaking his head. The second-level zombies move very fast, and Li Shuanjin needs to dodge the attacks, so it is almost difficult to aim at the head with a gun, sometimes even after firing several shots. The zombies still didn't fall. This is probably one of the reasons why. The psychic team rarely uses guns. On the one hand, the production chain is broken and the new production line has insufficient capacity, which makes guns and ammunition extremely expensive. On the other hand, zombies have strong vitality. Even if they don't hit the head of low-level zombies, it will not be affected at all. It is even more difficult to have an effect on third-level zombies. Brother! Let's go help Auntie. Yao Yue's face wrinkled when she saw Li Shuanjin getting into danger repeatedly. Yeah, they're good people. Zhang Lan also said. Changqing looked at them. Each of them was holding their weapons tightly, as if they were ready to fight to the death. Changqing, the feeling of a gangster elementary school. Go ahead if you want to. But don't go near the fire. Changqing waved his hand. Children are at the age when their heroism is inflated, and they always think about saving people for fun. However, the Linlang team is the male protagonist's enemy, and Changqing thinks it would be a good idea to help just make things difficult for the male protagonist. The more the better. So, just as Lin Shuanjin rolled to avoid the zombies' rotten hands, he saw a child running towards him with a knife. Although the leader said they were quite strong, they were just kids. After all, her heart suddenly hung in the air. Hey! Yao Yue, this isn't fun, hurry up. Before she could finish her words, her mouth opened wide in shock when she saw the child approaching. She suddenly quickened her pace and appeared beside the zombie in an instant. With a click, the long knife in his hand stabbed into the zombie's head. Lin Shuanjin. What a violent kid. The other team members were also experiencing the same shock. They thought the children might have some strength, but they didn't expect that their strength was actually quite strong, and they didn't use any superpowers. But I have to say that with the addition of these children, everyone's pressure is much less. Changqing did not take action. He walked a little closer and saw the battle in front of him, which was not too brutal. After watching for a while, no zombies rushed towards him, so he simply took out a bench and sat down, and opened a bottle of juice for himself. Comfortable. On the battlefield, with the addition of the children, the members of Linlang team concentrated their efforts to eliminate several level 2 zombies, and the outcome of the battle became clear all of a sudden. Although there are many level 1 zombies, they don't move fast. Several group attack ability users concentrated on using a wave of skills, and the battlefield was almost cleared. Those kids are pretty awesome. Changqing looked at the battlefield between Mo Shangwan and the 4th level. Zombies. Obviously, the zombies' endurance advantage was reflected at this time, and Mo Shangwan was already in a state of fatigue after using his supernatural powers for a long time. Although the flames surrounding him were scorching hot, Changqing could see that they were much dimmer than before. Although there were burn marks on the zombies' bodies, they did not suffer any fatal injuries. Seeing the other zombies being eliminated, it roared even more and attacked more fiercely. Boss, let me help you. Zhao Yunfeng was worried about his cousin's injury. Now that he had some free time, he didn't care about anything else. He jumped high and chopped the zombie's head with the steel knife in his hand. Stand back. As soon as Mo Shangwan finished shouting, the steel knife chopped off the zombie's head. Clang, there was a loud bang, which made Zhao Yunfeng's palm numb, and the knife immediately flew out of his hand. He was shocked and retreated quickly, but the zombies were faster. As soon as he moved, a pair of pitch-black claws reached his chest. Puff. Although Mo Shangwan flew to rescue him, a large piece of flesh was still torn off his chest. Yunfeng. The others rushed forward to help him retreat, while Mo Shangwan continued to fight with the zombies. This happened so fast that Changqing was startled. Come back quickly. He quickly stood up and called back the eager kids. You want to deliver food? You're not strong enough to challenge a level 4 zombie. He couldn't help cursing, and he was as angry as an old father. The children stood behind him like quails, with their heads lowered, and no one dared to speak. Even though Big Brother was so angry, they were still afraid. At this time, being obedient is the best option. Everyone understands this truth. Even the most mischievous Zhou Kai did not have a playful smile on his face at this moment. Instead, he lowered his head and looked like he was listening to the lecture honestly. Everyone stay still. Changqing scolded him again before putting down his things and walking forward. It's time for him to take action. Mo Shangwan was completely at a disadvantage at this moment. He had obviously overused his special abilities. If other team members went up to help, the losses would probably be further increased. Hey! Changqing, don't go over there, it's dangerous. Zhang Heching was the first to notice Changqing slowly approaching, and she shouted. Changqing didn't say anything, but Yang Wei explained later. Aunt Chang, my brother is very strong, don't worry. She had 120% confidence in her eldest brother, and even felt that as long as her brother took action, he could deal with the zombie alone. The other children nodded. This reminded the other members of the Linlang team of the child's behavior just now. So, can we also look forward to the strength of their leader? Everyone's expressions became nervous. Staring at the small figure intently, he started walking slowly but steadily, and gradually his speed increased. At some point, a long sword flashing with green light appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a green light flashed. The walking figure suddenly jumped up and turned into a meteor and attacked the zombies. Hiss! Everyone gasped. This is the same move Zhao Yunfeng used just now. Hit the zombie's head directly, but this zombie's head is as hard as iron, and this attack has proven to be ineffective. Everyone's heart was lifted up. Although Mo Shangwan was not at the end of his strength at this time, he had already made up his mind. If I continue to fight, I'm afraid my energy will be exhausted. I didn't expect that the combat power of this zombie that just reached level 4 would be so amazing. At this moment, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Retreat? That would mean abandoning Zhao Meng. How could he still lead the team? But continuing to fight is extremely difficult. He still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet, but if he uses it, not only will it be difficult for him to make any progress in the next 3 years, his strength may even decline. This was also a pain that he could hardly bear. Chapter 323 Doomsday Big Brother, 27. While hesitating, Mo Shangwan suddenly felt a sharp breath descending from the sky. Reinforcements have arrived. Thank you, brother. He was very happy. As soon as the voice fell, there was a pu sound, and the sword entered the flesh. The zombies let out heartbreaking screams. It immediately turned its head, twisted its body strangely, and pounced towards the figure that had just landed. Only then did Mo Shangwan see clearly that the person who came to help him was Changqing. What does this feel like? It's like when you are drunk at the table and a primary school student comes over and says, "Let me take the blame for you." And he actually blew a bottle into his mouth. Careful. Seeing the zombies attacking, he didn't care about anything else. He shouted quickly, moved his body, and hit the zombies back with a huge flaming fist. However, the speed of evergreening is extremely fast. He took a step to the left, several meters away, and swung his sword, sending a cold light towards the zombie's head. The target is still the wound that is an inch deeper. Even the strongest head can't withstand repeated attacks from the same position. This is his unchanging strategy for dealing with stubborn zombies. The zombies seemed to see through his intentions, and an anthropomorphic expression of anger appeared on his face. It quickly moved to the side to avoid the attack on its head. This time, Mo Shangwan's attack had arrived. Boom! With a loud bang, the zombie's body was knocked away more than 10 meters. Ah! It flew away. Someone screamed. Squeak! A sharp sound like a mouse's cry was heard. This is the angry howl of a zombie. Its shape suddenly changed, and its pale body, which originally looked like a ghost, began to crack, and dark red blood flowed out, emitting a foul stench. Of the blood dripped onto the ground, and a burst of white smoke rose up. It's actually corrosive. Changqing's heart trembled. This zombie has special attributes and is surprisingly difficult to deal with. He suddenly understood why Mo Shangwan had been unable to break through to level 5 in the original plot. He thought that something had been used in this battle, causing damage to his bones. However, he narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that as long as he was fast enough, the venom would not be able to take effect. Brother Mu, I will use fire to evaporate the venom, and you continue to attack its vital points. Mo Shangwan no longer treated Changqing as a child at this time, but regarded him as an equal and a comrade in arms. Good. Changqing is also unambiguous. He bent his left leg slightly and held his sword horizontally, as if standing by a cliff or a mountain. Suddenly, a huge fire broke out on the battlefield, a whirlwind arose, and a green light shone in the sea of fire. The crowd could not see clearly what was happening in the fire, but the endless sound of metal clashing and the strange cries of zombies could be heard clearly. Thick black smoke rose from the sea of fire, but it gradually faded as time went by, until it finally disappeared. The zombies are being weakened. Everyone was delighted. Boom, suddenly there was a loud crash and a figure shot up into the sky. It's a zombie, and there was a flashing sword stuck in his head. Don't even think about escaping. There was no way the members of Linlong's team would let it escape at this time. Several of them immediately flew up and used countless superpowers to hit the zombie. The zombie that was trying to escape was stopped and let out a crazy CRY.AT. This moment, it was fighting like a trapped beast, and its previous aggressiveness had long since disappeared. As its body fell rapidly, it twisted suddenly and pounced towards the children behind it. Court death. Changqing had just recovered a mouthful of blood when he saw the scene. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Ah! Get out of the way! After seeing the situation, the others also rushed forward. Mo Shangwan was the fastest. He moved forward quickly, and a flaming javelin quickly formed in his hand. The people haven't arrived yet, but the guns have. But the zombie's last stand cannot be stopped so easily. I saw it turn rapidly in the air, and actually move forward another 2 feet, with its hands forming a winnowing basket and its mouth wide open. Just want to choose someone to bite. It happened so fast that the children had no time to retreat. Zhang Huqing, who had always loved his children, screamed and his whole body went limp. Li Xuanjin also had a look of misery in his eyes. No one expected such a change, but the next moment her eyes were shocked. The zombie that was already surrounded by 2 people suddenly paused, but the children in front of him suddenly reacted. Halala, the swords, knives and axes in his hands all chopped into the zombies' heads. It was as easy as cutting tofu with a knife. The zombie's iron-like defense disappeared in an instant. He. The strange cry stopped abruptly, and the flaming javelin behind him had already hit his body with a loud bang. The zombie's body, which was like an insulator, suddenly caught fire. It turned its head and stared at the young man who was slowly walking out of the sea of fire in front of it. It staggered a few steps and suddenly fell to the ground. Brother, how are you? Are you feeling better? Changqing lay on the mat, looking at the little heads surrounding him helplessly. I'm just a little tired, I just need to rest for a while. He supported himself on the cushions and sat up. You guys performed very well. The children did behave well. Although they panicked for a moment, they reacted quickly. Some parents are reluctant to give praise and prefer to urge their children with a stern face, but Changqing is more willing to encourage his children more. The results are pretty good. Over the past 6 months, these children who were once disliked and timid by their families have become much more outspoken. This is of course also due to the improvement of their abilities, but Changqing believes that praise and encouragement also play a role. At this time, Mo Shangwan came over. Thank you for your help today, little brother. This little thing is just a token of my gratitude. He placed a bag of crystal cores beside him and saluted with his fists clasped. Mo Shangwan was grateful to have met such a powerful helper. Now that the zombies have been successfully killed, Zhao Meng and Zhao Yunfeng's injuries have been treated using zombie crystal cores, and everything is moving in a good direction. Normally, if a level 4 zombie is killed jointly, everyone should get a share of the crystal core, but 2 people in his team were injured by the zombies and needed treatment. So he took out all the 3rd level crystal cores he obtained on this trip as compensation. Changqing didn't hesitate and asked someone to put the crystal core away. Little brother, with your strength, you are fully qualified to join the base. If you are willing, I can recommend you. After a pause, he continued, Changqing naturally has no such intention, at least not now. So he politely declined, because there were wounded members in the Linlang team who needed more careful care. They set off to return to the base that night. Woo, babies, remember to call your auntie. Zhang Huqing hugged several little girls with a look of reluctance on his face. She has automatically put herself into the role of a mother. She was so scared that she almost fainted when the children were in danger yesterday. Now, thinking about the various dangers the children will face in the future, she can't help but feel sad. Children only grow when they face crises. Protecting them too well may not be a good thing. Changqing walked over and said something in a very mature and patriarchal manner, which made Zhang Huqing stunned for a moment. Having watched the battle in the afternoon, she naturally wouldn't treat the child in front of her as an ordinary child. You take good care of them. She wiped away her tears and said. Changqing sighed without any expression, and nodded slowly under her gaze. Of course he will take care of his own children. I said this to remind her not to overprotect her children. In the original plot, her 2 daughters were not given much attention, but they died quickly in the first accident after the Linlang team left the base, which shows that they had basically no ability to protect themselves. In these troubled times, it is not a good thing to protect children too well. However, the situation is now very different, and it is unclear whether the events in the original plot will happen. Changqing suspected that in the original plot, Mo Shangwan had not been able to break through level 5 because of the injury he suffered in the battle against the level 4 zombies. The plot has changed now, and he is not injured. By then, he may become the most veteran level 5 psychic in the base, and may not be at a disadvantage compared to the male protagonist Lin Feng. Chapter 324 Doomsday Big Brother, 28. After seeing off the Lin Lang team, Changqing took everyone to rest on the spot for one night before continuing their journey the next day. The first leg of the experience was somewhat bumpy, but overall it went smoothly. This is Changqing's summary. On the other hand, Mu Changqing's situation was not so smooth originally. The Lin family thought that these children would be back soon after going out, so they asked him to guard the small village with his men for more than 10 days. The result was that there was no one in sight. He wasn't particularly patient, and he didn't want Changqing to show up and take his position, so he went back in disgrace.
There's nothing we can do about it if he doesn't come back.
Rest assured, nephew. I'll let you know when I have news. Uncle Lin's smile faded, but he was still polite.
My dear nephew, is there any job you'd like to do? I can help arrange it.
He paused and said. Mu Changqing didn't want to work, but he couldn't show it.sov side. Having received the Lin family's kindness, I still want to find my second brother first, so as to live up to the Lin family's trust. Uncle Lin naturally saw through his pretense, and his smile faded a little, but he still politely sent him away. Mu Changqing thought that his life would be peaceful from then on, but he didn't expect Lin Ying to cause trouble for him. The next day he wanted to go for a stroll, but was stopped in an alley by Lin Ying and his men.
Mu Changqing,
don't think that just because your second brother has some ability, he can rely on our Lin family.
I tell you, you don't deserve it.
He pointed at Mu Changqing's nose and spoke word by word. This young master has never suffered any loss since he was a child, but he was beaten up by Changqing at the gate of the base last time. How could he not feel hatred in his heart? But his father wanted to bring that person in as a guest official, and when he couldn't find anyone, he brought his eldest brother and mother into the base. Pooh, with such a crappy water-based ability, he is worthy of taking advantage of the Lin family. Lin Ying had been furious for a long time, and this time he came to teach Mu Changqing a lesson and vent his anger for being beaten by his second brother that day. Mu Changqing didn't expect that he was blessed by his second brother and entered the base, but he was also in trouble because of him and was going to be beaten. Brother Lin, he immediately became nervous and was interrupted before he could finish his words. Who the hell is your brother?
Know your identity.
Lin Ying yelled. He only has brothers like Lin Feng, and this outcast still calls him a brother? He's courting death. A loud roar frightened Mu Changqing so much that he trembled.
Master Lin asked us to get along well.
Besides, if my second brother beats you up, go find him.
It has nothing to do with me.
He tried his best to clear himself, but he didn't expect that these words would touch Lin Ying's sore spot. This is exposing his scars. Damn it, beat him up. With a shout, a group of people rushed forward.
Stop hitting me, woo-woo.
Mu Changqing wanted to use his supernatural powers to resist, but was blown to the ground by a gust of wind.
Fists and kicks rained down on him.
He could only hold his head with both hands and beg for mercy. The naughty kid didn't care how hard he hit people, and soon he felt like all his bones were about to fall apart.
Stay away from your grandpa Lin when you see him next time.
Finally, Lin Ying kicked him hard again before leaving with his ME and Mu Changqing lay on the ground like a dead dog, staring blankly at the sky, feeling extremely sad. Every time I moved my body, I felt a sharp pain. At hiss, these guys are too cruel. In the evening, after being busy in the laundry room all day, Mu's mother came home and prepared dinner, only to see Mu Changqing limping back.
My son. What's the matter with you?
The mother screamed and the spoon in her hand fell to the ground. She hurried forward to help her son up, but he threw her away with force. I was beaten.
Mu Changqing roared angrily. Who is it? Is there no law?
The shepherd mother began to cry again. This made Mu Changqing extremely annoyed. Why was Lin Ying able to reincarnate into the Lin family with such good conditions, and I only have this old mother who can't help me at all?
The king's law? Do you think this is still a world where the king's law is respected? When you're out there, it's all about power, don't you understand?
He rubbed his hair impatiently, yelled at me, turned around and walked into the room, slamming the door. You haven't eaten yet, the shepherd mother carefully chased to the door.
I'm not eating anymore. I'm not in the mood.
Mu Changqing threw himself onto the bed, the pain in his body making him grimace. Although people with special abilities have better physical fitness than ordinary people, they will still feel pain for several days after being beaten by so many people. What can be done? Tell me. She can only cry. Should he go and complain to Master Lin?
He hadn't missed Master Lin's disappointment when he learned that his second brother hadn't returned.
It was useless to complain about his son beating someone up at this time, just bear with it. Fortunately, no bones were broken. It's better to avoid that kid from now on. Mu Changqing had good intentions, but the reality is always much more cruel than ideals. I don't know if it was because the first time he beat him up too smoothly or what, but Lin Ying actually started to like this activity. Whenever she was in a bad mood, she would find someone to block Mu Changqing and beat him up. You piece of trash, don't let me touch you again next time. That day, Mu Changqing was beaten again, and Lin Ying pointed at his nose and recited his lines as usual. Mu Changqing, with a bruised face and nose, felt as bitter as if he had eaten 100 kilograms of coptist. He would hide whenever he saw Lin Ying, but he was always blocked every time he went out. People with special abilities have strong physical qualities and are not easily killed. In fact, because the opponent controls the strength, they will not even be seriously injured. This made him the perfect punching bag. Getting beaten every few days became a common occurrence. At this time, he regretted coming to the base. What can be done? He was absolutely unwilling to go out and live his life. That if you enter the base and then go back in disgrace, how can you save your face? So, he had to hold on, and occasionally go out and pretend that he was living a good life in front of his former friends, so that they would envy him. But the hatred in his heart was gradually growing. That he didn't dare to hate the Lin family, nor did he dare to hate Lin Ying, but he hated his second brother who had disappeared long ago. It's all his fault. Why did he attack Lin Ying, and why did he disappear? He was the one who brought himself to this point. Chapter 325 Doomsday Big Brother, 29. But Changqing never showed up, and he had no place to vent his resentment, so in the end he could only vent his anger on his mother. It's all your fault. If you hadn't given birth to that troublemaker, how could I be like this? Mu Changqing suddenly overturned the medicine bottle on the table and drank it, yelling at his mother. Mu Ma subconsciously squatted down to pick up the broken glass. When she heard the roar, her hand shook and cut a big gash of the stinging in her hand, and the pain in her heart came together, making her freeze in her place for a moment. How can she be blamed for this? She said she would report this problem to Mr. Lin, but he was unwilling to do so. Seeing her eldest son, whom she had been counting on, blaming her with a distorted face, she felt bitter. She had regretted it a long time ago. If those children were still alive, they would definitely be able to help with the heavy work, and I wouldn't have to work so hard. But now I only have this child around me, and I can only rely on him for my retirement in the future. Chan, Mom will go tell Master Lin. Master Lin is a fair man and will definitely not let his son do whatever he wants. She stood up and was about to leave, but she didn't expect that this would anger Mu Changqing. Clang, he kicked the table with a loud noise. You still think I'm not ashamed enough, right? Do you want to go back to live outside the base? Pastor Changqing was furious. There's nothing wrong with going outside the base. Mom is willing to go outside the base with you, but I don't want to. Mu Changqing yelled at the top of his lungs that he doesn't want to go to that garbage dump-like place. He doesn't want to be a pariah. As a mother, she naturally couldn't persuade her child, but seeing her son gradually become silent after being bullied again and again, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. However, this situation finally saw a turn for the better. While being beaten again, he was rescued by someone, and the person who rescued him was Wang Xian, the leader of the group of kids on the periphery. What are you doing? He rushed forward, unleashing his fire ability and burning them until they cried for their parents. Brother Xian, thank you. Mu Changqing climbed up from the ground and burst into tears of gratitude. After a conversation, he learned that Wang Xian passed the assessment and entered the base, and joined the Lin Lang team. This made him a little jealous. After Wang Xian found out that the person who beat him was the kid from the Lin family, he was also confused. Chan, didn't your family follow the Lin family into the base? How could this kid from the Lin family treat you like this? Faced with Wang Xian's puzzled questions, Mu Changqing was so embarrassed that he almost found a crack in the ground to crawl into. Hey, it's all my second brother's fault. He beat up Lin Ying at the gate of the base that day, so he took his anger out on me. He sighed, looking helpless as the eldest brother who had to take the blame for his younger brother. This reminded Wang Xian of what happened that day, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. The Lin family is simply going too far. How can the brother be blamed for his younger brother's problems? Moreover, he felt that there was nothing wrong with the second brother of the Mu family's action that day. Instead, it was Lin Ying who was overinflated and brought trouble upon himself. As a person with special abilities who came from the periphery, he had a natural sympathy for Mu Changqing, who also came from the periphery. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely help you with this matter. To be honest, I have joined the Lin Lang team. Our captain is a very good person and has a good relationship with the head of the Lin family. He comforted her indignantly. Lin Lang team, Mu Changqing's eyes lit up. That is the base's famous team of psychics. Even people outside the city have heard of Captain Mo Shangwan's name. If I could join, I wouldn't have to be bullied anymore. Brother Xian, can I join the Lin Lang team? Mu Changqing quickly grabbed Wang Xian's hand and asked anxiously. This Wang Xian hesitated. The minimum requirement for the team is a level 2 psychic, but he has sensed that Mu Changqing is currently only level 1. Seeing his attitude, the disappointment on Mu Changqing's face was obvious. He smiled bitterly. Forget it, no team wants me with my strength, so don't make it difficult for me. Turning around, he staggered back. This made the young Wang Xian feel uncomfortable immediately, and a sense of brotherhood surged in his heart. Changqing, don't worry, I will definitely ask the boss to accept you. Just wait for my news. After saying this, he hurried back to the base. Meanwhile, Mu Changqing finally smiled. It's great to join the team. From now on, you will be an organized person, and you will have to think twice before others bully you. But to his surprise, Wang Xian had not arrived yet, but I waited for Lin Feng, whom I hadn't seen for a long time. His aura became even stronger, and there was no longer any cynicism in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of the vicissitudes of life that came from seeing through the world. The level of supernatural power has reached an astonishing level 3, but his attitude was extremely warm, and he looked at Mu Changqing as if he was looking at a comrade of many years. Great Wall. Join my team. I have the Lin family behind me, and I'm also a level 3 psychic now, much stronger than the Lin Lang team.
His words were full of sincerity, which Mu Changqing could feel, but why did Lin Feng invite me? Lin Ying treated him like that before, it was impossible for him not to know anything about it. He could only say that he didn't want to get involved. But why did his attitude suddenly change? Mu Changqing was confused, but he had to admit that what Lin Feng said was right. The Lin family does business between bases and has strong financial resources, which is something that the Lin Lang team cannot compare to. Moreover, Lin Feng is only 9 years old, but he has reached the third level of supernatural power. This future may not stop at level 4, it may even reach level 5. Lin Feng naturally noticed his hesitation, so he continued. Chang, I'm sincerely inviting talents. As long as you join my team, I promise that no one will dare to bully you again, and you will become one of the managers, not just a member. In addition, your cultivation resources are also fully covered by the Lin family. What treatment? Mu Changqing's expression changed. He hesitated for only 3 seconds before immediately agreeing. Chapter 326 Doomsday Big Brother 30. Changqing didn't know that his kidney was being targeted again. At this moment, he was sitting on the roof of the car, watching several boys and girls hunting zombies below. Over the past few years, everyone has grown taller. Although their faces are still young, they have long lost the innocence of childhood due to years of hunting zombies. Instead, they have gained a sense of confidence that comes from being used to the ups and downs of life. Snap, as Jokai's axe chopped into the head of the last zombie, this one-sided massacre came to an end. Brother, level 3 zombies aren't challenging enough anymore. Let's try level 4 next time. 9-year-old Jokai is nearly 1.5 meters tall. His skin is slightly dark, but his smile still has a hint of childishness. What surprised Changqing was that he did not awaken his superpowers as in the original plot. Changqing did not find any abnormalities after repeated examinations, and ultimately concluded that supernatural powers and ancient martial arts could not coexist. Fortunately, he has become accustomed to fighting with ancient martial arts, and his strength is no worse than in his previous life. I also think it's time to try higher level zombies. Brother, with you here, are we really in any danger? Yaoyue wiped the sweat from her head and said in agreement. She is 7 years old now. Although she still has some baby fat on her face, she is very decisive when killing zombies. I agree. Zhang Lan also raised her hand. Even if there is danger, we still have Yaoyu to treat us. She nudged Yaoyu next to her with her elbow. Isn't that right, Yaoyu? What? Yes. It can heal. I feel like the healing power of this spiritual spring has improved recently. Yaoyu reacted and quickly supported him. Changqing looked at the fighting-minded little guys and smiled. In the end, he gave the jade pendant to Yaoyu. This twin sister was not as adventurous as her younger sister and was more cautious in doing things. She was the perfect person to take on the treatment task today. Both Yaoyu and Yaoyue are extremely cheerful children. They are very confident and have comrades who support each other. They have long escaped the tragic fate of their previous life. I think we should find a clean place to eat and then think about what to do next. He stood up and jumped off the roof. Gather the crystal cores and get on board. The car at this time was no longer the small van of the past, but a military pickup truck, which not only had more space but was also safer. The group found a roadside lawn, set up a pot and heated oil, and soon a pot of delicious hot pot began to bubble. Brother, you know what? Aunt Zhang used to call us the cute kids team. I'm so tall now, I'm not a kid anymore. I think our team should have a domineering name. Jokai said while eating. Zhang Hucheng left his number when he left, but now there is only signal near the base, so sometimes he can be contacted, but most of the time he cannot. Ha, that's a good name. I think we should call it the Wolf Squad, because every time Jokai sees a zombie, he pounces on it like a wolf. Zhang Lan said with a smile. No, we are girls. Calling us Evil Wolf is not a good name. I think we should be called Spark. Didn't I say that we have to teach the skills we have learned to the poor people outside the bases? Yaoyue made a speech. I think sparks are good. Sparks can start a prairie fire. Xing Song agreed as soon as he opened his mouth. Brother, what do you think of Starfire? Someone is coming. Changqing gave an irrelevant reply and stood up. Not all of the Doomsday superpower teams have good intentions. They have also experienced several conflicts with superpower teams. So when they heard that someone was coming, they all stood up immediately. Sure enough, after a while, the sound of a car came from afar. Changqing jumped onto the roof of the car and took a look through the telescope. Good job. 5 or 6 large trucks were packed tightly. To it seemed that he was someone doing business between bases, so he felt a little relieved. After all, businessmen believe in making money through harmony, and they are not as warlike as those teams of psychics who go out on missions. Keep eating. They should be a group of businessmen. Alright, everyone felt relieved and sat down to continue eating. Soon, a car drove over, but instead of driving straight past, it stopped nearby. Hey, there are a bunch of kids here? 2 big men jumped out of the car and glanced at Changqing and others who were eating. That look inexplicably made Changqing feel like he was being evaluated. I'm afraid these people are not easy to deal with. After a while, more than a dozen people got off from several cars. Most of them were people with special abilities. They whispered for a while, and a steady and elegant man walked towards Changqing and others. Hello. The man walked a few steps closer, stopped, and greeted with a smile.
We are from the Bai family business in Chongping.
My name is Bai Qingshan. Businessmen value friendship above all else. Meeting on the road is fate. I wonder if you would allow us to set up camp nearby and have a simple meal.
Zhou Kai has always been in charge of the team's diplomatic affairs. He always smiles at everyone he meets and is very talkative. Seeing that the other party had a kind face and spoke very politely, Zhou Kai naturally had no reason to refuse.
Don't cook up wind, the smoke will drift towards us.
After he gave his instructions, he saw the group on the opposite side setting up camp 100 meters below.
The caravan people are easy to talk to. Zhou Kai sighed.
Of course, they're carrying goods, who wants to cause trouble? The children ate inside, but Changqing's face darkened. Bai Qingshan is the adoptive father who adopted Yayu in the original plot. He has an elegant temperament, is humble, and is well versed in business, so he is known as a Confucian businessman. Who would have thought that behind this elegance lies a perverted and paranoid heart? In the original plot, he adopted Yayu and treated her very well at first, but this kindness did not last long. He showed his beastly face and not only violated the child, but also intimidated and threatened her in various ways. Ironically, in front of outsiders, he is still a tolerant and good father. He will take her to Chamber of Commerce activities, hold birthday parties for her, and even buy her various expensive jewelry, but when no one was watching, his perverted possessiveness and paranoia almost drove the child crazy. He did not allow her to contact other boys, burned her back with cigarette butts for pleasure, and used PUA to manipulate her with words and actions, making her his vassal. Even though years of repressed and distorted life had driven the child completely crazy, he still maintained the image of a good father. Outsiders could only sigh that this father had done his best and that the child was born bad by nature. Chongqing has seen many such scum in so many worlds, and he believes that such people would never do evil only once. The guy who is rotten inside deserves to die.
Hey, guys, can you lend me a light?
After a while, Bai Qingshan came over again. With his usual friendly smile on his face, Changqing noticed that his eyes paused slightly on the faces of several girls, and then immediately looked away. This is a bad idea. After borrowing the fire, he brought some snacks to express his gratitude and sat down to chat with everyone. He told some interesting stories about business and made the children laugh twice. Changqing watched him talking to the children coldly, feeling a little emotional. You can judge a person by his appearance but not by his heart.
This man's appearance is really deceptive.
If I hadn't known in advance that he was a beast, he would have looked like a handsome, easygoing and somewhat humorous uncle. After chatting for a while, they called for dinner. He went back for a while and brought back a big bowl of meat and a big bottle of beer.
Thank you for lending me the fire, my friends. This dish is for you.
The chat just now has already made everyone's impression of each other more favorable, and it feels a bit embarrassing to give gifts now.
Hey, Uncle Bai, you've already given us so many snacks.
Before Zhou Kai could finish his words, Bai Qingshan interrupted him. Let's be clear, the snacks are mine.
I like you guys very much. These dishes and wine represent our caravan's thoughts. Well reasoned and convincing, but we don't drink.
Xing Song looked troubled upon hearing this. Bai Qingshan showed a look of disapproval on his face.
Men, how can you not drink? Besides, drinking warms the body.
Experts say that drinking a little is good for the body. Xing Song and Zhou Kai both looked interested. Boys at this age are the most rebellious and curious, and the words of an elder whom they admire carry a lot of weight. Changqing received their inquiring looks. These two bastards really want to drink? His face darkened and Zhou Kai quickly refused.
Uncle Bai, we still can't drink the wine, but we can have the food, thank you.
Chapter 327 Doomsday Big Brother 31. Bai Qingshan watched Zhou Kai pour a plate of boiled mutton into the pot, with a barely perceptible smile on his face.
This person is really bad. He wants to harm you, host.
The system pops up a reminder. Changqing sneered in his heart.
Don't worry, he can't hurt me.
However, these children are too trusting and need to be taught a lesson. Changqing said nothing. Instead, he followed everyone else and picked up a few chopsticks of food. However, the moment he put the food into his mouth, it was thrown into space and did not enter his stomach at all.
The mutton is overcooked and lacks flavor.
Xing Song picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and commented.
Hey, Uncle Bai, your cooking is not good enough. The meat is not tough enough.
Zhou Kai laughed and joked with Bai Qingshan.
Really? Looks like we need to change the chef. This is embarrassing our caravan in front of our guests.
Bai Qingshan's smiling voice came from the opposite side, causing a burst of laughter. While eating, Yaoyu suddenly felt a little dizzy.
Why do I feel a little sleepy?
She said. He stood up and tried to take a few steps, but suddenly fell to the ground. As Zhang Song and Yaoyu beside her wanted to help her, but they also felt dizzy and fell to the ground like dumplings. There's something wrong with this dish.
Zhou Kai didn't understand anything at this time.
He slammed the table and was about to rush over, but suddenly he felt dizzy. After swaying twice, he sat down on the ground again. Elder brother. At this time, he can only count on his brother. The team has encountered many crises before, and his brother was the one who turned the tide in the end. This gave him more confidence. However, when he looked over, he was disappointed. Changqing had already slumped over the table, motionless. TSK, calling me brother is useless, but you are pretty good. You can actually withstand my medicine for so long. It was Bai Qingshan's voice. Zhou Kai's eyes were bloodshot. We have no grudges against each other, why are you doing this? Bai Qingshan smiled and looked at Zhou Kai as if he was looking at an ignorant child. I have to say, you guys are really brave. You actually dare to run around outside with so many people. As he spoke, his eyes changed, and the three girls lying on the ground showed an infatuated look on their faces. Such a beautiful girl, suffering with you, is a waste of talent. What else did Zhou Kai not understand at this time? He was filled with remorse. He had insisted on playing the grown-up. He had ended up hurting everyone. He hadn't noticed the other party's misconduct. I kill you. He suddenly leaped up, gathering all his strength. As a result, he only hit a dirt wall, then fell to the ground and lost consciousness. TSK, what an unexpected child. Bai Qingshan waved his hand, and the earth wall in front of him disappeared. He is actually an earth-type mutant. Tie them up and take them to the car. Before his consciousness disappeared, Zhou Kai heard these words and then completely lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself lying in a carriage with his hands and feet tied. He wanted to break free, but found that his hands and feet still had no strength. The sound of the car engine roared in my ears. The car compartment was covered with canvas and it was airtight, so dark that I couldn't see my hand in front of me. Brother! Zhang Song! Yao Yu. Zhou Kai struggled and called for help. Zhou Kai? Are you awake? Zhang Song's voice. Zhang Song, how are you? I have no strength left in me. After a while, the other children also woke up groaning, but everyone had no strength left, their hands were tied, and they couldn't move at all. Wow, it's me who hurt everyone. At this moment, Zhou Kai panicked, and the fear he felt in the cellar came back to him. How can you be blamed for this? Those people were so cunning. We didn't expect it. Zhang Lan said in a low voice. Where's my brother? Why can't I hear my voice? Yao Yue shouted in panic. The other children immediately started to panic. Elder brother, elder brother, elder brother. Woo. There was crying and shouting in the carriage. Changqing was lying at the door of the carriage and opened his eyes with some irritability. He was pretending to be unconscious, so as soon as he was thrown into the carriage, he untied himself and took out a recliner from the space and lay down on it. What are you arguing about? As the impatient voice came, the flashlight illuminated the carriage with a click. Everyone. Brother! Are you okay? Everyone cried with joy, then he became angry again. Brother, help me untie it, I have to kill them all. That beast dared to have feelings for the girls in the team. Zhou Kai was extremely angry at this moment. The others were also disgusted when they heard what Bai Qingshan was thinking. Damn him. Yao Yue took a big bite. Just lie down and reflect on why you ended up like this. Changqing had no intention of untying them. He turned off the flashlight with a click and lay down again. The children were silent. This is really because they trusted others too easily, but he seemed like a nice person. He spoke nicely and had a good attitude. You still can't judge a person by his appearance. The children all thought so. After another hour or two, Changqing woke up from a nap and untied them. You have to be more careful next time. We can't let him worry about everything. He took out some pills and asked everyone to take them. After the poison was detoxified, everyone was eager to have a big fight. When the two big men opened the door of the truck, they were greeted by angry axes and machetes. A short scream attracted everyone. Changqing led everyone out of the car, only to find that in addition to Bai Qingshan's people, there was actually another group of people here. Old White. Is this the stuff you brought? Why don't you tie it up properly? The middle-aged man in the lead saw several half-grown children jumping out of the car, frowned and questioned Bai Qingshan, who was running towards him in a hurry. Yes. They are colluding with human traffickers. Quick! Take them all down. They have a person with special abilities. Lao Zhang, you go after him, the one holding the axe. Before Bai Qingshan got close, he started shouting orders. Chapter 328 Doomsday Big Brother 32. Following Bai Qingshan's order, a group of people rushed forward, but flew out the next moment. Old Zhang, who was targeting Zhou Kai, was hit on the head with an axe. Half of his head was blown apart, and he was deader than dead. These kids are used to chopping zombies, and they always hit them on the head. Most of the people Bai Qingshan brought with him were second-level psychics, or even first-level psychics. How can I withstand the attacks of these violent kids? In a short while, all these people fell down. Seeing that the situation was not right, another group of middle-aged human traffickers quickly sent people to help. As a result, it didn't last long before being chopped to the ground. Don't even think about running away. Zhou Kai, holding the bloody axe, saw Bai Qingshan turning around and trying to escape, so he shouted and rushed over. He felt guilty and was eager to perform. Soon he started fighting with Bai Qingshan and the middle-aged man. Both of them were third-level psychics. They had thought they could quickly deal with the young man in front of them, but they didn't expect that he could fight two of them alone and not be at a disadvantage at all. Changqing was free at this time. He watched Zhou Kai fighting with the two men with great interest. I also comment on it from time to time. Look, Zhou Kai was too slow this time. If he had turned sideways earlier and struck at this angle, Bai Qingshan would have lost his arm. All the children nodded silently. The battle lasted for nearly 2 hours.
In the end, Bai Qingshan and the middle-aged human trafficker were exhausted, and Zhou Kai seized the opportunity to kill them one by one with an axe. "Brother, how did I perform?" He wiped the sweat off his forehead and finally put on a smile. "Children, I've been complaining about you for 2 hours, Changqing, not bad. This is my first time killing 2 level 3 mutants alone. Children need praise at this time, he understands this very well." "Children, who just said the fight was horrific?" After the battle was over, Changqing went over to check and make sure that Bai Qingshan was dead. Only then did he feel relieved and continued to set off with his cubs, Changping base, Lin family. "What? All the men led by Bai Qingshan were killed?" Uncle Lin stared at the man in front of him, his voice trembling. The man was startled by his expression, his eyes shrank, but he still spoke respectfully. Reporting to the master, yes, other teams of superpowers found their bodies. They were not killed by zombies, but seemed to have been injured by weapons. At the scene, there were some bodies identified as human traffickers. Some people speculated that Deacon Bai was involved in child trafficking and was, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Uncle Lin. "That's enough." Uncle Lin frowned deeply. No one knows that the Bai company is actually affiliated with the Lin family and is a subsidiary of the Lin family. Bai Qingshan is also one of the Lin family's stewards, but how could he be so careless? How could the kidnapping of children be discovered by righteous people? Uncle Lin was confused. The people under his command were all psychics, and Bai Qingshan himself was a level 3 psychic. How could they be wiped out silently? To be able to kill so many people, one must have at least the strength of the Linlang team, but the Linlang team was still drinking in the bar at that time. The Lin family shouldn't intervene in this matter. Your company should suppress the rumors first and find something else to attract attention. As for this matter, we will conduct a secret investigation. Uncle Lin thought for a while and then gave instructions slowly. After the man left, he called his subordinates and said, "Please ask Master Lin Feng to come over." Soon, a young man in loose sportswear appeared at the door. "Second uncle, what happened?" The boy's tone was calm and steady, which was inconsistent with his age. His aura was so strong that it even overshadowed Uncle Lin's. Uncle Lin also looked solemn. Somehow, he felt that his nephew was becoming more and more terrifying. The Bai family caravan has been wiped out. There are also rumors that he's trafficking children. Uncle Lin didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, and then he saw his nephew frown. Lin Feng was indeed confused. He knew that the Bai family was trafficking children. In his previous life, after he became powerful, he investigated the trafficking case in his youth again. In the end, he found that it was related to the Bai family business under the Lin family, so he let it go. Bai Qingshan is a capable and helpful person who has helped him solve many problems that he was unable to solve, but how come this life ended so quickly? Not a single one alive? He asked. Uncle Lin nodded heavily. Lin Feng's eyebrows twitched. This ruthless treatment of human traffickers reminded him of someone, Mu Changqing's second brother. When faced with the plea for mercy in the cellar, he shot him to death without any hesitation. But Bai Qingshan has so many people with special abilities under his command. Can he really kill them all? This is impossible. He doesn't believe it. I will investigate this matter secretly. Lin Feng finally took on the task. He sent people to the scene and personally examined the injuries on the bodies brought back. The more he investigated, the more surprised he became, because he found that these people were not injured by supernatural powers or gunshot wounds, but by knives, axes, and other weapons commonly used by outbound teams. This means that the other party is not a mutant. And a non-superpowered person can kill a superpowered person. He only thinks of that person. Could he pass on his skills to others? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he became panicked. If those low-class people can learn this skill, then the superiority of those with special abilities will certainly disappear. Keep a close eye on this group of children, probably around my age. Report any information to me immediately. He gave orders to his subordinates. Chapter 329 Doomsday Big Brother 33 Lin Feng's panic became a reality within a year. At the beginning, someone started selling a training booklet called Ancient Martial Arts outside the base at an extremely low price. Adults naturally don't believe it, but it is not ruled out that some curious teenagers will spend some pocket money to buy it for fun. Just practice it. Wow. I discovered a big secret. It's actually true. People were surprised. Who doesn't want to improve their strength? In the end times, strength is king. As a result, the booklets began to be in short supply, and a large number of people began to practice ancient martial arts. There are also ordinary people in the base who have not awakened their special powers. Naturally, they don't mind giving it a try, and the final result is gratifying. Some people with special abilities also began to try to practice it, but they soon discovered that this kind of thing could only be practiced by non-superpowered people, and the strength after training is no weaker than superpowers. This is confusing. Obviously, this can improve the overall strength of human beings, which is undoubtedly important for fighting zombies. However, there are also people with special abilities who want to maintain their existing power and are worried that ordinary people practicing ancient martial arts will threaten their interests. As a result, voices calling for a ban on ancient martial arts began to emerge from the top, and the base officials had to organize several meetings to discuss the matter. Boss, are the higher-ups saying they're going to ban ancient martial arts again? As soon as Mo Shangwan came back from the base meeting, Zhang Huqing walked up to her and asked anxiously, how could she not be anxious? My two children have no special talents.
They started practicing ancient martial arts last month and are just getting started. Asa result, the higher-ups are going to ban ancient martial arts, unacceptable, and Mo Shangwan gave her a reassuring look and sat down. They can't stop it. Those people from the Lin family, they say it's for the rights of people with special abilities, but I think it's for the rights of their own Lin family. He had never practiced ancient martial arts, but he knew that it definitely couldn't be fake. Don't worry, Sister Zhang. I told you it can't be banned. If it had been banned when it was first discovered, it might have been possible, but they didn't believe it at first. Now the news has spread everywhere. It's not that easy to ban it with just one word. Also, the Chongping base will be banned, but other bases may not be. This is the general trend. Li Xuanjin walked over and patted Zhang Huqing on the back, comforting him. The Lin family is the most annoying. I really want to give them a good beating. This ancient martial art is beneficial to everyone, why do they ban it with just one word? The youthful Wang Xian clenched his fists. If you ask me, the person who spreads the ancient martial arts is the real good person. He said loudly. As a teenager who entered the base from the periphery, he naturally knew how difficult it was to survive in the periphery. The fundamental reason for this is that ordinary people have no ability and can only rely on the little protection of the base to survive. But now the appearance of Gu Wu is hope. If everyone on the periphery practices ancient martial arts and can fight against zombies, they can establish their own base, even wipe out all the zombies in the world. A bold idea suddenly came to him when the young man mentioned the person who spread the ancient martial arts. The other members of the Linlang team looked at each other. Naturally, they had their own guesses as to where this thing came from. Those kids should be in their teens now. Zhao Meng felt a little emotional when he was injured by the 4th level zombie. If it weren't for the help of those children, he might not have been saved. It was strange to see that what they used were not supernatural powers. I never expected that there would be such a thing as ancient martial arts in this world. Moreover, they are willing to donate it. This state of mind is admirable. It's a pity that they can't drink yet, otherwise old Zhao would have toasted them a few times. Wang Xian, who joined the Linlang team later, didn't know what had happened before. When he heard everyone's sighs, he couldn't help but ask a question in confusion. As a result, Zhang Huqing pulled him over and listened carefully to the story of that day. So, none of them have superpowers. But their strength is comparable to that of superpowered people? Wang Xian widened his eyes. Not only that, their leader's current strength is such that even I might not be able to defeat him. Mo Shangwan interjected thoughtfully. 5 years ago, that kid had the combat power comparable to a 3rd level psychic. Now, 5 years have passed, and he, a 4th level psychic, really has no confidence anymore. What? Wang Xian was surprised again. He suddenly seemed to think of something and his expression changed slightly. Is his name Mu Chongqing? Everyone looked at each other. It seemed like he had never said his own name, and the other kids just called him brother. I'm not sure, but there are twin sisters named Yaoyu and Yaoyue among their friends. Li Xuanjin said this at last. Do you suspect that they were responsible for the incident involving the Bice Trading Company? Mo Shangwan glanced at Wang Xian and asked. Wang Xian nodded. It must be that the Bai family business was targeting them because they were kidnapping children. They didn't expect to run into a tough opponent, and ended up being completely wiped out. But, boss. There was a hint of urgency on his face. The Lin family has been investigating this matter, and Lin Feng is in charge. We must remind them to be careful. He has been keeping an eye on the Lin family. At the beginning, there was a conflict with the Lin family children at the gate of the base, and hatred was planted in their hearts. Later, Lin Ning entered the base and bullied his former friend Mu Changcheng. Later, Lin Feng invited him to join his team. This confusing operation made him suspicious. So over the years, he has been secretly observing the Lin family. He actually discovered some abnormalities. 1 is Lin Feng, whose strength has increased extremely rapidly, and his personality has suddenly become completely different from before. The other is the Lin family's industry, which covers a much wider range than he imagined. Even the Bai family business is its secret industry. He Chang, can you contact them? Hearing that the Lin family was investigating the matter, Mo Shangwan also became concerned. Lin Feng from the Lin family is also one of the ruthless people who has caught his eye in recent years. Although he is young, he is very experienced, and his supernatural powers are probably at the 3rd level, or even the 4th level. I could try sending a message. Zhang Huqing was also a little worried, so she left her phone number for them. However, only signal facilities have been built near the base. There is no signal at all at a long distance, and there is very little time to contact us. Changqing naturally did not receive the message. However, the movements of the male protagonist and Mu Changqing were being monitored systematically, so he was always on top of things and was not panicked at all. Now, he has sent all his boys to various bases to sell ancient weapons. He came to the small town where he first stopped that year alone. The afternoon sun makes people feel lazy, standing at the gate of the even more dilapidated water plant. A feeling of how things and people have changed suddenly came over me. The little kid from back then has now gone to a base alone and become an independent young man. This made Changqing feel a little relieved. System, you said the male protagonist Lin Feng is here? He asked in his heart. Yes. The system is very confident. Walking into the water plant, Changqing realized that there was not a single zombie here. Either they have been cleaned out, or there are ordinary zombies here that are extremely scary. As he took a step forward, he felt a faint murderous intent in the air. Two figures suddenly appeared on the roof of the office building. The afternoon sun shone down obliquely, and Changqing could only see two blurry shadows when he looked up, but that powerful aura cannot be concealed. Raymond Lam, there is also a level 5 zombie king. Changqing couldn't help but narrow his eyes, but he wasn't surprised from the information he collected that time. He discovered that Lin Feng's grandfather, Lin Changshou, had a very unusual background, and he seemed to be the same person as Lin Changsheng, the richest man in the country at the time. Moreover, in the early days of the zombie virus outbreak, he invested heavily in biological laboratories to study the possibility of the zombie virus bringing immortality. The water plant in this remote small county is just an experimental base. Live forever as a zombie. Was this a success or a failure? Changqing stood still with a sarcastic smile on his face. On the rooftop, Lin Feng could only see a dark shadow downstairs. No supernatural power fluctuations. Grandpa, he's just an ordinary man. He felt that the old man was too cautious. They were just ordinary people who had strayed in, yet two of them had to show up. Kill him. Hoarse, strange syllables that didn't sound like human voices squeezed out of his throat, like the rough sand of the Masua ground. Lin Feng showed a helpless expression. All right. He bent his legs slightly, and suddenly, his body jumped into the air. The clear sky was suddenly filled with lightning and thunder. A 5th level thunder-type mutant, even a hawk uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. This is his experience from 2 lifetimes. Since he had made the move, he had no intention of holding back. The air was filled with murderous intent, and Changqing couldn't help but squint his eyes. This male protagonist is quite smart, but that's not enough. Chapter 330 Doomsday Big Brother 34. Changqing suddenly looked up, a faint green light lingering around his body, and the lightning in the sky was reflected in his pupils, but he did not show any surprise. It's you! Lin Feng had already seen the face clearly by now, and the shock in his heart was indescribable, but then a surge of anger rose up. This person is the curse of his life. He was humiliated every time he met him. This time he has been reborn and has reached level 5 with the help of his grandfather. His strength is no longer what it used to be. The day of revenge. Today is the day. Go to hell. He suddenly shouted loudly, and thunder fell from the sky like a rainstorm. You are not qualified enough to be my opponent. The faint sound overwhelmed the thunder and reached Lin Feng's ears clearly. I saw a figure in front of me flash, and a green light shot up into the sky, rushing directly towards the level 5 zombie on the rooftop. That's right, Changqing's target has never been Raymond Lam, but it's this level 5 zombie king. There are many level 5 mutants in each base, but only one appears in the zombie king plot. The moment he saw the male protagonist and the zombie king appear together, he knew clearly the reason why the male protagonist is invincible is probably not because of his unparalleled supernatural powers, but because he has the help of the zombie king behind him. So capture the thief and the leader. This is what he came here for. He was incredibly fast and was close in less than a second. The zombie king in front of him looked no different from a human. He was wearing a well-fitting suit and even looked very young. Changqing did not shout slogans. A green light flashed in his hand and the long sword hit the head directly of the zombie king's red eyes narrowed slightly as he was filled with murderous green light. Quack. A strange sound was heard. A pair of withered claws suddenly stretched out and grabbed the long sword directly. A faint corpse smell was emitted, with a stench that could not be ignored. Although it looks like a human, it's still a corpse. Changqing snorted coldly, and the sword shone brightly without stopping at all, wanting to crush the claw that blocked his way into pieces. Tear it. A sound like silk tearing was heard, and the zombie king retreated rapidly. Lin Feng saw it clearly from below, and the shock in his heart was like a raging sea. Force back the level 5 zombies with one move. What a powerful force this is, but he clearly has no special abilities. Suddenly an idea struck him. You were the one who spread the ancient martial arts, right? This is simply destroying his career and ambition. Thinking of this, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. With a loud shout, Lin Feng rushed towards Changqing, surrounded by thunder and lightning, and the crackling sound of electricity was deafening. But before he could get close, the figure in front of him had disappeared. A green light flashed behind the zombie king, and the long sword was like a leech attached to his bones, unable to be shaken off. Lin Feng, a dignified 5th level psychic, was completely ignored. The zombie king wanted to be ignored, but he was stared at closely. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, his eyes suddenly turned red. He didn't make any movement and his body disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared and stood steadily on the railing on the top floor of the cafeteria next door. But to his surprise, just as he hooked onto the railing and stood firm, he heard a sound of breaking air behind him. That human speed was not slower than his own at all. The long sword shone with a green glow, emitting a cold light. The zombie king twisted his body, and a large piece of railing fell down with a crash, and his figure suddenly fell from the roof. But just as he moved, he felt something sticky on the left side of his face, and the long sword pierced his ear with great speed. Lin Feng had returned to the rooftop. He stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, his heart filled with disbelief. These ups and downs were so fast that it was difficult for him, a level 5 psychic, to see clearly. But he clearly felt that his grandfather, the zombie king, was actually running away. The speed of the two people was obviously not something he could keep up with. Even if he wanted to help, there was no way he could. I saw the two of them and a few others had already left the water plant. He slumped to the ground. In the previous life, Mu Changqing was clearly just a street beggar. How come he has such strength in this life? Could it be that he was also reborn? But even if I were reborn, it would be impossible for my strength to be so high. He had 1,000 unanswered questions in his mind. I can only hope that Grandpa can fight back and kill him in this small town. In the distance, loud roars and the sound of clashing swords could be heard from time to time. Li Feng saw that many zombies who had been hiding on the ground actually ran out and moved towards the outside of the city. This is a natural escape to feel a powerful presence. He didn't know how long it had been, until it was completely dark, and he finally felt the conflicting energy gradually subside. Did Grandpa win? He was confused. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew, and a figure appeared on the edge of the rooftop. It's the zombie king. Lin Feng immediately stood up excitedly. Grandfather. The zombie king in front of him was covered in scars, with dark blood flowing out of countless wounds on his body, and he didn't heal automatically. That Mu Changqing. Lin Feng wanted to ask about Changqing's situation, but was frightened by the sudden approach of the zombie king and took a step back. You, become a part of me. As the hoarse voice rang out, the zombie king's bamboo-like palm had already grabbed his throat. Mastered. Lin Feng's voice immediately got stuck in his throat. He felt the sharp nails had scratched the flesh on his neck. The strong stench of corpse rushed into his nose, making him cry. What else did he not understand at this time? The zombie king was injured, and he wanted to devour him to heal his wounds, but he had no power to resist it. All of this is the most despairing thing. I didn't expect that after living a new life, I would die here. There was despair in his eyes. This is not the rebirth he wanted. Why? At this moment, he suddenly erupted in uncontrollable hatred towards Mu Changqing. Why did such a change occur? Why did he seriously injure the zombie king again, forcing it to devour itself to recover, even if they die together? Thinking of this, he began to struggle violently, with a faint flash of lightning, but it was of no use at all. The despair gradually grew in his eyes. He lowered his head. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of a figure appearing on the corner of the street. Mu Changqing. Lin Feng suddenly opened his mouth wide. Save me. He wanted to shout, but no sound came out, because the zombie king's teeth had touched his skin. Clang! A deafening roar reached his ears, and Lin Feng only felt his body become heavy, and he fell to the ground. He didn't have time to think and rolled into the corner. When I looked up, I saw a shocking scene. Chapter 331 Doomsday. Big Brother 35. Sword energy was everywhere in front of my eyes. A green light was shining, corpse pieces, flesh, and black blood kept floating out, and strange screams were endless. The zombie king is being slaughtered. The emergence of this thought made Lin Feng tremble all over. What kind of strength is this? He was still thinking about avenging his previous humiliation, but now it seems that everything he said was just a joke. He squeezed his eyes shut, the sight before him stinging him. Suddenly, the screams stopped abruptly. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. The zombie king, with only a skeleton left, fell to the ground with a deadly sword piercing his head, nailing his body firmly to the ground. There were also some stains on the young man's face and clothes, making him look quite ferocious. As if noticing his gaze, the young man suddenly drew out his sword and looked over here. Lin Feng quickly lowered his head. Fine raindrops suddenly fell. Only a soft sigh was heard in the cool breeze. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, the terrifying figure was no longer in front of him. It turns out just left like that. He once again felt completely dejected at being ignored. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning and thunder, and his mind started to shudder. I have been injured by zombies and need urgent medical treatment. No wonder he allowed himself to be here. This means he is already considered dead. No. This was not the ending he deserved. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a strong desire to survive. He felt a slight tingling sensation on his neck, and he knew it was the zombie virus taking effect. He quickly pulled out 3 or 4 medicine bottles from his pocket, poured out a handful of medicine and drank it in one gulp. We have to go back quickly. A figure flashed by in the rainy night. Lin Feng drove towards the base as fast as possible. Host, why don't you kill the male protagonist? Changqing had just changed his clothes and lay down in the truck bed when the system asked, is it possible that such a small system has such a strong murderous aura? I've always used virtue to win people over when I'm on a mission. Tonzi, we've been working together for so long, you don't still not understand me, do you? Changqing turned over in the recliner. The physical exhaustion after the battle made him feel extremely comfortable. Listening to the sound of rain outside, at this moment he had a feeling that the years were peaceful and time had stopped. The system curled its lips. It doesn't believe in winning people over with virtue. Humans are complicated and say one thing and mean another. Just as he was about to retort, he heard his host sigh. Alas, I wonder what's become of those kids. We agreed to gather here. The system fell silent. The host is really a person of temperament. After thinking about it, it chose to speak to comfort an old father who missed his cub. What can they do? Even a level 3 psychic might not be able to defeat them. They are already on their way here. But there was no response. Hey, host. The host fell asleep. System, it was a wrong payment after all. Lin family, Uncle Lin was suddenly awakened by a loud noise in the middle of the night. He opened the door. What are you arguing about? It's the middle of the night. A subordinate came running over, tumbling and crawling. Master. Young Master Lin Feng got into trouble. He was scratched by a zombie and just came back. Uncle Lin stumbled. Where is he? Call a doctor, quick. He rushed out without even having time to put on his coat. I've helped the young master back to his room, and the doctor is on the way. The subordinate hurried to catch up. Uncle Lin was panicking. This nephew is an important support for his Lin family to make further progress. He is already a 4th level psychic at such a young age, so he must not let anything happen to him. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately smelled a faint stench of corpse. Lin Feng's face had begun to turn black, injured by zombies. There are actually such powerful zombies? Feng. What are you doing? He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Feng's hand, his body trembling slightly. It's Grandpa, please ask Changqing to come and treat me. Lin Feng felt his eyelids were extremely heavy at this moment. His breathing became rapid and he tried hard to open his eyes. Uncle Lin was stunned. Great Wall, he had an impression of this person, and Lin Feng paid special attention to him. Could it be that Mu Changqing actually has healing abilities? What are you still standing there for? Go and get Mr. Mu Qing. Uncle Lin suddenly yelled at his men. Mu Changqing didn't know at the moment that he had been promoted to a master. Ever since he started hanging out with Lin Feng, he had lived a good life that he had never dared to imagine before, and not only can he show off his power to the untouchables outside, but he is also highly respected even in the base. This is the life of a superior person. He picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp, shaking his head and looking at the yellow-haired young men around him. From now on, you guys will follow me, and I'll follow the Lin family. So, if you round it up, you'll be members of the Lin family now. Who in this neighborhood would dare to mess with you? Immediately, a charming girl came over and filled his glass with wine. Brother Chang, do you want to open another bottle of 1998 Romani Conti? It's on sale today. The girl had a flattering smile on her face and her voice was incredibly sweet. Ha! Mu Changqing immediately burst into laughter. Don't look down on me. Who wants to drink the discounted one? Give me the one without the discount. Then he looked at the yellow-haired men who were educating people with the air of a boss. Look, this girl is so much older than me, and she still calls me brother. When you're out there, it's all about influence. Only those with influence are brothers. Otherwise, no matter how old you are, you're still just a younger brother. Do you understand? The younger brothers nodded in agreement, which made Mu Changqing's desire to express himself soar. Just as I was about to give him a long lecture, I suddenly saw a few big men rushing into the bar. Someone from the Lin family. Mr. Mu, the head of the family invites you. The visitor's attitude was very respectful, which made Mu Changqing very happy. Facing the admiring and shocked expressions of his younger brothers, he slowly stood up. At this moment, he knew that he had established a monument in his younger brother's heart. The master of the house invited me here, so there must be something important to discuss. You guys continue drinking, and the bill will be put on my name. He waved his hand to his younger brothers, and then followed several big men back to the Lin family in a very arrogant manner. Chapter 332 Doomsday Big Brother 36 Mu Changqing indeed guessed that there was something important to discuss, but he never expected that he would be asked to save someone. How can I save people? Master Lin, I only have water abilities. If Master Feng needs to run a bath, I can satisfy you, but how can I heal the wounds of this zombie? He was so frightened that his calves trembled involuntarily. This is really difficult for him, a water-based mutant, but at this moment Lin Feng fainted again, and Uncle Lin didn't know what he meant. Fenger said, you can save him. You must. Otherwise, I will grind you to dust. Uncle Lin was anxious, and his tone was no longer as gentle as usual. Instead, it was solemn and murderous, which frightened Mu Changqing so much that his legs went weak and he fell to his knees. Master, I really have no other options. I've never saved anyone before. Even if you kill me, it won't help. Mu Changqing was really scared to death that he's shaking even when he talks. Is there really no other way? Uncle Lin looked at him suspiciously. Mu Changqing nodded frantically. He never thought that he would be able to save people one day, but Uncle Lin has great faith in his nephew, a genius. A level 4 psychic in his teens, I definitely won't speak nonsense. He beat Mu Changqing up and asked a psychic to investigate, and concluded that Mu Changqing was not lying. You. Go put a big bucket of water in there. There was no other way, so Uncle Lin decided to ask Mu Changqing to put a bucket of water for Lin Feng to take a bath to see if it would work. He really didn't believe that his nephew would do something without a purpose. The result, naturally, it is invalid. It was half a month later that Changqing heard Yaoyue talk about the situation at the Changping base. So, Lin Feng didn't turn into a zombie in the end? He asked with some curiosity. No, I don't know what medicine the doctor gave him, but he was able to save his life. However, his ability was reduced to level 1, and now he has become a useless person. What can a level 1 ability do? It's so powerful that you have to rest after using it once, just like a piece of glass. Yaoyue is responsible for promoting ancient martial arts at the Changping base. She is considered strong in the team and is also very attentive, which allows her to get to know a lot of first-hand information. Even without superpowers, you can still contribute to the base. Changqing corrected him casually. Brother, you're just talking nonsense. He used to be a level 4 psychic. How can he accept this? Zhou Kai interjected. Changqing glanced at him coldly. Damn, I want to hit the kid. Fortunately, Yaoyue continued to change the subject.
Do you remember Mu Changchang?
He's been kicked out of the base by the Lin family, and he's back in that shack with Mom. When she mentioned the shack, her voice paused. There are bad memories there. Yao Yu's expression also changed slightly. She looked at the eldest brother in front of her, but there was no expression on his face, as if he was listening to a stranger's story. Changcheng's heart was indeed calm. Mu Changcheng and his mother had nothing to do with him anymore. The end of the world is not like before, when you could still post a video online to morally blackmail your retirement.
Now even the internet hasn't fully recovered.
As long as he doesn't want to show up, no one can do anything to him. As for Yao Yu and Yao Yue, he glanced at them.
Do you want to go back and take a look?
Yao Yue shook her head like a rattle, and Yao Yu just said that she would listen to her elder brother. I'm not interested in taking care of people anyway. Changcheng stood up. His attitude was very clear. Mu Changcheng never thought that he would return here again in his lifetime. Looking at the messy environment, he couldn't suppress the depression in his heart that he just accepted a younger brother. How did it come to this? The refined life is gone. The superior status is gone. How could the heaven treat him like this? Fortunately, I didn't sell this house before, so my mother and I still have a place to stay. His mother was used to suffering, and she felt that she was smart enough to keep the family together, but Mu Changcheng got angry when he saw her like this. He raised his leg and kicked over the table in front of him.
Can't you have some fucking aspirations? Some ideals? What's so good about this shack? I don't want to live like a dog anymore.
He roared. But then he put his face in his hands and started crying. Why did God make him return to the ranks of the untouchables after he had experienced the life of a superior person? The woman stood there at a loss. After a few years, the child had grown taller than him. When she got angry, she inexplicably thought of the man who had died long ago. The fear in her heart was aroused, and she didn't dare to get close to him at all.
Outside, there's nothing bad going on out there.
They practice ancient martial arts, and many of them can fight zombies. She stammered out words of comfort. This made Mu Changcheng wake up instantly. Yes, why didn't he think of that? I don't have any talent for supernatural powers, but maybe I can practice ancient martial arts. He had heard that ancient martial arts were incompatible with supernatural powers, but he didn't believe it at all. Mu Changcheng is a person with spatial abilities, so he can still practice ancient martial arts. I am his elder brother, and we are of the same lineage, so I can definitely do it.
You, hurry up and find a secret book. I want to start practicing.
Ancient martial arts secret books are everywhere, and the woman quickly got one. Mu Changcheng couldn't wait to open it and take a look. His brows furrowed. First, you need to meditate for a long time to sense your vital energy, and then, why is this so complicated? It looks like a lot of hard work. After practicing for half a month without feeling any vital energy, he lost interest in practicing.
Mom! You didn't make a fake one to trick me. He threw the secret book on the ground. No more practice. I'm going out to play.
The woman shuddered at his action.
How can it be fake? I bought it with my own money.
Hey, Changcheng, don't gamble anymore.
We don't have much money at home.
She shouted at the child's tall back.
It's none of your business.
The only response she got was a loud roar. In the evening, Mu Changcheng came back excitedly. Ha. This is the first time he laughed so happily since returning to the periphery.
Mom, do you know?
The Lin family is in big trouble. Ha. He laughed so hard that tears came out. They drove us out of the base, but ended up bringing disaster upon themselves. Team Linlang reported them for involvement in child trafficking and their connection to zombies.
TSK, the enemy has already taken action this time. It's all over.
They deserve to die, especially that Lin Feng. He's a loser himself, even worse than me.
Ha. If I see him next time, I'm going to beat them up.
The woman remained silent. What good would it do her if the Lin family fell into decline? Her only thought now was to prove that the secret book she bought was genuine and to urge her son to practice well. Yes, she herself has already started practicing. One day a month later, Mu Changcheng came back from outside again. He smiled even more happily.
You know what? I ran into the Lin family today.
Ha. They were expelled from the base and lost most of their property.
That Lin Feng is like a dead dog.
I heard that he is so useless that he can't even practice ancient martial arts.
He won't live for many more years.
Ha. He laughed like a madman, but saw that there was no expression on his mother's face.
Hey! Smile for me. You look down on me too, don't you?
Mu Changcheng suddenly felt unhappy and kicked over. As a result, his mother raised her hand and pushed him, and he flew back several meters and fell to the ground.
What's the point of you mocking others every day? You're still useless. I have proven that this secret manual is authentic. You must practice well.
His attitude was a bit overbearing, which was totally unacceptable to Mu Changcheng, who was always overbearing.
Even you bully me.
He let out a strange cry, got up, and rushed over, but was slapped to the ground by his mother again.
You see, that's what happens when you don't have any skills. If you don't practice, you'll get beaten every day.
The woman recently felt that she had become much stronger after practicing ancient martial arts, and therefore, she had also become braver. Chapter 333 Doomsday Big Brother 37. But Mu Changqing couldn't continue practicing at all. I don't know if it's because I was too restless or for some other reason, but after practicing for more than a month, I still made no progress, but damn, it's making good progress. This made him even more powerless to fight back in front of his mother. As her strength increases, the woman's obsessive compulsive personality is like opening Pandora's box, and it is out of control. If a child doesn't practice ancient martial arts, he will be beaten up. When the child secretly went out to gamble, she found the casino and beat him up, and also beat up his gambling friends. The result was that no one dared to play with him anymore. His life was miserable. It's like a child who has been a bully for a long time, and suddenly his loving mother turns into a tiger mom, and his life feels dark. I can't live like this anymore. On a dark and windy night, he packed up his belongings and ran away from home in a bundle. When the system informed Changqing of this, he was basking in the sun on the roof of the car.
So, Mu Changqing took away all the money in the family?
He narrowed his eyes and asked.
Yes. Not a cent left.
The system answered affirmatively. If I were to meet such an ungrateful son, I would make him fend for himself. Changqing said angrily. The woman was indifferent to her younger children, but she was completely devoted to her eldest son. He didn't even care about his mother's livelihood and took away all the money she had saved through years of hard work. Isn't this a complete ungrateful person? However, he was only digging his own grave. Changqing remembered that in the original plot, Mu Changqing's kidney disease broke out around this time. If he used the money to drink and have fun, it would only make him weaker faster. Although you won't die immediately, your end won't be good either.
Hey system, what are you doing? With a quick glance, I saw the system taking out a small notebook and making records. Didn't the host say that he wanted to educate his ungrateful son?
I'll take note and find a world like this when I have the chance.
Changqing. No.
He still prefers being grateful to his baby. By the way, what's the situation with Lin Feng? He asked again. I get excited when I mention this system.
He's having a hard time.
It grinned with a hint of schadenfreude.
Tell me in detail.
Hearing that the hero was not doing well, Changqing sat up with interest. The Lin family was expelled from the base. They had contacted other bases to prepare for relocation, but they encountered a horde of zombies along the way. In a fierce battle, they lost more than half of their members, and even the head of the family was seriously injured. Changqing, isn't this the script of the Lin Lang team in the original plot? The script of love has changed. The head of the Lin family is injured and needs a crystal core to heal his wound, but there are basically no masters in the Lin family now, so where can we get a crystal core? At this point, the system chuckled twice in a suspenseful manner. They did detect a thumb-sized crystal core in Lin Feng's brain. This might be the remnant of a level 5 psychic's crystal core, so they wanted to take it out to treat the patriarch's injuries. Changqing knew that the superpowers also had crystal cores in their heads, but could they be taken out? He had some doubts about this. Then can Lin Feng agree? He was a little curious. Of course Lin Feng won't agree. But he's useless now, and other people don't care about his opinion, ha 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 ha. The system burst into laughter as it spoke. Changqing couldn't help laughing. In the original plot, in order to cure Mu Changqing's kidney disease, Lin Feng morally forced the 3 sisters of the original owner. Now he is also facing a moral dilemma and is unable to demonstrate the family spirit of unity and friendship. They went to the Sangyu base, right? Come on, let's go and have some fun quietly. Changqing suddenly became interested. After giving the boys some instructions and sternly rejecting their idea of following him, he drove off. This time, their Spark team had become quite famous in all major bases. The reason is simple. It is printed in a booklet widely circulated in the market. This booklet comes from the Spark team. As soon as he entered the base, he received the highest level of reception. After a dinner with the top management of the Sangyu base and some instruction on the ancient martial arts training of the base, he proposed to visit the Lin family. Lin family? The base leader with graying hair was stunned. Is there a Lin family in our base? It was only when one of his men came up and whispered something to him did he react. Mr. Mu is talking about the Lin family who just moved into the Chongping base. Xiao Wang, go over there and tell them to entertain our distinguished guests well. Chapter 334 Doomsday Big Brother 38. Changqing finally met Uncle Lin again. His face was pale and his steps were unsteady. He no longer had the arrogance he had at the gate of the base. Mr. Mu, your presence truly brings honor to my humble abode. Uncle Lin had a cautious smile on his face. He took 2 steps forward and sweat began to form on his forehead. Changqing glanced around and saw that Lin Ying and Lin Feng were both sitting at the end, huddled up like quails with their heads lowered. No, Master Lin, you are too polite. Changqing sat down very politely, and someone immediately served him fragrant hot tea. This is Sanyu Baihao, a local specialty. Mr. Mu, please try it and see how it tastes. The Lin family just arrived in Sanyu and their conditions are limited, so please don't blame us. Uncle Lin is very polite. Changqing also readily accepts good advice. Although the Lin family suffered a great loss, they still have some foundation. Changqing's eyes turned. I heard that Patriarch Lin was injured and wanted to use the crystal core from the young man's brain for treatment? He asked directly. The scene was as silent as death. Lin Feng suddenly looked up, his eyes revealing unwillingness. Uncle Lin immediately broke out in sweat on his back and his hands began to tremble slightly. This matter is so secretive. How did this person know about it? Does he disapprove of this practice? To be honest, second Uncle Lin also felt that this was a bit unfair, but Lin Feng was already disabled and had no fighting power. It would be better to let him recover from his injuries and help the development of the Lin family. However, if Mr. Mu opposed this approach, he would not dare to object at all. We should immediately stop doing this, he bowed in response. No, 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 no. Changqing shook his hands repeatedly. Home is an eternal harbor, and family members should help each other. This is normal. Besides, you have raised Lin Feng for so many years, and your kindness is like giving him a new life. I believe he also volunteered to donate the crystal core. After all, the crystal core is useless in his brain. Everyone. Uncle Lin, sir, you are truly my confidant. The most shocked person was Lin Feng. He stared at Changqing intently. If looks could kill, he would have died several times. Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil. These were the words he said to the little beggar in his previous life. He stood up suddenly, his eyes red, and pointed at Changqing with one hand. You are also reborn, right? You are the one who hurt me. You're the one who killed me. Uncle Lin was shocked. Is this kid crazy? How dare he be so rude to Mr. Mu? Someone, come. Drag him away. It's unforgivable to offend such a distinguished guest. He shouted loudly, and two strong men immediately walked in, carried Lin Feng and walked out. He is born again. Don't believe him. Lin Feng shouted, but no one paid any attention to him. He could also hear Changqing's voice behind him. This child has gone crazy. We need to extract the crystal core as soon as possible, otherwise it might affect the treatment effect. Tears suddenly welled up in the corners of his eyes. Host, you just acted like a villain. On the way back, the system suddenly popped up to complain. So what if he's a villain? I don't care. Ha ha ha. Changqing laughed. The hatred in the male protagonist's eyes when he was dragged away was really pleasing to the eye. Today is a good day. Changqing even hummed a little tune. In this world, people with special abilities have longer lifespans than ordinary people, so they can have a few more years of fun. 3 days later, as he was approaching the small town, he heard the system say, the Lin family has successfully taken Lin Feng's crystal core. Oh, is Lin Feng dead? He asked. Not dead. TSK, the male protagonist is indeed very lucky, he can survive like this. Changqing sighed and continued on his way. In fact, Lin Feng was not dead, but he wished he were dead. He thought that taking the crystal core would be the end of the pain, but he didn't expect that this was just the beginning of the pain. After all, it was not a good thing for an elder to seize the crystal core of a younger person. Uncle Lin was worried that he would tell others about it, so he made up his mind to make him mute, but in front of outsiders, he is still a good uncle who loves his nephew. Take him to the banquet and be extremely tolerant of his sudden temper, buy him all kinds of good things. Outsiders said that his second uncle treated him better than his own son. Only he himself knows what kind of devil this second uncle is. At night, lying on the luxurious big bed, he looked at the extravagant decorations above his head, and a deep feeling of powerlessness came over him. How could I, a genius of my generation, end up like this? This shouldn't be his fate. Collecting beauties and conquering the world should be his life, but now his crystal core has been dug out, and he has lost even his last hope. Did God allow me to be reborn just to feel pain? He was unwilling to accept it. He had long hated the Lin family, hypocrisy, shamelessness, and moral degradation. So, he wants revenge. Lying in bed, his mind was filled with thoughts of ancient martial arts, something he had practiced before but to no avail. At this moment, he was in a desperate situation with no way out, so he didn't mind practicing useless things twice more. He closed his eyes and felt it silently. Outside, it gradually became quiet and it was already late at night. Suddenly, the young man who had been lying motionless in bed for several hours opened his eyes and a look of joy appeared on his face. He suddenly felt the so-called vitality, although it's not much, I definitely felt it. It must be because the crystal core was damaged before. That's why he couldn't practice ancient martial arts. Now that he has lost the crystal core, it's actually a blessing in disguise. Hope burned in his heart. In the following days, he began to practice desperately, but his progress was extremely slow. This made him depressed and irritable. He was already disgusted by his second uncle's loving and filial attitude, and he couldn't stand it. So, not long after, Changqing learned that something had happened to the Lin family again. Lin Feng suddenly stabbed the head of the Lin family in the back, publicly exposing his deeds of seizing the crystal cores of the younger generation, and even revealed the fact that the Lin family was involved in child trafficking. The entire nation at the Sanyu base was shocked, and the authorities intervened to investigate. These are all facts, and they will be confirmed once you check them. Although there is no clear chain of evidence in the case of child trafficking, investigators have basically confirmed that the Lin family is involved, and not long after, the Lin family was expelled again, and this time no base was willing to accept them. They no longer had the energy to migrate, so they became part of the periphery of the Sanyu base. The nobles who were once high and mighty have now become pariahs in their own eyes. This feeling is probably something only they themselves can understand. Host, they also want to thank you for promoting ancient martial arts. Now that the peripheral strength is gradually increasing, life has become much better.
The system laughed.
However, Lin Feng might not have it so easy. He is also a member of the Lin family, and the Lin family is eager to take him away. It then turned to mention the male protagonist. Changqing waved his hand.
Other people's family conflicts, hey, let them be. System.
Chapter 335 Doomsday Big Brother 39. On the other hand, Mu Changcheng had been having fun for half a year and finally felt unwell. That he was having a great time gambling with some friends at the gambling table when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, which almost made him faint.
Brother Chang, what's wrong with you? Don't pretend.
You've won several rounds.
You can't leave now.
The muscular young man opposite him stared at him suspiciously and refused to let him go.
I really can't do it anymore. Please send me back.
He bent over and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead.
Brother Shang, this doesn't seem to be fake.
A young man shouted. At this time, Mu Changcheng was speechless, and the piercing pain made his face as pale as paper. The young men opposite him were all his gambling friends, but they didn't have much brotherhood. When they saw that the situation was not right, they stood up and ran away. By the way, he also took away all the change in front of him. Boss, everyone at this table ran away because someone suddenly fell ill, someone shouted. The fat and chubby boss came over with an impatient look on his face and kicked him twice.
Stop pretending. Get up and get out of here. There was no reaction at all. Damn, he's not really dead, is he?
The boss was shocked. Although it was normal for someone to die outside, it was unlucky to die in his place. He walked closer and sniffed, and found that he was still breathing.
Who among you knows him? Someone I know told me the address.
You, send him back and remember to ask his mother for the service fee. The boss felt that business was coming, so he called two strong men to lift the man and take him to the shack. The two men threw Mu Changcheng into the car and drove to the shack at the address, but I found that the door was locked.
How could there be anyone there? Damn it, you won't let us make this trip in vain, will you? A man complained and slapped Mu Changcheng twice. Hey, wake up. Look, is this your home?
Mu Changcheng slowly opened his eyes. Yes, he nodded. Maybe mom went out to work. Break down the door and take your things. He endured the pain and said tremblingly. The two men naturally didn't hesitate to knock the door open, but saw that the room was already covered with a thick layer of dust. It seems like no one lives here.
Are you kidding us? What can we take from here?
Seeing this situation, Mu Changcheng also panicked. Mom is gone, how could she leave home? Seeing the two strong men mumbling and wanting to leave, he felt even more confused. If no one takes care of me, I might really die.
You can't leave. If something happens to me in your place, you will be held responsible. He cried out in a timid manner. Okay. You still want to blackmail me? The two laughed. We sent you home and didn't get anything, and you still dare to blackmail me? Believe it or not, I will send you to see the Buddha right now.
The bald man suddenly turned around with a ferocious look on his face. Mu Changcheng immediately became timid. A few days later, Changcheng learned of Mu Changcheng's death.
Died so soon?
He was a little bit unbelievable. The woman loved her eldest son the most. Even if he had an acute illness, he could prolong his illness with someone taking care of him. His mother joined the team to hunt zombies. When he fell ill and was sent home, there was no one to take care of him. Changqing, okay, that's bad enough. However, it was his own fault, and to be honest, no one was targeting him. But it's just that they couldn't do it themselves after they lost the original owner and two sisters as tools. Who can I blame? He looked at the guys in front who were besieging a level 4 zombie for a long time. His children shouldn't have to endure that pain. This is the way things should be going. Brother, you just watched us fight and didn't even offer any help.
I'm already sweating from exhaustion. After killing the zombies, Yao Yue wiped her tears and pouted at Changqing. Hey, brother, you can't take action. If he does, we won't be able to fight.
Zhou Kai picked up the crystal core and put it into the bag, and replied with a smile. He loves fighting the most, especially fighting with high-level zombies, which makes his blood boil and makes him feel extremely excited.
I think Zhou Kai is right.
Changqing stood up and prepared to go to the next stop, Yongchang. He originally thought this was just an ordinary zombie hunting trip, but he didn't expect to encounter an ancient martial arts team here, and after many years, he saw the woman in the shack again.
You are Changqing, right? Is this Xiaosan or Xiaoxi?
The woman's image had changed a lot compared to that year. She looked much older, but her back was straighter. Her face no longer had the numbness of the past, but was filled with the joy of reunion. Changqing didn't know what the woman's mentality was at the time, but she did allow the harm to happen to the children. Be it numbness or habit, he didn't care anymore.
Did you know that Mu Changcheng is dead?
He was silent for a while and suddenly asked. The woman's face froze, then she nodded slowly.
Don't talk about the past anymore.
Yao Yue suddenly let out a loud roar, her eyes were red, and her palms were clenched tightly.
You were the one who agreed to sell us to human traffickers, weren't you? How could you be so cruel?
This always strong girl suddenly burst into tears and couldn't stop falling. Yao Yue also started crying. The woman stood there at a loss, the pain on her face obvious. Now she has long regretted her indulgence in numbness in the past. What can she do? The children have grown up and no longer need her compensation. In fact, she learned all her skills from the ancient martial arts passed down by the children. Her companion came over and seemed to want to persuade her. Changqing hates this kind of happy ending that is persuaded by bystanders the most, but it is just the same old tune like after all, it was your mother who gave birth to you. So, he spoke coldly without waiting for them to come closer. I hate listening to other people's advice. If you want to see a happy ending, you should act it out yourselves. Everyone paused. No one dared to speak. The woman opened her mouth and made a choking sound. You are a good brother and you take good care of them. I am the one who feels sorry for you. Changqing was too lazy to listen, so he turned around and left, and Yaoyue followed without hesitation. Yaoyue hesitated for a moment, but still walked forward and handed a bag of crystal cores to the woman, and then followed her brother and sister. Behind him, he heard a woman wailing loudly. With the rise of ancient martial arts, human strength gradually grew from retreating to a base to gradually counterattacking. They recovered more and more cities. This is something that Changqing likes to see. He led his troops to participate in many battles, but he became exhausted after a few years. You are all adults now, and you are all quite strong. You can do whatever you want in the future. I don't care anymore. After a big battle, he called all the kids together and said what he had always wanted to say: you still need to take care of him when he's this old? He needs to be driven out and become independent. After hearing his words, everyone was stunned for a moment, and Yaoyu was the first to get anxious. Brother, you can't just ignore us. I'm scared without you. That's right, brother. We are a team. If the leader quits, what should we do? The optimist Zhou Kai also became anxious. No, brother, you don't have to do anything, just follow us and watch. We feel at ease with you around. Zhang Lan stepped forward and took Changqing's hand. Everyone gathered around, some pulled at their clothes, some blocked the road, and some wiped their tears, refusing to let them go. Changqing, what should I do if the kids want to rely on me for support? Of course, I took advantage of the situation and slipped away. The next day, a heart-wrenching cry was heard from the Spark team's camp. This attracted the attention of other teams. A group of young men and women with the strength of level 4 or even above cried without any dignity at all. After people learned about the situation, they all fell silent, and the human commander-in-chief also rushed over. Really gone? Did you leave any lucky charms behind? The old man frowned, looking incredulous. Everyone shook their heads and nothing was left. It just disappeared. The old man sighed deeply, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. This is the strongest fighting force of the human side, just ran away like that. Oh, if I had known earlier, I would have sent more people to guard it. He then took the hands of several other people, tears in his eyes. Children, the hope of mankind lies in you, so please don't leave. Everyone, this old man reacts really quickly. Changqing did not leave. He just went there to live a carefree life of lying down. The children are growing up and he has to let go so that they can grow up. In fact, this is true of the battle between humans and zombies lasted for many years. In one battle after another, the Spark team is undoubtedly the most eye-catching. Later on, he could even hear many people talking about Team Spark when he went shopping in the supermarket. They admire and praise it, and children regard its members as idols. Every time Changqing heard such remarks, he would smile with joy and feel a sense of pride. Occasionally, he would visit them and bring some things, but I always refused their requests to stay. I'm old now, and it's annoying to hang out with you young people. Just do your best, and I'll take care of myself. Everyone, brother, why do you sound so daddy-like when you speak? However, they gradually got used to the separation, and even because of the separation, they cherished the time they spent together even more. Every time we meet, it's as joyful as a festival. When Changqing left this world, humans had already recovered most of their lost territory. The dawn is already foreseeable. Chapter 336, I'm a jerk? 1. Dad. People in other countries respect human rights and freedom of love. You have no right to interfere with my relationship. As soon as Changqing arrived in the new world, he heard a heart-wrenching sound. I love Song Suani, and he loves me too. It's none of your business. The girl opposite stiffened her neck and her pretty face flushed red. Yes, Dad, don't be so old-fashioned. People are born free, and my little sister has the right to choose her partner. Next to him, the young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes also joined in. He was wearing a white Zhongshan suit and looked very energetic. But, what I said, that's right too, who isn't free? The tense expression on Changqing's face relaxed. Okay. You're right. People are born free. Daddy will firmly defend your right to freedom. It's late, go to bed early. Amid the stunned looks of the brother and sister, he slowly stood up and went upstairs back to his room. This is the stubborn old man so easy to talk to today. The brother and sister looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. The old man must be up to no good. Little sister, as long as you stand firm, he won't be able to do anything. Gao Yuanzhou's eyes flashed, as if he had seen through his father's conspiracy. Brother, you have to stick with me. We have to fight to the end. Gao Qiaoyan nodded heavily and took her brother's hand to win allies. She was just in a relationship, and free love was popular nowadays, but her father kept nagging like an old woman, saying this was inappropriate and that was inappropriate. Shudi's family is just poor, isn't it? How can a person be so snobbish? He earned his tuition by writing articles. His novels were so well written that the free thoughts contained in them fascinated her. She just likes his tenacity. After hearing what his sister said, Gao Yuanzhou smiled. Silly boy, you are my sister, I will definitely be on the same side with you. Gao Yuanzhou stood up and ruffled his sister's hair. I still have things to do at the magazine. I'll go there first. As long as you are determined in your heart, no one can do anything to you. He gave one more instruction, and with his sister's approval in his eyes, he strode out of the house. Anti-feudalism is popular among young people nowadays, and those old-fashioned ideas should have been thrown into the grave long ago, but my father still acts like a leftist patriarch. Yao Yuanzhou, who has returned from studying abroad, will not indulge that kind of feudal left-wing. He is a new thinker. On the other side, Changqing returned to the room and called the system. You did it on purpose, didn't you? I'm fine with small children, but older ones are annoying to me. Especially those disobedient and ungrateful kids. He wanted to stab them every minute. Ahem. Host, the client has commissioned us. Now that we're here, let's focus on the mission. Focus on the mission. The system laughed. Changqing just stared at it. Hey, host, we've been comrades for many years. This mission is very simple. Why don't you take a look at the plot first? It came over to massage Changqing's shoulders in a very servile manner. Changqing remained silent. Whoa, host, I don't want this soul fragment for this mission, okay? The system panicked. Okay. Show me the plot. Changqing clapped his hands. System. Host, you are cheating Tongzi. This is an imaginary plane similar to the Republic of China. The original owner, Gao Changqing, was the master of the Gao family. His parents and wife died early, and he was the only one who supported the family business and raised 2 children. This is what he is extremely proud of. The Gao family was in the silk and cloth business. He was only 20 years old when he took over, but after years of development, the business had doubled in size and was even more prosperous than when his father was in charge. The Gao family is the richest family in Linchang. In this era of transition from the old to the new, it was rare that the original owner realized the importance of knowledge. He sent his daughter to a girls' school and focused on training his son by sending him to study abroad. He thought well that he arranged for his son to marry the daughter of the old scholar Shu early on, and when his son returned from studying abroad, he would take him over the family business and find him a wife, thus completing his sacred mission of carrying on the family line. As for his daughter, he also had his eyes on her. She was the son of his business partner, the Wang family. He knew her well, and her family business was not bad either. She would definitely have an easy life, but neither of the 2 children developed as he expected. My son was exposed to new ideas abroad and was determined to spread them and transform the old society. He founded a magazine and advocated freedom every day. Today he opposed this and tomorrow he advocated that. He was very busy. He was extremely resistant to the marriage arranged by his father. He considered himself a representative of new ideas. In order to draw a clear line between himself and feudal marriage, he published an announcement in the newspaper shortly after returning home from abroad, unilaterally breaking off his engagement. It brought shame to the original owner's father in the Shu family. Shu Xiaocai was the last scholar and had even more conservative ideas. He fell seriously ill because of this incident and almost died. The original owner felt guilty and encountered gangsters while visiting. Not only was his money robbed, but he was also stabbed twice and almost died. My daughter is even more of a headache. She also pursued free love and got together with a male student who worked and studied. Unfortunately, Song Tsuani ran away from home. He had a feudal marriage and 2 children at home. My heart is free. My marriage was arranged by my parents, and I had children so that they would have something to look forward to. This is Song Tsuani's explanation. Wouldn't this guy be a complete scumbag in modern society? But Gao Xiaoyan believed it, and she felt extremely sorry for Song Tsuani's helplessness in being forced by his parents. I have to say that in this era of low literacy, being able to write novels is always popular and is viewed through a thick filter. Unlike modern society, where you can earn enough money to make milk tea by writing novels, it would be worse than working as a screwdriver in a factory. Gao Xiaoyan paid for his publication and even spent a large sum of money to hire a celebrity to write the preface. She can be said to have given everything for love. Of course, this money was earned by his father from business. Seeing this, Changqing felt his blood pressure rise. No matter which world you are in, the love brain is the same. It makes people angry just by looking at it. Chapter 337, I'm a jerk? 2. However, despite her efforts, Song Tsuani's attitude remained lukewarm. Even when facing the original owner, the girl's parent at the Gao family, he always acted as if he looked down on the feudal patriarch's behavior. The original owner naturally looked down on Song Tsuani. He strongly opposed it and cursed him, but the result only made the relationship between his daughter and Song Shuyi closer and closer. Even at the end, she came back with a big belly and forced him to agree to their marriage. Dad, Shuyi has already published an announcement in the newspaper that he has broken free from the constraints of feudal marriage. He is single now. We love each other, so we should get married. Gao Xiaoyan's words almost pissed the original owner off to death. In the original owner's mind, his wife from his hometown was married off with 3 matchmakers and 6 engagements, so publishing a divorce in the newspaper was a joke. What's more, his ex-wife is still living at home. Isn't this just trying to make her a concubine? He can't afford to lose face. The original owner firmly disagreed. He wanted his daughter to have an abortion and break up with Song Suani, but what he didn't expect was that his daughter actually published a farewell letter to her father in a magazine, criticizing him for interfering with personal freedom and expressing her desire to break away from this feudal style and become a free woman in the new era. The newspaper she published was founded by her brother Gao Yuanzhou. This news aroused heated discussions among the literati at that time. Opposing feudal marriage was a hot topic at that time. Many young people who were exposed to new ideas were proud of it. Public divorce and severing of relationships were very popular, thus, the original owner was set as an example. Song Suani even created a novel based on him. In the novel, he has an ugly face, old-fashioned ideas, and arranges marriages for his son and daughter. He is a typical feudal remnant. In the end, he was abandoned by his son and daughter who pursued freedom and died miserably. In fact, the original owner's ending is not much different from the novel. The original owner, who was stabbed repeatedly by his son and daughter, finally couldn't bear it anymore and he first fell seriously ill, lying in bed. He still couldn't understand how things had come to this point. He considered himself a good father, working hard to earn a fortune for his children. He made careful plans for them, sent them to school, and did not even restrict their freedom like other feudal parents. In the end, nothing good happened. He reflected on whether he was being too controlling, causing his children to become alienated, but at this time, his son and daughter were unwilling to come back to see him, and he had no chance to ask them what they thought. The original owner was determined to find his son and daughter and have a good talk with them after he recovered from his illness, but he hasn't recovered yet. Another accident happened to my son Gao Yuanzhou. He fell in love with the concubine of a junior officer. Their love for each other naturally made the junior officer very angry, and he threatened to kill him with his own hands. There is no such perfect legal system in this era, and having guns means having rights. Although Gao Yuanzhou pursues freedom and talks about the illegality of concubines and the exploitation of women, he is still afraid when others say he wants revenge. He returned home and burst into tears, begging his father to mediate. What could the original owner do? He only had this one son, and he was counting on him to carry on the family line. He asked people for help everywhere and made an appointment with the young officer to have dinner. He originally wanted to take his son and the concubine to apologize and return the person. As a result, Gao Yuanzhou was unhappy. They are in true love. How can he let her go back to being his concubine? This kind of exploitation of women should not be endured by his woman. Do you think he would make a scene and solemnly declare his position? No, he ran away with the woman and hid. Let his father clean up the mess and resolve the problem. The original owner struggled to apologize and beg for mercy, but it was useless. The real owner did not come and ran away with his men. The young officer was furious and beat the original owner on the spot. They demanded that the two be handed over within a certain period of time, otherwise the Gao family would be wiped out. The original owner returned trembling with injuries and asked people to look for them everywhere, but Gao Yuanzhou and the other man seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. The original owner was shocked and terrified and died of a serious illness. Changqing. This isn't just a simple love brain thing, this is stupidity. Or maybe it's indifference. Didn't he know that if he ran away with his men, the Gao family wouldn't be able to escape, nor would his father? Didn't he know that others would be furious if he kidnapped someone else's concubine? He knows, he just didn't care. He left his father to bear the anger of others and went away to enjoy himself. What's the use of having a son like this? Changqing felt like he was about to have a heart attack, but in the end, the death of the original owner calmed down the young officer. Although Gao Yuanzhou encountered some difficulties after returning with the concubine, his life was not in danger. The original owner's old father really solved this crisis for his son. So, what was the original owner's wish? Some ask the system. The original owner's wish was to be surrounded by children and grandchildren and enjoy the happiness of family. The system wiped a non-existent sweat from its forehead and spoke cautiously. Shit. Changqing almost cursed. He thought that the original master wanted to take revenge on his children, or at least to live a good life away from his ungrateful son. I still want family happiness. Mission. The system immediately reminded. Changqing gradually calmed down. The reason why the original owner's life was so twisted was that he was not sure about his relationship with his children. He thought he was doing them good, but they turned out not to appreciate it at all and went against him. Children like this should be left to perish on their own. He snorted coldly. I remember for a long time that Gao Yuanzhou used money from his family to run his magazine. His magazine was only distributed locally and had no significant influence at all. However, he thought he was a pioneer of thought and was very arrogant, not to mention Gao Chaoyan, who is still studying in a girls' school and will graduate next year. She spends her money lavishly and even pays Song Suani for publishing. Let them help with the business. They all want freedom and are not shy about taking money from their families. Isn't this a double standard? Why should I work hard while you enjoy freedom? Changqing thinks he should also pursue freedom and love and should be more active in promoting the spread of advanced ideas. The original owner got married at the age of 15. Now his son and daughter are in their 20s, and he himself is not yet 40. In modern times, he would be considered an uncle just for business purposes. He always dresses like an old man, but his son and daughter still call him old man. This is simply outrageous. Changqing lay on the carved bunk bed, looking up at the retro-style curtains, lost in thoughts. Gao Yuanzhou and Gao Chaoyan are both adults, and he has no interest in educating adults. After all, adults are difficult to educate. Therefore, in order to fulfill the task of having children and grandchildren around you, You have to find another way out, of course. This is all in the past. The most important thing now is to avoid being stabbed in the back by these ungrateful people. According to the plot, Gao Yuanzhou has just returned to China at this point in time, and the newspaper published the article about breaking off the engagement during this period of time. Xu Xiucai is the original owner's friend. His health has not been very good, and he cannot be upset by this incident. Let's settle this engagement issue first. Changqing made up his mind. Chapter 338, I'm a jerk? 3. The next day, Changqing got up early. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under the willow tree in the yard, a figure moved with the wind, and the long sword in his hand was flying, neither fast nor slow, but flowing like water, which was extremely beautiful. Although the universe is already fading, the sun and moon in the heavens are eternal. I will use the sword in my hand to kill the ungrateful wolf. With a long groan, the sword in his hand became more powerful. System, how much does the host hate ungrateful people? Master, breakfast is ready. Please go to the front hall to eat. A young man appeared at the gate of the yard and called out respectfully, Okay, I understand. Changqing stopped, retracted his sword, and the fierce aura disappeared. He didn't care about the surprised looks in his servant's eyes. As the head of the family, others dare not ask too many questions. This made it much more convenient for him and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. When we arrived at the front hall, the food was already on the table and Gao Xiaoyan was sitting there reading a book. Changqing took a glance and saw that the author of the cover was Song Xuani. Brother went to the magazine office and didn't come back last night. When Gao Xiaoyan saw her father come in, she quickly hid the book behind her and without waiting for her father to ask, she began to explain why her eldest brother was absent. The original owner cared a lot about family. He liked to have a big family reunion meal and would always ask if someone was missing. However, Changqing doesn't care. He nodded softly to indicate that he understood, and sat down. Let's eat. Her father's behavior was very different from before, which made Gao Xiaoyan feel a little strange. She had thought that he was going to have another fight with the old man for the pursuit of freedom this morning. You actually don't accept the challenge. Changqing lowered his head and took 2 mouthfuls of rice, then saw Gao Xiaoyan opposite him holding up the book, with the title and author's name clearly displayed in front of him, TSK. Are you testing Dad? In the past, the original owner was always unhappy when she saw her reading novels written by Song Xuani, and she was always finding fault with them. But now, you can read it however you want. If you want to read, go to the study. You can't wipe away the grease stains on the books. He poured himself a bowl of soup and spoke slowly. Gao Xiaoyan was even more puzzled. Her father didn't get angry when he saw Song Xuani's books? He even taught her to take good care of books and not let them get greasy. The sun is rising from the west. Dad, do you really agree with me dating Song Xuani? She was so curious that she put down the book and couldn't help asking. Of course, you are free, and Dad is free too. We are all born free. You are all grown up, so just be responsible for your own actions. Changqing raised his head and said something extremely correct with an extremely solemn expression, then he saw the girl opposite him frowning. What? Dad supports you, but you're still not happy? Gao Xiaoyan's face froze, and then she smiled awkwardly. How could that be? Of course I'm happy that Dad supports me. But why does all this seem so unreal? She began to doubt her life. After dinner, she went to the magazine office to find her elder brother who had not returned home all night. Brother! Dad said he supports me and Song Xuani again this morning. He seemed serious. He didn't even react when I read Song Xuani's novel. She anxiously held her brother's hand, waiting for him to give her an idea. Hearing Gao Xiaoyan's words, Gao Yuanzhou also frowned. He definitely didn't believe that his father would change his personality. What did he say exactly? Tell me carefully. After listening to Gao Xiaoyan's detailed explanation of the process, he smiled. The old man has learned his lesson. He's playing hard to get. He'll wait for you to let your guard down and then suddenly attack you, just like a spring. He then carefully explained the principle that the greater the pressure on a spring, the greater its rebound. The old man must have felt the pressure of our resistance and adjusted his strategy. All we need to do is stand firm. Gao Yuanzhou's voice was decisive and powerful, which made Gao Xiaolan's heart surge. In this battle against feudal ideas, they, the brother and sister, are on the same front and must win. Okay. I definitely won't change my mind. I'm a new thinker. Gao Xiaolan also nodded heavily. At this time, Changqing had already gone out. He was very dissatisfied with his old-fashioned look and wanted to change his style today. Master, Wufu Street is just ahead. There are several tailors there who are the best at making long gowns. Many masters like to buy clothes there. The servant following behind him pointed to a street nearby and explained. No. Master, I'm going to the hypermarket today. The servant was stunned for a moment. The hypermarket is the headquarters of all kinds of foreign stuff. I never went there before, but Changqing really went there today. Not only did he go, he also bought several sets of tight-fitting suits and had them delivered to Gao's house. On the way back, he even got a haircut and shaved off the beard he had grown on purpose. Well, I'm really energetic. When he got home, he looked at himself in the mirror and was very satisfied. The well-fitting suit made his already tall figure look even more upright. His back was no longer hunched, his beard was gone, and he wore a pair of black-framed glasses, which hid his somewhat sharp eyes and added a bit of elegance.
Like a modern-day overlord. The system gave a flattering compliment. In the evening, Gao Yuanzhou did not go home as usual. Gao Xiaoyan, who had already made up her mind to fight to the end, almost dropped her jaw when she saw her father at the dinner table. "Dad! Why are you dressed like this?" she screamed. Changqing just glanced at her coldly. "People are born free. It's my freedom to dress like this. It's none of your business." Gao Qiaolan felt a pang of choking in her heart. This sounds familiar, but she always felt something was wrong. Dad was not like this before. "Have a meal." Changqing shouted and someone brought the food. He didn't even say hello and started eating. My appetite has never been better. Gao Xiaoyan looked at the young father eating heartily across from her, but she found herself unable to eat. Dad didn't even ask why my eldest brother didn't come back for dinner? Is this a complete disappointment for them? Suddenly, she had an idea. That Dad is dressing like this, aren't you trying to find a stepmother for them? At this time, she remembered that her father was not even 40 years old. Dressed like this, he no longer looked old and looked very handsome. He was even more handsome than Song Xuani. She suddenly felt a little panicked. Changqing didn't care what she thought, nor did he care whether his son came back or not. After dinner, I went straight back to the room. The next day was Monday. The original owner was going to send his daughter to school, but Changqing didn't go either. He slept until the sun rose. When it was time to eat, the housekeeper came over. "Master, the young lady waited for a long time today and even cried." Chang waved his hand nonchalantly. "Let her be. He still has to go to the Shu family today to apologize. He will feel at ease only if he can resolve his son's engagement issue as soon as possible." But he didn't care about his love-brained daughter's little thoughts. After dinner, he tidied up again before leisurely going out. Recently, the servants in Gao's house have been talking about ITI in the past. The master was always busy, either visiting shops or looking for sources of goods. He would personally check everything. Now I have stayed at home for 2 consecutive days and done nothing. Moreover, the image has changed greatly and it looks more like a Western style. "Hey, butler, do you think the master has been provoked by the young master and the young lady?" His temperament has changed drastically. As soon as the butler walked out the door, he was stopped by a man and asked, "Eating melons is human nature. Especially the master's melons are so crisp and sweet, everyone wants to take a bite." "Go away. You are the one who was asking about the master's affairs." The housekeeper angrily drove the man away, but he began to grumble in his heart. The master couldn't have been really stimulated and had mental problems. Asked the housekeeper, "Would you like to ask a doctor to see the master?" Chapter 339, I'm a jerk? For not only the servants in the house, but also the old acquaintances that Changqing met on the street and greeted them all had jaw-dropping expressions. "Ah. Are you Lao Gao? Why are you dressed like this? TSK, you look a lot younger." The middle-aged scholar opposite praised him repeatedly. He looked her over and came closer. "Lao Gao, tell me the truth, have you found your second spring? Have you made any progress with that Yunyang?" Changqing also laughed. "I was called an old man by the kids every day. I couldn't accept it, so I changed my style." "Old Zhao, why don't you change your hairstyle too? You're only in your early 40s, and if you look like an old man, the kids won't mind." Hearing him say this, old Zhao shook his head repeatedly. No. I'm used to this. The kids are progressive in their thinking. We can't compete with them." While the two were talking, other acquaintances saw them and walked over. "Boss Zhao, this is Boss Gao?" This area is basically inhabited by well-off businessmen, and everyone is relatively familiar with each other. Seeing Changqing's new look, they are all very curious. When they learned that he was disliked by children and called old man, everyone sighed. "Oh, stop talking about it. We're old now. When our children come back from abroad, they call us old-fashioned and say we're backward in our thinking. What's so backward about this idea? It's the thinking passed down from our ancestors, and these kids are just corrupting it. By the way, Boss Gao, what are you going to do?" When this topic was mentioned, Changqing also sighed. "My child is not satisfied with the marriage I arranged for him and wants to have a free love relationship. So I'm going to apologize to him." He looked helpless and heartbroken, like an old father whose heart was broken by his child. The original owner cared about the family's reputation, but ended up losing everything. Changqing didn't care about these things and just said what he wanted to say directly. Other people also had children at home, and they expressed their sympathy after hearing what he said. Kids these days are so naive. What's the point of free love? They don't even know each other well. Alas, how can parents win over their children? Look, Boss Gao is such a big boss, but he still has to clean up his children's messes. I thought your Yuanzhou was a sensible boy, but I didn't expect him to be like this? Changqing looked helpless. This kid is obsessed with promoting new ideas. He won't do business, but instead diligently takes money from home every day. People shook their heads when they heard this. Oh, doesn't he make money from running a magazine? Oh, isn't this just like the old man who's been pitted? He's promoting new ideas, but he can't even afford to eat. Before, Gao Yuanzhou was considered a typical kid in the eyes of his uncles and aunts. He had a high level of education and had studied abroad. When he returned home, he didn't play every day but was doing serious work. It is often used by these uncles to educate their own children. Looking at it this way, it might be worse for my own children to just lie at home every day. Lying at home means one more mouth to feed. This kind of nonsense is really a waste of time. Everyone had an indescribable look on their face. It seems that I need to go home and educate my children to have less contact with Gao Yuanzhou. Changqing chatted with them for a while with a bitter face before leaving somewhat dejectedly. The original owner was only concerned with protecting his son's reputation, so he would never do that. Say what the facts are. He didn't want this son at all. Old Shu, I'm here to apologize to you. As soon as he arrived at the Shu family, Changqing confessed his crime loudly, which scared Shu Xiaocai. You are Changqing? Why are you dressed like this? Apologize? Apologize for what? Shu Xiaocai was wearing a long green robe, looking very elegant. He looked at Changqing with doubts in his eyes. Come in and sit down first. Changqing followed him into the house, sat down after receiving the gift, and let out a long sigh. I have no choice but to dress like this. The kids think I'm old-fashioned. This is to keep up with their thinking and learn from the Westerners. Hearing him say this, Shu Xiaocai showed a look of disapproval. My Chinese culture, which has been around for thousands of years, is incomparable to that of foreigners. Lao Gao, please don't neglect the essentials for the sake of the trivial. He looked heartbroken. As a local senior intellectual, Shu Xiaocai is a staunch supporter of tradition and cannot tolerate those foreign things. Changqing understood his mentality, but he dressed like this more for convenience. Of course, there was no need to explain this to an old scholar. He took a sip of tea and also had a distressed expression on his face. I can't help it. My children can't stand my old style, especially my son. He's been educated abroad for 2 years, and he's even more worried about pursuing freedom. As he was speaking, he noticed that Shu Xiaocai's face turned grim. Isn't that son-in-law his future son-in-law? He doesn't like the Western style that only cares about freedom. I'm not saying anything, Lao Gao, but you should pay more attention to your children. Those Western ways are harmful. Shu Xiaocai's brows were twisted into a knot, and he tried to persuade her earnestly. How can I control them? Changqing spread his hands and said, after saying a few words to them, I didn't go home and stayed at the magazine office directly. He showed no mercy in exposing his son's younger brother. As the items were listed one by one, Shu Xiaocai and his wife were terrified. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Changqing changed the subject. So, I came here today to discuss my child's marriage with you, my elder brother. Otherwise, we should cancel this engagement. My son is really not worthy of your daughter. His tone was sad, and he was even more disappointed with his own child. Shu Xiaocai also fell silent. If he hadn't known Gao Yuanzhou's behavior before, he would definitely have opposed it at the first moment. Engagement is not a trivial matter, so it would be better to continue if possible, but now after hearing what Changqing said, he really wasn't sure. After all, he is still a father who loves his daughter. He also knew that Gao's son had opened a magazine company, and he was very dissatisfied, but he always felt that since they were engaged, it would be inappropriate to cancel the engagement at will, so he never thought of canceling the engagement. After hearing what Lao Gao said today, I realized that Gao Yuanzhou actually had so many ridiculous behaviors. This requires me to think carefully. Of course, you will cancel the engagement. I will also arrange for the relevant details to be announced in the newspaper. I am also willing to provide a shop on Zhangyang Street as compensation to my niece. Changqing was so generous that Shu Xiaocai felt embarrassed to disagree. Letting the woman withdraw can save her face. Publishing in newspapers is a commonly used method nowadays, which can reduce malicious speculation. What's more, they also gave us a shop. The Shu family was not short of money, but in Shu Xiaocai's eyes, breaking off an engagement was still a demeaning act for a woman, and a shop as compensation was completely sufficient. He didn't think about it for long before agreeing. Chapter 340, I'm a jerk? 5. A few days later, someone came to the Gao family and exchanged the engagement gifts. Changqing also readily handled the transfer of the shop because Gao Qiaoyan was in school during the day and Gao Yuanzhou had not been home for several days. Neither of them knew anything about the broken engagement. Gao Qiaoyan has been feeling uneasy these days, always feeling that some things are developing beyond her control. Normally she loves to stick with Song Suani, but these days she has been very silent, a little dazed all day, and runs home as soon as she gets out of school. Qiaoyan, what's wrong with you lately? You look listless. Her best friend Yanfun noticed her abnormality and couldn't help asking her about it while eating in the restaurant, while Gao Qiaoyan sighed. My dad doesn't agree with me associating with Song Suani. Puff Yanfun laughed as soon as these words came out. Your dad didn't just disapprove now. He didn't disapprove before, and you continued dating as usual. Why do you care about his attitude now? Cao Qiaoyan was also stunned. Oh, yeah, Dad never agreed before. Why am I worrying about this now? Strangeness, but she just felt that way in the past. When her father disagreed, she felt that it was no big deal and she could eventually make her father give in.
But recently she no longer has that feeling. Is it because of Dad's change in attitude? He seems to have become indifferent to everything. There wasn't even a trace of concern for herself or her elder brother in his eyes. He began to dress himself up, take care of himself, no longer send her to school, and no longer ask what his elder brother was busy with. She had never had a father like this before, and she felt a little panicked.
Hey, Gao Changqing, isn't this the news your father published in the newspaper?
Gao Xiaoyan was immersed in her own thoughts when she was suddenly interrupted by Yang Fan's scream. Dad put the news in the newspaper. She was startled and hurried over. It was a short message canceling an engagement. The content was simple and obscure. Taking into account the actual situation of the two families and the child's personal wishes, the Gao and Shu families were willing to peacefully cancel the engagement. At the same time, the Gao family also gave a shop as compensation.
Is your father quite open-minded?
After reading the message, Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh, but saw Gao Xiaoyan standing there in a daze. Gao Xiaoyan just felt her head buzzing. She knew that her eldest brother had always been unhappy with his engagement, but her father was very satisfied with this marriage. I once said at home that the Gao family's daughter-in-law only recognizes the young lady from the Shu family.
She actually decided to cancel her eldest brother's engagement? This was beyond her comprehension, and also gave away a shop. Of the shops on Zhengyang Street are very valuable. Wouldn't giving away the shop mean the Gao family was in the wrong? So why would an old man who cared so much about his reputation actually do this? And no. She had to go talk to her brother about this. I want to go find my big brother.
She said something hurriedly and ran out.
Hey, Song Suani will be here later, aren't you going to wait for him?
Yang Fan was still waiting for her to pay the bill, and she just ran away like that? She quickly stood up to try to stop her. The eldest lady, who used to be unable to move her feet when she heard Song Suani, did not stop at this moment. Tell him that something happened at home. Her voice came from far away, and she stopped a rickshaw and left quickly.
Someone's died at home. You're running so fast.
Yang Fan couldn't help stamping her feet. The food here is very expensive. Gao Xiaoyan usually pays for their meals, but this time she ran away early. It's so infuriating. After a while, Song Suani arrived. He was thin, wore glasses, and had a look of impatience on his face.
Where's Gao Xiaoyan? Why did you insist on calling me over? Why isn't she here again?
Yang Fan showed a relieved smile on her face. It's good that someone is here. Let Song Suani pay the bill. However, this kid is very poor and may not have money, so he has to run away early.
Sorry, Suani, Xiaoyan is going to the bathroom. You should eat something first.
Yang Fan sat down, enthusiastically picked up food for the other party, and told two interesting stories, which made Song Suani's expression ease a lot.
Suani, I saw your new article.
It criticizes the country's ills from the perspective of a prostitute.
It's really creative.
She smiled and praised.
It would be great if I could write articles too. Could you teach me?
There was admiration on the woman's face, which made Song Suani very happy. Writing requires a bit of talent. He glanced at Yang Fan, and his meaning was very clear. You may not be talented enough, and I can't teach you. Yang Fan cursed inwardly, but the smile on her face remained unchanged.
Oh, I'm just too dumb. I don't even know how to put on makeup. Xiaoyan taught me many times, but I still can't learn it. So I have to go without makeup every day. I look so ugly.
Song Suani, ugly? You are not ugly, but your face is a little big. Yang Fan almost couldn't keep the smile on her face. This bastard, after hooking up with Miss Gao, really thinks he is a big deal. She secretly resented it. You'll be making a fool of yourself later.
Why hasn't Gao Xiaoyan come for so long? After chatting for a while and eating some food, Song Suani became a little impatient again.
This woman is still showing off to him. He really needs to learn a lesson. Yang Fan was waiting for him to ask, and she immediately put on an apologetic smile. Oh, Xiaoyan said she felt a little uncomfortable in her stomach just now. I'll go check it out. You eat first, go quickly and come back soon. Song Suani didn't think too much about it. After all, Gao Xiaoyan has never let him down, so he is very confident about this. He didn't notice that Yang Fan took her bag with her when she left. After more than 10 minutes, there was no sign of the two people, and he began to feel annoyed. What are those two doing?
Why does it take so long to go to the bathroom?
He felt that he was too nice to Gao Xiaoyan, which made her feel a little arrogant. He had been here for so long and she had never shown up to see him. It seems that I have to be more indifferent in the future, he thought to himself.
Chapter 341, I'm a jerk?
6. Sir, would you like to pay? A voice interrupted Song Suani's thoughts. It turned out that the waiter came over after seeing that the dishes on the table were almost finished. Bill, please. Song Suani waved his hands repeatedly.
I'm waiting for my friend.
Nonsense, he never brought money when he met Gao Xiaoyan, and a meal here costs $2, so how could he be willing to pay for it?
But your friend has left?
The waitress showed a puzzled look on her face. She had seen with her own eyes that the girl walked out of the toilet after using it.
Going?
Song Suani stood up instantly, yet he felt as if his head had been hit by a hammer and was buzzing. Impossible.
He subconsciously denied it. How could they leave early? Absolutely not. She really left.
I saw it with my own eyes. The girl left through the side door after using the restroom. The waiter looked at the gentleman in front of him with some confusion. He's dressed decently, doesn't look like someone who can't afford it. I don't believe it, I'll go find them. Song Suini naturally didn't believe that Gao Xiaoyan would leave suddenly, so he raised his foot and was about to leave, but how could the waiter let him go at this time? He was the only one left at the table, so he had to pay before leaving. Sir, you can't leave. You haven't paid yet. The waiter had a loud voice and shouted at the top of his lungs, and all the other customers looked over. Could you please keep your voice down? Song Suini was at a loss as to what to do. This was a scenario he had never imagined before. The key is that he really has no money. What can I do? Facing the contemptuous gazes of the crowd, he felt like he was running naked. I didn't eat much. They ordered it in a hurry. He subconsciously defended himself, but found that such an argument had no strength. Instead, it attracted a burst of ridicule from other customers. Brother, it's just a meal. It's normal for a man to pay. Don't be so stingy. Someone started to persuade him. Seeing him like this, the waiter probably knew that he had no money. Boss, someone is eating here without paying. She screamed at the top of her lungs, shocking Song Suini so much that he wished there was a crack in the ground for him to crawl into. The boss was a kind middle-aged man, but when someone ate without paying, he became unkind and walked over with a frown. What's going on? When I looked at the dishes on the table, I saw that they were quite expensive. Are they trying to dine for free? His attitude immediately became stern. Although Song Suini acted arrogantly in front of Gao Xiaoyan, he would be very scared if he really encountered such a situation. His voice began to tremble. I'm from the Gao family, Gao Xiaoyan's boyfriend. She asked me to have dinner here, but I didn't see her. Originally, he didn't want to make their relationship public, but at this time he was anxious and panicked, so he revealed their relationship without thinking, hoping to solve the current dilemma. At this time, he deeply regretted that he had been unwilling to accept Gao Xiaoyan's money in order to maintain his image. However, the reactions of the crowd were somewhat unexpected to him. As soon as these words were spoken, someone in the restaurant laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Miss Gao's boyfriend, how could you not even afford such a simple meal? You freeloaders are really good at bragging. That's right. Everyone knows that Mr. Gao is referring to the son of his best friend, the Wang family. Is your last name Wang? The fat boss was also a little hesitant. He stared at Song Suini's face carefully for a while, and finally decided to give Boss Gao a call. Changqing happened to be at home and was a little confused when he received the call, but he quickly reacted. No. I've never heard that my daughter has a boyfriend. She's so sensible, she would definitely tell me if she did. Is he a scammer? There are a lot of scammers these days, Lao Zhao, you have to be careful to identify him. After finishing the call, the fat boss returned to Song Suini again, and the air pressure dropped by 2 degrees. You have 2 choices. Either pay me or I'll send you to the police station. Choose quickly and don't delay my business. His voice was like a layer of bifrost, and the look he gave Song Suini was as if he was looking at a liar, which Song Suini could not accept, especially since other people were also making a fuss and whispering. It made him feel even more embarrassed. Damn, how did it turn out like this? That woman is so hateful. It was clearly her who asked me to come here, but she actually ran away early. He wanted to find Gao Xiaoyan, but in that era there were no convenient communication tools like mobile phones, so there was really no way to find her if she was not there, but he really didn't have any money on him. Can I buy it on credit first? I'll send it to you later. Song Suini lowered his voice and pleaded. The fat boss laughed when he heard this. If you don't come, where can I find you? You are a student, right? Which school do you go to? I'll call your school and ask someone to take you back. Song Suini. What kind of reputation would he have then? He wanted to deny this method, but he could not come up with any other way. Finally, the boss became impatient and turned around to contact the police station. I'm from Zhounan School, please contact our teacher. In the end, it was his teacher who came and paid for the meal. Young people shouldn't overdo their spending. They should fully assess their spending power. On the way back, the teacher gave some earnest advice. He had a good impression of this student who could write articles, but he didn't expect him to be so irrational, which made him a little disappointed. I understand, teacher, I will definitely not do it again. Song Suini bowed his head and admitted his mistake. He was too embarrassed to mention that he was abandoned. After arriving at school, he took out his savings and returned it to the teacher, who then lectured him again. I understand. Thank you for your help, teacher. Song Suini thanked him with gratitude on his face. When he returned to the dormitory, his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip. On the other side, Gao Xiaoyan also found her elder brother. Brother, Dad has already broken off your engagement. It was even published in the newspaper. As soon as she saw me, she raised the newspaper in her hand and shouted. Gao Yuanzhou was stunned. What? I was broken off from engagement? He stood up in surprise. He was discussing with others about publishing a statement of cancellation of the engagement in the newspaper. Just now, everyone was praising him for his courage and bravery, and calling him a pioneer in resisting feudal arranged marriages. In the end, the engagement was broken off just like that. It's like you're ready to receive a prize, but then you're notified that you didn't win.
You're stuck in a dilemma, neither moving forward nor backward. Hey, Yuanzhou, your dad broke off your engagement? Did you really cancel the engagement? Is Mr. Gao so open-minded?
His colleagues were a little surprised. They often heard Gao Yuanzhou complain that his father was conservative and did not understand new ideas. Could it be that Gao Yuanzhou didn't usually tell the truth? Was the old man actually very open-minded? Everyone took the newspaper and took a look. Negotiate in a friendly manner, respect the child's wishes, and provide compensation. This is simply an extremely open-minded and good father. All the colleagues were moved by his behavior.
Yuanzhou, your father is quite open-minded.
He respects your wishes. And you're very generous.
You even gave the woman compensation. They won't resent your family. Did you misunderstand your father before? Go back and have a good talk with the old man.
The friends started talking at once. No one noticed that Gao Yuanzhou had clenched his fist secretly. How could dad cancel the engagement privately?
Shouldn't he be the one to cancel the engagement? He's the one who's against feudal marriage. He gritted his teeth. You're right. I'm going home right now. Tomorrow's newspaper will remove the information about my broken engagement. You guys can decide how to handle it.
After saying this, he took his sister and walked home.
Brother, you hurt me.
Gao Chaoyan felt as if her wrist was tied with an iron hoop, and she complained loudly as soon as she went out.
Sorry, little sister, I was too impatient just now.
Gao Yuanzhou quickly let go. He hasn't been home these days because he doesn't want to listen to the old man's nagging, but the old man directly broke off the engagement, which he had never expected. How could he cancel the engagement without his consent? And if they wanted to break off the engagement, he should have been the one to do it. How could a woman with bound feet look down on him, a pioneering thinker who had returned from abroad? This made him angry. He felt like he was full of anger and wanted to question the old man.
Chapter 342, I'm a jerk? 7. Brother, didn't you want to cancel the engagement in the first place? Are you unhappy that dad broke off the engagement for you?
Gao Yuanzhou's words made his sister a little confused. Isn't dad doing this to please big brother?
Why does he look so unhappy?
Little sister, does dad call this a break-off? He even lost the shop. It doesn't seem like we're in the wrong. It seems like I'm not worthy of the Shu family girl.
Gao Yuanzhou looked unconvinced. That's true. Let's go and question dad.
Gao Chaoyan was also not convinced. The two siblings quickened their pace, but when Gao Yuanzhou returned home and saw his father, the anger in his heart was replaced by shock. This elegantly dressed gentleman in front of me, is that old man?
This is even more elegant than the professors he studied abroad. You are the father? He asked in disbelief, guaranteed genuine.
Changqing crossed his legs and poured himself a cup of tea smoothly.
Why? Two siblings came to your father angrily. Do you have something to say?
The father in front of them was nothing like the father before.
The look he gave them no longer had the warmth it once had.
Instead, it was cold, with a hint of indifference, as if he didn't care about anyone else. Gao Yuanzhou had a lot of words stuck in his throat. He suddenly didn't know what to say. If it was the old man in the long gown before, he would definitely question him at the first moment, but now he was inexplicably a little timid.
Why didn't you discuss it with me before breaking off the engagement?
After holding it in for a long time, he carefully asked the simple question. Then, he saw his father glance at him coldly. His voice was so indifferent as if it came from another world.
Aren't you also planning to break off the engagement? Have you ever thought about discussing it with me? Aren't I supporting your freedom?
Changqing's 3 consecutive questions hit the soul, and the brother and sister were stunned.
Gao Yuanzhou opened his mouth but couldn't find his own voice. How did you know I wanted to break off the engagement? Gao Yuanzhou was shocked.
Although he showed his dissatisfaction, he never said in front of his father that he wanted to cancel the engagement. It was precisely because he knew that his father would definitely not agree that he decided to take his father by surprise and announce it directly in the newspaper. In the end, he actually knew?
Who can you hide your thoughts from?
Changqing didn't give him a definite answer, and his voice suddenly became harsh.
But do you know how much trouble your sudden announcement in the newspaper will cause to the girl's family? How much trouble will it cause to your father and me? Do you know that this is very irresponsible? Do you know to discuss it with someone? Facing his father's sharp gaze, Gao Yuanzhou couldn't help but shrink back. But, you definitely won't agree, so you're going to execute first and ask for permission later? Or do you execute first and don't ask for permission?
Changqing threw a teacup at Gao Yuanzhou, but he dodged it by leaning sideways, and the teacup fell to the ground with a bang.
Do you still have your father in your eyes? Do you have any sense of responsibility?
Cao Chaoyan was killed because of this incident, this aura.
Is he still her father?
They are completely different. In the past, she would definitely stand up and defend her elder brother, but now she didn't dare to say a word, for fear that another teacup would hit her head as soon as she opened her mouth. Yao Yuanzhou was also stunned by his father's scolding. When did Dad's words become so sharp? He was in a daze. At this time, the servants brought food. It's time for dinner, but the meal was only enough for 2 people. Zhang Qing sat down and spoke to Gao Yuanzhou. Sorry, Mr. Gao, we have to eat. Adult children abroad pay a lot of living expenses when eating at their parents' homes, right? If you want to eat at home in the future, remember to register in advance and pay the living expenses. As a pioneer of new ideas, please don't resort to the old tricks of relying on your parents. You'll be laughed at, won't you? Gao Yuanzhou's face turned pale and blue. He originally wanted to come back and question his father, but he didn't expect that he would be speechless after being confronted by his father. How did he know about the situation abroad? There is indeed a habit in foreign countries of not living with adult children, but there are a few who do live together. Impossible. Daddy cares most about the continuation of the Gao family lineage. How could he not care about me? He must be trying to take this opportunity to make me surrender, but will he give in? Definitely not. He was a fighter. A pioneer of thought. A staunch opponent of feudal arranged marriages. He won't give in. Anyway, I still have some money, so I can get by for the time being. He decided to take shelter for a while. You think you can make me surrender like this? Impossible. He roared to save his face, turned around, took Gao Xiaoyan's hand and was about to leave. Let's go. We're going to fight to the end, he said loudly, his tone full of determination. Elder brother. Gao Xiaoyan shook him off. I'm hungry, you go first. She felt that her father was becoming more and more terrifying. His words and actions were disorganized and completely unpredictable. She began to worry that she had angered him and that he would stop paying for her tuition. Gao Yuanzhou didn't expect his sister to react like this. He looked at her as if she was a partner who had betrayed a great cause, but he only saw Gao Xiaoyan walking to the table and sitting down reluctantly. Humph. You'll regret this. He said this and turned away. Zhang Qing didn't even look at him and left in peace. Have a meal. He began to concentrate on eating. Gao Xiaoyan picked up her chopsticks and ate silently. The table was quiet. Chapter 343, I'm a jerk? 8. Magazine office. Gao Yuanzhou sat woodenly on the chair with a deep frown on his face. Yuanzhou, are you angry with Dad again today? Don't you plan to go back? We're leaving first. When his colleagues said hello to him when they left, he didn't respond at all. His mind was in great confusion. Things developed a little differently from what he had imagined, which made him a little panicked and a little angry. How fashionable is it to take to the newspapers to protest against feudal arranged marriages? Pioneers from all over the capital are doing this. He could imagine how big a response it would cause if he were the first to do this in Lincheng. That he will definitely be established as a role model for Lincheng cultural youth. But why did Dad privately discuss breaking off the engagement? He felt he had missed an important opportunity to. I feel so depressed. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and a young woman with long hair appeared at the door. Miss Jiang, why are you here? A smile quickly appeared on Gao Yuanzhou's face. Miss Jiang was fair and beautiful, with a quiet temperament. She pushed the door open with a stack of manuscripts in her arms and said, I'm here to deliver the manuscripts. A faint smile appeared on her face, gentle and friendly. Gao Yuanzhou immediately stood up and took the manuscript. He glanced at it casually and said, Ms. Jiang's writing is thought-provoking. I plan to publish it in the first issue. The girl opposite immediately widened her smile. I'm not famous, so this won't affect your sales, right? Gao Yuanzhou, no. Our newspaper is not for profit, but only for awakening people's thoughts. Miss Jiang looked at his young and energetic face with a gentle smile. Young Master Gao is indeed from the Gao family of Lincheng. He is very wealthy. After a pause, she continued, I saw in the newspaper that you broke off the engagement. Gao Yuanzhou quickly explained, this was arranged by my family some time ago. I was ready to cancel the engagement when I returned from abroad. Fortunately, my father is quite open-minded and disgusted with the girl's family. Actually, I just want to be with the person I love because we share the same ideals. Miss Jiang's smile faded. She pursed her lips and sighed softly, I think so too. That's why I envy you for having such an open-minded father. Gao Yuanzhou was stunned. Why do I always hear people saying that his father is open-minded? Recently, he was clearly the one who resisted feudal ideas. How could he become like this? However, the girl opposite obviously did not notice his expression. She not only expressed her envy to him, but even said that she wanted to meet this richest man in Lincheng. I will definitely invite Miss Jiang to visit my home if I have the chance. Gao Yuanzhou laughed dryly. He didn't want to talk too much about his father, so he changed the subject. Miss Jiang, you can speak English, that's really rare. I went to a church-style school, so I know a little bit, but it's definitely not comparable to Master Gao's overseas studies. The two sat together and talked about the publication of the manuscript for a while before he stood up to see the woman off. Miss Jiang is such a wonderful person. Returning to the empty office again, he suddenly felt his heart calm down. As his fingers stroked the beautiful handwriting on the manuscript paper, Gao Yuanzhou's eyes once again appeared that graceful figure. He knew her name was Jiang Yan, a girl who grew up in the water town of Jiangnan. A month ago, she visited the magazine and started to submit her manuscript. The content was quite ordinary, but somehow, he felt touched, so he accepted her manuscript and thus established a connection. Only thinking of his father, whose temperament had changed drastically in recent days, he became annoyed again. His father has been very tough recently, which makes him a little confused, but he absolutely does not believe that his father will give up on him, because he is the only son of the Gao family and they still need him to support them in their old age. That's right. Retirement care is Gao Yuanzhou's greatest confidence. Chinese people believe in raising children to provide for one's old age. My father's family business is huge, but he will get old one day, and sooner or later the family will have to be handed over to me. It is impossible for him to give up on me. My father took the initiative to arrange the cancellation of the engagement, which was definitely a signal that he wanted to please me. A tough attitude? He's trying to use both kindness and force to force me to give in, but will he give in? He won't. He has his own pride. Gao Yuanzhou felt that he had to fight a long-lasting cold war with his father and absolutely could not admit defeat. Thinking of this, he was full of fighting spirit again. On the other hand, Gao Xiaoyan is not as motivated as her brother. Her father's behavior during this period really scared her, so much so that she felt uneasy and even thought less about Song Suani. She goes to school during the day and goes home as soon as school is over. Just wanted to find out what her father was doing. As a result, she found that her father, who used to be busy with business every day, had been very idle recently and had handed over all the affairs of the shop to the shopkeeper. He dresses like a gentleman every day and goes shopping. It's like I've received a great shock. She shifted her focus back to her family, which made Song Suani, who had been waiting for her to apologize, unhappy. Because he was cheated at dinner last time, he decided to have a good Cold War and wait for the other party to apologize repeatedly before forgiving him. I waited and waited, but there was no one in sight. Some classmates who knew about the situation even laughed at him and asked if he had been dumped by the eldest daughter of the Gao family. Some people also advised him that when dating, he should look for someone of equal social status and not be too ambitious, as the young lady was just having fun. What kind of family is the Gao family? Shuyi, just accept your condolences. I guess they have already found someone else. He couldn't stand his classmates' persuasion, because he used to brag that Miss Gao was completely devoted to him and obeyed him in everything. Isn't this a joke? She must have been too busy with her studies lately. If you don't believe me, I'll go to the school gate to wait for her today, and she'll definitely be the same as before. Gao Shuyi's face flushed red as he said this with great confidence. Others followed suit. Go, go, go. If you don't go, you're a grandson. So, for the first time, Gao Xiaoyan saw a tall and thin young man standing under a poplar tree. As soon as she walked out of the school gate, Gao Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. Ah! Shuyi, are you waiting for me? She walked over with some excitement. This is the first time. She has always been the one waiting for others, which makes Gao Xiaoyan feel a little weird. A flash of pride flashed across Song Suani's eyes. He glanced at the classmates behind him, as if to say, look, Miss Gao is still the same as before. Last time you asked me out for dinner, why did you and Yang Fun leave early? I ended up spending a fortune on the bill. Have a meal. Gao Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment before she remembered what happened last time. Hey, I had to go home for something that time. I told Yang Fun and asked her to tell you. Didn't she tell you? Song Suani was about to say something when a rickshaw passed by. Stop. Gao Xiaoyan jumped up immediately and waved, then he smiled at Song Suani apologetically. I have to go home. Shuyi, I'll tell you next time. There have been some troubles at home recently. She got into the car in a hurry and turned around to say goodbye. Song Suani was shocked. You ran away without saying a word when you saw me. When did Gao Xiaoyan become so fond of going home? She had said before that she hated the nagging old man at home. He couldn't help but touch his face. Has my charm decreased? Hey, Shuyi, I don't think Miss Gao likes you that much. She left without saying a word. Can you say that she's completely obedient? It's likely that he has a new target. You're about to fall out of favor. The students behind him saw the whole process clearly and came over to joke around. Xiaoyan said that there was an emergency at home. Let's make an appointment next time. Song Suani tried to save his face, but his face darkened. Chapter 344, I'm a jerk? 9. Gao Xiaoyan didn't think so much on her way home. She is very anxious. Last time, she heard from a classmate that she saw her father being very intimate with a woman on the street, which made her alarm bells ring. Dad is dressed so young now and looks quite handsome. Could it be that he has really found a second life? What if Dad finds a stepmother? What if she takes care of 3 or 5 children? By then, there won't be enough rooms at home. She felt a little flustered, but also inexplicably curious. She had to go back and keep an eye on it, otherwise, she would not know anything, and she would have to report what she saw to her eldest brother. Thinking of this, her eyes gradually became firm. Besides, she was a little confused. She had just met Song Suani, but she didn't even feel much emotion in her heart, which made her secretly puzzled. It's like the joy I felt when we met before suddenly disappeared. Why is this happening? Can love disappear? No matter what, the most important thing is to go home. Gao Xiaoyan seemed to be doing something mysterious and important, and was full of a sense of mission. Uncle housekeeper, where is my father? As soon as she entered the house, she caught the housekeeper and asked him. The old butler seemed to have gotten used to the eldest lady's recent changes, and he had a smile on his face.
There are guests at home, and the master is chatting with them in the study.
He said not to disturb them.
Miss, are you hungry? I can ask the kitchen to make you a bowl of noodles first. Cao Xiaoyan didn't hear the rest of the words clearly.
She only heard that his father was entertaining guests in the study and didn't want to be disturbed.
Is the guest a man or a woman?
She asked in an urgent voice. The housekeeper looked at her with some doubt, but still answered seriously.
It's a lady. A boom. Cao Xiaoyan felt dizzy. A dad is really dating.
This thought immediately rushed into my mind. I'll go check it out. She ran to the study. Hey, miss, the master said not to disturb you. The housekeeper's voice sounded behind her, but her footsteps did not stop at all. When she approached the study door, she slowed down. She heard voices in the study, which seemed to be discussing foreign literature. Her father's voice was several octaves softer, completely different from how he usually spoke to her, and there was also a woman's low laughter in between. This made her clench her fists. Just as he was about to push open the door, Changqing's cold face appeared in his mind again, and his hand stopped involuntarily. You have to find a reason. She quickly ran to the kitchen, grabbed a plate of pastries, and then headed towards the study. As a result, he saw his father walking out on the road, followed by a woman with curly hair, Zhang Sam, and a faint smile. Gao Xiaoyan subconsciously wanted to hide to the side, but her father had obviously discovered her.
What are you doing? Sneaking around?
The originally gentle face suddenly became serious when looking at her, which made Gao Xiaoyan feel inexplicably wronged, and at the same time, she felt a huge sense of crisis. I heard from the housekeeper that there were guests at home, so I brought some cakes for the guests to try. She took 2 steps forward, an awkward smile on her face, but her eyes were looking at the woman. Well, she's pretty good looking. Probably in her 30s, very intelligent and beautiful.
This is my daughter, Gao Xiaoyan. She is studying at Jingyan School and will graduate next year. This is Aunt Lan.
When Gao Xiaoyan heard her father's polite introduction, she quickly greeted him.
Hello, Aunt Lan.
He handed over the cake in his hand with a well-behaved smile on his face. This pastry has been in the kitchen for a long time.
Eating it will definitely make you upset. She's not so kind as to give people cakes. Hello, Xiaoyan. You are so polite.
She heard the woman's laughing voice, and then saw her reaching for the cake, but she was stopped by her father.
Rulan, we agreed to have dinner at Yupin Pavilion.
If you're full now, you won't be able to enjoy it later.
The woman's hand retracted again.
Sorry, I have to save my stomach for dinner with your father. The smile in the woman's voice became more obvious, but Gao Xiaoyan's jaw was tense and her back teeth were almost broken. Hearing the footsteps gradually fading away, she angrily threw a plate of pastries to the ground. Don't even call her for dinner, it's so infuriating. Dad must have been bewitched by that vixen. At this time, she had completely forgotten that when her father wanted to invite her and her brother to have dinner together, they made excuses for various reasons and no one was willing.
To have dinner with the old man, what should I do?
What should I do? After returning to the room, she paced back and forth and had no intention of sitting down. No, I still have to talk to my big brother and let him make the decision. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaoyan hurried out.
Chapter 345, I'm a jerk?
10. Changqing doesn't care what his adopted daughter thinks. At this moment, he and Feng Roland were sitting in the private room of the famous Imperial Kitchen Pavilion in Linchang.
Mr. Gao, didn't you say you didn't have any children?
Feng Roland deliberately put on a stern face and questioned with great momentum. She had just arrived in Lincheng not long ago, and she didn't expect that Mr. Gao was actually the owner of Gao's cloth shop. The two of them got to know each other for a few days. He was elegant, humorous, and handsome, and she had a good impression of him. Today, I was invited to his home, and I didn't expect that he had children. She has a daughter of her own, so it's not that she cares about this, she just wants to see how the other party explains it. Changqing's expression remained unchanged. I'm sure you've seen that Xiaoyan is not a child.
She's an adult.
She also has an older brother who's an adult too. Feng Roland was immediately amused by him.
Mr. Gao is such an interesting person,
she said with a smile. This time, the waiter brought a variety of delicious dishes and filled the table.
This garlic crab roe and green vegetables is the signature dish here, try it.
Changqing politely served food to the guests. He met Feng Roland through an introduction at an old friend's birthday party a few days ago. She is 35 years old and lives alone with a 5-year-old daughter. My friend wants to match the two of them up, so their conditions are very suitable. Changqing didn't have any opinion on whether to get married or not.
He didn't mind making another friend if they could get along well.
It just so happened that the other party had plans to develop in Lincheng, so he acted as a guide these days. Today, I happened to be walking to my house, so I invited her to sit at my house.
Unexpectedly, I met Gao Xiaoyan.
Mr. Gao, you have such a big business, but you spend all day with me.
Aren't you worried about affecting your business?
Halfway through the meal, Feng Roland suddenly asked curiously. Well, it would be a lie to say that it has no impact, but this has nothing to do with accompanying people shopping. He doesn't care about business at all. Changqing thought about it and replied honestly.
I don't care about business.
The Guangxi clique in the east and the Fengtian clique in the west are fighting, and the royalist army in the north is also ready to make a move. These properties will be lost sooner or later. I plan to sell them all. He didn't lie either. In the original plot, after the original owner died, Gao Yuanzhou repented and wanted to take over the business. As a result, this warlord came today and that one came tomorrow. Within 3 years, the business was completely gone. In the end, all the old houses were sold and the living standards dropped significantly, and now, even if he continues to do it, those businesses cannot withstand the impact of the historical tide. So, he really planned to sell those shops. Feng Roland seemed surprised by his frank answer. She opened her mouth and did not speak for a while. Mr. Gao, do you mean that Lincheng is not safe either? She came here to escape the war in the south. If even here is not safe, where else can she go? Certainly. Changqing picked up a piece of food for himself with chopsticks. With internal and external troubles, there is no safe place in the country. After hearing this, Feng Roland fell silent. Yes, there are dozens of warlords of all sizes in the country, as well as remnants of the dynasty, and foreign powers are eyeing us covetously. There is no safe place in this country. So, what are your plans, Mr. Gao? She asked anxiously. Changqing's answer was brief. Escape the disaster abroad. Although he had a general understanding of the historical process, it meant nothing to him, so he had no intention of interfering too much. Feng Roland's eyes lit up. This was a path she had never imagined before. However, it is obviously much safer than at home. The two chatted about some specific matters, and the meal was quite enjoyable for both the host and the guests. Chapter 346, I'm a Jerk? 11. On the other side, Gao Chaoyan sat opposite Gao Yuanzhou, separated by an office desk, and the worry on her face was obvious. Did Dad really bring a woman home? And they were chatting in the study? Gao Yuanzhou was also a little surprised when he heard the news. What's wrong with Dad? He was so old, and still dating? He didn't quite believe it. Are you seeing right? He asked again. Oh, brother. I was just at home watching them go out. Dad even said he wanted to take her to Yupin Pavilion for dinner, and he didn't even call me. Gao Chaoyan became anxious when she heard that her brother didn't believe her. As soon as these words were spoken, Gao Yuanzhou's expression changed slightly. Yupin Pavilion is the most expensive place in Lincheng. Dad usually chooses this place only when entertaining guests or having dinner with his family. However, just chatting and having a meal doesn't mean anything. Dad used to often take them to Yupin Pavilion for dinner, and he also took other relatives and friends there. However, he also found it a little funny to hear his sister complaining about not inviting her. Little sister, didn't you dislike eating with the old man before? I asked you to eat at Yupin Pavilion, but you said it was not as fun as eating at a roadside stall with Song Suani. Why are you blaming Dad for not inviting you? Gao Chaoyan was so angry that she stood up immediately. Brother! Which side are you on? The problem now is that woman wants to take Dad away. Aren't you worried? Seeing his sister like this, Gao Yuanzhou smiled. Of course I'm on your side, but Dad hasn't thought about remarrying for so many years. Why would he suddenly change his mind at this moment? He stood up and poured his sister a glass of water. I have to investigate this matter to avoid alerting the enemy. Gao Yuanzhou is in a cold war with his father now, and he doesn't want to appear in front of his father. Doesn't that seem like he is giving in? Although he felt a little uncomfortable after hearing his sister's description, but he didn't think that his father would really remarry. If he wanted to remarry, he would have done so a long time ago. He had introduced so many people to girls over the years, but he had rejected them all on the grounds that he was afraid that his children would not accept him. Why would he suddenly change his mind now? I guess they have some business dealings. It was also because he had not seen the two of them get along with each other in person, so he made speculations based on past experience. But Gao Chaoyan has witnessed the changes in her father during this period, and she is not so confident anymore. Seeing that her brother didn't seem to be listening, she became a little anxious. Brother, you have no idea how much Dad has changed in the past few days. I'm so worried. This made Gao Yuanzhou laugh. At my age, sometimes I suddenly want to regain the feeling of youth. It's just a temporary change, don't take it to heart. Besides, I will understand the situation. He soothed. Then you must investigate it as soon as possible. Gao Chaoyan reminded him again and again. After a pause, she asked again, Brother, are you going back today? His brother hadn't been home during this period, and she felt a little overwhelmed facing her indifferent father at home alone. However, her brother's answer still disappointed her. I'm not going back. The magazine is still busy. Besides, he had an appointment with Miss Jiang to watch a play in the evening and didn't want to go back and delay things. Then you should start investigating that woman immediately. I will come back to ask you in a couple of days. Seeing that her brother wasn't paying much attention, Gao Chaoyan gave him another warning before returning home in a depressed mood. She felt that she was worried sick about this family, but no one else cared. This made her a little depressed. In the following days, Gao Chaoyan paid more attention to her father's movements. Since her brother didn't take it seriously, she decided to worry more about it herself. She rushed home as soon as she got out of school every day, fearing that her father had done something behind her back that she didn't know about. Although she knew that she couldn't stop it at all, it was good to be able to inform her elder brother with this idea in mind. Her enthusiasm grew. Several times, Song Shuyi stopped her on the road and wanted to say something, but she didn't have the heart to respond. She even found Song Shuyi a little annoying after being stopped by Song Shuyi again. She couldn't help but get angry. Song Shuyi, you have time to block my way. Don't you know to study hard? I told you that there is something important at home. Why can't you understand what I am saying? She was originally a spoiled young lady, and she was humble in front of Song Shuyi because she had restrained her temper. My attention has been completely occupied by family matters during this period. Seeing Song Shuyi makes me feel that the filter is broken. In addition, he blocks my way and annoys me every day. Isn't it time for me to explode? Song Shuyi was so frightened by her sudden outburst of temper that he took 2 steps back. Then, a liver-colored color crept onto his already pale face. He pointed at Gao Xiaoyan and was speechless for a long time. Song Shuyi originally wanted to forgive her for a while and wait for her to make peace, but 2 months passed and she seemed to have forgotten him. This made him a little panicked. He earned money from publishing his own novels to pay for his studies, but to publish his novels he needed Gao Xiaoyan's help in contacting publishers and arranging it privately. He now has a backlog of several short and medium-length stories. He originally wanted to hold out and wait for her to make peace before making his request. But now she is completely ignoring him. How can he not be panicked? I wanted to humble myself and seek peace, but the other party still had this attitude. His pride got to him a little bit. It was just after school and people were coming and going at the school gate. Gao Xiaoyan had a loud voice, and when she shouted, many people looked over here. Isn't this the eldest daughter of the Gao family? Who is that man? How dare he harass her? Oh, you don't know, that guy's name is Song Suani. He used to brag to others that Miss Gao was obsessed with him, but it turns out that she is really fed up with him. Whispering reached his ears, and Song Suani wished there was a crack in the ground to crawl into. When Gao Xiaoyan saw the rickshaw coming, she didn't even look at him and got on the rickshaw and left. She now finds Song Suani extremely annoying, not at all considerate of her family situation. On the other hand, Song Suani returned to the dormitory dejectedly, feeling that his life was bleak. He clenched his fists, his eyes full of anger at Gao Xiaoyan. How dare she strip off his face and trample it on the ground in public? Seeing him like this, several roommates quietly moved away from him, fearing that they would be affected. What can be done? She is a daughter of a wealthy family, rich and powerful, while he has no money and no background, so he has no way to take revenge on her. Moreover, the most critical thing now is that the novel cannot be published. How can I continue to live without royalties, doing manual labor? Actually, he had done it before, but he hadn't done it since he met Gao Xiaoyan. Physical work is hard and tiring, and the money earned is low. He really can't bear it now, and he can't save face anymore. Find an editor to publish your article yourself. No hope. He still remembers the editor's comments on his article, which said it had some inspiration but needed some polishing. Bah. Those editors are just looking down on others. He felt that the world was too unfair. Everyone would give face to rich people when they spoke, but he would always run into obstacles. After thinking about it all night, Song Suani felt that he still had to endure the humiliation and not lose his livelihood because of an impulse. So, the next day he appeared at the school gate again. What's rare is that this time he also held a bouquet of flowers. As soon as Gao Xiaoyan walked out of the school gate, she saw him rushing towards her. Xiaoyan, we haven't broken up yet, why are you so cold to me? He held the flowers, his eyes were red, and he looked at Gao Xiaoyan with deep affection. If it were in the past, Gao Xiaoyan would definitely be overjoyed with his attitude, but during this period, she was worried about family matters, and Song Suani kept blocking her way and pestering her, which made her a little annoyed. Last night, she heard the housekeeper say that her father had invited guests again today and had asked the kitchen to prepare a few more dishes. She has to go back quickly. I have something going on at home. I don't have time to talk to you. She lifted her foot to walk away. Song Suani became anxious and quickly grabbed her hand. Xiaoyan. What could be going on at home? You've been avoiding me every day lately. Do you want to break up with me? As soon as he said this, Song Suani regretted it. How could he possibly mention the word breakup? But he was also very curious about Gao Xiaoyan's attitude, and couldn't help but stare at her face. Gao Xiaoyan was indeed startled for a moment by his words. She had never thought about breaking up before, but at this moment she suddenly had this idea. I suddenly felt very bored. Besides, she was very anxious and kept holding her back, which was really annoying. Let's break up. Don't interfere with my business in the future. She shouted loudly, shook off Song Suani's hand and got on the rickshaw directly. What surprised her was that at that moment she did not feel the slightest bit of sadness. Instead, she felt a sense of relief, as if she had put down a burden from the unknown. Behind him, Song Suani clenched his fists. He heard someone whispering. Ah, that's Song Suani, the man who claimed to be Miss Gao's boyfriend? Looks like he's been abandoned. Rich people are just playing around, but he took it seriously. Isn't he asking for trouble? So when you're looking for a partner, you still have to make sure they're of equal status. Otherwise, you're bound to get dumped in the end. The trivial discussions reached his ears, causing Song Suini to clench his back teeth. Thought I've clearly given in, so how did it come to this? Sure enough, this woman is not a good person, she is playing with her own feelings. He was very unwilling. When he returned to the dormitory, he became angrier and angrier, and couldn't help but tear his manuscript into pieces. Since he couldn't publish them anyway, he simply destroyed them all. Suini, what's wrong with you? Just then, a roommate walked in and was shocked to see him like that. I'm fine. Song Suini threw himself heavily onto the bed. Roommate, you don't look okay. Chapter 347, I'm a jerk? 12. On the other hand, Gao Xiaoyan felt heavy-hearted as soon as she returned home. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw from afar her father playing with a little girl of 4 or 5 years old, while the woman was sitting beside them, looking at them with a smile on her face. They look like a family. Her heart suddenly became tense, but recently his father has been cold towards her, and she doesn't dare to question him like before. For a moment, she felt that she had difficulty breathing, but the scene before her was too hard for her to ignore. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and walked over. Ahem. She deliberately coughed twice, and then saw his father raised his head and glanced at her. You're back? We have a big dinner tonight. The tone was as if he was talking to a stranger, which made Gao Xiaoyan's eyes red immediately. Once her emotions got aroused, she ignored everything. Dad! Do you want to marry this woman? She pointed at Feng Roland and her voice was filled with tears. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and the little girl was even more frightened. She ran into her mother's arms. Go to the inner room first, don't scare the child. Changqing pointed, and Feng Roland picked up the child and went in. Gao Xiaoyan couldn't bear it when she saw her father being so considerate to others, and tears fell down her face. Let's sit down and talk. Changqing pointed to the opposite side, but his adopted daughter was very stubborn and insisted on standing there. I won't sit. She shouted loudly. Okay, stand if you want. Changqing was too lazy to care. He crossed his legs and took a leisurely sip of tea. What do you want to say? I can't have a partner? He asked. Gao Xiaoyan was stunned. It seems like she has no control over whether her father is in a relationship or not, but she just felt uncomfortable. You haven't remarried in all these years, why do you suddenly want to date now? She stiffened her neck and questioned. Changqing smiled. I was inspired by you, huh? Our inspiration? Gao Xiaoyan was confused again, and then she heard her father continue. People are born free. You can love freely and make your own choices. Does that mean I can't be free now that I'm old? Gao Xiaoyan, does your theory of freedom have an age limit? Huh? Gao Xiaoyan thought about what her father would say, like, I'm lonely now that I'm old, or, now that the child is grown up, he feels relieved. But she didn't expect her father to use her same rhetoric to fight back. How should she respond? Gao Xiaoyan felt she was stuck in a vicious circle. But, she thought about it for a long time but couldn't come up with a reason to refute it. But she has a daughter. She finally said this made Changqing laugh. Your Song Suini still has 2 sons back home. What's going on? His 2 sons can pursue their freedom, but Roland, a daughter, can't have the freedom to fall in love? This rebuttal was very powerful, but Gao Xiaoyan did have something to say. Song Suini and I have broken up. She declared loudly, even with a hint of pride. Fortunately, we broke up on the way back, so her father won't have anything to say. She stared closely at his father's expression, trying to see some embarrassment, but ultimately failed. His father just curled up the corner of his mouth and revealed a wicked smile. What does your breakup have to do with me? You have the freedom to date and the freedom to break up. Doesn't this affect my freedom? Do you want to use your freedom to limit my freedom? That doesn't make sense. Gao Xiaoyan felt dizzy after listening to this long speech, but she had to admit that what her father said made a lot of sense. Seeing that the discussion on this topic could not go on, she thought for a moment and decided to play the family card. But, Dad, she's taking care of a child, and you're at a disadvantage. You have to help her raise the child? Changqing was too lazy to refute this poor excuse. I'm still bringing your brother and you 2 disobedient, ungrateful wolves with me. Besides, it is my freedom to suffer losses. I have the freedom to choose to suffer losses. Gao Xiaoyan. Why is it freedom again? Can't we avoid the word freedom? At this moment, he hated the word freedom more than ever. She felt that her entire head was filled with these 2 words. Freedom. Freedom. Is freedom so important? She screamed hysterically. Seeing her like this, Changqing's face became even colder. Gao Xiaoyan. You're an adult now. Don't lose your temper so easily. It only makes you look unreasonable. His voice turned cold, and Gao Xiaoyan felt guilty, so she took 2 steps back awkwardly. Then she heard her father continue. First, your Aunt Lan and I aren't dating yet. You're barging in and accusing me for no reason. You seem completely uneducated and have no respect for your elders. Second, even if I were dating, it's my freedom, just like you said. If your grandfather were still alive, I'd listen to him. But who are you? You're yelling at me. Her father's voice took an octave to a harsher octave with the last sentence. Gao Xiaoyan couldn't bear it any longer. He let out a cry, covered his face with his hands, and ran out crying loudly. If the original owner saw his daughter so sad, he would definitely comfort her. But Changqing just shook his head and didn't even mean to shout. In the original plot, this daughter was often stabbed by her father, so Changqing didn't indulge her.
Boss Gao, aren't you being too harsh? Feng Roland appeared at the door of the room.
She obviously heard what Changqing had just said. Changqing didn't feel embarrassed either. He just shook his head.
I'm sorry to bother you.
My two children are spoiled.
They think they are modern people just because they read a few foreign books. In fact, it's neither Chinese nor Western, and it just adds to the joke. Come on, let's go out to eat.
He walked forward and picked up the child. Naturally, Feng Xiaolan was not a shy child. When she was picked up by this uncle whom she had only met a few times, she giggled and swayed her body from side to side. Feng Roland walked beside them.
You're not taking the child with you? Feng Roland asked with a smile. They are all adults now.
What they pursue is freedom.
They don't need me to lead them.
Gao Xiaoyan, who was about to go out to find her elder brother, saw the three of them leaving and heard their conversation, and tears began to fall from her eyes. On the way, Changqing got confirmation from the system that Gao Xiaoyan had really broken up. This surprised him a little. This love-brained daughter has actually changed her personality. He seemed to have done nothing. Automatic transformation completed. However, it is not impossible. After all, when a person's survival is in crisis, love has to be put aside and survival needs come first. Could it be that my performance during this period made her feel a sense of crisis? Changqing sneered. To forget it, don't think too much about it. I'll see later. If you really are not in love anymore, it's not impossible to take her with you.
Chapter 348, I'm a jerk?
13. Gao Yuanzhou looked at his sister crying across from him and felt a sharp pain in his head.
Little sister, Dad wants to date someone, and there's nothing we can do about it? If we try to persuade him, wouldn't we just be shooting ourselves in the foot?
Yao Yuanzhou felt a deep headache when he heard his younger sister talk about his father's remarks. This cannot be refuted, because what his father said were what they said before his siblings. This time I really failed, no doubt about it.
Don't cry, if Dad wants to date someone, then let him.
He stood up and got his sister a box of tissues. But Gao Xiaoyan wanted to say that her brother hadn't been home for a while, so she didn't know about her father's changes.
It was not just about dating.
It seemed that his concern for them disappeared in an instant, and what was left was just a perfunctory official business. This was the reason why she was panicking. Without her unreasonable preference, how could she dare to act recklessly and willfully?
There's nothing to worry about. This isn't something we can stop. People in foreign countries still date at any age. It's their freedom. Gao Yuanzhou didn't think it was a big deal. So what if his father is dating someone?
The family property still has to be left to his son. Besides, the other party only brought a daughter with him and posed no threat. Even if they have another child, the child will still grow up, so he is not worried at all.
Why did you break up with Song Suini?
He's a very good guy, and his ideas are very progressive.
Gao Yuanzhou had a good impression of Song Suini. He resisted feudal marriage and insisted on studying in the city even after having children.
This was very outstanding. However, Gao Xiaoyan, who had been attacked by her father's magic, did not think so.
He can't do that.
He has a child at home, but he still leaves him to the elderly.
He's not responsible at all.
Besides, the pursuit of freedom cannot be done without considering the feelings of children. She just felt that her father was too obsessed with freedom, but this was something she had pursued before, and now she had no right to refute it. But she was somewhat aware that freedom should not be too absolute, otherwise it would cause harm to others. Gao Yuanzhou frowned.
Little sister, your thinking is not good.
Abroad dash, what Gao Xiaoyan hated to hear the most now was something about abroad and freedom, so she interrupted him immediately. Brother, please don't talk about foreign countries.
It gives me a headache just hearing it. If you want to tell it, go back and tell Dad.
She felt that her brother would only be beaten by her father and she didn't want to listen to it anymore, but Gao Yuanzhou didn't want to go back at this moment. He felt unhappy when he heard his sister say that.
If you don't believe it, forget it. Not everyone can accept new ideas.
He felt that there were very few people in this world who could resonate with him, except for Miss Jiangyan. You go back first. I'll be home when I'm done with my work. Gao Yuanzhou felt that they were not on the same page and ordered them to leave. The brother and sister had a bad conversation. Gao Xiaoyan returned home in a daze. She seemed to have lost her focus. There was no point in staring at Dad anymore. He had good reasons and solid arguments, and there was no reason for me to persuade him. For a period of time afterwards, she felt listless in school. Several times she saw Song Suini staring at her from afar, and she didn't want to pay any attention to him. She even wondered why she had ever fallen for such a man. He is not tall and is very thin. He is not handsome, but not ugly. He has a wife and 2 sons at home.
Is his eyes blinded by mud, or are you blinded by his so-called progressive ideas, his so-called free thinking, right?
After a quarrel with her father, she began to doubt it, thinking about how I had helped Song Suini to get the royalties for his articles. I felt like a fool. No wonder Dad looks down on it. Hey, Xiaoyan, do you know that Song Suini hasn't been earning any royalties lately, so he's even started pulling a rickshaw part-time? I heard he's almost running out of food. A large class had just ended when a familiar girl came over and whispered to Gao Xiaoyan.
What he does is none of my business. I have nothing to do with him anymore. Gao Xiaoyan felt nothing in her heart. She said something lightly and stood up and left.
TSK, how heartless. She heard murmurs behind her, but she didn't turn around. But what she didn't expect was that Song Suani actually had bad intentions towards her and even got together with Yang Fen. As soon as I arrived at the school gate after school that day, I found Yang Fen waiting for me.
Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you recently?
I haven't seen you go out to play for a long time.
Did something happen?
She walked over with a concerned look on her face and took Gao Xiaoyan's hand.
Tell me what's on your mind. We're good friends who can talk about anything.
Yang Fen's concerned tone made Gao Xiaoyan feel warm inside. However, she hadn't met with Yang Fen for some time, as family matters occupied most of her attention. This made Gao Xiaoyan feel a little guilty. She has been really annoyed during this period.
I'm having some troubles at home.
Her voice dropped a little.
Well, things at home are annoying. My family is the same. My parents don't understand me at all.
Yang Fen also complained in the same tone as her, but then her tone changed again. I know a new pastry shop.
It's delicious. Let's go and have a chat.
She said excitedly, holding Gao Xiaoyan's hand. Gao Xiaoyan really wanted to talk to someone, so she accepted her invitation.
Let me tell you, even though this bakery is a little out of the way, the taste is incredible. My roommate comes here early every morning to buy some. Yang Fen took Gao Xiaoyan into the alley and introduced her to it. Gao Xiaoyan was still wondering if her father had gone to Yupin Pavilion with that woman again today, and she didn't pay any attention to the surrounding environment.
Xiaoyan, we're here. Hearing this, she woke up from her thoughts and looked around. She found that she had arrived at the door of a house.
Funfen, this isn't a pastry shop, right?
She raised her head with some confusion, and what she saw was Yang Fen's smug smile. Gao Xiaoyan's heart skipped a beat.
I'm going home.
She turned to leave, but was grabbed by Yang Fen with a creak. The door of the house was opened, revealing Song Suani's pale face with a hideous smile.
Go home? You can't go home today.
Gao Xiaoyan panicked and was pulled into the yard before she could react. Just as she was about to shout, her mouth was covered and the sound was immediately stuck in her throat. A dull whimper came out through her fingers and she began to struggle.
Quick! Tie her up with a rope.
Upon hearing the order, Yang Fen quickly found the prepared rope and, with the help of Song Suani, tied Gao Xiaoyan's hands and feet tightly, and then blocked her mouth with a rag. After all the operations, both of them were sweating slightly.
Chapter 349, I'm a jerk?
14, damn, this young lady is quite strong. Song Suani shook his sore hands and cursed. Yang Fen also sat next to him, panting. Hearing Gao Xiaoyan struggling again, Yang Fen couldn't help but step forward and kick her twice.
I thought you were a young lady, so just stay still.
Seeing her confused and angry expression, Yang Fen became even more furious and slapped her twice more.
You're just putting on airs. You think you're so great just because you have a little money. You treat me like your lackey.
Who cares about your 1 or 2 meals? Who cares about your things that you don't need? As she spoke, she became even angrier and started cursing at Gao Xiaoyan, who was lying on the ground.
You rich people don't even treat others as human beings. You think you're so high and mighty, but what's so great about that? Ha 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 ha, why am I lying on the ground today? Gao Xiaoyan was stunned. When did she ever treat anyone as her lackey?
Besides, wouldn't she be happy to accept the invitation to dinner and the gifts she received? Why do you still hate her? She doesn't understand. He was obviously 100% kind to Yang Fen, but ended up bringing trouble upon himself. She looked at Song Suani. Does he hate himself in his heart too? She just broke up with him. Why did he treat her like this? She had helped him so much before. Song Suani felt annoyed by her gaze. Don't look at me like that, you rotten woman who plays with people's feelings. You think you're great just because you're rich, huh? Today, even your father can't save you. He glared back fiercely as Song Suani had a hard time during this period. If I can't publish my manuscripts, I will have no money. Not only can I not maintain my previous decent life, but even my basic survival is no longer guaranteed. He had to do some manual labor, but after pulling a rickshaw at the dealership for 2 days, he couldn't stand it anymore. He had never felt that physical work was so tiring before. Now that he has experienced a refined life, doing this work is simply killing him. It just so happened that he met a few people while working. He told them about his experience and gained their sympathy. So they decided to do something big.
Do you think you can play with other people's feelings just because you have money? You're playing with fire, woman.
You're digging your own grave. Gao Suani suddenly had a burst of inspiration for writing a manuscript, and he blurted out several words that he rarely used in normal times. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Gao Xiaoyan paused in her sobbing and stared at the door.
Brother Song, are you there?
When the hoarse voice came, Gao Suani jumped up immediately.
Brother Chang is here.
He walked forward in 2 or 3 steps and soon brought in 3 men. The leading man had a scar on his forehead and fierce eyes, looking very scary. Gao Xiaoyan just glanced at him and her heart skipped a beat with fear. This guy looks like a murderer. Without blinking an eye, she didn't even dare to cry, she just curled up and trembled.
Is this the eldest daughter of the Gao family? Brother Chang glanced and asked in a cold voice. Yes. Song Suani quickly replied, she and Yang Fun are best friends, this must be correct. Only then did Brother Chang nod with satisfaction. He pointed at Song Suani and Yang Fun. You two, go inform Mr. Gao and ask him to pay 10,000 yuan to ransom the man. The location is the abandoned Yang family mansion on the northern outskirts of the city. Once my brothers get the money, we will release him. At that time, telephones were not widely available, so if you wanted to kidnap someone and demand ransom, you had to send someone. After hearing what Brother Chang said, both of them were panicked. If we let them go and notify, wouldn't they have to bear the wrath of Master Gao? The two were both relatively young, and were not too afraid of Gao Chaoyan, whom they were familiar with. However, they felt a little nervous when facing the famous Master Gao and Lin Chang. What? You don't want money anymore? Seeing the two people hesitating, Brother Chang's face darkened. Yes. Of course. Song Suani reacted immediately. Brother Chang and others have no intention of showing up. It would be a shame to let them show up and take the blame. They are making a fortune behind the scenes without taking any risks, but now the arrow is on the string and must be shot. What has been done has already been done, and Lin Chang definitely can't stay here any longer. Only by taking the money can you run away. Brother Chang, don't forget the 2,000 yuan you promised me. He mustered up the courage to give a reminder, then quickly pulled Yang Fun out under Brother Chang's cold gaze. Yang Fun stumbled as he pulled her, and she stumbled after him. Song Suani. Didn't you say that I just need to trick her over here? I won't go to the Gao family. She suddenly shook off Song Suani's hand, turned around and wanted to leave. After taking 2 steps, Song Suani's sneer came from behind him. Yang Fun, you don't think you can get away with it if you don't go to the Gao family, do you? Brother Chang won't hold anyone back, so Gao Chaoyan will definitely die. When the Gao family investigates, can you escape? There are a lot of people at the school gate watching you two walk together. Yang Fun's steps immediately became heavy. She really didn't mean to kill anyone. Are you serious? Brother Chang and the others really kill people? Yang Fun turned around suddenly, the panic in her eyes almost overflowing. Let's go report to the police station. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Song Suani. You're looking for death. Doesn't Mr. Gao have any acquaintances in the police station? You'll be detained if you go there. The only way for us now is to cooperate with Brother Chang, get the money and run away. This is the only way. After saying this, Song Suani turned around and left, not giving her any time to think. Yang Fun hesitated for a moment and then quickly followed. Only when he heard the footsteps behind him did Song Suani reveal a hidden smile that he wants to take an adventure, but he has to bring someone along. On the surface, Yang Fun and Gao Chaoyan are best friends, but secretly she has always been jealous of her superior birth. This time, she was bewitched by him and fell in love with him. It's not so easy to get off the boat at this time. He had made up his mind that once he got the money he would go to the south. There was a war going on there and it was very chaotic, so no one cared about him at all. He could even join the army, get some money, and build a career. This chaotic world is an opportunity. Suani, slow down. I can't keep up with you. Yang Fun was panting behind. She was panicked and had never expected it to come to this. Song Suani slowed down his pace, and Yang Fun quickly walked to his side. Brother Suani, do you want to take the money and go somewhere else? Can I come with you? Seeing that she began to worry about the future, Song Suani snorted. He didn't dare to keep this woman around because she was jealous and greedy. However, he didn't want to make it clear at this time. Maybe she could help him bear the Gao family's wrath and buy him time to escape. Let's talk about it after we get the money. He gave a very vague answer. Yang Fun was confused at the moment and didn't think about it too much. She just thought that he agreed. Chapter 350, I'm a jerk? 15. Lin Cheng is not a very big city. Half an hour later, Song Suani and Yang Fun appeared at the door of Gao's house. Is this the Gao family? Yang Fun looked at the 2 stone lions at the door and couldn't help swallowing. She had known Gao Chaoyan for more than a year, but Gao Chaoyan said that the old man at home was annoying and she didn't like to go home. He never invited her to her home. This was her first time to visit Gao's house. I didn't expect the Gao family to be so grand. How rich is that? This house looks more magnificent than the one in the wealthiest house in her neighborhood. No wonder she can spend money so generously. Thinking of this, Yang Fun felt a surge of resentment in her heart. This world is so unfair. If she gets the money, she will spend it lavishly. Song Suani looked down on her for her naive appearance. He had been to some high-end places with Gao Chaoyan and had a general idea of what to do, but when he thought about the fact that he was here to kidnap and demand ransom, he couldn't help but feel a little panicked. I heard Gao Chaoyan say before that Mr. Gao was an amiable old man who was easy to talk to, so he would probably be very willing to take the money. He walked forward and was about to knock on the door, but stopped. You, go knock on the door, he said to Yang Fun. Why should I go? Yang Fun screamed immediately. Shoo! Keep your fucking voice down. Song Suani quickly covered her mouth and said, there are so many people coming and going here. Do you want everyone to know about this? He lowered his voice and threatened. I'll watch you, go knock on the door quickly, don't dawdle.
Hearing the strong threatening voice in her ears, Yang Fen thought of the fact that Brother Chang would kill people, and her heart suddenly trembled. Song Suani wouldn't kill anyone, would he? He didn't dare to be stubborn anymore, so he took 2 trembling steps forward and rang the doorbell. The door was opened by a servant. When he learned that the other party insisted on seeing the master, he didn't say much and went to report directly. After a while, he led the 2 of them to the living room. The 2 were shocked the moment they saw Changqing. Is this an old man? He was dressed elegantly and wore black-framed glasses. He sat there with his back straight and exuded a very powerful aura. Facing that sharp gaze like a sword, Song Suani didn't know how to start for a moment. You kidnapped Gao Xiaoyan, are you asking me for money? As soon as the man sitting at the top opened his mouth, the 2 men staggered in fright. How do you know? Yang Fen asked tremblingly. If there were only 2 words in her mind, it's over. They have known about it for a long time and must have been prepared. There is no way they would accept the threat. Song Suani was a little more stable. He took a deep breath and suppressed the panic in his heart. Boss Gao, since you already know everything, I won't waste any more words. $10,000, send it to. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the man in front of him waving his hand. Not a cent. Both of them were stunned. They never expected Mr. Gao's reaction. Your daughter's life is in our hands. If you don't cooperate, Song Suani wanted to threaten, but when he met those cold eyes, his voice suddenly got stuck in his throat. He seemed, I don't care about that daughter at all. Changqing looked at them coldly, without any emotion in his eyes. The atmosphere was filled with immense pressure, much scarier than a teacher calling the roll in class. Beads of sweat broke out on the 2 men's foreheads, and they felt immense pressure. Yang Fen couldn't stand it anymore and turned to leave, but he found that there were already more than a dozen servants standing at the door. Master Gao, you can't. Song Suani was also panicked and shouted quickly. What can I do? The man's voice was calm. Take them away. Send them to the police station and find Inspector Zhang. Tell them that these 2 kidnapped my daughter, Gao Changqing. Following the man's order, more than a dozen people rushed up immediately. Before the 2 could react to what was happening, they were immediately pinned to the ground. Master Gao, you don't know where your daughter is hiding, do you? Let me go, I'll take you there. There's still a chance we can rescue her, otherwise. Song Suani never expected this to happen. He kept struggling and shouting. Yang Fen's whole body went limp. She was so frightened that she couldn't utter a word. She just wanted to teach Gao Xiaoyan a lesson. She didn't want to kidnap her and kill her. I didn't intend to tie up Xiaoyan. It was his idea. She couldn't help but want to argue, but the other party had no intention of listening. Take away. Changqing waved his hand. Just let the police station handle these matters. He has no intention of investigating the case. Besides, he has a system cheat, so what location can he find? Do you really think he will accept the threat? Impossible. Host, the location is in a small alley in Dongping. Those people are waiting for you to pay. The system's voice came. Good. It's a good opportunity to loosen up my muscles. After Changqing finished speaking, he took out a pistol from the bedside table, and soon he followed him out the door. The original owner had some sense of crisis. He used his connections to get a pistol at home, and he even found someone to teach him how to shoot. If such a shrewd person had been held back by his children, he would not have ended up like in the original plot. On the other side, in a dilapidated small courtyard, Brother Chang and the other 2 were munching on dry food, while Gao Xiaoyan was huddled in the corner, shivering. She had just heard that several people had no intention of releasing the person after receiving the ransom. Now he is just waiting for the news from Song Suani. Once he is sure that he has got the money, he will kill the person and run away immediately. She wanted to scream for help, but her mouth was blocked tightly and she couldn't make any sound. Only tears flowed silently. Wu Dad, help at this time. She regretted extremely that she had not listened to her father. Song Suani turned out to be such a despicable person. What free thought? Free soul. It's all fake. He is simply a devil. How blind I was to go against my father for such a thing. She felt extremely regretful. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside. Gao Xiaoyan suddenly opened her eyes, hoping that passers-by had noticed something unusual here. Brother Chang and his companions also stood up nervously. Could it be that those 2 students are back? Someone asked quietly, but was stopped by Brother Chang with a shushing sound. The footsteps gradually approached, and everyone in the yard held their breath, but the footsteps did not stop and gradually moved away. Call, just a passerby. Brother Chang and his friends breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Xiaoyan was extremely disappointed, and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. Now she just hopes that her father can see through the intentions of these people and not give the ransom easily, so that she can be killed later. I waited and waited until it was dark, but there was still no news. Everyone in the yard was extremely anxious. Damn it, those 2 students were scared and didn't even go to Gao's house, right? One of them cursed. No. The woman might be scared, but the man is ruthless. He has no way out. Brother Chang said it with certainty, but why has there been no news for so long? He frowned and couldn't figure it out. It was something that almost everyone in Linchang knew, that Mr. Gao doted on his children. It was impossible for him to disregard his daughter's life for $10,000. Besides, $10,000 is nothing to the Gao family. I guess the Gao family doesn't have that much cash, so they might need to raise money. One of them offered a plausible explanation. That's possible. Brother Chang also nodded silently. The Gao family can't come up with $10,000 in cash, so who are they looking down on? Suddenly a cold voice was heard outside the door. Someone. The three of them stood up immediately. Chapter 351, I'm a jerk? 16, boom, there was a loud bang, the locked wooden door was suddenly kicked open. Then, there was a gunshot. The thin man who was rushing towards Gao Xiaoyan screamed, fell to the ground in an instant, and rolled around holding his legs. Who are you? Master Gao. Brother Chang's brows twitched and he saw who was coming. Good. Changqing held the gun steadily and walked into the yard. With a quick glance, he found Gao Xiaoyan in the corner. Whoa. At this moment, Gao Xiaoyan felt that her father's cold eyes were extremely kind, and she immediately struggled. Although this area is chaotic, it is not easy for ordinary people to get a gun. Brother Chang and his gang are just thugs. They are good at street fighting, but they are doomed if they really encounter guns. I saw the black muzzle of a gun pointing at me and heard the wailing of the thin man on the ground. The remaining two people were trembling and had no intention of resisting at all. Changqing took out a rope and threw it over. You tie him up tightly. He pointed at another bald man and said, okay. The bald man was afraid that Brother Chang would kill him by accident, so he quickly picked up the rope and tied Brother Chang tightly with trembling hands. Changqing walked over again, kicked him to the ground, and tied him up. There were only 3 robbers, which was not enough for him to show his abilities. After everything was done, he looked at Gao Xiaoyan, who was twisting and turning in the corner. TSK, how embarrassing. He walked forward and untied the ropes that bound her hands and feet. Wow, as soon as Gao Xiaoyan took the cloth out of her mouth, she couldn't help crying and threw herself into her father's arms and started crying. Dad, for a moment, she couldn't utter a complete sentence, but she felt that her heart, which had been hanging in the air, had finally settled down. Changqing, quite rarely, did not push her away. He let her cry for a while before helping her sit down on the chair. Dad. Song Tsuani and Yang Fen tricked me into coming here. We can't let them go. Gao Xiaoyan cried for a while, then her mood calmed down and hatred emerged. She had planned well with those 2 people, but they actually wanted to harm her. If her father hadn't arrived in time, she would have been killed. This made Miss Gao very angry. They've already been arrested by the police station. There's no way they can ask the Gao family for money. She heard her father's cold voice and didn't know what to feel at the moment. The thin man's screams gradually faded away. Changqing looked at the 2 people tied to the ground and scared them so much that they trembled. Boss Gao, we are talking about the law now. You can't go down the path of committing a crime, Brother Chang persuaded with a trembling voice. The bald man also nodded repeatedly. Yes, killing people in private is not advisable. It is not advisable. The 2 of them were acting like a play, and Changqing ignored them. You guys can talk to the police station if you have something to say. He would never kill anyone. There are legitimate channels to solve the problem, so why dirty your hands? After a while, there were messy footsteps outside, and the housekeeper appeared at the door with the police. Oh, Boss Gao, you should have waited for us. Saving people alone is too risky. The leading Inspector Zhang was an acquaintance of Changqing and greeted him loudly as soon as he came in. Changqing also stood up with a stern face. I can't help it. These thieves are so bold that they dare to kidnap my daughter. Isn't this making me anxious? It is understandable that he loves his daughter so much. Inspector Zhang looked at the tied-up robbers and the thin man lying on the ground covered in blood. His expression immediately became serious. How dare they commit such atrocities in broad daylight? They simply don't take our police station seriously. He waved his hand. All taken away. The police behind him immediately rushed out and escorted all 3 of them out. The thin man with a broken leg was also carried away. There aren't that many sound laws these days. Once they enter the police station, they will be severely beaten and then detained for 3 to 5 days, depending on their mood. That's why there is a saying that entering the police station means losing half your life. Changqing didn't even look at the robbers. He exchanged pleasantries with Inspector Zhang and made an appointment for dinner next time before sending them out one by one. At this time, Gao Xiaoyan also stopped crying. She watched her father handle various things with ease, and her heart gradually calmed down. In the past, she hated her father the most for catering to various relationships, which cost him money and energy and was very unpopular, but now, she feels that this is the right way to integrate into society. I was too naive before. It's good to have Dad around. She muttered softly. Changqing turned around just in time, and without hearing clearly, he asked, What did you say? No, nothing. Gao Xiaoyan turned her head away awkwardly, then she heard her father's voice, Can you leave? The housekeeper has called for a car at the entrance of the alley. The tone was very impatient. Abel. Gao Xiaoyan shouted angrily and stood up suddenly, but her legs went weak and she fell on her butt. If you can't leave, don't be stubborn. She heard her father coming over complaining, and he naturally helped her up and carried her on his back. Gao Xiaoyan only felt her scalp tingling. His father seemed to be smiling just now. This thought scared me as soon as it came to my mind. Leaning against her father's not very broad back, she felt extremely safe. Although it was only a few steps away, her thoughts drifted far away. When she was a child, her father often carried her on his back to play everywhere. He was so young at that time and had endless energy. Every time she twisted her body restlessly, her father would pretend to be angry and say, If you move again, you'll have to leave by yourself. Then she would be quiet for a while. I don't know when it started, but she became estranged from her father and became eager to draw a clear line between them. As she thought about it, she felt her vision blur and tears started to flow again. Don't cry. You've wet my clothes, just go on your own. She heard her father say this. I won't cry. She wiped away her tears and leaned her head on her father's shoulder. In the end, Changqing did not put her down and walk by himself. Instead, he carefully carried her into the car, and then the family returned to Gao's house. Song Shuti and Yang Fen have been sent to the police station. They won't dare to look for you again. During dinner, Changqing said one more sentence. Oh. Gao Xiaoyan replied absent-mindedly. Her mind wasn't really on those two people right now. Instead, she was thinking about whether she could take this opportunity to improve her relationship with her father. Changqing saw that she was absent-minded and didn't say much. After a child has experienced something like this, it still takes time to digest it. He understands this. After returning to his room, he called out to the system. What was Gao Xiaoyan's ending in the original plot? He asked. Forehead. After searching for a while, the system replied, not very good. After Master Gao's death, Gao Yuanzhou couldn't support the Gao family. Adding to the chaos in the world, she followed Song Suini to his hometown. Alright, needless to say, the follow-up, Changqing also knew what the situation was. He has a wife recognized by his parents and 2 children in his hometown. How can a young lady who can't do anything live in the countryside? Speaking of which, apart from being in love, this daughter has never harmed her father, and now it seems that this year's love brain is showing signs of improvement, and Changqing doesn't mind taking care of her. Chapter 352, I'm a jerk? 17. On the other side, Gao Xiaoyan tossed and turned at night, and the events of the past few days kept passing through her mind like scenes from a movie. She thought of the betrayal of Song Suini and Yang Fen. He also thought about how he had argued with his father before. I couldn't help but burst into tears. She felt like a fool, thinking she had advanced ideas and looked down on her father's ideas, but in the end, she almost died. In the end, it was her father who rescued her personally. I cried. Under the covers for half the night, she made up her mind, that is to be reconciled with the father. So, the next morning, Changqing just walked into the front hall and heard his daughter speak loudly. Dad. I support you marrying Aunt Lan. He looked over at Gao Xiaoyan seemed to have gotten rid of the shadow of yesterday, with a flattering smile on her face. Whether you support it or not can't influence my decision? He sat down, and his expression unconsciously became much more relaxed. Children are the best at reading people's expressions. Gao Xiaoyan naturally noticed that her father's tone today was a little different from before, and the smile on her face widened even more. Then I don't care. Anyway, I support it now. Take me with you next time you go to Yupin Pavilion for dinner. As he spoke, his voice lowered. I haven't gone to Yupin Pavilion for dinner with my dad in a long time. Changqing thought to himself, that was because you disliked the old man before and didn't want to go. However, he didn't say that in the end. Go if you want to. I'll call you then. Good. Gao Xiaoyan's expression became more lively. I'll call Big Brother too. She said. Okay, call whatever you want. Changqing waved his hand indifferently. He didn't think the cheap son would come. Gao Yuanzhou's personality is conceited and arrogant. His experience of living abroad has given him a great sense of superiority, but he has no real ability. Although he did not come home for dinner during this period, Changqing knew that he had secretly asked the housekeeper to withdraw money twice. He used the family's money to realize your so-called ideals, but he still looks down on his father's arrangements. This double standard is quite interesting. However, he looked at Gao Xiaoyan. After what happened yesterday, are you still feeling any shadows? Are you scared or anything? Changqing knows that some people will be traumatized and have stress reactions after experiencing such things. I have my father to protect me, I'm not afraid. Gao Xiaoyan's answer surprised Changqing for a moment. Is this kid going to be scared? When has he ever shown his fatherly love? Host, there's a term in psychology called the suspension bridge effect. People develop strong feelings for those who save them in times of danger, allowing them to forget the fear brought on by the danger. Gao Xiaoyan might be in this situation. Changqing, bah. Isn't this about love? Don't fool around, little system. However, no matter what, Changqing was still happy to see that she was able to quickly get over the fear of being kidnapped. He was not worried that Song Suini would retaliate after he came out, because he had never considered that he would be able to come out. In the prison of the police station, Song Suini and Yang Fen were imprisoned together. Yang Fen was fine, she was just scared, but Song Suini was lying on the ground with not a single piece of skin left on his body. He had obviously been beaten up. Whoa, Song Suini, you hurt me. I didn't intend to do anything to her at all, you lied to me. Sir, I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I was wrongly accused. Yang Fen cried out for justice at one moment and cursed Song Suini at another. At this moment, Song Suini was already delirious due to fever and had no strength to refute her. Water, his voice came out in a slurred voice. Yang Fen didn't want to pay any attention to him, but instead shrank into the corner. By the next morning, Song Suini was so feverish that he was delirious and couldn't even speak. Someone come. Someone come. Someone's going to die. Yang Fen started to panic. She grabbed the fence and shouted for help.
What are you arguing about? A uniformed policeman came over drunkenly. What's the big deal about a dead person? He's not dead yet. Wait until he dies. Yang Fun was frightened to death by the attitude of not caring about human life. She was only 16 years old and had never experienced such a thing before. But he is really going to die, you can't dash. She was interrupted before she could finish. The policeman whipped the fence directly, making a crisp sound. This isn't your school. You can do anything. If you keep yelling, I'll whip you. Yang Fun immediately covered her mouth and shrank into the corner. She watched as Song Suani's breathing became weaker and weaker, and his life force gradually faded. The despair in my heart is growing stronger and stronger. Late in the evening, a shrill scream suddenly came from the prison. The guards rushed over immediately. You want to fucking die, don't you? What the hell are you yelling about? Yang Fun was shaking all over, with tears and snot streaming down her face. She pointed at Song Suani lying on the ground and said, He's dead. He's not breathing at all. Really dead. The guard opened the door with some disbelief and checked. I'm really out of breath. Damn, these poor students have such poor physical fitness. He walked out angrily, called two people in, and dragged Song Suani's body out. Yang Fun quickly stepped forward and grabbed the guard's hand. Sir, I don't dare to stay here. Can you please let me out? Someone had just died in prison and she was terrified. It's dark here at night, how could she not be afraid? But it was obvious that the guard had no intention of showing any mercy to her, and he shook her hand away harshly. Damn it! If you've done something wrong, just stay here and we'll let you out when it's time. The merciless voice shattered her plea, and Yang Fun could only shrink back into the corner silently, hugging herself tightly with her hands. 3 days later, she was picked up by her parents who had arranged for her to go out. At the prison gate, the whole family burst into tears, because Gao Chaoyan was not in any danger in the end. Chang Qing did not specifically instruct Inspector Zhang to deal with the case severely, and everything was done according to the rules, but Song Suani was in poor health and died after being beaten. This was something he hadn't expected. Chang Qing no longer paid attention to those people. Chapter 353, I'm a jerk? 18. Chang Qing asked Gao Chaoyan for a week off and let her rest at home, while he himself started to busy himself with business matters. Of course, his goal was not to expand his business, but to sell all his businesses. What's the point of keeping it? It will be gone eventually. It's better to use it to do something meaningful. At first, he found his business partner, Boss Shua, and explained his purpose directly. What? Lao Gao? You want to sell all your property? Boss Shua had worked with him for many years, and his first reaction to the news was disbelief. He knew how much Lao Gao cared about his family business and how he had said he wanted to pass it down from generation to generation. Why did you change your mind so suddenly? Seeing Chang Qing nodded solemnly, he reached out and touched his old friend's forehead. I don't have a fever, why are you confused? Old Gao, although the world is in chaos, our family business was built by our parents. It is the foundation of our lives. Why can't you let it go? He began to persuade. All of those who own large businesses have accumulated the hard work of several generations. Business can make money. What's the use of making some cash from selling things? If you just live off your savings, you will end up losing it all sooner or later. Boss Zhuo really felt that his old friend was a little impulsive. Lao Zhuo, I'm very sober. Chang Qing smiled helplessly. How many more years can I endure this pain? You know my kid isn't interested in business. He's always promoting new ideas. Expecting him to take over our family business? I'm afraid it'll be squandered in less than 3 years. Besides, he does those things every day, which offends a lot of conservative people. We are not safe here either. We might be wiped out by soldiers and bandits one day. The bitter smile on his face grew wider. I have no choice but to do this. As long as I'm alive, there's hope. If I lose my life, then I'll have nothing, right? After hearing what his old friend said, Boss Zhuo fell silent. He knew what Gao Yuanzhou was doing. He was shouting and advocating new ideas every day, and even organizing people to take to the streets to protest. In his opinion, these are all thankless tasks, and it is indeed easy to offend people. It is also true that if you offend someone in this chaotic world, you might be chopped to pieces by a masked man. However, he still couldn't accept that the family business was sold so easily. Lao Gao, the kid is young and a little impulsive. You should teach him a little more. As fathers, we earn such a fortune for our children. It will eventually be handed over to them. He still felt that his old friend had acted impulsively, probably because he was pissed off by his childishness, and that he would regret it in 2 days. Chang Qing understood Boss Zhuo's idea of passing the family business down from generation to generation. However, he really had no intention of passing on the family business. Lao Zhuo, tell me the truth, I'm not just in contact with your family, I've also made plans to meet with the Sun family. We are old friends, that's why I met you first. If you don't want to buy it, I will sell it to someone else. Boss Zhuo was stunned. He looked closely at his old friend's face and saw no sign of joking. This has to be considered. The Sun family is his old business rival. If they were to obtain the Gao family's assets, his family would have to stay away from them in the future. While I was hesitating, I heard my old friend speak again. Lao Zhuo, do you have 3 sons in your family? Is there enough for them to divide the family business? This really touched Boss Zhuo's sore spot.
I have 3 sons, and they are all very interested in business and have similar abilities. It really puts him in a difficult position recently. Due to family business issues, the relationship between the brothers has become much distant. As an old father, what he wants most is family harmony. Seeing them quarreling over the family business, he can't help but feel very sad. But the Gao family's business is so huge, it's impossible for our Zhou family to take over all of it. He raised questions. Seeing that Boss Zhou was willing to give in, Changqing also smiled. That's easy. I'll divide those shops into several equal parts and sell them separately. This way, the balance of power won't be unbalanced. Simply put, it is purchase restriction. Boss Zhu's eyes lit up. This method is good. If I buy another property, I can give it to the third son, and the eldest and second sons can share their own property, so that the family will be almost equal. Lao Gao, do you really want to sell it? Finally, he asked with some suspicion. Nonsense, if you don't buy it, I'll sell it to someone else. Changqing pretended to leave. Buy. You're really selling? I'm definitely buying it. The two of them finalized some details. During this period, Changqing repeatedly expressed his envy of his children who were capable of doing serious work and was extremely disappointed with his own children who did not do serious work. This really made Boss Zhu feel relieved. My own child is really down to earth. He only thinks about doing business and building the family business, and doesn't do anything dangerous. In the following days, Changqing found other people, the same routine, the same way of chatting, and in the end, he still criticized his son. The result was that all business matters were sold, and the impression of Gao Yuanzhou among Lin Cheng's group of businessmen became even worse. The industrial handover was completed in less than a month. Changqing also had an extra 200,000 yuan in his hands. After he had almost finished his work, he mailed another letter to the Magic City. Yet he didn't plan to keep the money for himself. Magic City Editorial Department of New Culture Magazine. This is the base for the dissemination of new ideas across the country and a place that young people yearn for. But these days, the atmosphere in the editorial department is very heavy, nothing else. The magazine's financial situation worsened. Editor-in-chief Mr. Chen convened a meeting with several editors in chief and management for half a day, but failed to come up with a proper solution. We are all writers, and we are naturally good at writing articles, but making money from them is not so good. In addition, in order to be more popular, magazines are basically distributed at original cost or below cost, which does not bring any profit at all. I think we just need to overcome our financial problems and live a simpler life. Editor Zhang said something that everyone often hears. But, after all, people need to eat. Who here isn't simple? Their clothes are covered with patches. They still need to make a living. Another editor made a comment. I think we need sponsorship. What we do benefits the country and the people, and we promote universal values. Someone said. Oldly, that's easy for you to say. Are you going to get sponsorship? The person who had just spoken fell silent immediately. If you ask him to solicit sponsorship, he really can't bring himself to do it. After talking for a while, the topic reached a deadlock again. The atmosphere in the meeting hall also became heavy. Editor-in-chief Chen couldn't help but sigh that he had invested all his own money in this enterprise, and had not received a single salary for over a year. However, with such a large editorial department and so many staff members, he couldn't let everyone work in the cold winter. In the silence, he spoke with a heavy voice. If it really doesn't work, we can only reduce the staffing, reduce the number of people, and reduce the circulation. The others became excited again. How can this be possible? A reduction in circulation means a significant reduction in reach. How can we spread new ideas then? Editor-in-chief, circulation must not drop. We have a responsibility. It's easy to say, but where does the money come from? The meeting place suddenly became noisy again. Stop arguing. This is the decision. Editor-in-chief Chen slammed the table and was about to adjourn the meeting when the door was pushed open. Chapter 354, I'm a jerk? 19. A young man in a long gown rushed in hurriedly. Someone wants to sponsor the editorial office. Just as everyone was about to criticize the young man for being so impulsive, they were startled when they heard him shout. What? Really? Editor-in-chief Chen also stood up excitedly. Of course, this is a letter from Lin Cheng. The name is Gao, Boss Gao, and he wants to donate 200,000 yuan to the great cause of enlightening people's minds. The editorial department receives a large number of letters from readers every day. Generally, the staff will read and classify them, and important matters will be reported to the editors. This time, the young man discovered the sponsorship letter while reading letters as usual. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. This is a big deal. He didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately ran to report. Mr. Chen edited the letter and took a look. What catches the eye is the elegant and graceful running script, and the flowing strokes make people feel relaxed. Other editors also came over. Good handwriting. Everyone couldn't help but admire it. After seeing the contents clearly, everyone was deeply moved. In the letter, Boss Gao said that although he had received an education based on the 4 books and 5 classics, he was also aware of its shortcomings. He talked about the current poverty of the country and the weakness of the people, and that reform should start from the mindset. Therefore, he was deeply moved after seeing the magazine published by your editorial office and was willing to do his best to add fuel to the great cause of enlightening the people and enlightening their minds.
It's rare to find a patriotic businessman like Boscow.
After reading the letter, Editor-in-Chief Chen couldn't help but sigh. This help is like timely rain, which can solve the current difficulties faced by the editorial department. He certainly had no reason to refuse.
Lao Wang, you go over there.
No, I'm going to Lincheng in person to meet this Boscow. Editor-in-Chief Chen finally said this. A few days later, Changqing met Mr. Chen, who later became famous, in the Yuping Pavilion.
Boscow, you really surprised me.
Editor Chen was also surprised for a moment when he saw Changqing dressed in gentlemanly attire. Originally, he had heard in the letter that he had received education in the 4 books and 5 classics, and he thought he would meet an old gentleman with a scholarly look. I didn't expect to meet an extremely refined middle-aged man.
It's just for convenience. Time is life.
Wearing a long gown is too troublesome. Changqing led the guests to their seats. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant, and his conversation was extraordinary. The two of them got along very well. This surprised Editor-in-Chief Chen even more.
Boscow, I'm truly moved by your insight. As you said, China is awakening, and I'm full of confidence in our future.
The two talked about China's history and culture, ideological problems, and the impact of foreign ideas on China. The more they talked, the more Editor-in-Chief Chen felt that Boscow was truly a rare talent. When talking about foreign ideas, Changqing rarely said a few more words. Foreign countries developed industrialization earlier, and their ideological pursuits are very different from ours. I believe there are certainly things they can learn from, but in the process, we also need to eliminate the dross and retain the essence, so that we can maximize their effectiveness. He also cited the example of Song Tzuani using the pursuit of freedom as an excuse to abandon his wife and children.
Currently, some young people in smaller parts of China are blindly emphasizing freedom and opposing tradition.
This one-size-fits-all approach has caused a rift in social values and led to many tragedies.
Editor-in-Chief Chen nodded repeatedly after hearing this. That's biased.
So when our magazine disseminates new ideas, we pay particular attention to the process you mentioned of separating the dross and retaining the essence, striving to fully present the original nature of the ideas. When he learned that Changqing planned to go abroad, he expressed regret. With Mr. Gao's talent, it would be no problem for him to teach at a university.
I also know several principles.
If you are interested, I can recommend you. Changqing naturally rejected the proposal.
To be honest, Mr. Chen, I've never had any big ambitions. Living a peaceful life is my biggest pursuit. He said it sincerely. Boscow, you're too polite.
You've already accomplished something that others find difficult to do. Please accept my respect. As he said this, he stood up and bowed deeply. Changqing quickly reached out to stop him. After chatting for a while, he made another request.
I'd like to do a simple publicity in a magazine about this.
Firstly, I just want to make a name for myself, and secondly, it can also inspire other businessmen.
What do you think, Mr. Chen?
There is nothing wrong with this, since they have donated their entire fortune. It is only natural to help promote the magazine. Besides, he is right. This will encourage others to give more sponsorship, which will be of great benefit to the development of the magazine.
That's no problem.
The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. After solving this big problem, Changqing was completely free. Yao Xiaoyan's mental condition recovered well and she returned to school soon. It is undoubtedly a good thing that neither Song Tzuani nor Yang Fen appeared again. Yao Yuanzhou still brought his small magazine to the office every day, but Changqing noticed that in the past few months, he had withdrawn several sums of money, which amounted to several $1,000s. Butler, there's no need to withdraw money from Gao Yuanzhou next time. He called the butler to give him instructions.
What if the young master is short of money?
The housekeeper was a little confused because the master used to dote on the young master the most. If he needs money, he has to find a way himself.
After all, it's his own business, right? Changqing waved his hand indifferently.
In his opinion, Gao Yuanzhou's small magazine is similar to the self-media in later generations. There is no authority or professionalism at all. Under the banner of promoting new ideas, the information disseminated is all castrated, and keeping it will only mislead the masses. By the way, let's dismiss some of the servants in the house and give them some money in the account. Changqing stroked the book in his hand and said after pondering for a while. The old housekeeper knew that Changqing had sold the family property. I was mentally prepared to lay off my servants, so I nodded when I heard him say that the situation has been bad in the past 2 months, and the world is in chaos. There are conflicts between local warlords, foreign warlords, and various forces. Some people have indeed moved their families away, so there is nothing strange about it. After the old butler left, Changqing called out the system. What is Gao Yuanzhou busy with? He asked. The system curled its lips.
What else can I be busy with? Dating, publishing a magazine.
Changqing frowned. To be honest, he had been in this world for nearly half a year, and this was only the first day he saw his adopted son. I never saw him again after that.
Is he having an affair with the concubine of some officer or some small chief?
The system nodded. Changqing was speechless. In the original plot, Gao Yuanzhou was having an affair with that concubine, and ended up harming his own father unexpectedly. He is still the same as in the plot. Changqing remembered that in the plot, the original owner was very angry after knowing about Gao Yuanzhou and Jiang Yan. In order to let the matter go, he wanted to bring his son to apologize in person and was willing to offer compensation. At that time, I also contacted many friends to help act as peacemakers. Things had already taken a turn for the better and the other party had relented. Just pay some money and send the person back. As a result, Gao Yuanzhou had a big quarrel with his father, saying that concubines were illegal and that Jiang Yan should be free and no one could restrict her freedom. In the end, he even took Jiang Yan and hid away. I can't find it. This led to the original owner being retaliated against by the young officer. TSK, this is so filial that it's going to kill me. Thinking of this, Changqing couldn't help but hold his forehead. The original owner was busy cleaning up his son's mess and asked people to arrange various things for him. But he, on the other hand, hid away with someone else's concubine. If you ask me, who can tolerate this? Whether a concubine is legal or not is determined by historical background. Just because Gao Yuanzhou has been exposed to Western laws and lifestyles, you can't just deem it illegal and take someone away at will. Moreover, doesn't he know that if he hides, others will vent their anger on his old father at home? He doesn't care about his old father's life or death at all. I can't understand my father's painstaking efforts at all. He is an ungrateful person. I don't want a son like this. Changqing sighed. Chapter 355, I'm a jerk? 20. On the other hand, Gao Yuanzhou has been very successful recently. I withdrew a large sum of money from my family some time ago, so I have no worries about my life and career, and he is accompanied by a sensible and considerate beauty. He felt that his life had reached its peak. Yan, I'm so happy today. He had just finished watching a movie with his beloved, and as they were walking on the somewhat deserted streets, he felt like he was about to fly. Jiang Yan was wearing a figure hugging Cheongsam with a white plush waistcoat on the outside, looking like a young lady. I also want to congratulate Yuanzhou. It's truly commendable that the newspaper article has been reprinted by New Culture. Yeah, I never thought that article would be reprinted by New Culture. I almost rejected it at the time. But this is a good sign. Our magazine's reputation may be further enhanced. Gao Yuanzhou sounded excited, as if his own article had been published. He looked at the girl in front of him, ambition burning in his eyes. If we work together, we can definitely make the magazine better, and it's not impossible for it to even surpass New Culture. Jiang Yan nodded solemnly. If Changqing heard what he said, he would probably laugh out loud. With his level, he would be considered poor among future self-media, and he still dares to challenge top publications. I really don't treat the money at home as money, but Gao Yuanzhou was feeling very proud at the moment, constantly looking forward to a bright future. The two of them walked on the avenue covered with fallen sycamore leaves, talking and laughing. From a distance, they really looked like a perfect couple. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and several sycamore leaves fell on the girl's head. The young man naturally reached out and brushed away the leaves, while the girl lowered her head shyly. The two of them walked to the intersection, snuggling together, and then reluctantly parted. Yuanzhou, you know my situation, so let's stop here. Don't send me off again. Jiang Yan said with her head down sadly. These words made Gao Yuanzhou feel a pain in his heart. He had known for a long time that Jiang Yan was someone else's concubine. That person seemed to be serving in the army of a local warlord and had some influence, but so what? What the hell is the concubine system? These feudal dregs should have been completely abolished long ago. Now it should be a new society. She should be free, they shouldn't be stopped by these constraints. Thinking of this, his eyes gradually became firm. Yan. He took 2 steps forward and took her hand. Jiang Yan tried to shake it off twice but failed. She raised her head and saw that the young man's eyes were slightly red. You're free. This rubbish shouldn't exist. I'll go find my dad. He's got some respect, so he should be able to do it. It was rare that he finally remembered his father. If Changqing was present, he would definitely say with a cold face, "Don't see you me." Hearing his words, Jiang Yan's expression became depressed. He, Gu Yuantu, is not an easy person to talk to. He doesn't have any feelings for me, but he doesn't like me getting too close to others. The pain in her eyes was obvious, and Gao Yuanzhou immediately felt distressed. What a good girl. Why did she have to be oppressed like this? He felt like a savior, full of a sense of mission and responsibility. Gao Yuanzhou hugged the girl in his arms, and his voice was choked with sobs. Yan, don't worry, I will definitely help you escape from this sea of suffering. Jiang Yan buried her head in his arms and replied in a muffled voice. So, the next night, Changqing finally saw his son from this world for the second time. Brother, you haven't been home for dinner for a long time. I went to the magazine office to look for you several times, but you were not there. Gao Chaoyan pouted and complained. It's my fault, big brother. I've been out collecting materials lately. I've been too busy. Gao Yuanzhou apologized with a wry smile and reached out to pick up a piece of meat for his sister. This meat is too fatty. I won't eat it. Dad, you like fatty meat. Here you go. Gao Xiaoyan saw that the meat her brother picked up was a bit greasy, so she naturally put the meat into her father's bowl. Her action made her brother slightly stunned. When did my younger sister become so close to my father? Chang Qing has indeed been eating fatty meat recently because he feels that his body is still too thin, so he plans to replenish his body by eating more fatty meat. Therefore, he did not refuse his daughter's filial piety and stuffed it into his mouth directly. Dad, one of our magazine's articles was recently reprinted by New Culture, so that's a bit of an achievement. After eating for a while, Gao Yuanzhou suddenly spoke and talked about something he was proud of. Then he heard his father make a sound and say nothing. Chang Qing had nothing much to say. Did he really deserve praise from his old father for this? It's not something I published myself, but an article from a magazine was reprinted. What kind of achievement is this? He couldn't even bear to look at the results of the magazine, even though he had spent so much money from his family to start it. And New Culture had reserved a large-page interview transcript for him. When it was published, he was a little curious about the expression of his adopted son. However, after hearing what her brother said, Gao Xiaoyan praised him out of courtesy. Brother, you are so awesome. Then, it was gone, and the atmosphere at the dinner table became quiet again. Chang Qing was busy eating and didn't bother to speak. Dad, it's rare for my brother to come back. Let's go to Yuping Pavilion for dinner tomorrow. Let's also invite Aunt Lan. Gao Xiaoyan seemed to think that this was a good opportunity for the family to get together, so she made a suggestion. Before Chang Qing could say anything, Gao Yuanzhou refused. I have something to do at the magazine tomorrow, so I'm afraid I can't. Gao Xiaoyan's face fell. Brother, you're so busy running a small magazine company, and yet Dad manages so many shops and still has so much free time. Maybe you're using the wrong method. She went to school every day, not knowing that her father had sold the shop a long time ago. Why don't you ask Dad for more advice on management methods? Chang Qing glanced at his daughter, who was trying to find ways to improve the relationship between father and son, and felt amused. The love-brained daughter has become the one who worries about the family. However, she probably didn't know about her brother's affairs and still thought that her brother cared about this family. Chang Qing shook his head that he has no interest in teaching this ungrateful son. However, this time Gao Yuanzhou didn't refute. Instead, he picked up some food for Chang Qing and said with a smile, "Little sister is right. I should ask Dad for more advice." This attitude, Chang Qing knew that something must be wrong. Sure enough, after a while, Gao Yuanzhou spoke. Dad, I'm dating someone. After saying this, he raised his head and looked carefully at his father's face, but did not see any surprise. All he heard was his father's calm voice saying, "Bring him home when you have time." Gao Yuanzhou was stunned for a moment. Dad didn't even ask who the other person was? Wasn't he curious at all? If he doesn't even respond, what else can he do? Chapter 356, I'm a jerk? 21. Chang Qing originally thought that Gao Yuanzhou would wait for 2 days, but he didn't expect that he would bring the person back the next day. Hello uncle, I'm Jiang Yan. The girl had long hair, was dressed elegantly, and looked very polite. Chang Qing looked coldly at Gao Yuanzhou and Jiang Yan sitting opposite him, with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Perhaps his gaze was too sharp. Jiang Yan couldn't help but shrink back, but Gao Yuanzhou immediately leaned forward and held her hand. Chang Qing naturally saw Gao Yuanzhou's intention to protect him. TSK, he looks like an evil eunuch who was trying to break up a couple. Dad, Yan Yan is my soulmate, no one can separate us. Gao Yuanzhou was the first to issue a statement, then he saw his father smile. Jiang Yan, do you like Gao Yuanzhou? Are you willing to be with him regardless of whether we are rich or poor? He asked. Jiang Yan was stunned for a moment by this sudden question, then, she lowered her head in embarrassment. Of course I like Yuanzhou. Chang Qing noticed that Gao Yuanzhou's chest straightened, as if he was full of strength because of these words. Gao Yuanzhou, are you willing to lose everything and marry Jiang Yan? He asked again. Gao Yuanzhou was also stunned. Isn't it just marrying Jiang Yan? Of course he is very willing to do so. What does it have to do with losing everything? However, seeing the look in Jiang Yan's eyes, he nodded without hesitation. Of course I do, good. Chang Qing couldn't help but applaud. I will prepare gifts and visit Mr. Gu tonight. Remember what you said and go get married tomorrow morning. Gao Yuanzhou laughed immediately. Jiang Yan also blushed. Thank you, Dad. Gao Yuanzhou said this with great sincerity. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Yan also whispered. Chang Qing really did what he said. When he went out at night, he came back with Gu Yuantu's divorce letter, which was stamped with his private seal. What you want? He put the thin piece of paper in Gao Yuanzhou's hand. At that moment, he felt the immense excitement of the two people. Yan Yan, let's get married now. He ignored his father's presence and hugged Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at Chang Qing a little embarrassedly, but finally nodded. In less than an hour, the two returned. Dad, Yan Yan and I have already completed the formalities. How are you going to arrange our wedding? It must be grand, so that the whole Lincheng can feel it. Gao Yuanzhou was still excited about having won the beauty, and he spoke particularly loudly. Wedding, do whatever you want. Chang Qing said this casually and went back to his room. Gao Yuanzhou was stunned. Do whatever you want? Is his father so generous? Yan Yan, we need to think carefully about our wedding. Let's think about it carefully in the next few days.
Gao Yuanzhou felt that since his father said so, he had to hold a big event. Only in this way can you be true to the feelings in your heart. Ah. Brother, are you going to marry her? Gao Chaoyan, who had just finished school, appeared at the door and happened to hear them talking. Little sister, your sister-in-law and I are already married. Gao Yuanzhou corrected with a smile. Jiang Yan also smiled. Little sister, you're back. She acted like a hostess, smiling gently and tolerantly. Gao Chaoyan's face darkened. Although she was not very sensible, she knew that this woman was the concubine of a junior officer, which was a troublesome matter. Wasn't her father clearly disapproving during the meal? How did they get married? Gao Chaoyan felt like the world was turned upside down. Dad! Why did you agree to their marriage? She suddenly shouted at the top of her lungs, startling the two people around her. Changqing naturally ignored her, and Gao Yuanzhou pulled his sister aside and gave her a scolding. Little sister. Yan Yan is your sister-in-law, you have to be polite. However, Gao Chaoyan was more anxious than him. Brother, why do you want to marry someone else's concubine? You can find anyone in Lincheng. Those young ladies are so good. Jiang Yan's face looked ugly. This shows that he dislikes her. Little sister. What did I teach you before? Concubines are a thing of the past and are illegal. Besides, she's married to me now, so she's mine. I don't allow you to talk about Yan Yan like that. Her brother's voice was extremely stern, and it was obvious that he was really angry. Gao Chaoyan ran away with a dancer's face. For the next 2 days, the atmosphere at home was a little weird. Gao Yuanzhou simply took Jiang Yan to live in a small nest next to the magazine. Yuanzhou, that's your home, why should we live outside? Jiang Yan was not very satisfied with the cramped little nest and couldn't help complaining. The Gao family's big house is so spacious and comfortable to live in, and besides, it should have been inherited by her son. She felt that Gao Yuanzhou was a little weak, and he hid himself after his sister made a fuss. Gao Yuanzhou was newly married and was very affectionate with Jiang Yan. When he saw Jiang Yan was angry, he hurried to coax her. Shouldn't we be thinking about how to arrange the wedding? My little sister is always nagging me, so how can we think about it properly? After the wedding, we can just move back home openly. Jiang Yan felt a little happier after hearing what he said. The two of them discussed the wedding in detail, where to hold it, how to prepare it, what to buy. They thought about everything, but they hadn't considered how much money to spend. At this time, Gao Yuanzhou, an advanced representative of Western thought, became a little superstitious. He even asked someone to calculate a good day, the third day of next month, good luck, suitable for marriage. Oh, some of my classmates are quite far away. I have to find a chance to call them tomorrow to let them know. Gao Yuanzhou suddenly seemed to have thought of something and decided to notify his friends who lived far away in advance tomorrow. They spent a week setting a time, notifying distant friends, making plans, making lists, and preparing to submit the daddy grant. The result was an accident. Chapter 357, I'm a jerk? 22. As soon as I arrived at the magazine office this morning, a colleague came over. Yuanzhou, your father is so generous. He is open-minded. He works for the country and the people. Some people also looked at him with sympathy. This made Gao Yuanzhou a little confused. What's going on? You're all so confused. Someone handed him a copy of the latest edition of New Culture. Why, another of our articles has been reprinted by New Culture? If this is true, it would be a happy occasion. A colleague came forward and opened the magazine to the first page, and what caught his eye was a bold headline. Investing in new ideas, advanced businessman Gao Changqing donates 200,000 yuan. Following is a full page of interview records. Gao Yuanzhou felt a darkness before his eyes. Yuanzhou, what's wrong with you? Colleagues quickly stepped forward to support him. I'm fine. Gao Yuanzhou calmed himself down and said, I'll go home and find out what's going on. He left the office in a daze. I could faintly hear the envious praises of a few young people behind me. Boss Gao is truly righteous. Being interviewed in New Culture magazine will make you famous. Our magazine can also benefit from this. Yuanzhou is Boss Gao's son. The Gao family is really rich, they donated so much so casually. The discussion behind him made Gao Yuanzhou stagger, and his face looked extremely ugly. Although he didn't know much about the family's financial situation, he knew that the $200,000 had probably drained all the family's savings. How could dad do this? Didn't he consider future generations? Was he only concerned with his own fame? What Gao Yuanzhou is more worried about now is how much money his family has left and whether it is enough for him to hold a wedding. He has already informed his friends far away, and he can't make a fool of himself when the time comes. Jiang Yan returned to her home in a daze and was now dressing up. Don't you have something to do at the magazine? Why are you back? Seeing that Gao Yuanzhou was in a strange state, she turned around and asked in confusion. Gao Yuanzhou didn't say anything. He sank heavily into the chair and threw the New Culture in his hand onto the table. What's going on? Did Gu Yuantu cause you trouble? Jiang Yan's expression changed slightly. Gao Yuanzhou rubbed his hair and said in a muffled voice, No. Dad, he donated 200,000 yuan to the New Culture magazine. Jiang Yan paused while applying lipstick, leaving a red mark at the corner of her mouth. $200,000? Even though she had seen some of the world, she still thought it was an astronomical figure. Is the Gao family really that rich?
How could they just donate 200,000 yuan so casually? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on her face. We should be proud of our father's support for the spread of new ideas.
This is also the cause you care about.
She said so. When Gao Yuanzhou heard this, he knew that she did not understand the concept of 200,000 oceans. He rubbed his hair again in annoyance.
But that's $200,000. Almost all our belongings. How are we going to get married?
Ha! All your belongings? Jiang Yan was stunned.
All our belongings? Is your father really that stupid?
Her way of addressing him has unconsciously changed from our dad to your dad.
Gao Yuanzhou opened the magazine and the two of them got together to watch the interview again. The more they looked, the paler their faces became. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yuanzhou, do you know where your store is? Let's go ask.
Jiang Yan still didn't believe it. Gao Yuanzhou was also somewhat skeptical. The two of them immediately went out to inquire. Since Gao Yuanzhou had never cared about the family business before, it took him a long time to find the place. As they asked questions along the way, they felt more and more disappointed. It turned out that all these shops had been sold several months ago.
Dad is really too much. He sold our things without even consulting me. After walking down the street, Gao Yuanzhou clenched his fists tightly. Even Jiang Yan's face showed anger. Go ask your dad what he thinks.
Is there any money left? The two hurried back to Gao's house, but only found Gao Chaoyan sitting in the front hall reading a book.
Brother, are you back?
She noticed two people appear at the door, closed the book in her hand, and stood up. Jiang Yan's face froze. The sister-in-law obviously has something against her and doesn't even say hello when they meet. At this moment, Gao Yuanzhou had no time to pay attention to these details. He glanced around and his voice was extremely urgent.
Where's Dad? Where did he go? This attitude made Gao Chaoyan a little unhappy.
She glanced at Jiang Yan, who was next to her brother.
How would I know where Dad is? Brother, I'm telling you, don't forget Dad after you get married.
In fact, she wanted to say that your wife is still someone else's concubine, but when she saw her brother's gloomy face, she didn't say it out loud.
What kind of attitude is this?
When Gao Yuanzhou saw his sister's sarcastic tone, the frustration in his heart suddenly rushed up.
I think you deserve a beating. Don't you know how to respect your elders?
He took a step forward to teach his sister a lesson, but was stopped by Jiang Yan.
Little sister.
Her voice was also a little low-pitched.
Your father sold all the family property, did you know?
He even donated it all to New Culture magazine. She thought she would see Gao Chaoyan's face filled with shock, but unexpectedly she smiled with some complacency.
Of course I know. It's in the magazine, and my dad even did an interview.
She flipped her hand over, revealing the magazine cover. It's the New Culture. The words in Jiang Yan's mouth got stuck in her throat. Gao Yuanzhou next to him took over the conversation.
Little sister, are you stupid? If we donate all our property, there will be no money left at home. He looked at Gao Chaoyan with a stern look. This fool doesn't even realize the seriousness of the problem, but Gao Chaoyan waved her hand nonchalantly. Anyway, we don't like doing business. Brother, you want to make magazines, and I don't want to do that either. I can't let Dad keep doing that business forever.
Besides, even if we sell it, we can still eat and drink, no problem.
Her calm and composed look made Gao Yuanzhou very angry.
Just as he was about to teach her a lesson, their father came back. Feng Roland was also with him. The two of them walked into the front hall, talking and laughing.
Chapter 358, I'm a jerk?
23, yeah, you're all here. When Changqing saw the New Culture magazine in Gao Chaoyan's hand and noticed the ugly faces of Gao Yuanzhou and his wife, he probably knew what had happened.
Dad. I have something to tell you, can you please? Gao Yuanzhou looked at Feng Roland with a serious expression.
He felt that this was his family matter and it would be bad if outsiders heard it, but unexpectedly, his father sneered.
Ruolin is not an outsider. Your father and I are also married. We are all family. Gao Yuanzhou, if you have something to say, just say it directly. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Gao Chaoyan even screamed out. Dad, you're getting married to Aunt Lan? When's the wedding?
She rushed over, took Feng Roland's hand, and said eagerly, Aunt Lan, my father is really something. He didn't even tell me about the wedding in advance so that I could send you a bouquet of flowers. Gao Chaoyan's attitude was very different from what she had said a few days ago when she heard that Gao Yuanzhou was getting married, which made Gao Yuanzhou and his wife's faces darken by an octave. A burst of fire rushed to the top of his head, and Gao Yuanzhou was too lazy to beat around the bush.
Okay. Since we are all here, I'll just say it straight. Dad. The family business is meant to be passed down to my son. How could you sell it without my knowledge? And even donate it? How are we going to live in the future?
Hearing Gao Yuanzhou's words, Changqing inexplicably thought of a conversation he heard in a certain small world. The son said that the family property will be given to him in the future, so his father is using his money now. This self-righteous attitude is really a bit too much. He sat down and drummed his fingers on the table.
Gao Yuanzhou, don't you believe in new ideas from abroad? Why are you still thinking about dad's property? Don't parents at home or abroad have the right to dispose of their own property? Don't your new ideas tell you that you have to rely on yourself for everything? His voice was full of sarcasm, which made Gao Yuanzhou's face turn pale. But, that's abroad, we are in the country. He stiffened his neck to argue. This made Changqing laugh even more. What? You're going to talk about the national situation again now, right? Why are you so hypocritical? What is not beneficial to you is dregs and should be discarded. What is beneficial to you is the national conditions. The way you speak makes me doubt whether you've studied abroad all these years. How come you don't even have basic logic? Gao Yuanzhou's joke. When did his father become so eloquent? He suddenly found that he could not understand his father's thinking. Dad, calm down. Yuanzhou is just worried about the family's livelihood. At this time, Jiang Yan came out to smooth things over. Why should I worry about this? He's a married adult. He studied abroad and has his own magazine business. Jiang Yan, are you still worried that he can't support the family? Don't underestimate him. Changqing shook his head, looking like an old father who was full of confidence in his son. He seemed to have suddenly thought of something. You're worried about my retirement, right? Don't worry, I'm not that old yet. I can support myself. You guys, just focus on your own business. Everyone, all the words have been said. What else can be said? Gao Yuanzhou's eyes were red, and hatred flashed across his face. He felt that his father was deliberately trying to make trouble for him. The still a qualified father. Don't leave any family property to your son. Changqing naturally did not miss the resentment in his eyes. He continued, Gao Yuanzhou, I did this for you. Facing his puzzled gaze, he spoke each word with clarity, to spread new ideas and enlighten the people. Isn't that your ideal? I'm doing my best to help you realize your ideal. This is a great deed for the country and the people. Even my ancestors would praise me in the afterlife. Gao Yuanzhou finally couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly roared, holding his head and rushed out, and Jiang Yan followed closely behind him. After they disappeared at the door, Chang Cheng spread his hands and smiled at Feng Roland apologetically. This kid must be so happy that his father helped him realize his dream. Feng Roland, I'm a little worried about my decision to marry this guy Gao Xiaoyan. Fortunately, I had rebelled a long time ago and followed my father. How about we go to Yupin Pavilion for dinner today? We might have fewer opportunities in the future. Changqing said. Both of them nodded. At this time, Gao Yuanzhou suddenly appeared at the door again. Dad, what about my wedding? Changqing gave a quick reply. You decide for yourself. Gao Xiaoyan was a little worried while having dinner in the evening. Dad, my brother must hate you. She said. Let him be. Changqing didn't care. In the original plot, Gao Yuanzhou could be considered the murderer who killed the original owner. He didn't care about his father's life or death, and hid with Jiang Yan, leaving the original owner to bear the wrath of the young officer. Now, Changqing has long seen through Gao Yuanzhou. He is just a selfish guy who only cares about himself. It is a compliment to say that he lives off his parents. In fact, he is no different from Song Suani. On the one hand, he thinks he has advanced ideas and treats other people, including his father, with a condescending attitude. On the other hand, he is hooking up with other people's concubines and thinks that all the family property belongs to him. It's simply shameless. Let's go after we have a simple wedding. Changqing picked up a bite of food for himself. He never thought that he would be able to marry this woman, although they got along well before. He has been a little hesitant since Gao Xiaoyan's kidnapping. Anyway, Gao Xiaoyan seems to be awake and the mission can be completed. When she gets married and has children, she will have a large family. But he didn't expect that Feng Roland actually proposed to him directly a few days ago, which surprised him a little. However, he had been dating her with the intention of getting married, so it was no big deal and he readily accepted it. Dad, Aunt Lan, do you need a bouquet boy for your wedding? I can do it. Gao Xiaoyan said loudly. As a result, he got a cold eye from his father. Don't you see how old you are? You look like a child. Why would a grown-up child who has already passed his rebellious period still be a child? Feng Roland was also amused by this sentence. Your father and I don't plan a big event. We're just going to get together with some friends, get to know each other, and say goodbye. She explained softly. Oh, that's it. Gao Xiaoyan understood and glanced at her father. Dad, can't you learn from Aunt Lan and speak more nicely and tactfully so as not to offend others? Changqing, look, Dad seems afraid of offending you. Gao Xiaoyan, look, you're not being tactful at all. Aunt Lan, please take care of my dad. Chapter 359, I'm a jerk? 24. On the other hand, Gao Yuanzhou and Jiang Yan were not so happy. Just the wedding itself was enough to worry them both. If it doesn't work, let's just keep it simple. Dad doesn't use any fancy procedures. We can just treat everyone to a meal. Gao Yuanzhou's hair was messed up by himself. He was really annoyed these days, but Jiang Yan was obviously dissatisfied with his statement. It's definitely not going to work that easy. The concubines I know would laugh to death at me.
Jiang Yan looked unhappy. She used to have the best food, clothing, and shelter. She can't lower her living standards in pursuit of love. If something as big as a wedding can be kept simple, then many other things in the future will also need to be kept simple.
Go ask your father to get some of the money he donated back. How could he donate all his belongings? A major publication like New Culture will definitely be understanding.
She said. This Xiao Yuanzhou's eyes flashed. It is very embarrassing to ask for the donation back, but it is even more painful to have no money.
Let me think about it again.
He felt that his father would not listen to him so easily now. This matter still needs long-term planning. The most important thing now is to get the money and hold the wedding. Dad must have some money left, but he doesn't seem to have taken it out. He was a little confused. My son's wedding was shabby. Do I have the face to do that?
Tell me, can the information we leaked to those newspapers make Dad give us money for the wedding? Gao Yuanzhou glanced at Jiang Yan cautiously and said,
If your dad doesn't want others to say he's heartless and ungrateful, he has to help you with this. Besides, he will eventually need us to take care of him in his old age. If you refuse to go back to the old house, he will definitely panic. Jiang Yan is very confident. No parents can win over their children. As long as the child shows signs of distance, the parents will come closer and respond to their every request. Gao Yuanzhou nodded. He remembered that his father often called him home for dinner and was always thinking about family reunion. He was still an old-fashioned person at heart. I don't feel so panicked anymore, but I've been a little crazy lately. After discussing it, the two decided to cut off contact with their families for a while, see if they panic. Will Chongqing panic? Of course he wouldn't. In fact, he was very happy that no one came to disturb him. After the wedding, he arranged for Gao Xiaoyan to withdraw from school and began to prepare to leave.
Dad, we're going abroad? Does that mean I don't have to go to school anymore?
Gao Xiaoyan was shocked when she heard the news. We need to go to school more abroad, her father said seriously.
The family fortune is gone. If you don't study hard and can't find a job, how can your father support you forever? I'm counting on you to support me in my old age. Gao Xiaoyan. Don't you have a big brother for retirement? This view needs to be corrected by Chongqing. Gender equality, don't you understand? Besides, your brother won't go abroad with us. Brother isn't going? Why isn't he going? Gao Xiaoyan didn't understand. How would I know why he wouldn't go? He has a career and a wife here, so he probably doesn't want to leave.
Chongqing said casually. Gao Xiaoyan was skeptical, so she went to find her brother to ask him about it, but he was avoiding her. Once when they met him on the street, she hurried up to say hello, but he ignored her and walked away quickly.
Woo, brother, I've made up my mind.
When she got home, she cried to Chongqing. Gao Yuanzhou has become more cautious since he met Gao Xiaoyan that time. He even went to another city with Jiang Yan, planning to disappear completely for a week. You know what, hiding like this is quite interesting. He said this to Jiang Yan on the train. After moving to a new city, the two of them no longer had to hide. They ate, drank, and went shopping, and a week passed quickly. This time, it was only half a month away from the wedding date they had agreed on.
Let's go back tomorrow.
We've been gone for so long, Dad might have reported it to the police. Jiang Yan said contentedly while eating the most famous local snack. Gao Yuanzhou also nodded. Dad must be going crazy with worry after being gone for so long, but if you go back and ask for it now, he will definitely agree. It would be better for him to go and get the donation back, so that life will be better in the future. This time, the two of them came directly back to Gao's house. Dad, little sister, we are back. Gao Yuanzhou shouted as soon as he pushed the door open, but there was no panic sound in the front hall, not even a single person. He felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Aren't they worried after I disappeared for so long?
Maybe Dad and little sister are out looking for us. Jiang Yan gave a reasonable explanation. Gao Yuanzhou felt a little uneasy.
He walked around the house and found that there was not even a servant. Everyone is mobilized to look for someone. He was a little panicked, wondering if this matter was getting a little out of hand. Dad must have reported it to the police. Why don't we go to the police station to close the case first?
The two went to the police station to find Uncle Zhang.
Uncle, Yan and I just went out for some fun and had a little fight with Dad.
It's nothing serious.
Tell the brothers not to look for us. Inspector Zhang was an old friend of Chongqing and was very polite when he met the two of them. However, after hearing what they said, he was stunned.
We didn't look for you, Yuanzhou. You weren't with your dad?
He asked, then he slapped his head again and said, look at me, I'm confused.
The family business must be taken care of by my son. Gao Yuanzhou and the other two were confused by his actions. Uncle Zhang, you said my dad didn't report it to the police?
He felt very uncomfortable. Inspector Zhang looked puzzled.
Call the police? Why do you want to call the police?
You don't need to call the police when you go abroad.
Did something go missing from your house and you need help?
He asked enthusiastically. This time, Jiang Yan understood a little.
You mean, Dad went abroad? Gao Yuanzhou's heart trembled and his eyes suddenly widened. What? Dad went abroad?
He looked at Uncle Zhang in front of him in disbelief and nodded.
Your father left a week ago. I'm afraid he's at sea now.
Gao Yuanzhou's mind exploded. Completion. It's all over. Dad actually ran away. He walked back in a daze, and Jiang Yan beside him also looked anxious. What to do? Dad isn't going to take the bait. Can the wedding for two still be held? Also, can his magazine career continue? How to maintain livelihood in the future? A series of questions rushed into his mind. These were things that Gao Yuanzhou had never worried about before.
Dad, he doesn't want me anymore.
Suddenly, he choked and said something. Jiang Yan had no intention of comforting this sad man at the moment. She was very confused. I thought I had escaped from a difficult situation and would be able to marry into a reliable family. I didn't expect that even the decency of a wedding cannot be guaranteed. She began to doubt her decision. The two returned home with their own thoughts, but saw an unexpected person.
Uncle housekeeper, did my father leave any money for me?
Gao Yuanzhou quickly took 2 steps forward and asked anxiously. The old housekeeper felt a little disappointed when he saw that he asked for money right away. He shook his head and handed him a letter.
Master, the master only said that this house is left to you. You can read the rest in the letter.
Gao Yuanzhou couldn't wait to open the letter and read it. Jiang Yan also came over. The content of the letter was simple. His father said in the letter that he was now completely free and could do whatever he wanted and no one would bother him anymore. He also said that the house was the ancestral property, so it was left to him to deal with, and he could live in it or sell it as he pleased. Finally, he said that they didn't need to worry about his retirement, they just needed to live their own lives well. His tone was admonishing, quite like that of an old father, but Gao Yuanzhou became more and more angry the more he watched. Why? He roared and tore the letter to pieces. The old butler opposite was shocked by his action.
Why do you treat me like this? He roared and rushed out.
Chapter 360, I'm a jerk? 25. Walking on the street against the wind, Gao Yuanzhou's tears flowed down. Why have things come to this? How could his father be so irresponsible? Doesn't he need his son to support him in his old age? At this moment, he felt that he had suddenly turned from a rich young man into a stray dog. His father no longer wanted him, and his sister no longer wanted him, and he can only rely on himself, but he has never been involved in business before. He only knows how to publish magazines. How can we live like this? He knew clearly that his magazine relied entirely on subsidies from his family to operate, so if this happened, the magazine would definitely not be able to continue. What to do? He was in great confusion, and the people coming and going on the street seemed to be isolated from him. He felt as if he was the only one left in the world.
Hey, isn't this the young master of the Gao family? What's wrong? Instead of running the magazine, you're wandering around the streets alone?
Suddenly, a provocative voice came into my ears. Gao Yuanzhou raised his head. A middle-aged man blocked his way, followed by 2 burly men.
Who are you? I haven't messed with you. Gao Yuanzhou's heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously looked back.
Ha, stop looking. We're not afraid if someone comes. The man in front of him smiled evilly, which made Gao Yuanzhou feel uneasy.
I haven't offended you. You can't beat people in private. This is against the law.
Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be frightened, he paused and said, Zhang Biao from the patrol office is my uncle. He has a very good relationship with my father. You can't bang. Before he could finish his words, he was slapped in the face.
Zhang Biao is nothing. Your father is gone, what are you showing off for?
The man in front of me was very arrogant and waved his hand.
Beat him.
The 2 big men behind him immediately rushed out and rained fists down on Gao Yuanzhou. He had no power to fight back and could only lie on the ground with his head in his hands and wail. No, stop fighting, I'll give you money, he begged for mercy intermittently.
You bastard. Who wants your money? Keep fighting.
Gao Yuanzhou felt the pain of being hit all over his body, and his nose and tears were dripping down. Just when he thought he was going to be beaten to death, the man shouted stop. He separated the 2 strong men and walked forward, stepping on Gao Yuanzhou's bruised face.
Remember, your grandfather's name is Gu Yuantu. What are you thinking about with my woman?
Gao Yuanzhou suddenly opened his swollen, steam bun-like eyes wide open at Gu Yuantu, the young military officer who married Jiang Yan as his concubine. You wrote the divorce letter. He struggled to sit up, but was kicked again. Your father forced me to write that. He paused, then revealed a look of disdain. You are actually that guy's son.
Ah, that's really not good enough. I don't want that woman anyway.
But I'm telling you, Gao Yuanzhou, I'm going to beat you up every time I see you from now on. After saying that, Gu Yuantu led his men away. Only Gao Yuanzhou, covered in wounds, was left crying in the wind. By the time he struggled back to Gao's house, it was completely dark.
Yuanzhou. Master, what's wrong with you? Jiang Yan and the housekeeper hurried forward and helped Gao Yuanzhou into the house and lay down.
Yes, it was Gu Yuantu who called. Gao Yuanzhou had no temper at all at this moment. Lying in bed, he felt pain all over his body and couldn't stop crying. If only Dad were still alive, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
Let's report to the police station.
The old butler said this somewhat angrily.
Don't. There's no point in reporting it.
Jiang Yan stopped him immediately, because she knew that the police station would not dare to touch the warlord's men.
Yes, it's useless.
Gao Yuanzhou also spoke vaguely. He remembered that Gu Yuantu didn't take Uncle Zheng seriously at all, so it was obvious that reporting to the police station would be useless. Maybe the police would get angry and rush over to beat him up, but finally, the old housekeeper asked a doctor to take a look. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries. The doctor prescribed a lot of medicine and Gao Yuanzhou was wrapped like a mummy. Half a month later, he was almost well again and wanted to visit the magazine office. As a result, he was beaten again on the way. Gao Yuanzhou became a frightened bird. After recovering from his injury again, he had to cover up every time he went out, wearing a low hat. He didn't dare to wear his usual clothes, but dressed in an old-fashioned way, like a little old man. He sold some things at home and the money he had was enough to last for a while, but it is definitely not enough to support the operation of the magazine. He simply closed the magazine, stay at home all day, but Jiang Yan doesn't like staying at home. She wants to socialize, go to the theater, and meet up with friends. Not only does this cost money, but it also makes Gao Yuanzhou very worried. He is worried that Jiang Yan will fall in love with other men just as she fell in love with him. He began to become suspicious and worried about everything. Jiang Yan also looked down on him for staying at home all day, which was very different from the Gao Yuanzhou she liked. A couple began to feel resentful of each other. When the housekeeper first saw the two arguing, he would go up to mediate, but as they quarreled more and more frequently, he became too lazy to listen to the same old conflicts and simply resigned and left the Gao family. These things have nothing to do with Changqing. He had settled down abroad and used the money he had left behind to build up his family business. He even found a job as a writer and lived an ordinary life every day. Gao Chaoyan and Feng Xiaolan continued to go to school, while Feng Roland stayed at home to take care of her pregnancy. Yes, not long after arriving abroad, she found out that she was pregnant. She was originally worried about the family's financial situation as she had to buy a lot of things when she first arrived, but soon her worries faded because she discovered that Changqing was actually a good moneymaker. He could get a lot of royalties just by writing any article, and many magazines, including the Domestic New Culture, asked him to write articles. So, she stayed at home to take care of her pregnancy, but Gao Yuanzhou was not so at ease. Jiang Yan goes out early and comes back late every day, which makes him very worried. He worries about the color of his hat from time to time. That day, he prepared dinner and waited at home until dark before Jiang Yan came in leisurely. "Have you been drinking?" Gao Yuanzhou smelled a faint scent of alcohol on her and asked, suppressing the anger in his heart. Jiang Yan didn't seem to hear what he said clearly. She stared at him in confusion. "Pour me a glass of water." Her mouth felt dry. "I asked you if you were drinking?" Gao Yuanzhou stood up suddenly, grabbed her hand and stared into her eyes. Maybe he moved too violently, causing her to stagger. Vomit. Jiang Yan suddenly vomited, and the vomit with the smell of alcohol splashed all over him. "Damn, disgusting." Gao Yuanzhou cursed and stepped back a few steps, but he saw Jiang Yan falling softly to the ground, and he had to go forward to support her. He cleaned her up and helped her to the bed. In the middle of the night, we found that she had a high fever and her body temperature was frighteningly hot. The next day, she called a doctor for a checkup and found out that she was pregnant. "Is this child mine?" This was the thought that suddenly popped into Gao Yuanzhou's mind. Being pregnant naturally meant more expenses, and Jiang Yan had to stay at home to take care of the baby, so the two of them had more conflicts. Finally, after a big quarrel, Gao Yuanzhou shouted out what he wanted to say. "Is that child mine?" He regretted it after he said it, but it couldn't be taken back. He saw Jiang Yan staring at him blankly, tears streaming down her eyes. "Gao Yuanzhou, do you still have any conscience?" The sharp shouts could be heard from far away. Gao Yuanzhou rubbed his nose and felt exhausted. Is this the kind of marriage he wants? 2 months later, Changqing heard from the system that Gao Yuanzhou and Jiang Yan had broken up, and Jiang Yan left Lin Cheng pregnant, leaving behind the love she thought she had. TSK, is this the same plot where the wife runs away with the baby? Changqing sighed. Unfortunately, Gao Yuanzhou is not a domineering CEO. He will only become more and more destitute, so there is no chasing wife to the crematorium, no forced love, only a lonely old age script waiting for him. Later, he didn't pay too much attention to Gao Yuanzhou's affairs. Occasionally I heard the system say that he had spent all his family fortune, sold his house, and even went to the New Culture magazine to ask for the donation back, but naturally he failed. It seems that without Dad as a tool to support him, he can't do anything. Instead, he has become the kind of person he hates the most. Changqing smiled at the system. Fortunately, he came abroad. If he were in Lincheng, he would not be surprised that Gao Yuanzhou would continue to rely on him for support and would continue to maintain his inexplicable sense of superiority. Well, this ending is much more satisfying. In this life, Changqing is active as a freelance writer and translator on major platforms for communication between the East and the West, and has truly contributed to the dissemination of advanced ideas. He lived to be over 90 years old and passed away peacefully surrounded by his children and grandchildren. Chapter 361. Castrate yourself. Zhanghu 1. Changqing opened his eyes and found himself in prison. A rotten and decaying smell lingered in his nose. Through the iron fence, he saw the dim lights flickering on the wall. It was obvious that this was not a good place. Damn, this is a bit of a mess. At the start, I tried to sit up, but my body was filled with pain. A hiss, he gasped. "Is anyone there?" he called out. A burst of hurried footsteps was heard, and soon a young man in green clothes with a long sword hanging from his waist appeared at the door. "Master Lin, have you figured it out? Are you ready to reveal the whereabouts of the soul-suppressing sword technique?" The young man's face seemed a little surprised by his words, but his voice was full of sarcasm, and it was obvious that he did not take the prisoner in front of him seriously. "Water, I want to drink water." The voice squeezed out of the throat was hoarse, and Changqing knew that this body had not spoken for a long time. A pot of water was thrown over.
Mr. Lin, drink the water and confess. Don't make yourself suffer.
The young man came closer, the greed on his face magnified in his eyes. Changqing suddenly reached out and grabbed the other person's collar. Bang! As he pulled hard, the other person's body hit the fence heavily. You feeling the warmth on his forehead? Zhao Renning widened his eyes and met the gaze of the prisoner. He inexplicably felt a sense of crisis.
You want to fucking die, don't you?
Seeing that the other party let go of his hand as if nothing had happened, picked up the kettle, and retreated into the corner again, he finally reacted and started cursing.
Just you?
Changqing took a sip of water and felt the smoking sensation in his throat subside a little. He couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Those people were still waiting for him to speak. Killing him is impossible. Zhao Renning seemed to have thought of this as well. His face was blue and white, looking extremely ugly, yet he wiped the blood from his forehead vigorously and said, "Wait for me during the next interrogation." He pointed at Changqing, cursed, and turned away. A sneer from behind him made him walk even harder, and the anger in his heart burned. Changqing sat against the wall, watching the other persons hurriedly leaving back, his eyes flickering. This is a martial arts dimension. The original owner, Yi Changqing, is the concubine of Yi Zhennan, the chief escort of Rongwei Escort Agency. Although his mother came from a brothel, the Yi family's legitimate son died young, so he was highly valued and was taken to the Yi family by Yi Zhennan to be educated and taught literature and martial arts. He even took him to various grand events and inadvertently revealed his intention to pass on the family business to him. The original owner was naturally very grateful. Nowadays, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children is very strict. A son born out of wedlock whose mother's background is not good at all is even more despised. However, his father can ignore the opinions of others and devote himself to him. How could this not move him? He worked very hard, studying literature and martial arts, and never dared to slack off, for he was most afraid of disappointing his father. In his foreseeable future, he will gain his father's recognition through his own efforts, and finally take over the Yi family and carry forward the Rongwei Escort Agency. But, in fact, he is just a supporting character in this story, his elder brother. Yi Tianming is the protagonist of this story. That's right, Yi Zhennan actually had a legitimate son, but he secretly sent his legitimate son to Piaomiao Peak, the #1 sect in the righteous way, to learn martial arts from a master, and announced to outsiders that his legitimate son had died early and only his concubine's son could be entrusted with the family business. Why do this? The reason is that he has sensed the crisis of the Yi family. The Yi family has an inherited martial art called the soul calming sword technique. This martial art is extremely powerful and mysterious. The ancestors of the Yi family once dominated the martial arts world of Zhengzhou with this sword technique and rarely met any rivals, but the ancestors left a will that the Yi family members are not allowed to practice. The reason is that this sword technique balances yin and yang, and moves qi and blood. The conditions for practicing it are very harsh. The male body has too much yang energy, and the female body has too much yin energy. These are not the best conditions for practice. Forcing practice will only lead to obsession and explosion and death. Only men who castrate themselves and become eunuchs can achieve great magical powers and dominate the world. Changqing has seen many weird and evil martial arts techniques, and this kind that requires self-castration to practice is nothing. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are techniques that require one to commit suicide to cultivate one's soul and body. The key is personal choice, but the disgusting thing about this plot is that Yi Zhennan, the original owner's father, knew the huge disadvantages of this sword technique, but wanted the original owner to practice it and become the guardian of the family. He realized the value of this technique, but also knew that his own strength was not strong enough, and had long been coveted by people in the martial arts world. A disaster for the family could befall him at any time. However, he did not choose to practice this technique, nor did he let his legitimate son practice it. Instead, he wanted the original owner to endure such pain and bear such heavy responsibilities. In fact, under his education, the original owner really regarded his family as his own life. He even agreed to practice the soul calming sword technique without any hesitation. Just when his foundation had been laid, disaster from the martial arts world had already struck. The 4 major sects besieged the Rongwei Escort Agency, and more than 100 people were killed. The original owner was even captured just to force him to reveal the whereabouts of the soul-suppressing sword technique. In the plot, the original owner took his family as his own responsibility. He hated these murderers who wiped out his family, so of course he would not reveal any information about his swordsmanship. In the prison under the Westlake, he suffered a lot. Severe torture was commonplace, but every time his skin was torn and his flesh was broken, he was healed by medicine. They would not allow him to die. The original owner's heart gradually turned dark in this dark dungeon. He suppressed his anger and hatred and sought a glimmer of hope in the dungeon. The soul calming sword technique had already appeared in his mind, and he had originally planned to practice it after his bones were built up. In this situation, he couldn't care less. So he started to go crazy and began to hurt himself. First he cut his skin, then hit his head, and finally he cut off his scrotum with a tile. He nearly died but was eventually revived by his caretakers. He continued to act crazy during the day. Late at night, when everyone was asleep, he began to practice the soul calming sword technique. After practicing secretly for 3 years, he finally mastered the sword technique. During an interrogation, he suddenly attacked and killed all the disciples from the 4 sections. Chapter 362 Castrate Yourself. Jianghu, too, after regaining his freedom, he began to seek revenge like a madman. At first, he just hunted down the disciples of the four major sects in the martial arts world, causing a bloody storm. Later, he went to Wuyin Mountain and killed all 200 people in Wuyin sect. Finally, his actions attracted the attention of the entire righteous path. They said he was a murderer, and although he had not sought revenge, he was in danger of falling into the devil's way. They said that it is better to resolve a feud than to create one, and advised him to put down his butcher knife and become a Buddha right away. The other three major sects were all worried and asked the two leading righteous sects at that time, Piaomiao Peak and Wuji sect, to mediate and offer compensation just to resolve the hatred. Would the original owner agree? Of course not. You so-called reputable and upright people stood by and watched when my Yi family was exterminated. Now you are putting on a sympathetic front. Who are you trying to show off to? Revenge when there's revenge, and injustice when there's injustice. This is the rule of the underworld. He didn't want to stay in any of the four major sections, but his words really hit the ribs of the righteous sects and did not give them face, especially after he destroyed the Snow Mountain Sword sect. The voices in the martial arts world supporting his revenge were suppressed, the big sect controlled public opinion, and there was a chorus of condemnation and killing, as if the original owner had become an evil person who destroyed the righteous path and was worth killing by anyone. But the original owner didn't care. He has lost his home. What else is there to worry about? The 9 righteous sects organized their forces to encircle and suppress him, but they were unsuccessful and he killed many of his elite disciples instead. The hatred in the martial arts world is growing stronger and stronger, and the smell of blood fills the sky. The original owner killed more and more people, and his bloody reputation grew to high in the end. The righteous path even organized the Righteous Alliance, intending to gather the power of the entire martial arts world to strangle the original owner. The original owner naturally didn't care, but what he didn't expect was that his father Yi Jianan would appear in front of him again, and he made one last request. Changqing, you must surrender. If you die, your brother will become the leader of the Righteous Alliance, and our Yi family will be able to make a comeback. Isn't this what you've always dreamed of? The Yi family. The original owner had completely lost his soul. It turned out that during the disaster of genocide that day, his father had already arranged a substitute, but he himself fled to Piaomiao Peak. Now his legitimate son Yi Tianming has come out of seclusion, and his martial arts skills are the best among the younger generation of the righteous path. Just one achievement left, an achievement recognized by the righteous world. Therefore, he thought of the original owner who was now known as the Sword Demon in the martial arts world, hoping that he could sacrifice himself for the Yi family and Yi Tianming. The original owner once thought that revenge for the Yi family was his life, but now he is told that revenge is no longer necessary and that he can revive the Yi family by offering his own head. This has to be said to be ironic. The original owner, who was already mad, became even crazier after hearing this news. He killed Yi Jianan on the spot and started an indiscriminate massacre in the martial arts world. This world, made him feel extremely disappointed. This made the few people who originally supported revenge change their views, and he became the public enemy of the underworld. The devil is the devil. Yi Tianming finally publicly issued a declaration of war. He felt extremely disappointed with his brother who lost his way and never returned. He felt extremely sad about his father's death, and he expressed his willingness to forget the hatred he had in the past. This instantly made Yi Tianming's reputation rise to an unprecedented height. Even Wuxia Villa and Tianxian Island, which had participated in the extermination of the Yi family, were impressed by his courage and publicly expressed their willingness to support him in becoming the first leader of the Righteous Alliance. The original owner was already in an abnormal state at this time. Brothers fight by the Taihu Lake. When the Piaomiao sword faced the Jinhuan sword, the result was naturally that the original owner lost. Justice finally triumphs over evil. The evildoer in the underworld is finally brought to justice, but only the original owner knew that he had already lost his breath when he was exerting all his strength to activate his internal energy. At the moment of his death, he realized that he had been poisoned the moment he killed Yi Zihenan. It was Yi Jianan who used his own body as a carrier in his own flesh and blood to pave the way for Yi Tianming's fame, and he was always just a pawn. The subsequent plot has nothing to do with the original owner. It is all about Yi Tianming's path to greatness. He led the righteous path to fight against the imperial court, expelled the evil path, and became the undisputed #1 in the world. During this process, beauties fell in love, heroes bowed down, and it was extremely exciting. The grass on the original owner's grave was 1 meter high. What was the original owner's wish? After watching the plot, Changqing asked the system. His wish is to die of old age and not be killed by the underworld. System answer, Changqing. I thought this was a difficult game, but it turned out to be a draw. Taking a break isn't bad. The system touched its head and smiled awkwardly. Okay. Changqing simply lay down to die in the martial arts world. Force is the greatest productivity, but the petitioner's mission requires a natural death. Changqing was too lazy to bother with it. Castrating himself to practice sword skills like the original owner was definitely not his choice, since the 4 major sects want it so much. Just give it to them. That he doesn't have the same strong sense of family honor as the original owner, so why would he keep a secret for the Yi family? Impossible. The Yi family doesn't treat him as a human being. After more than 10 days, the injury on his body healed. The next round of interrogation began. Changqing walked out of the dungeon for the first time since coming to this world. Seeing the sunshine, flowers, and birdsong, he couldn't help but squint his eyes and take a deep breath. Master Yi, just tell us what you know. The world outside is so beautiful. Why waste your best years in this dark dungeon? The escorting disciple behind him saw him behave like this for the first time and couldn't help but speak up to persuade him. You're right. Changqing curled up his lips, revealing a strange smile. He walked in the yard at ease. This dungeon is located underground in West Lake. After coming out, there is a large manor. As far as I remember, this place belongs to the Wuji sect. It seems that although the ones who attacked the Yi family were the Wuyin sect, the Snow Mountain Sword sect, the Wuxia Villa and the Tianxian Island, other famous and upright sects were also watching the show. A sneer appeared on Changqing's lips. If you want something, just tell me. How would I know you want it if you don't tell me? When he arrived at the punishment hall, he spoke directly without waiting for the elders of several major sects to ask questions. I can tell you the information about the sword manual. But I have conditions. The faces of the people opposite, who were dressed differently, changed. They looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. This kid had an expression that said, "Don't speak before, why did you suddenly change your temper now?" However, being willing to confess is definitely the best thing. What are your conditions? Finally, a middle-aged scholar asked. Changqing glanced around. The conditions in the dungeon are too poor, and the food is substandard. I want a sunny house, and I want chicken, duck, fish, and meat for every meal. Only if these conditions are met can we negotiate. This is not difficult. The people opposite immediately nodded. What else? You can't just say it that simply. Also, I want to tell your leader this news in person. I will speak once the leaders of the 4 major sects have gathered. Otherwise, I absolutely cannot tell you. The young man spoke in a firm tone, full of decisiveness. The faces of several people changed slightly. They lowered their heads to discuss for a while, and finally agreed. In a way, this kid is very stubborn. He has been locked up for almost 2 years. We have tried all kinds of tricks, but nothing has come out of him. Anyway, this request is not outrageous. There's nothing wrong with agreeing to it first. As long as his life is in his hands, there is no need to worry about any trouble he may cause. Lu Fu, arrange a room for Master Yi in the upper room and serve him good wine and good food. Don't make him angry. Following the middle-aged scholar's voice, a short and strong young man came out and responded. Yes, 6th Elder. Chapter 363. Castrate yourself, Zhanghu. 3. The first step goal is achieved. This time, Changqing did not suffer any hardship during the interrogation. He even changed into clean clothes and lived in a bright and clean house. Of course, there are many experts watching around, and he can feel their aura, but he didn't really care. In any case, these conditions are much better than the extremely dark dungeon. Mr. Yi, this is the braised pig's trotter you requested. Lu Fu pushed the door open with his fat body, holding a pot of steaming food in his hand. The expression on his face was hard to describe. This Mr. Yi is such a big eater. He ate a braised fish, half a roasted leg of lamb, 2 beggar chickens and a plate of braised pig's trotters, but it still wasn't enough. After all, he is an official disciple of the Wuyin sect. I actually have to do this kind of serving work. Hey, Xiaofuzi, put it on the table. I'll eat it after it cools down a bit. Changqing was sitting by the window at this moment, touching her slightly bulging belly with one hand, and her face became much redder. It's better to eat well, drink well, and be energetic. When Lu Fu heard this, his face turned purple. My name is not Xiaofuzi, I am Lu Fu. Lu Fu, a disciple of the Wuyin sect. He emphasized loudly. What, Xiaofuzi? That's how eunuchs call him, and he is not a eunuch. However, the young man opposite did not change his expression at all, and he waved his hand casually. I know. Xiaofuzi from the Wuyin sect, please go down. This scene was just like the emperor greeting the eunuchs, and Lu Fu was extremely angry. If the elder had not ordered him to take good care of the other party, he would have rushed up and beaten him up. It's really infuriating. What do you mean by I? Xiaofuzi, your leader Xiaojuzi has arrived. Please inform me later. Please go down first. I need to rest. Lu Fu's face changed drastically. This kid is so bold that he actually dares to call their leader Xiaojuzi. You should know that the leader of the Wuyin sect, Zhou Bufan, is a warrior who has entered the innate realm and is one of the top masters in the world, and he is particularly narrow-minded. When the time comes, I'll report this to the leader, and that kid will be in big trouble. He stopped arguing and walked out quickly. Chang watched Lu Fu leave in a hurry, with a look of mockery in his eyes that became even stronger. In the original plot, several major sects imprisoned the original owner for several years, but they didn't get any information. They also came up with a solution, pretending to let the original owner go, and then sent people to follow him and cause trouble to see how he would respond, and this Lu Fu played the role of a bully who took advantage of his power to bully others. He acted out his fake act and used his hidden power to severely injure the original owner, who almost died on the street. Fortunately, the original owner was alert and had long guessed that it was someone else's conspiracy. After being released, he never returned to the Yi family's ancestral home. Instead, he started a business and lived his life. Even though he was living in poverty and was seriously injured and needed medical treatment, he did not go looking for the treasure place that people imagined. Instead, he waited for death with a resigned attitude. In the end, the 4 major sects had no choice but to lock it up again. This person advocates the use of force, is greedy for money and lustful. How can Wuyin sect accept such a disciple? Ha, is this the foundation of the righteous martial arts world? Chongqing sneered. However, their suspicion was correct. The Yi family really had a treasure trove, but this place is not in the Yi family's old house, nor in any other villa, but in the Hangli Mountains, 200 miles west of Rongqing. The so-called soul calming sword technique and some treasures collected by the ancestors are all included in ITI in recent years.
Rongwei Escort Agency has been doing a booming business.
The location of the treasure has been passed down orally through generations, and even the head of the family rarely goes there to check. Of course, the original owner didn't know this information, so there was no point in forcing him to tell the truth. The only thing in his mind was the soul calming sword technique taught by his father. In the plot, those hidden treasures eventually became Yi Tianming's possessions. At that time, his martial arts skills were already unmatched in the world, so naturally he would not choose to practice the soul soothing sword technique anymore. And now, Chongqing plans to do something big.
Host, you don't want to reveal the location of the treasure?
The system couldn't help but shudder when it saw the sinister smile of its host. Every time the host laughs like this, someone is going to be in big trouble.
Of course, those things will ultimately benefit the protagonist, Yi Tianming, so why not use them to benefit the martial arts world? Chongqing is justified. But the original owner's wish was to die of old age. Wouldn't that cause trouble in the martial arts world? The system frowned. It didn't understand.
Oh, if I don't do something, it would be a wasted trip.
Don't worry, the mission will be completed successfully. Chongqing waved his hand nonchalantly.
The braised pig's trotters are getting cold, let's have a bite first. He examined the body and found many hidden injuries. The bones were damaged. Even if it was well taken care of, the lifespan was estimated to be short. I might as well take this opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Chongqing originally thought that he would have to wait for 10 days or half a month. As the leader of a major sect was very busy, I didn't expect that several major sects would arrive in just 3 days.
Mr. Yi, it's good that you can figure it out.
Your father is involved with the evil ways, and we are also doing this for the safety of the righteous ways. The person who spoke was Lian Zhan, the owner of Wuxia Villa. He was a middle-aged man who looked extremely amiable and spoke very persuasively. Chongqing only then remembered that the 4 major sects had also accused the Yi family of colluding with the evil sect. This was basic operation, so he was not surprised.
Master Yi, we are already here. Please speak directly if you have anything to say.
As seniors in the martial arts world, we don't want to embarrass you. Chongqing looked over and saw that the person who spoke was Du Yijian from the Snow Mountain Sword School. It was said that he had superb swordsmanship and could kill people with just one sword strike. Du Yijian's hair and beard were all white, and he looked so imposing, like a long sword drawn from its sheath, that it was hard to ignore him. But who could have imagined that such a person would actually participate in the extermination of an entire family just for a sword technique? It is true that you can judge a person by his appearance but not by his heart.
Master Yi, you don't want to stay under this West Lake forever, do you?
As long as you tell us what happened, I promise that you can live a normal life without worries about food and clothing. The one who was speaking was Madame Qingyu from Tianxian Island. Although she was middle-aged, she still had some charm, and there was a hint of sweetness and innocence in her words. Chongqing got goosebumps listening to it.
Ha, Mr. Yi, you don't want to make fun of us, do you?
Suddenly, a murderous aura floated over. Chongqing saw that the leader of Wuyin sect, Zhuo Bufan, was holding his sword with an impatient look on his face, but Lu Fu, who was standing next to him, had a malicious look on his face. TSK, you must have told him that he called Zhuo Bufan little Zhuozi. That no wonder he's so angry. Looking at Zhuo Bufan's equally short and fat body, Chongqing suddenly understood why he accepted someone like Lu Fu as his apprentice. Their figures are so similar, and their facial shapes are somewhat similar too. Could it be his illegitimate child? When this thought came to mind, Chongqing couldn't help but smile.
Masters, no matter what, the soul calming sword technique is the ancestral secret of my Yi family. What I'm doing is violating the decision of our ancestors.
So, I suggest that you also take out your sect's unique skills and exchange them with me.
That way, even after my death, I can give an account to my ancestors.
The evergreen lion opened his mouth wide. He knew that the 4 people in front of him were all masters at the peak of the innate level, but they lacked the opportunity to enter the grandmaster level, so they took the risk and wanted to achieve a breakthrough by using the soul-suppressing sword technique. Since you need it, of course I will raise the price. That makes sense. Chongqing soon noticed that the faces of several sect leaders turned very ugly. Zhuo Bufan, in particular, had his eyebrows raised and his long sword was pulled out in pieces, as if he was ready to draw his sword and kill someone if they had a disagreement. The atmosphere in the living room became solemn, and the disciples standing behind the several great masters held their breath. Only Chongqing's expression remained unchanged. He steadily picked up the teacup and took a sip. Masters, I have already been at the bottom of West Lake for 3 years.
Do you think you can force me to submit? He spoke calmly.
Besides, our ancestor reached the grandmaster level with the soul calming sword technique. Exchanging this martial art for your sect's core martial art wouldn't be a loss, and it would even make more sense in terms of martial arts ethics. As soon as Chongqing said this, the expressions of the several major leaders changed slightly. Why do they go to such great lengths?
Isn't it to break through the Xiantian realm and reach the Grandmaster realm?
Now this kid is obviously a tough nut to crack. If he doesn't want to speak, no one can do anything about it. A worthless life is nothing, but one's own master's cause cannot be delayed.
Several people thought so at the same time. Chapter 364, Castrate Yourself, Junghu. 4, I can promise you that. The first one to give in was Du Yijian from the Snow Mountain Sword Sect. He was the oldest among the few people and had a more urgent need to break through. I don't have the Snow Mountain Sword technique with me, but I can copy a copy for you. Du Yijian's voice sounded a little anxious. The others immediately understood. Copy it, that's great. It would only take a few minutes to tamper with the secret book. They didn't believe that this kid could still recognize the mistake. I can copy the 100 poisons chart for you, Fairy Qingyu said immediately. I can copy the silent spell. I can copy the Great Soul Searcher. Chua Bufan from the Wuyin sect and Lian Zhan from the Wuxia Villa also spoke quickly. In less than 2 days, Changqing received 4 books of secrets from various major sections. He glanced at it and put it in his pocket. This easy-to-fool look almost made the leaders laugh. Master Yi, we have provided you with the sect's secrets. Please keep your promise. This is natural. Changqing was not bothered either. The Yi family's treasure is hidden in a cave in Hangli Mountain, west of Rongcheng. I'm not sure of its exact location, so I need you to lead people to find it. But this news was told by my father himself. It is absolutely true. The young man's voice was firm, with a convincing aura. Du Yijian and others were stunned. Hangli Mountain? This was a road they had never imagined. All places related to the Yi family were searched thoroughly, but nothing was found. It's actually hidden in the mountains. I have to say that the ancestors of the Yi family were very bold. Let's go to Hangli Mountain. Du Yijian stood up eagerly. I see you have a share, old man Du, but don't be anxious. We brothers have to advance and retreat together. Lian Zhan also quickly stood up. Changqing watched the few people leave in a hurry with an expressionless face. He naturally knew that he had no way to leave here now. Mr. Yi, please go back. Lu Fu walked forward and made a gesture of invitation, but his attitude was several times more arrogant than before, especially when he saw Changqing stand up without saying a word. He couldn't help but snort. This kid finally doesn't dare to act crazy anymore. If the master had obtained the soul calming sword technique, he would not have kept this kid as a nuisance. Let him live a few more days. Lu Fu sneered in his heart. He followed Changqing to his room and was about to turn around and leave, when he heard the young man's faint voice. Xiao Fuzi, Xiao Zhuozi hasn't taught you the great soul searching technique yet, right? Lu Fu was stunned, and then became angry and embarrassed. My name is not Xiao Fuzi. The master will teach me sooner or later. His fat face was wrinkled with anger, like a shriveled pumpkin. Changqing sighed. I don't know how long that will take. You're already 25, right? Do you have to wait until you're over 30 to start practicing? These words left Lu Fugen silent. He is indeed not young, but the younger he is, the better when it comes to practicing martial arts. Some martial arts even require training from a young age. Lu Fu glanced at Changqing, somewhat undecided. He naturally knew that the other party had the great soul-searching hand that the master had just copied, but would the other party be willing to share it with him? Moreover, he was not sure whether this soul-searching hand was real or fake. Just as I was hesitating, I heard a voice from the front say, if you can order a table of food from Shan Halo and invite the top girl from Zhenyufang, I wouldn't mind copying it for you as well. Ha! That's it. This was Lu Fu's first reaction. Before he could respond, a head popped up from the wall. Master Yi, I can fulfill your request. Can you please copy a copy of the Snow Mountain Sword technique for me? This is the disciple of Snow Mountain Sword sect who stayed behind to monitor secretly. I can do that too. Help me copy a copy of the 100 poisons chart. I can do that too. Several heads popped up. These were people left behind by the 4 major sects to monitor, and now they were all interested in the secret manuals of their own sect in Changqing's hands. They wanted to just rob it. But first of all, this is a gift from the headmaster, so I have some concerns. What if this kid complains to the headmaster in the future? Secondly, Changqing's request was not complicated. It was just a matter of a word for them, so there was no need to make a fuss. Changqing agreed readily. Thus, after 2 days, almost every one of these disciples had the sect's secret book in their hands. Even the more timid ones were forced to accept one because they would not feel safe if you did not accept it. On the other hand, in the heart of Hangli Mountain, the situation is tense and full of crises. As soon as the 4 major sects started searching, other sects arrived one after another. In a way, everyone knows that the 4 major sects attacked the Yi family for the soul-suppressing sword technique, and they are all keeping an eye on them. There was no movement for 2 years. Suddenly starting a search of a mountain would certainly arouse suspicion. Du Yijian and others were furious. Even though we were extremely careful, these people still followed us like sharks smelling blood. Damn it, we're taking the blame, and they want a piece of the pie too. Chua Bufan held the hilt of the sword tightly, his jaw tense. The other people's faces also looked unhappy. Who says it isn't? Although no one in the martial arts world said it openly, the act of annihilating a family was not a pleasant thing to hear after all. During this period, many righteous people distanced themselves from them. As a result, as soon as we arrived at Hangli Mountain, everyone came. Search me piece by piece. Du Yijian ordered his disciples. His face looked even more anxious. Those who have arrived now are all from small sects and they can still be suppressed. But if the commotion gets bigger and big sects like Wuji sect come over, it is hard to say who will take charge. Chapter 365 Castrate Yourself, Zhenghu. 5, Lian Zhan and others also quickly ordered their disciples to speed up the search.
In a short while, Hangli Mountain was full of people and people from the martial arts world.
Brother Lien, do you think the Wuji sect and Pyamyo Peak will come?
Fairy Qingyu looked into the distance with a somewhat anxious expression. The two strongest sects in the righteous path are Wuji sect and Pyamyo Peak. It is no exaggeration to say that they are the leaders of the righteous path. Moreover, both factions have master-level experts in charge. Although the four factions have a good development momentum, they still lack some foundation compared with these two major factions. Pyamyo Peak is far away in the west, so they might not get the news so quickly. Although there are branches here, there are no truly great masters, so there is no need to worry. It's the Wuji sect, which is not too far from here, and has a branch in this city. Lin Chan looked thoughtful.
These two sects may not need the soul-suppressing sword technique, right?
They have masters at the grandmaster level. Shuo Bufan took a breath, his heart agitated. In this world, martial arts are divided into levels such as ordinary, entry-level, acquired, innate, master, and grandmaster. Breaking through each level is not an easy task. The ancestor of the Yi family has been active in the martial arts world for decades and has few rivals. It is said that his martial arts skills have surpassed the grandmaster level. This is the original intention of the major factions, to act without regard for their dignity.
Who doesn't want an extra route? I think we need to speed up.
Dui Jian frowned after hearing his words. Several people fell silent. Yes, it is always good to have many skills. No one in the martial arts world would complain about having learned too many martial arts. The ancestor of the Yi family was able to conquer the world with this set of swordsmanship, which shows that its upper limit is very high.
Shu, someone's coming. Dui Jian's expression suddenly changed. 4 figures rose from the ground and leaped to the top of the tree, looking far away. I saw a figure at the foot of the mountain coming towards the mountain like billowing green smoke, very fast. Brother Du, Brother Lien, Brother Zhuo, Sister Qingyu, you're so rude for not even telling me about this good news. Before anyone arrived, a sound like thunder came up from halfway up the mountain, making everyone's eardrums buzz. Wuji sect's Lei Baoha. Several people's expressions changed. Lei Baoha is the grand elder of the Wuji sect and is a well-known smiling tiger in the martial arts world. He speaks politely but is ruthless when it comes to stabbing someone in the back. This is trouble. Why? Don't you welcome me?
Suddenly, Lei Baoha arrived. He saluted with a fist, smiled amiably, but spoke in a sarcastic tone. No, we are relieved that Brother Lei can come. Dui Jian stepped forward and saluted. Several other people also came forward to speak. Everyone has innate cultivation, but Lei Baoha has the support of Wuji sect, so he is naturally more confident. He speaks especially loudly, as if he wants to let everyone know that Wuji sect is coming. Brother Du, you haven't made any movement in the past few years.
I was so worried.
I heard from my subordinates that you came to this desolate mountain. I haven't seen you for a long time, so I rushed over. Lei Baoha said with a forced smile. The other people's expressions froze. Did the Wuji sect have someone watching over this the whole time? Otherwise, how could it happen so quickly?
Ahem, Fairy Qingyu coughed twice.
We got the news of coming here by exchanging the secret book of our real name with that kid. We don't know if it's true or not, but we thought we'd come and take a look anyway. The others nodded quickly. They all took out their own secret manuals, so it's not a good idea for you to come here and get something for free. But Lei Baoha didn't seem to understand her hidden meaning, and he laughed instead.
Come on, you old foxes. How could that Yi family kid take advantage of you? I don't believe in any secret techniques. See it, get it, that's the rule of the underworld. He looked like a scoundrel, which made the people in front of him very angry. Shuo Bufan drew his sword with a loud noise. Don't go too far. A murderous aura rushed over instantly, but Lei Baoha's expression did not change at all, and the murderous aura was blown away by a breeze before it reached him and disappeared without a trace. TSK, I didn't kill anyone, how could I be too much? Master Zhua, is your Wuyin sect going to fight against the Wuji sect? His expression turned cold and his aura became depressed. The scene was silent for a moment. We are all brothers, why be so nervous? Brother Lei is here on behalf of the Wuji sect, so we naturally welcome him. Sect leader Zhua, we are all of the same righteous faith, so please don't damage the harmony. Dui Jian quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Zhuo Bufan snorted and sheathed his sword without saying anything else. Both sides had shown their skills just now, and he knew that the other party was at least a master of the innate level, so he was not sure if he could win the fight. So, just give me a step and go down by myself. Brother Du still has a good position, ha. Lei Baoha laughed and glanced at Zhuo Bufan again, obviously a little dissatisfied with him. Several people were chatting with their own thoughts, and during this time, people from several other small sects also rushed over. Before I knew it, half a day had passed. I say, there's no specific location within the 100-mile radius of Hangli Mountain. Why don't you bring that kid over to have a look? Lei Baoha was a little impatient. Brother Lei, that guy only heard about it from Chief Yibiao. He himself has never been here. Dui Jian poured himself a cup of tea. He was also anxious, but when he saw others so anxious, he became calmer. Let's set up camp here and wait for him for 10 days or half a month. Then we'll turn Hangli Mountain upside down and see whether there's any
Lian Zhan also said loudly with a smile. If you can't wait, retreat immediately. Chapter 366 Castrate Yourself, Jianghu, 6. Lin Chan just said it casually, but he didn't expect that more than 10 days would pass and there was still no news. Many people left during this period, but Lei Baoa gritted his teeth and persevered. However, he walked back and forth, and it was obvious that he had reached his limit. I say, were you guys tricked by that kid? It's been over 10 days, and there's no news at all. He was extremely anxious. As an elder of a large sect, he was very busy. Du Yijian couldn't laugh anymore. No, that guy's martial arts skills are low, and he's still in our hands. Besides, we agreed to exchange him. We must be short of manpower. Fairy Qingyu looked a little haggard. She had been living in the mountains for some time and the conditions were not that good. I haven't showered in a long time. I can't afford to waste time on this. Why not ask someone to give me money and ask the villagers here to help me find it? Suddenly, an idea came to her. That's a good idea. The eyes of the others also lit up. The next day, there are more people in the mountains. Many people from the martial arts world have left, and many villagers have joined. The 4 major sects were not short of money. Even Lei Baoa contributed a bit and sent his disciples to issue a notice. Those who participated in the search would be paid, and there would be additional rewards if they made any discoveries. All of a sudden, not only did the surrounding villagers go into the mountains, but even people from the next town rushed over. He managed to boost the popularity of a barren mountain. Some people live far away and don't go back home at night. They set up a tent on the spot to cook and sleep. In the evening, wisps of smoke rise up everywhere, giving off a sense of peaceful times. The few people on the top of the mountain did not feel that the years were peaceful. The several major leaders and Lei Baoa had been living a life of luxury, but after staying in this desolate wilderness for half a month, their lives were completely different from before. Ah! I feel like I stink. Fairy Qingyu frowned, and her proud breasts seemed to have shrunk a lot. It's not just like it really stinks. When Zhuo Bufan saw her approaching, he quickly turned around and took 2 steps back. Everyone, Fairy Qingyu was furious. Old Zhuo, don't you stink yourself? I can smell your sour odor from a long way off. Why are you still hiding? She felt insulted. What are you laughing at? Don't you smell? Seeing that the others were trying to hold back their laughter, she simply activated her AoE skill and started mocking everyone. Ahem, Qingyu, we are warriors, not gods. It's normal to stink if we don't take a bath for more than 10 days. Du Yijian couldn't help but defend himself. Although he is the oldest, he is also helpless about this situation. I think we should just retreat. I guess that kid just remembered it wrong. Lin Chan frowned, his expression looking extremely ugly. His wuxia villa is rich enough to rival a country, and his home is filled with beautiful concubines and maids. It is really unbearable for him to live in the mountains for so long without any happiness, especially since he had to deal with that smelly middle-aged woman. It made him even more annoyed. He had previously thought that Fairy Qingyu had a mature charm, but after these 10 days or half a month, her true nature was finally revealed. Brother Du, what do you think? Lei Baoa had wanted to retreat a long time ago, but he was afraid that they would discover him if he retreated, so he kept holding back. Du Yijian's brows were twisted into a knot. He was most conflicted. He is the oldest and needs a breakthrough the most. This is his chance and he doesn't want to miss it, but it has been almost half a month, and so many people haven't noticed it, which makes me feel a little disappointed. Could it be that the boy really lied? Or did he remember it wrongly? While he was confused, he was also extremely angry. How dare he lie to him? Doesn't that guy want to live anymore? Or, let's go back first. He twirled his beard and spoke. Bang! Before he could finish his words, fireworks shot up into the sky from the distant valley. This was the signal they had agreed upon. There is a discovery. Du Yijian jumped up instantly and shot out like an arrow. He didn't even have time to greet his companions, but the others didn't need to be called out, and in an instant 5 figures flashed down from the top of the mountain. The speed is so fast that ordinary people can only see shadows passing by. Although they all had the same innate cultivation level, it was obvious that there was still a gap in their strength. Zhuo Bufan's reaction was quick, but as soon as he moved, he felt a strong wind blowing past him, and Lei Bao's figure disappeared in a flash. Damn, is that old man Lei so powerful? He cursed in his heart and stepped harder, but it didn't work. Instead, he felt a sudden movement around him. Whoosh! Lian Zhan and Fairy Qingyu had actually surpassed him. It hurts. Zhuo Bufan's face turned red. They all specialize in light skills. Master Zhua. A disciple of the Wuyin sect seemed to see him and shouted. He ignored it and blew past like the wind, knocking the disciple to the ground. When he arrived at the scene, quite a few people had already gathered. Brother Zhua, you are finally here. Lei Baoa bowed to him with a forced smile, which made Zhuo Bufan feel angry again. Let's first think about how to open this secret cave. Du Yijian's voice trembled slightly. In front of me is a cliff covered with moss. 3 giant trees in front of the cliff have been cut down, allowing people to directly see the difference behind it. A small area of moss had been cleared, revealing the bare stone wall behind it. If you look closely, you will find that there is a large piece of stone wall in the middle with a slightly different color, and there are even traces of a door around it. Zhuo Bufan walked forward and knocked hard with the hilt of his sword. A faint echo came out from inside, which ordinary people could not hear at all, but the people present were all innate masters, so the abnormality of the sound naturally could not be hidden from their ears. Hollow. Man-made, I'm afraid this is the so-called treasure trove. Dui Jin signaled with his eyes, and a disciple holding a huge axe came out. Boom, with a loud bang, the axe was blown away, and the stone door in front of them remained motionless. Obviously this won't work. Chua Bufan stepped forward, gathered strength in his palms, and pressed them on the stone gate. Squeak, the stone door made a heart-pounding sound, but remained motionless. Chua Bufan withdrew his palms, and saw a pair of palm prints sunken on the stone door. The young disciples present gasped at the sight of this skill. He took a closer look.
This stone door doesn't have any mechanism.
I'm afraid it requires the strength of a grandmaster to push it open. Several people were suddenly enlightened and at the same time overjoyed. It is rumored that the ancestor of the Yi family was above the level of a grandmaster, which is obviously very logical.
I have a method of borrowing power. You can attach your power to me, and add your own power to it. Perhaps you can reach the level of a master.
Lei Baohe took a step forward, his eyes flashing with eagerness. He almost withdrew. I didn't expect to actually find this place. The joy in my heart cannot be concealed. The others looked at each other and nodded. Lei Baohe took a step forward, waving his long sleeves, and stretched out a pair of bamboo-like palms, pressing them against the stone gate behind him. Dui Jin and others pressed Shan Zhang on his back, and a faint light flashed. He just exerted force with his palms and shouted loudly.
Open.
Rumble, a sound like dark thunder was heard, and the door finally opened slowly, gradually opening a hole wide enough for one person to enter and exit. Call. Several people withdrew their skills at the same time and breathed a sigh of relief.
The Yi family's ancestors' strength is probably more than just a grandmaster.
Dui Jin sighed and said they didn't work together, and their skills should have been stronger than a grandmaster's, but they couldn't even push the door open completely.
You can imagine the builder's strength. Could it be the grandmaster level? That soul-calming sword technique. Fairy Qingyu was a little speechless. Lei Baohe also nodded. Let's go in and take a look, he said, but didn't move. Master Zhua, please. Lei Baohe made a gesture of invitation. Why aren't you advanced? Chua Bufan's face looked extremely ugly. Lei Baohe is too petty.
Why does he always target him? This kind of treasure trove might have some traps. The traps set up by a grandmaster level figure were beyond the ability of someone with his innate cultivation to resist. So, why would he be asked to lead the charge? No way. In the end, Lian Zhan captured a few villagers to explore the way, and followed a few disciples to walk in front, and then they stepped into the cave.
Be good and explore the way. You will get silver after the mission is completed. If you don't obey, humph.
Lian Zhan waved his hand, and a tree as big as a barrel next to him fell down. The villagers had never seen such a scene before, and they went into the cave trembling. Everyone came in one after another, lighting fire sticks. I discovered that the layout of the cave was surprisingly simple. There is a long corridor inside, which is neither wide nor narrow, and can accommodate 3 or 4 people walking side by side. At the end of the corridor is a hall, which is furnished with stone tables and teacups, making it look like a place for entertaining guests. The journey was very safe and there were no accidents.
I think this is just a place for seclusion and cultivation. There is no danger. Fairy Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief and said, You all, get out.
Lian Zhan shouted and drove all the villagers and disciples out. If there is no danger, there is no need for these people. Don't stay here and get in the way.
Shall we look at the room on the left first?
Dui Jin suppressed the excitement in his heart and walked towards the room on the far left. In terms of strength, he is the strongest among them. Now that he has spoken, the others naturally don't say anything. The stone door of the room was not difficult to push open. Just touch it with your hand and apply a little force, and you will hear a creaking sound, and the scene in the room will appear before your eyes. Everyone took a deep breath in an instant. In the dim light of the fire in his hand, he could see that the shelves in the room were filled with gold and jewelry. This is probably more than the wealth of an entire sect.
Lin Chan sighed. Wuxia Villa is not short of money.
Although these things are rare, they are not worth giving away. Not bad. After checking it out, a few people decided to go to another room. Their level of cultivation, gold, silver, and wealth are certainly important, but their appeal is far less than that of peerless martial arts. The furnishings in the other room are even simpler. A stone bed, a stone cabinet, and almost no decoration, but everyone's eyes were fixed on the brown paper on the stone cabinet, and their breathing became heavy. Chapter 367. Castrate yourself, Jianghu. 7. This must be the soul calming sword technique.
Lei Baohe took a deep breath. He didn't move, but looked at Chua Bufan.
Damn it, old man Lei, don't look at me. Chua Bufan felt his scalp tingling. In the end, it was Fairy Qingyu who stepped forward and calmly picked up the cowhide booklet. She did not look at it carefully, but handed it directly to Dui Jin. Dui Jin is the strongest, and his 4 factions are led by him, so he will naturally not break the rules at this time. Besides, everyone was watching us nervously, so it was obviously impossible to just take it and run away. Dui Jin was very satisfied with Fairy Qingyu's attitude. He did not hesitate and directly opened the cowhide booklet and looked at it in the light of the fire stick. Several heads immediately came over, opening the first page, There were 4 big characters written on it. Soul calming sword technique. Everyone's breathing immediately quickened. It only takes one sword to kill evil and suppress evil spirits. It is also possible to plan to destroy the Grandmaster and break through the barriers. When he read the following small words, Du Yijian's hand shook. And he almost dropped the booklet on the fire stick. What a boast! This is probably more than just a Grandmaster level martial art. Even Lei Baoha, who was leaning against the Wuji sect, was feeling a little breathless at this moment. Quick, take a look at the next page. He couldn't help but urge. Du Yijian turned to the next page with trembling hands, and his eyes were stunned for a moment, because he saw 8 words. If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first, everyone. This? Is it true? We'll read on for the explanation. It turns out that this technique was created by a strange man with a yin and yang body. It combines the advantages of yin and yang and has a powerful effect of breaking through the barriers of martial arts. However, the conditions for practicing this technique are very harsh. One cannot allow the yang to be excessive and the yin to be insufficient, nor can the yin to be excessive and the yang to be insufficient. There is also a warning below. If you force yourself to practice, your body will explode and die. What should I do? All the men present couldn't help but feel a chill in their crotch. So the Yi family's children are so weak because they gave up this martial art because they wanted to castrate themselves to practice? Fairy Qingyu sighed. This technique requires men to castrate themselves, becoming hermaphrodites. But there's nothing women can do about it, right? You can't just install that thing, right? Even if you did, it wouldn't generate yang energy. It was all in vain. She was a little disappointed. However, it does allow disciples to practice and become guardians of the sect in the future. She thought so. The others obviously also thought of the situation of the Yi family. Their ancestors were extremely powerful and well known in the martial arts world, but their descendants had mediocre martial arts skills and made a living by running an escort agency. This obviously illustrates the problem. Therefore, this sword manual must be true. With this thought in mind, several people flipped through the sword manual again. The previous part is a mental method, which is extremely mysterious. The few people there are all masters, and they can tell at a glance that this method must be extremely powerful. The next part is about swordsmanship, which is still mysterious and unpredictable, but it is noted that it requires the coordination of mental skills to exert its power. After reading the whole article, few people had any doubts anymore. It seems that the Yi family's martial arts are mediocre because they only practice swordsmanship. Without the coordination of mental skills, they are unable to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. Du Yijian closed the booklet and let out a long sigh. But now comes the problem. Should I cut it or not? With peerless martial arts, one can dominate the world and even break through the shackles to reach a realm unprecedented in history. But if one were to cut off that thing and become a eunuch, it would become a laughingstock if the news got out, and no matter how high his martial arts skills were, people would probably look down on him. The ancestors of the Yi family roamed the martial arts world, and they probably practiced the skill after having children. Du Yijian was a little moved. His children and grandchildren are all adults, and he himself is old, so he doesn't have much need in that area. The others were a little confused. They were all powerful figures in the underworld, rich and powerful, with beautiful wives and concubines, and many at home. After practicing this kung fu, they would not be happy. What to do? If you don't have your life force and can't be happy, what's the point of living? Lin Zhan said hesitantly. I think this thing is harmful to people. We might as well destroy it. Lei Baoha also said. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to take the booklet, but Du Yijian blocked it. Old Lei, even if you don't want to practice, others may not. His face was stern, his aura suddenly burst out, his hair and beard fluttered, and for a moment no one dared to move. Lei Baoha was shocked. Du Yijian, do you really want to cut it? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? After hearing his words, Du Yijian's face became hesitant. He took out the sword manual and read it again and again. But I'm already old. If I don't break through, I'll just be a pile of dry bones. What can I do? His voice was suddenly covered with a layer of frustration, which made people feel pity. Everyone was silent. Everyone knows that a breakthrough in cultivation can prolong life. If you put yourself in their shoes, if your time is up, you would probably have to give up a mere 2 taels of this thing. Lao Du, please copy the sword techniques for me. I will decide whether to practice them or not. Suddenly, Zhuo Bufan spoke. Give me a copy too. Several others also spoke up quickly. After all, it is a rare top-level martial art, so it will always be useful to keep a copy. It's not difficult to make a copy. Du Yijian took the booklet and walked up to hand it to Zhuo Bufan. Yes, here. Before he could finish his words, he attacked at the same time as Lin Zhan and Zhuo Bufan. The tinderbox suddenly went out. A short scream suddenly echoed through the cave. Du Yijian, you were so bold. Lei Bao's voice sounded intermittently, followed by another loud clanging sound. After a while, the tinderbox lit up again. I saw that Fairy Qingyu had already fallen to the ground, her neck twisted into a strange angle, and she was deader than dead. At this moment, Lei Baoha was lying in the corner, spitting out blood. There was a big hole in his chest, but the wound was covered with a thin layer of ice. Obviously he was hit by Du Yijian's Snow Mountain sword. Technique. Aren't you afraid of Wuji Sect's revenge? He coughed up blood and stared at Du Yijian, who was wiping his sword. Ha, it was you, Lei Baoha, who was lustful and overbearing, who intended to do something indecent to Fairy Qingyu, and ended up being killed by her.
What does it have to do with us? Zhuo Bufan sneered as suddenly floated to Lei Bao's side with a snap. The palm hit him on the head. Lei Bao is dead. This old man Lei, relying on the Wuji sect's support, has insulted me many times. This palm strike is to give you an explanation. Zhuo Bufan kicked his body to the ground. The resentment in my heart was finally released. At this time, only Du Yijian, Lian Zhan and Zhuo Bufan were left in the cave. Master Zhuo, Master Du, you won't attack me, right? Lian Zhan stared at Du Yijian's expression, chuckled twice, and took a step back. The three of them had made the move just now, which was an agreement made long ago. Now that all the opponents were eliminated, he was a little worried about himself. After all, I just revealed my intention not to practice this skill. Master Lian, are you kidding? You have a copy of the sword manual. We are brothers in life and death. Du Yijian wanted to kill him, but Lian Zhan was already on guard. If he took action and he got away, it would be troublesome. Besides, since he has participated in the killing of Fairy Qingyu, they are already in the same boat. There is no need to create more killing. To show his sincerity, Du Yijian took out the simple musical notation and placed it on the stone table on the spot. Brother Lian, you copy first. Brother Zhuo and I will wait outside. Once you finish copying, we can come in. Just like that, the last of the three left with a simple musical score. As for the disciples present at the scene, the three of them kept their mouths shut, and all the disciples from Tianxian Island were killed, leaving no one alive. Chapter 368 Castrate Yourself, Zhanhu, 8, Tisk Tsk, A River of Blood? Changqing, sitting in the carriage, ate snacks while listening to the system gossip about the various sects and made comments from time to time. Is old man Du really that cruel? He didn't even let go of the disciples of Tianxian Island? You actually dared to kill Elder Lei of the Wuji sect? Was this the courage given by Kijiji? Wahahaha. So, it's good to be old, I don't hesitate to cut it, haha. Lin Chan and Zhuo Bufan may still have to struggle for a while. The system described it vividly, and Changqing was listening with great interest. Isn't this plot much more exciting than the original? Hey, did you record the scene? Changqing asked. The system paused, then revealed a smug look. I've recorded everything. Even though it's dark in the cave, I've turned up the light so you can see it clearly. Well done. Changqing gave the system a thumbs up. But how do we get this thing out? That's a problem. I am the immortal cultivation plane. You can use the photostone, as he has no shortage of them in his space, but this is the martial arts plane, and no one knows how to use it. It seems we need to think of another solution. This time, it had been 3 days since Changqing left West Lake Villa. After those guarding disciples obtained the supreme martial arts of the sect, they were ecstatic. They were a little skeptical about its authenticity at first, but they were disciples of the sect after all. After trying to practice it, they found that this thing was completely effective. Of course it will be effective, because those masters only changed a few key aspects, and it is not a completely random technique. The entry-level technique hasn't changed. If it does, wouldn't the other party quickly discover the clue? Once the disciples started practicing, they naturally neglected supervision. They thought that Changqing's martial arts skills were mediocre, and the map of the villa was complicated, so it would be very difficult for him to walk out alone, and it would definitely be difficult for him to leave alone. Who knew he had this hack system? So, on a dark and windy night, he left smoothly under the guidance of the system. Don't take it too easy. When the disciples discovered that he was gone the next day, he had already left Hangzhou. His target is Yongcheng, where the forces of the underworld are the most complicated. That is the location of the Wuji sect and also the most central place in the world of martial arts. Host, if you want to cause trouble, why don't you go to Piamio Peak where your eldest brother is? The system had a big meal and was jumping around excitedly. The west is too remote. I can't bear the hardship. Changqing spoke very sincerely. System, when Du Yijian and others rushed to Hangzhou from Rongqing again, another 3 days had passed. What? Yi Changqing ran away? When Zhuo Bufan heard Lu Fubao's report, he almost slapped him on the head. He was resentful of the boy for calling him Xiao Zhuozi, and was just thinking of coming back to teach him a lesson, but he ran away. But he actually planned to castrate himself to practice swordsmanship. Doesn't this little Zhuozi have to be confirmed? With so many of you, you still can't keep an invalid under control? Lin Chan was a little unconvinced. That kid's martial arts skills were not very good to begin with, and he had been crippled long ago. How could he actually walk out of such a large manor without being discovered? Could it be that there is a traitor among the disciples? Tell me. What's going on? Du Yijian roared loudly, frightening the little disciple so much that he trembled. I faced with the pressure from the sect leader, the young disciple couldn't bear it at all. His legs went weak and he knelt down. He trembled for a long time and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Du Yijian stretched out his hand, and a cyclone of air rolled out, sucking the disciple over. He grabbed the little disciple's neck with one hand, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Who let him go? He didn't believe that Yi Changqing could get out without anyone's help. Babble before the disciple could answer. Du Yijian suddenly let go of his hand. You practiced the snow mountain sword technique? A sound like thunder rang in his ears, and the disciple collapsed to the ground. Ha, Lao Du, you need to discipline these disciples of yours.
They actually let that kid go just for the sake of our martial arts. After hearing what Due Jin said, Lian Zhan understood what was going on and couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. The young disciple was a little unhappy to hear this. He didn't know where he got the courage from, but he suddenly raised his head. We all practiced. That person gave us the technique, 1 copy each. I'm going to. Lian Zhan just felt his face burning out. He looked at the disciples who were standing huddled beside him, and a single look frightened them so much that they all knelt down. Okay. No need to ask. Lu Fu, have you practiced that silent spell? Zhuo Bufan's stern voice suddenly sounded, attracting everyone's attention. I saw Lu Fu, a disciple of the Wuyin sect, kneeling on the ground. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his hands were tightly grasping his throat, making a loud and strange cry. Several people understood immediately. I think Zhuo Bufan modified the first half of his own technique because he resented Yi Changqing, and it just so happened that this disciple was a fast cultivator. He's become obsessed. Master Zhua, give him a quick death. Lin Shan said. He is just a disciple. He has gone astray and is no longer valuable. Even if his power is depleted, he will be a useless person who has lost all his martial arts skills when he is rescued. Shut up! Zhuo Bufan suddenly roared, his eyes red. Suddenly he jumped up and pressed his hands on Lu Fu's Shinji and Baihui acupoints. His internal energy surged, and he was determined to save him with all his strength. Master Zhua, Lian Zhan was a little puzzled, but when he saw Due Jian shaking his head and pointing at the two of them, he suddenly had an idea. These two people have such similar figures and looks. Perhaps this Lu Fu is sect leader Zhua's illegitimate son? This makes sense. No wonder he was willing to sacrifice his strength to save people. At this time, white smoke was coming out of Lu Fu's body, his fat body was shaking constantly, and his eyes were rolled back, as if he could die at any time. After a while, Zhuo Bufan withdrew his hands and fell to the ground, but Lu Fu collapsed to the ground and fainted. Ahem, Master Zhuo truly loves his disciples like his life. After Lu Fu was carried away, Lin Zhan couldn't help but sigh. Zhuo Bufan, he ignored Lian Zhan's gossipy look and looked at Due Jian. Brother Du, that kid has harmed so many of our disciples. We must not let him go. Yes, he actually ran away without permission. He simply doesn't take us seriously. Lian Zhan was also very angry. He had not expected that so many of his disciples would practice his own martial arts. The 3 angry men ordered their disciples to search the entire city, but found nothing. This person just disappeared. His martial arts skills are low, and he might have been killed. In the end, they had no choice but to come to this conclusion and return to their sect. Chapter 369, Castrate Yourself, Zhanghu, 9, Yokoyama. The rain came pouring down. 2 figures in straw raincoats and bamboo hats stood in front of the empty cave, not moving for a long time. Tianming, let's go. The things our ancestors left behind are gone. In the heavy rain, a deep and vicissitudes voice sounded, making Yi Tianming clench his fists even more. There was a ferocious look on his face. Father, the 4 major factions have taken away my ancestral inheritance. I cannot tolerate this. As soon as the words fell, a fierce momentum suddenly burst out, and all the surrounding rain was bounced away. A mysterious aura lingered around his body and disappeared in an instant. Tianming. You broke through? Yi Zhenan was inexplicably surprised that he knew that his eldest son was a genius, but he didn't expect him to be this talented. However, he reached his peak at the age of 20. At this moment, he was so excited that he broke through in one fell swoop and reached the innate realm. There is hope for the Yi family's revival. That he suddenly felt his eyes getting hot and a sour feeling surged in his heart. Tell me, was this location told to them by Yi Changqing? The murderous voice came again, and Yi Zhenan's heart shuddered. He quickly shook his head. Impossible. That guy doesn't even know where this place is. Besides, he values his family more than anything else. That's just what you thought. Maybe you let it slip in front of him and he figured out your location. Yi Tianming interrupted his father with a somewhat unfriendly tone. Yi Zhenan choked. He knew that the legitimate son disliked the concubine's son very much, and he understood this, but he didn't look at the boy differently. He just wanted him to contribute to the family and practice the soul-calming sword technique. I heard that the boy was imprisoned for 2 years and has now escaped. Since you taught him the sword technique, he must be able to practice it. Let him take revenge first. Yi Tianming said in a cold voice and turned away. And now that the legacy is gone, it has no meaning here. He has just made a breakthrough and still needs time to consolidate his cultivation. Changqing didn't know that he was being counted on again. He is currently discussing business in a bookstore in a big city. When the boss looked at the young man opposite him who was dressed in luxurious clothes and had a handsome face, he felt that a big customer had come today. Afu, quickly serve tea to the distinguished guest. He shouted and looked at Changqing with a smile. Sir, are you looking to buy a book or publish one? We have a nationwide bookstore chain. For anything book-related, you can always go to us. Speaking of this, the boss was a little proud. Changqing naturally didn't waste any words. He took out 5 books, namely Soul Calming Sword Technique, Snow Mountain Sword Technique, 100 Poisons Manual, Silent Curse, and Great Soul Searching Technique. 20,000 copies of each will be printed and sold in your bookstore. The boss was quite knowledgeable and he knew at a glance that these things were martial arts secrets from the martial arts world. He opened the soul calming sword technique, puff, he spat out a mouthful of tea. Sir, is it true that if one wants to practice divine skills, one must first castrate oneself?
Changqing nodded calmly. The boss looked at him with awe. People in the underworld are cruel.
They are cruel to others and to themselves. Then he heard the cold voice of the young man opposite.
I haven't practiced this. Cough, cough, cough.
The boss immediately started coughing. He flipped through several other books, all of which were normal secret manuals, but the names looked quite impressive, probably the unique skills of those martial arts sections. The boss glanced at the young man opposite him without leaving a trace, and was secretly puzzled. This young man doesn't look very old, but he has so many secret manuals. If this is true, any copy would probably be sold at a sky-high price. The boss rolled his eyes and had an idea in mind. Sir, these secret manuals of yours probably involve other sects, so they are hard to sell in our bookstore.
What if their sect causes trouble, right?
Changqing looked at him, only to see him cough twice again and suddenly lower his voice.
However, I can do this business personally. I have the channels. But I want a share.
He raised 5 fingers and compared, 50-50, the boss has a good idea, take over the business first, regardless of whether it is true or false, and let the market test it, print a small amount and sell it.
If it sells well, make more.
If it is fake and doesn't sell well, you won't lose money. However, looking at the young man's demeanor, he had a hunch that these secrets were most likely true. Changqing had no objection to his boss's proposal. He thought it would cost some money, but now it saves him some trouble.
Sure.
However, I want to sell those books first and the soul calming sword technique last. Changqing put forward his own request. Seeing that the boss nodded indifferently, his expression became stern. Business is business, don't play tricks on me. A domineering aura filled the entire space. The boss immediately felt the overwhelming pressure coming at him, and for a moment it seemed as if he had walked through the gates of hell. Sir, we are honest in our business. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke cautiously. Changqing asked him to print a copy first, and then he took the original to the next place. Same routine. He visited more than a dozen bookstores. No bookstore is willing to sell these secret manuals openly, but many are willing to trade privately. Of course, there are also those that refuse outright, fearing that they will get into trouble. Changqing didn't force it. When it comes to business, it's all about mutual consent. Half a month later, the world was in an uproar. First, the secrets of the 4 major sects began to circulate on the black market, selling for a high price, but who among the Jianghu people was short of money? If they were short of money, they would have no chance to learn martial arts and would only be able to farm. Some people didn't believe it at first, but they couldn't help but buy a copy out of curiosity to try it out. This test resulted in a big explosion. It is actually possible to practice. We are all from the Jianghu, so who doesn't know which martial arts schools these are from? Nowadays, many people buy all 4 of them in one package. Spending over 1,000 taels of silver is equivalent to joining 4 sections. This is a good deal. The news spread and even the major sects knew about it. Which sect doesn't have a few hostile forces? At a glance, oh no, all the opponent's secrets were sold on the black market. Hurry up and buy it, get it, and study it. Knowing yourself and your enemy will help you win every battle. Even non-hostile forces were curious and secretly bought some for research. Finally, several sects involved also got the news. Report. Master, someone is selling our Snow Mountain sword technique in the martial arts world. What should we do?
Dui Jian has been paying special attention to health preservation recently.
He wants to take good care of his body and prepare to practice the soul calming sword technique. I couldn't help feeling unhappy when I heard the disciples' report.
Why make such a fuss? How could my sect's secret manual possibly be spread to the martial arts world?
The disciple was frightened by his stern voice and immediately knelt down.
Master, this is real.
Also for sale are the Silent Curse of the Silent Sect, the Great Soul-Searching Hand of the Wuxia Villa, and the 100 Poisons Book of Tianxian Island. After hearing this, Dui Jian understood they had traded this secret book with that kid before, so it seems he is not dead. This is revenge against all the major sections. Naive, this secret manual has been modified.
Who can master it? It's just a waste of money.
Don't worry, what they're selling is fake.
There's no way our secret manual could be stolen.
Chapter 370 Castrate Yourself, Jianghu, 10. As soon as Dui Jian finished speaking, he heard hurried footsteps outside.
Master Du, something happened. The ones who came in were Zhuo Bufan and Lianzhan.
They looked panicked and the disciples of the Snow Mountain sword sect behind them couldn't stop them.
Brother Zhuo, Brother Lian, why are you so flustered? Sit down and have some tea first. Dui Jian looked down upon their panicked appearance. After all, he is the leader of a faction. Why is he so flustered?
Master Du, our secret manual has spread throughout the martial arts world.
Now almost everyone has a copy. Zhuo Bufan stamped his feet in anxiety. That guy must still be alive. He released all our secret books. Lin Chan's eyes were also red and his fists were clenched tightly. It seemed that he was very angry. The two people's unusual attitudes made Dui Jian a little curious. Didn't you tamper with the secret manual you gave that kid? No one else would be able to learn it even if they bought it. Hearing his question, the two became even more anxious.
Yes, they tampered with it, but the secret manual they were selling was actually genuine. All the modifications have been reversed. Lin Chan was a little hoarse. Bang, the teacup in Du Yijian's hand fell to his feet, and the tea splashed, soaking his shoes. Quick! Who among you has the Snow Mountain sword technique on the market? Show it to me. He stood up in a panic, his anxiety obvious on his face. Zhuo Bufan took out a booklet from his arms and threw it to him. Take a look. Du Yijian quickly opened it with a serious look. He found the key point of his modification and glanced over it. Sure enough, it has been changed to the correct version. Completion. He sat down slowly. He, Du Yijian, became the sinner of the Snow Mountain sword sect. Brother Du, Zhuo Bufan shouted, but saw Du Yijian suddenly open his eyes. Zhuo Bufan, why did you buy my Snow Mountain sword technique? Are you trying to harm my sect? Du Yijian suddenly jumped up, and his sword was unsheathed with a clang. For a moment, the hall was filled with sword energy and murderous aura. Oh, Zhuo Bufan, it's all over the place, right? And I'm not the only one who bought it. It was Lianzhan who took a step forward. Brother Du, calm down. Our secret manuals have spread all over the martial arts world. Anyone can buy them for a few hundred taels of silver. I'm sure the Snow Mountain sword sect disciples have bought a lot of our secret manuals. As he spoke, he moved closer to a disciple of the Snow Mountain sword sect, stretched out his hand and grabbed, and 4 secret books fell out of his pocket. None of the 4 sects are left behind. Du Yijian was silent. You really can't blame anyone else for this. Brother Zhuo, I was abrupt just now. He sat down slowly. Zhuo Bufan and Lianzhan also sat down opposite him. The 3 of them had extremely solemn expressions and the atmosphere was extremely silent. Which bookstore is selling it? Let's ask them to stop selling it. After a long time, Du Yijian let out a long sigh. There is definitely no way to sell those that have already been sold, but it would be best to stop selling those that have not yet been sold. Hearing his words, Zhuo Bufan smiled bitterly. Most of this is circulating on the black market. Although there's a bookstore behind it, they haven't shown up at all, so there's no way to stop it. Lin Chan's face was as gloomy as water, and now that so many have been sold, there's no way to stop them from copying each other. Du Yijian deflated like a balloon. But we clearly modified the key aspects. How could it be revised again? This was something he couldn't understand. In particular, Zhuo Bufan and Lianzhan couldn't figure it out either. How difficult is it to create a new technique? It requires great wisdom and cultivation, and revising a technique is no less challenging. To revise the 4 techniques in such a short time is probably something that even a grandmaster or above might not be able to do. Is there a traitor in our sect? Du Yijian pondered. Zhuo Bufan and Lianzhan looked at each other and shook their heads. This kind of core skill is only passed on to direct disciples, and ordinary disciples in the sect have no chance to come into contact with it. They had already investigated their own disciples, and they had no chance to contact outsiders recently. Call Feng Bufan over. Du Yijian's expression turned stern as he gave orders to his disciples. After a while, a tall and handsome young man came to the living room and answered some questions from the headmaster. The result, of course, was nothing. He hasn't left the sect in nearly 10 years. Du Yijian frowned deeply. This matter has obviously gotten out of control and is beyond their ability to resolve. After much thought, he felt that the most important thing was to improve his strength as quickly as possible, so that he would not be afraid of his opponent studying the Snow Mountain sword technique. My 2 brothers, we are in a difficult situation now. The only correct way is to improve our strength. He looked solemn, as if he had made a decision that went against his ancestors. So, Brother Du, what do you want? Lianzhan asked tentatively and saw Du Yijian nodded heavily. The fact that our sect's secret manual has been leaked is a fact. We need to express our stance and investigate the source, but more importantly, we must improve our strength. Lin Chan and Zhuo Bufan remain silent. They also understand it in their hearts. Now that our sect's secret manual has been leaked, it means that our strength has declined. Our opponents will study our unique skills and may even develop ways to crack them. This is undoubtedly fatal for people in the underworld. After all, who doesn't have 2 mortal enemies? It seems that practicing sword is imperative. That kid from the Yi family. I will never let him off. Zhuo Bufan gritted his teeth. I didn't expect that after hunting eagles all my life, I would get my eyes pecked. Fortunately, we got the soul calming sword technique. Lianzhan also sighed. At least, there is still a chance to turn things around, although the process will be a little painful. Chapter 371 Castrate Yourself, Jianghu, 11. Changqing naturally knew that the 3 of them had already started castrating themselves to practice sword skills. When the system explained the situation to him, he rolled on the ground laughing. Ha ha ha, that Du Yijian swung the knife himself and ended up getting an infection. He had to call a doctor to cure it. Ha 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 ha. Then the doctor must have been killed by him, right? Changqing asked. The system nodded. These days, people in the underworld really treat human lives as worthless. Where are Zhuo Bufan and Lianzhan? Lianzhan had a doctor at Wuxia Villa. Fortunately, the operation went smoothly, but it was agonizing. I cried for several days. Zhuo Bufan was more careful, and even found someone from the imperial court who specialized in purifying the body to do it. Ha ha. The system laughed. I never thought that the 3 leaders would all become eunuchs. Changqing also laughed. Now that everything has been cut, we can move on to the next step. Within a few days, new goods appeared on the black market. This time it's the soul calming sword technique. The price is higher, priced at 1,000 taels, but the enthusiasm of the people in the industry could not be resisted, and the first batch of goods was sold out as soon as it was put on the shelves. No way. The soul calming sword technique is really too popular. Who doesn't know that the Yi family was wiped out because of this sword technique? Something that is coveted by the four major sects must be a good thing, right? And I heard that they have found the original version in Hangli Mountain, so out of curiosity, many people want to buy it and take a look. After all, the secret manuals of the four major sects that were previously circulating on the black market were all real, and this time no one doubted their authenticity, but as soon as they opened it, everyone in the world was shocked. If you want to practice magic, you must castrate yourself first. Moreover, the explanation is clear and convincing. What the hell is this operation? If you want to achieve great martial arts skills and dominate the martial arts world, you have to cut that thing off, and women can't practice. Is this the exclusive martial art of eunuchs? Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground in shock. Could this be a true martial art? Or is this a prank? Some people can't help but think so. Not only ordinary people in the martial arts world are curious, but also some big figures from some sections. They would naturally start to experiment and force their disciples to practice, and as a result, something really went wrong. Within half a month, they became possessed and exploded to death. Of course, some people also found eunuchs who had left the palace to try it out, and it turned out that it could greatly improve their cultivation. As soon as the news spread, the world was in an uproar again. This sword technique is actually real. Everyone couldn't help but think of the incident in which the four major sects wiped out the Yi family. I heard that they seem to have made some gains in Hangli Mountain. Does that mean that Du Yijian and the others have started castrating themselves to practice sword skills? If this is true, it would be explosive news. These people were among the best masters in the martial arts world, and were also the leaders of their sections. However, they were killed and became eunuchs. That's a bit funny. Could it be possible that the Snow Mountain Sword sect, the Flawless Villa, and the Silent sect could be led by a eunuch? A lot of discussion started in the world. Some people say, how can someone who is neither male nor female lead a major sect? It is simply a disgrace to the righteous underworld. Some people also laughed. These people put so much thought into this, only to end up stabbing themselves? This result is too dramatic. Of course, some people think that it's just two tails of meat. When you become a grandmaster, you will be truly impressive. Tingyu Pavilion, the leading information organization in the martial arts world, even published a special information report, inviting many well-informed people to analyze whether Du Yijian and others had castrated themselves to practice swordsmanship. The conclusion is yes, the reason is very sufficient. These three people have not been active in the martial arts world since they appeared in Hangli Mountain that day. They must have been in seclusion. They even said seriously that Du Yijian caught a cold because of castration and almost died. The analysis was well reasoned and the description was very exciting, which immediately caught everyone's attention. This led to many curious gangsters hanging around the three major sects every day, just to verify for themselves whether the melon was sweet or not. The Snow Mountain Sword sect is located in a relatively remote area, and the Wuyin sect is on Wuyin Mountain. Only Wuxia Villa is relatively convenient, so the area around Wuxia Villa is the most lively recently, and the prices of the surrounding inns have increased several times, and the demand is still outstripping the supply. After Changqing learned about this, he couldn't help but sigh that the spectators are the primary productive force. It's lively outside, but it was not so easy for Lin Chan, the person involved. He castrated himself to practice sword skills, but he didn't want it to be known to everyone at this time. Even in Wuxia Villa, there was only one doctor who knew about this, and he had already silenced him. Soon, all three sects issued statements, so the content is also very similar, denouncing rumors and denying castration. In order to prove himself, Lin Chan endured the pain like a knife cutting in his genitals and went to a brothel twice. As a result, he heard someone in the brothel say that the more one lacks something, the more they want to prove it. The owner of Wuxia Villa must have castrated himself, so he was putting on an act. He was so angry that his wound almost broke open on the spot. Damn it, we really should move Wuxia Villa to the mountains. This sentence was heard by some commoner, and it became proof that he had castrated himself. Shock. In order to practice swordsmanship, Lian Zhan, the owner of Wuxia Villa, intends to move to Wuzhou Mountain. The next day, Tingyu Pavilion used this title in its special report. Ha 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 ha. When Changqing saw this, he laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Isn't this just like the eye-catching self-media in later generations? There is absolutely no offline, but Tingyu Pavilion has some background, and ordinary people can't do anything to it. Wuxia Villa issued a statement to reprimand the other party, but they just made big talk instead. What we said is all true. Do you even dare to examine the owner of the manor? We will ask an intermediary to do the inspection. If it is not self-castration, we will compensate you with Tingyu Pavilion. This bold behavior attracted cheers from the onlookers, but Lin Chan didn't dare to do a physical examination, so he could only say that it was an insult to his dignity and he would never accept it. Now everyone in the world believes it. He must have castrated himself, otherwise, it's just a physical examination. It can not only clear your name, but also get you a job at an institution like Tingyu Pavilion that makes a lot of money every day. No one would refuse it, since even the owner of the manor castrated himself. What about sect leaders Du and Zhua? Everyone reasonably gave a positive guess. Ha 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 ha, have you heard? Those three major sects are all headed by eunuchs. How interesting. Bah!
A thing that is neither male nor female is qualified to be in charge of a righteous sect? It's simply shameful. Ha, what's the righteous path? Killing an entire family for a sword technique is called the righteous path? Some people are sarcastic. Doesn't that mean the Yi family is colluding with the demons? They've even found evidence. Some people objected. The Yi family just runs an escort agency. Their collusion with the demon clan is just due to their greed. The discussion in the underworld was endless, and the more they discussed, the worse the reputation of the three people became. Unfortunately, Lien Zhan and his companions had high prestige in their respective sects, and they were able to suppress some discordant voices, but the mood of the three was terrible. But what can I do, now that he has just castrated himself? It is not appropriate to do anything big, you just bear with it. When your sword skills are perfected, no one will dare to gossip about you. Chapter 372 Castrate Yourself, Zhanghu, 12. There were many people in the martial arts world who watched the fun and laughed at the three major sections, but in fact, there are many people who really like it. Many people hold the soul-calming sword technique in their hands. The mysterious martial arts can most touch the hearts of warriors. Moreover, this is a martial art that can reach the level of Grandmaster or above. Should I practice or not? This is a problem. You should know that the peerless martial arts in this world are all controlled by the big sects, but even in the big sects, there are very few martial arts that lead directly to the Grandmaster level. There are many people in the world, so naturally there are many impulsive ones, some of the older ones didn't need the thing and were ready to give it a try. Others were desperate for revenge and just cut it off directly for a time. Many eunuchs quietly appeared in the world. There are even clinics that specialize in removing that thing. After all, it is risky to remove it yourself, and there is a possibility of death among them. One clinic is particularly famous, that is the Heping Medical Clinic located in Yongcheng. The slogan here is painless, confidential, and short recovery period. With its excellent service, it has become a holy place for many people who want to practice sword.at this time. Changqing was sitting on the second floor of the clinic, looking at the appointment form on the table with a mysterious smile on his face. Business is really good. He specially invited a master chef from the palace to take charge of this, and even took out some space anesthetic herbs to ensure that the process was painless. Of course, it will still hurt after the anesthetic wears off, but this is much better than other clinics. Therefore, since its opening, its reputation has gradually grown, and many people from other places come here specifically for surgery. Business is booming. Especially in the past 2 days, the store has launched an event. The second one is half price, and the whole family gets a 40% discount. As soon as the news was released, it immediately caused an uproar. You know, this operation is not cheap. The normal price is 1,000 taels of silver. Host, your activity is really awesome. The system stood on Changqing's shoulder and couldn't help but squeeze its legs together when it saw Changqing flipping through the application forms one by one. Damn, why do I feel a chill under my legs? The wind was really strong coming out of the window. Changqing looked at the familiar names with great interest. He even picked up the teacup and took a sip. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. I saw an acquaintance, Lu Fu. She is really going to become Xiao Fuzi. Changqing smiled. At this time, Lu Fu was sitting in the carriage. He covered his face tightly. The weather was a little hot and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Ever since he practiced his own unique skills incorrectly and went astray last time, he has become a useless person. This was really unbearable for him. After that, he also found out that sect leader Zhuo was actually his biological father, which made him feel very fortunate. It doesn't matter. If you go astray, you won't be saved and your body will explode and die out. He had never thought of castrating himself to practice swordsmanship, but there were always people in the sect who bullied him, saying that he was a useless person. I have offended many people before. This made him very worried. It's okay when my father is alive, but what if something happens to him, or even 100 years later, what will I do? As a man of the world, he fully understands the importance of strength. I originally wanted my father to teach me the soul-calming sword technique, so that I could break it down and then rebuild it, but I ended up being scolded instead. He was very dissatisfied. Why? You can practice, but I can't. He doesn't want to be bullied anymore. He wants to make those people kneel at his feet. So I gritted my teeth and came here, because it's painless here. At this moment, seeing the couplet on the vermilion gate, he felt a sense of empathy. This is exactly the reflection of his mood, practicing magical skills, traveling across the martial arts world, a mere 2 taels of this thing. There is no use for it. Get rid of worries, settle scores, it's only 3 inches long. Don't regret it. Horizontal banner, roll up. Come in. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard an old voice coming from the inner room, and his heart settled. Hello, master, you are experienced. Hey, here I come. He went in and saw an old, wrinkled face. Doctor, before Lu Fu could finish his words, he was interrupted. Go into the back room, lie down, and take off your pants. The old doctor was very busy, having to cut hundreds of roots a day, but he had no time to listen to his nagging. To be honest, he had no idea it would be so busy when he took the job. Fortunately, the salary is also very generous. It can be considered as a reward for hard work. After Lu Fu entered, he found that the house had a skylight, and the light from outside could directly shine onto the narrow bed. He gritted his teeth and prepared himself to lie down. After a while, the old doctor came in and gave him a small bottle of medicine, and he lost consciousness. In less than 20 minutes, he was carried out from the back. He was taken to the inn by someone who had been waiting there. The inn here also cooperates with the clinic. All the waiters are trained and never ask for guests' information.
There are also professional caregivers who can make perfect nutritious meals to help guests recover quickly.
Host, you have earned all the money.
The system couldn't help but sigh. Selling sword manuals to create demand and opening a surgical institution to meet the demand is really a cool move, Changqing smiled. I'm doing this for peace in the martial arts world. These people just have too much testosterone, so they're being violent and aggressive. Also, there's a huge gap in everyone's martial arts abilities. As the saying goes, a sharp weapon breeds murderous intent. If everyone practiced the same martial arts, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to attack others casually. System. Damn, that sounds reasonable. Changqing was busy making money, but Dui Jian was furious after hearing the news.
What? The soul calming sword technique has also spread to the black market?
He had been recuperating in seclusion after the operation, not allowing anyone to disturb him. He felt that his wound had healed a lot and wanted to go out for some fresh air, but he found out about this explosive news, which shocked him so much that his wound almost split open again.
You bunch of idiots. Don't you know how to tell me such a big thing?
A surge of anger rose in his heart, and he slapped the disciple who was close to him and sent him flying. The disciple got up covered in dust and felt aggrieved. The leader himself said that no one is allowed to disturb him, so how could he dare to do that? Besides, he bought the latest popular martial arts set on the black market and has been studying it recently. Very busy. However, he didn't dare say these words. The disciple knows his mistake. He knelt on the ground and admitted his mistake cleanly and neatly. As Dui Jian moved, he felt a heat under his body again. The wound opened.
Quick! Call the doctor! He quickly yelled. The gray-haired doctor came over tremblingly, checked his injuries, and sighed. Master, I told you not to get angry or use violence. Your injury is at the root, and you need to rest and recuperate.
This old doctor is a veteran of the Snow Mountain Sword Sect. Although his martial arts skills are not very high, he has some status, so Dui Jian can't get angry with him.
Please give me some medicine, doctor.
His voice lowered, but his eyes were filled with hostility. Originally, only a few people knew that he castrated himself to practice sword skills, but now that the sword techniques have been leaked to the black market, who doesn't know that practicing the soul-calming sword technique requires castration? What kind of reputation is this? However, after learning that Lian Zhan's past at Wuxia Villa had been exposed by Tingyu Pavilion,
he felt a little relieved after hearing that many people in the
martial arts world were secretly castrating themselves to practice sword skills. He even smiled. It's true, when I see others are in a worse situation, I feel that I'm actually okay. Anyway, the fact that he castrated himself to practice sword skills is just speculation from outsiders, and they just don't admit it. He made up his mind, but what was unexpected was that within 2 days,
people from Wuji sect and Tianma Island came to the door. Master Du, why did you kill our sect's elder Lei Baoha? Old man Du, Fairy Qingyu was with you guys and hasn't come back since last time. You even harmed your own teammates. Are you still human?
The visitors were Shen Yuanyi, the second elder of Wuji sect, and Nangong Ling, the chief elder of Tianma Island. Their faces were filled with anger and their words were firm. This made Dui Jian's heart skip a beat.
2 elders. Have you heard any bad news? It must be the demons trying to sow discord between us and the righteous. Don't be fooled. I have some friendship with Elder Lei and Fairy Qingyu, so why would I attack them? Besides, they are very powerful, how could I possibly deal with them?
Dui Jian quickly opened his mouth to defend himself. The 2 people in front of him are both elders of the sect, and their strength is in the late innate stage.
Even if he is in his prime, he will not be able to deal with them. Sect leader Du is very eloquent and his defense is very reasonable and above board.
I don't believe you can kill 2 people, but what if you attacked them in a cave by surprise and had help? The second elder of the Wuji sect sneered, but what he said was even more shocking. Dui Jian only felt his legs tremble and a pain came over him. The wound seemed to be opening again, his brows furrowed deeply. Only Zhua Yifan and Lian Zhan knew about this. Could it be that they leaked the secret? Impossible. They are all participants, there is no reason to betray yourself. Chapter 373 Castration, Jianghu, 13. Dui Jian calmed himself down before speaking slowly. If you 2 don't believe what I say, please produce evidence. I am also the leader of a sect, and you cannot slander me. He stared at the man and woman in front of him with a burning gaze, and his tone was even more resolute, revealing the demeanor of a leader of a major sect. The 2 looked at each other, and suddenly, Shen Yuanyi, the second elder of Wuji sect, took out a booklet and threw it on the table. Master Du, take a look for yourself.
Dui Jian's heart skipped a beat.
He opened the booklet and his face twitched immediately. It turned out to be a comic strip, and the content was exactly what happened in the cave in Hangli Mountain that day. After turning 2 pages, a storm of emotions arose in his heart. Not only are the characters portrayed vividly here, but even the moves they used at the time are displayed vividly. Impossible, the fire starter had gone out by then, and even Lian Zhan and the other man could not have clearly understood the moves they had used. Who drew this sketchbook? Seeing Dui Jian's face becoming increasingly ugly, the 2 elders who came to hold him accountable had a smug look on their faces. They were all people from the 2 major factions who were responsible for investigating the disappearance of important figures. Originally, the bodies of Elder Lei and Fairy Qingyu had been completely destroyed, and it looked like they had attacked each other. Although everyone has suspicions, there is no evidence. Who would have thought that one day someone would suddenly send this storybook over, describing the events so vividly that people couldn't help but believe it? When they saw the script, they felt as if they were there. If we follow the plot of the storybook, it is really possible to kill 2 innate level Masters.so. The two of them made an appointment to come and take a look.
Master Du, you have nothing to say now, right? Nangong Ling questioned with a cold face. Ha 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 ha, these two elders are hilarious. Which great painter created this? The story is pretty good.
Du Jian closed the storybook and suddenly burst into laughter. It's impossible to convict him based on this script.
You. Who else could use this move if not you? Which painter knows your Snow Mountain School's heart-stirring poem?
Shen Yuanyi was so angry that he almost laughed. I have never seen such a shameless person.
Ha, my sex secret manual was stolen and is circulating on the black market. Maybe the heart-stirring poem is among them.
Du Jian stood up and said, if you two don't have any other evidence, please go back.
Nangong Ling also stood up.
Master Du was willing to kill fellow righteous practitioners for the soul-calming sword technique. I guess he wants to practice swordsmanship as quickly as possible to achieve a breakthrough. Practicing swordsmanship requires castration.
Master Du's face is pale. Could he have already done it? Let's verify it.
As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly moved, and in an instant the whole room was filled with floating shadows. Du Jian is an old and powerful man, at the peak of the innate realm. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly be no less powerful than Nangong Ling, a woman. But now he has not recovered from his serious injury and really dares not act rashly.
Someone come!
He roared, and many disciples outside rushed in.
He, the younger generation should not disturb the elders sparring.
Shen Yuanyi waved his sleeves, and a strong wind blew the disciples who rushed in all directions, but he actually stopped them all. On this side, Nangong Ling's attack was like the sea, continuous and endless. This is exactly the attack characteristic that the people of Tianxian Island have developed in the waves. Du Jian dodged the attack and felt a sharp pain in his crotch. Sweat broke out on his forehead. I don't want to fight with women, so don't force me. He was regretting it so much at this moment. If he had known this would happen, he would have cut it later. Quick, go get the elders. He shouted to his disciples again, but was stopped by Shen Yuanyi again.
Ha, a one-on-one fight, do we still need the elders' help? You younger generations, please stop interfering.
Some of the disciples also thought so. The leader was facing a woman and still had to ask the elders for help. Wouldn't that make the Snow Mountain sect lose all its reputation? So, they were stopped, and everyone even looked carefully at the two people fighting on the battlefield, afraid of missing a detail.
Master, you've already given in a lot of moves. This woman is getting more aggressive.
Why should you be soft-handed? A disciple shouted. He saw his leader dodging continuously without fighting back, and he thought that the leader was a gentleman, and he felt dissatisfied. Du Jian.
Damn, are these disciples all idiots?
Can't they see that the leader is injured? He regretted hiding the fact that he was injured. At this time, Nangong Ling's offensive had become connected, just like the calm sea gradually had the sound of wind and thunder, and a tsunami was about to come. The disciples in front held their breath nervously.
Ah! The master is injured.
A female disciple screamed. Everyone looked closely. Sure enough, there were spots of blood on the ground, and Du Jian's lower clothes seemed to be completely soaked with blood.
The location of the sect master's injury is a bit strange. Some disciples covered their mouths.
Ha 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 ha, Du Jian, you really castrated yourself. Ha ha, if you want to practice divine skills, you must castrate yourself first.
Shen Yuanyi suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter contained inner strength and could be heard from far away.
At this moment, Du Jian's face had turned as grim as a ghost.
Let's go, Fairy Nangong. If we keep fighting, the elders of the Snow Mountain sect will be here soon.
With his loud shout, Nangong Ling suddenly withdrew his hand, and the two of them disappeared outside the door in an instant like the wind. Only Shen Yuanyi's wild laughter could be heard from afar. Completion. Du Jian felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. The faces of the disciples at the door were as ugly as if a dying factory had been opened. Naturally, everyone knows about the soul-calming sword technique circulating on the black market. If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first. This has become a catchphrase among the disciples recently, and the sect even announced some time ago that it is strictly forbidden for disciples to castrate themselves for sword practice. Result, the leader took the lead and cut it himself. No moral ethics.
What's going on?
Several powerful auras suddenly descended. They are the three elders of the Snow Mountain sect.
Greetings, elder.
All the disciples bowed hurriedly, but Du Jian was still a little confused at this moment.
Master, you, the great elder, looked at Du Jian's lower garment soaked with blood, and his expression was indescribable. Disciples, all get out.
The third elder glanced around and spoke sternly. The disciples did not dare to stay any longer and retreated with a lot of questions in their heads. They did not know what the elders and the headmaster had discussed.
The next day, Dui Jian announced his abdication, and the position of the head of the sect was taken over by the great elder. This was certainly not decided by the disciples, but it still caused quite a stir among them. A few days later, Wuxia Villa and Wuyin sect also announced their new leaders. This also attracted a lot of attention from the world. Some people said that they were forced to retreat by Wuji sect in Tianxian Island, because they saw the leaders of Wuji sect and Tenma Dao visiting. A few days ago, some people also said that this was because they all practiced the soul calming sword technique, so for the sake of their sect's reputation, they had to abdicate. There were even rumors that Dui Jian and others had contracted serious infections after castrating themselves and were no longer qualified to be the head of the sect. As word spread, everyone agreed that even if they wanted to castrate themselves to practice swordsmanship, they had to find a reliable clinic, such as the Happing Clinic, otherwise the risk would be too great. This actually brought another wave of business to Chongqing. This world is really interesting. Chongqing drank tea and flipped through the account book in front of him, his eyes narrowed with laughter. Why don't we all be more friendly? Why do we have to fight and kill each other? Chapter 374 Castration of Oneself, Zhenghu, 14, Call Lu Fu to me. Zhuo Bufan lay on the bed with his eyes deeply sunken. Last time, Shen Yuani from Wuji sect and Nangong Ling from Tianxian Island came to visit and took him for a test. He was shocked and angry. He missed and was injured by Shen Yuani again. The wound on his lower body also burst open again, which was like adding insult to injury. Now, he has lost his position as the head of the sect, and he feels that his spirit has disappeared. Fortunately, I still have a son. The Zhuo family's incense can still be passed on. If he can practice well, he will not be able to take the position of the head of the Wuyin sect again in the future. Anticipation rose in his heart. Although the leader of a large sect is in a high position and has great power nowadays, he does not have the final say after all. There are still many elders and seniors watching over him. If he goes too far, it will be difficult to cover it up. He had no resentment towards the sect. The news of him castrating himself to practice swordsmanship had spread, and his reputation was ruined. Continuing to serve as the head of the sect would only drag down the sect's reputation. It's a good thing to be able to step down. Master, are you feeling better? After a while, Lu Fu walked in hurriedly. Seeing Zhuo Bufan lying on the bed with a pale face, he immediately rushed to him with red eyes. When he learned about his life experience some time ago, he recalled the details of how he had been protected by the sect leader many times over the years. Although the father and son had not recognized each other before, the father's love never disappeared. Especially since he had been tricked by Yi Chongqing and had practiced the wrong martial arts and gone astray, the sect master ignored his own decline in cultivation and personally helped him to clear the qi. How could he not be moved by such kindness? I was seriously injured and it will be difficult for me to recover for a while. Zhuo Bufan opened his mouth and spoke with some difficulty. I've been so sorry to you before. Although I kept you by my side, I never recognized you. You don't blame me, do you? People are more likely to reveal their true feelings when they are vulnerable, and this is the case with Zhuo Bufan at this moment. He was physically injured, his cultivation was damaged, and he was frustrated in his career, so he became a little sentimental. Father, I don't blame you. Lu Fu, who had always called the master, finally changed his address, but Zhuo Bufan's face froze at the sound. How can it be so sharp? It wasn't hoarse like an adult man's voice, but more like the broken voice of an excited woman. Xiaofu, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? He asked with some concern. He felt relieved when he saw the child shaking his head. It's difficult for martial artists to have children. Our Zhuo family has been a single-line family for many generations, and you are the only one in the next generation. He coughed twice more before continuing. You are old enough now. It's time to marry a wife and have a few concubines so that the Zhuo family can continue its legacy as soon as possible. By the way, don't use the name Lu Fu anymore. From now on, you should be called Zhuo Buchuan. Zhuo Bufan kept on talking, saying this like an ordinary old father, but he didn't notice that beads of sweat the size of beans had already appeared on Lu Fu's forehead. What to do? He never thought that his father only had him as his son. He obviously has so many beautiful concubines that this news really surprised him. The responsibility of carrying on the Zhuo family's legacy rests on his shoulders? He can't handle it. I just came back from Yongcheng, and that thing has been cut into pieces. Now he is not moved at all when he sees the most beautiful woman in the martial arts world, Fairy Yaoguang. What can he say about this? Father, don't you have any other sons? He wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked with a guilty conscience. Zhuo Bufan thought that he was worried that other sons would compete for his favor, so he immediately gave him a reassuring look. You are your father's only son, Clang. Lu Fu trembled and almost fell off the bench. Son, are you hurt? Seeing his ugly face, Zhuo Yifan became anxious. He endured the pain, grabbed Lu Fu's hand and pressed it on his pulse. The next moment, he froze. The pulse is weak, the yang qi sinks, and the yin qi rises. This is exactly the same as his own pulse. You practiced the soul suppression. Before he could finish his words, he saw Lu Fu close his eyes and nodded as if accepting his fate. Wow! Zhuo Bufan's brain suddenly exploded, and his chest felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. It's over. The Zhuo family was wiped out. This thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and he couldn't catch his breath and fainted. Father! Lu Fu shouted loudly, and the scene became chaotic. Zhuo Bufan fell seriously ill. He neither ate nor drank, as if his life had lost its purpose. Father, although the Zhuo family has no descendants, we have mastered the magic skills and can still enjoy the world. Why bother with so much? Lu Fu was very open-minded. He boiled medicine for his father, took personal care of him, and also took the trouble to enlighten him. But just as it is difficult for fathers and sons to understand each other in modern society, Zhuo Bufan felt even more angry and guilty when he heard his words, and didn't even want to look at him, but he stared blankly at the ceiling, tears streaming down his face. Lu Fu, get out of here. He has changed his name and no longer calls his son Zhuo Buchuan. He is not worthy of the name he gave him. At this time, there was a knock on the door and a servant came in. Master, young master, a guest has sent you a letter and said he must give it to you personally. Guests? Zhuo Bufan was stunned. He took the letter and opened it. My body was shaking with anger. Instantly he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the wound on his lower body burst open again, leaving the white cotton on the bed stained with thick blood. Father! Lu Fu hurried forward and helped him lie down, and the letter in his hand fell to the ground. He picked it up and took a look at it. It read, 2 eunuchs in one family, father and son, 2 fathers-in-law, and the horizontal banner read, a great revenge for the annihilation of the whole family, and it was signed by Yi Changqing. It turned out to be this kid. Lu Fu clenched his back teeth. Ah! I'm going to tear you into pieces. He tore the letter to pieces. Go find him. Hurry and bring him back to me. At his roar, the servants hurried out, but the messenger had already gone far away, and the street was bustling with people, so there was no trace of him. Chapter 375 Castrate Yourself, Jianghu, 15. 3 days had passed when Changqing learned of Zhuo Bufan's death. TSK, how petty, so careless, isn't it just the end of the species? You can't even be angry. He sighed at the system. He wiped his sweat and silently distanced himself from his host. Tonzi, this is not polite. The host opposite raised his lips and revealed an evil smile. The system was startled. Host, well done. Zhuo Bufan, you took human life so lightly that he should have died long ago. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to check on Lin Chan. It laughed, dodged, and slipped away. Changqing looked at the systems fleeing back and smiled. The more this leader sees, the less courageous he becomes. Lian Zhan's situation was much worse when the system was talking about him. Although Wuxia Villa belongs to the Lian family, the Lian family is divided into the main family and the branch family. Lian Zhan was originally a child of the branch family, but later because of his outstanding talent, he overwhelmed the main family and became the head of the family. After he became the head of the family, he was worried that the main family would be dissatisfied, so he suppressed them many times. It can be said that he had a deep resentment against them. This time he castrated himself to practice sword skills, and he was extremely cautious. As a result, he was first exposed by Tingyu Pavilion, and then by Shen Yuanyi and Nangong Ling. The disciples of the main family took the opportunity to launch a rebellion, abolished his position as the head of the family, and in order to prevent him from making a comeback, they also destroyed all his internal strength and imprisoned him in the dungeon of Wuxia Villa. Water, give me water. In the dim dungeon, Lian Zhan was lying on the ground. He raised his head with great effort, and his cracked lips moved, making a weak sound. Damn it, what are you yelling about? You think you're the head of the family? The young guard came over with an impatient look on his face. He stood outside the fence with a mocking look on his face. Master, would you like some water? Reaching out to take the kettle from his waist, he opened the lid and poured the water into the cell through the bars. Crash! The sound of flowing water stimulated Lian Zhan's nerves. He desperately crawled forward a few steps, tried to turn his head, and opened his mouth to catch the water. As a result, the guard stopped. Master, if you want to drink water, just lick it from the ground. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Lin Zhan licking water on the ground in a very ungraceful manner, he suddenly burst into laughter. As I laughed, tears started to flow. Lin Zhan, you have come to this day. If you hadn't deliberately done something bad back then, how could my father have been surrounded and killed by the 4 ghosts of Jiangnan on Mount Shumi? You put so much effort into suppressing the main family, but you didn't expect that you would end up being less than a man. Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoed in the dungeon, making the already eerie dungeon seem even more eerie. Lian Zhan licked the ground for a long time before his dry throat felt a little better. He didn't have the energy to refute or say more, but huddled in the corner like a corpse. He never expected that he would end up being imprisoned himself after proposing to imprison Yi Changqing at the bottom of West Lake, and it gets even worse. He felt his crotch begin to feel numb and itchy, a sign of infection. At a time when he needs careful care, he has fallen into this situation. It is no longer something that can be described as tragic. After all, I am a member of the same family, and I have made a lot of contributions to the family over the years. How can they be so heartless? Thinking about the disciples he had personally trained, who defected to the opponent without hesitation at the critical moment, it made him feel so painful that he could hardly breathe. Is it true that the closer the blood relationship, the stronger the murderous intent? At this moment, he also began to regret why he practiced the soul calming sword technique. All this effort just to break through the boundaries and better develop Wuxia Villa. It's really a case of bringing disaster upon oneself. A wry smile appeared on his lips. It's miserable. It's really miserable. The system held its face in its hands and spoke in a muffled voice, its small body shaking constantly. You can laugh if you want to, looking like this.
Changqing glanced at it unhappily. This little Tongzi is more enthusiastic about eating melons than doing anything else. He is very happy now and is doing this on purpose, ha 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 ha. The system finally let go and laughed. He rolled over and over, laughing, holding his belly and kicking his legs. Host, Lin Zhan still hasn't figured out why those disciples betrayed him, ha ha ha. The head of the Lin family had actually planned this a long time ago, but he was just a fool and thought he had a strong control. Ha 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 ha. Changqing also laughed. He remembered that in the original plot, Wuxia Villa also experienced a rebellion when Lin Zhan was practicing the soul-suppressing sword technique. As a result, at that time, the Wuyin sect and the Snow Mountain sect secretly intervened, which enabled him to suppress the main family. And now that Zhuo Bufan is dead and Du Yijian is no longer the head, there is no one who can provide support, so he is isolated and helpless. It's all fate. Changqing took a sip of tea and stood up. This world is too dangerous, it's safer to hide. Pyumiao Peak. Ye Tianming looked at the underworld intelligence his father brought back and fell into deep thought. I just went back to the sect. Why did the martial arts world become so chaotic? Also, does everyone have a copy of the soul calming sword technique now? He also wants to win the championship in the 9 sects competition next year. If everyone practices the soul calming sword technique, there will be more variables. Father, do you think Yi Changqing did this? He looked at Yi Zhennan with some confusion and asked. Why Yi Zhennan shook his head. Although that kid is quite clever, he was taught to protect the Yi family. He probably won't make the soul-suppressing sword technique public. He still has some confidence in his brainwashing work. But who else but him would target those people like this? This is clearly revenge for the Yi family. Yi Tianming was certain that it was Yi Changqing who did it, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. These things are all related to the soul-calming sword technique, and the unlucky ones are those who participated in the extermination of the Yi family, which makes him think more. But he was free to deal with the Yi family's revenge, so why did he need Yi Changqing, a concubine, to meddle in the matter? Father, what do you say we should do? You told me to avenge myself and make me famous, but now 2 of my enemies are dead, and only Du Yijian is still alive. He pounded the table angrily. After hearing this, Yi Zhennan also frowned. He was bent on revenge and revitalizing the Yi family. According to his plan, he would wait for Tianming to break through to the Grandmaster level and then kill all those involved in the extermination of the Yi family in one fell swoop. This is an act recognized by the martial arts world, and no one can object to the righteousness of revenge. Defeating these veteran masters would further elevate his reputation and establish him as a heroic young man with a tragic life experience, which would undoubtedly be the best way to revive the Yi family in the future. But why is this road now off track? Could it really be Yi Changqing? He had never realized that Yi Changqing had this ability before. Could it be that he had already mastered the soul-calming sword technique? But why did he want to announce the sword technique to the public? This is not like his style. If he killed people wantonly in the martial arts world, Tianming could become famous for killing his own relatives for the sake of justice, but he hasn't shown up yet, which makes it difficult to deal with. The more he thought about it, the deeper his frown became. All we can do now is wait and see which direction the changes in the martial arts world will take. Finally, he said this. Ye Tianming also nodded helplessly, and now that he has just broken through to the innate realm, he is already considered a genius among geniuses among the younger generation. But if he were to seek revenge on Du Yijian now, he might not be able to defeat him. After being beaten to a pulp, how can he survive in the underworld in the future? Father, why don't you go down the mountain to look for Yi Changqing? And then Yi Tianming made a throat-cutting gesture, and murderous intent was evident in his eyes. She is just a concubine's son. How can she be considered a member of the Yi family? What qualifications does she have to avenge the Yi family? He had always hated the concubine, and when he heard that he had fallen into the hands of his enemies, he was secretly delighted, thinking that he would be tortured to death. I didn't expect that he escaped, and now, there are so many variables in the world. It made it difficult for him to implement his plans. Yi Zhennan was frightened by his murderous words, but then nodded silently. He didn't care much about him because he was just a concubine's son whose biological mother was unknown. You should practice hard in the sect and break through to the Grandmaster level as soon as possible. Then our Yi family will have hope. He gave another reminder, and then walked down the mountain as Yi Tianming waved impatiently. And now, facing this eldest son who made him extremely proud, he has become a little insecure, and between father and son, the son is more important. However, Yi Zhennan didn't care. My talent for cultivation is limited, and at best I can only reach the acquired level, and it is difficult to achieve eternal life and reach the innate level, but this son was extremely gifted since childhood. When he was 1 year old, he was accepted as a disciple by the master of Pyumiao Peak who was passing by. It was also judged that he had the potential to become a grandmaster. How could this not make him happy? Even though the Yi family was wiped out, he never felt despair in his heart, because he knew that with the existence of this legitimate son, the Yi family would rise sooner or later. The scene seemed to have appeared before his eyes. The Yi family became the #1 family in the martial arts world, and he was the most respected person in the martial arts world. Thinking from this perspective, he was even somewhat grateful to those who wiped out the Yi family. Only by breaking can we create something new. Only when you are in danger can you survive. It was they who gave Yi Tianming a more tortuous life experience and gave him a way to seek revenge and become famous. But now someone wants to block this path. He would never allow it. Even if that person also has Yi family bloodline, it won't work. Yi Zhennan's gaze gradually became firm. Chapter 376 Castrate Yourself. Jianghu, 16. Shangqing doesn't know that his own father has set his sights on his life.at this time. He was drinking tea with the chief manager in Tingyu Pavilion. The fat shopkeeper had a very friendly look on his face, and his smile seemed to be welded on his face and never fell off. Sir, do you have any news to sell to us? Tingyu Pavilion only wants exclusive information. He stared at the young man in front of him for a while, feeling secretly puzzled. This man's martial arts skills didn't seem to be very high, but facing this acquired master, he didn't feel awkward at all. From the moment he came in, he was as relaxed and calm as if he was in his own yard. He couldn't help but feel a little more trust in his heart. My information is certainly valuable. Shangqing took a sip of tea and said calmly. Oh, what's that about? The fat shopkeeper leaned forward slightly, showing a certain interest. The Yi family, Chief Escort Yi is still alive, and Changqing stopped and looked at the fat shopkeeper with a smile. The fat shopkeeper understood immediately. Sir, please come in, please come in. He led Changqing into the secret room, which was a place specifically for negotiating transactions. 3/4 of an hour later, Changqing came out with a silver note of 10,000 taels in his hand. Not bad. I took advantage of the Yi family's extermination and benefited from it. He believed that Yi Tianming would have something to do soon. After all, Tingyu Pavilion is engaged in information trading, and they will not keep the information in their hands secret. The Yi family's affairs have been a hot topic in the underworld recently. Many people wanted to find out, especially Dui Jin. I'm afraid that after learning about what happened to Lin Zhan and Jue Yifan, he would go down the mountain to find out the news as soon as possible. Changqing sneered and disappeared in the crowd. In fact, it was exactly as he thought. Dui Jian was shocked when he learned that Jue Yifan was dead and Lin Zhan was imprisoned. These things happen one after another. It doesn't seem like a coincidence. Someone is targeting them. This is the conclusion he came to. The only thing that the three of them participated in together was the extermination of the Yi family. Was it the Yi family's concubine who escaped from the dungeon? He had some doubts. Now that Lin Zhan and Jue Yifan have both fallen, he is the only one left. This thought made Dui Jian feel very uncomfortable and panicked. How will I be targeted? He felt that only by taking the initiative could he change his destiny. Wang Xian, hurry down the mountain and go to Tingyu Pavilion to inquire about the Yi family. I want all the information, no matter the price. He felt that focusing only on Yi Changqing before might not be enough, and the Yi family needed more extensive attention. Disciple Wang Xian took the order and went, but what he brought back was a piece of news that made Dui Jian almost jump up. What? Yi Zhenan is still alive? And he has a legitimate son in Piaomiao Peak? He could hardly hold the teacup in his hand. This news was no less important to him than Jue Yifan's death. Yi Zhenan, Yi Tianming. He murmured these two names, and suddenly his mind became clear. Yi Changqing must have been rescued by the father and son. All this was a conspiracy of the three of them. He said that Yi Changqing was just a young boy. How could he have such deep thoughts? It turns out that Yi Zhenan is not dead. You're such a good fellow, Yi Zhenan. You even revealed your own soul-calming sword technique to the world. You're truly ruthless. I guess Yi Tianming has already learned martial arts of the same level in Piaomiao Peak. A strong sense of fear rose in his heart. It's time to go down the mountain. Dui Jian thought to himself. At this moment, his injuries were almost healed, and he had already started practicing his mental skills, with the progress being neither fast nor slow, but he was originally a late-stage innate master, and he believed that he was more than capable of dealing with the three members of the Yi family. Recently, a big event happened in the world. The twin snakes of Mount Mang were killed by a vengeful young man, bringing an end to a generation of infamy, and the vengeful boy used the soul-calming sword technique. Unfortunately, the young man was so grateful for having his revenge that he went to Rongqing and spent money to repair the dilapidated Ye's ancestral hall and performed a ceremony to pay homage to it as a disciple. This undoubtedly brought the Yi family, whose popularity had been declining, back into the discussion circle, and even made Rongqing a little hot. The Yi family ancestral hall was gradually becoming lively. Some down-and-out people in the martial arts world practiced the soul-calming sword technique and achieved some success. Some of them got their revenge, while others calmed down. Older people are embarrassed to say that they castrated themselves. Among the young people, some took the lead and gradually formed a bad trend. Some strange story spread. Women only slow down my sword drawing speed. So what if I castrated myself? If you laugh at me in front of me, I'll chop off your head. What's wrong with having many descendants? Come on, all of you, your descendants, come at me together. I'll beat you to a pulp. No female warrior would be interested in me anyway, so that thing is useless. At least I don't have to be bullied now. The unhealthy trend is getting stronger and stronger, which has made some veteran strong men and female heroes feel uneasy. Why 40 years of hard training aren't as good as your 1 year practice of cutting yourself with a knife? This is definitely not reasonable. What the hell, a good bootlicker suddenly cuts himself and stops licking? And still says he wants to pursue the great way. Unfortunately, the most difficult part of practicing the soul-calming sword technique is the first strike. However, after getting through it, one can improve rapidly. The moves are also very strange, like ghosts and spirits, making it difficult to guard against them. The one that was hit the hardest was the Hahuan sect, one of the 9 major sections. In the past, it was so easy for the sect's beautiful female disciples to travel around the world, and there were always people taking care of them wherever they went. Now that this unhealthy trend has started, not only are those who castrate themselves to practice swordplay ignored, but even those who haven't castrated themselves are too embarrassed to come forward. This trend cannot continue. At the meeting of the 9 sect leaders, the leader of the Hawan sect made this sigh. I think what sect leader you said is right. If everyone castrates themselves to practice swordsmanship, will there be any successors in this martial arts world? The head of the Wuji sect slammed the table, filled with indignation. I think this kind of evil skill should be completely banned. The person who spoke was the head of Pyongyang Peak, and standing next to him was Yi Tianming, his direct disciple. But if we don't practice, and the demons do, won't we suffer a loss if one gains while the other loses? Someone raised questions. Yes, there are many people practicing the righteous path now. What can we do? We can't just kill them all. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Many disciples from all the major sects practiced it, and even elders practiced it. We in the Hawan sect support the ban. This sword technique harms both ourselves and others, and it also endangers the safety of the righteous path. The head of the Hawan sect said loudly with red eyes, the Hawan sect consists of only women, and they cannot practice this sword technique. They are already at a disadvantage as one side gains while the other loses. In addition, with more and more young people practicing sword in the martial arts world, their living space is becoming increasingly narrow. They have to compete for resources on an equal footing with those sword practicing teenagers. This is not only costing my life, but those people have no mercy on women. After the ban, how can we deal with the sword masters of the demonic path? It's a personal choice. I don't think there's any need to interfere. After all, after practicing swordplay, I don't think they're crazy or stupid, and they don't affect order. The conference lasted for 3 days, and I heard that a fight almost broke out on the scene. There is still no consensus on the results. Chapter 377 Castrate Yourself, Zhenghu, 17, It's too late to ban it now. Changqing almost laughed out loud when he heard the news. When it first appears, it may be strictly prohibited. Nowadays, the trend has been formed. It is exaggerated that everyone in the martial arts world has a copy of the book, but every other person is bound to have a copy of the soul-calming sword technique in his hand. Those who practice swordsmanship have formed a force. I heard they also organized an anti-discrimination alliance, right? He asked the system, having said that, the system is no longer sleepy. Yes, the leader is Niezhua, the one who killed the twin snakes of Mongshan. The name of the alliance seems to be Wei Jian. They also have the alliance song. As the system spoke, it shook its head and hummed, without women in mind, one's swordsmanship will naturally become divine. The first page of the sword manual, cut off the root of troubles first. If you dare to discriminate, I will draw my sword and prove it to you. Changqing spat out a mouthful of tea. There are so many talented people here. The twin snakes of Mongshan were at the peak of acquired strength. Both of Niezhua's parents were killed by them. He had good talent and had long reached the peak of acquired strength, but he never gained any advantage against his 2 enemies. Of course, the other party couldn't kill him either. Revenge had become his life, so after obtaining the soul-calming sword technique, he began to practice it without hesitation. As a result, in less than half a year, he broke through the original barrier and reached the innate level. Ultimately, it is a victory of will. The twin snakes of Mount Mang also have sword techniques, but they have many concubines and beautiful maids, and enjoy too much blessings, so how could they have the will to kill me? The result was that he lost his head. This incident made the underworld even more turbulent. If you don't practice, your enemies might already be practicing, to lose one's head or to lose one's legs. This has become a century-old question. Some people had hoped that the martial arts conference would ban the soul-calming sword technique, but it turned out that it couldn't be banned at all. Even at the martial arts conference, there were many masters who supported practicing swordsmanship. There's nothing I can do, damn it. I practiced too. Those who are more rational will quickly find a woman and have a child, and then practiced. It was irrational and I cut it off on impulse. There was another wave of sword fighting in the martial arts world, which produced a group of masters. It also caused some changes in the attitudes of those arrogant female warriors in the past, and they became much nicer to the bootlickers around them. What if someone can't figure it out and goes to practice swordplay? Wouldn't that mean we'll have one more opponent? The Hawan sect even issued a statement, promising that its disciples would not raise fish, and saying that continuing the family line is everyone's responsibility, and advised men not to shirk it, but to take on the responsibility for the continuation of the martial arts world. In response to this incident, the Sword Alliance also issued a statement and had a verbal battle with each other, causing a huge uproar. In the end, it was the Sword Alliance that said they should follow the rules of the martial arts world and fight to the death. Only then did the other party stop their attacks. Of course, they cursed them behind their backs for being androgynous and not knowing how to be gentle with women. It's true that if a man is not ruthless, his position will not be stable. Changqing couldn't help but sigh like this. The world of martial arts was swept by the movement of cultivation, and Yi Tianming was extremely anxious, especially at the martial arts conference. He saw with his own eyes the attitudes of the major leaders. This made him feel even more panicked. There are so many people in each sect who castrate themselves to practice swordsmanship. Can he really stand out? He had also seen others use the soul-calming sword technique. Their movements were erratic and their attacks were bizarre. It was indeed a first-class technique. With his current innate cultivation level, he really has no confidence in facing an opponent with the same level of cultivation using the soul-calming sword technique.
Concentrate on sword training.
A small stone flew over and hit his shoulder lightly.
Yes. Master.
Yi Tianming perked up, the ethereal sword technique in his hand became unpredictable, and a faint mist swirled around every sword move. The old man who was sitting cross-legged on the big rock next to him smiled and nodded. After a while, Yi Tianming put away his sword and stood up.
Indeed. The misty sword technique is all about having form and formlessness, being agile and ethereal.
Your comprehension is no less advanced than my master's in his time. The old man twirled his beard and praised, looking at Yi Tianming with satisfaction in his eyes. Why Yi Tianming was silent. Seeing him like this, the old man sighed slightly.
Tianming, are you worried about the soul-suppressing sword technique becoming more prevalent?
He paused and continued. The misty sword technique was created by our sect's founder. He combined his peak grandmaster cultivation with years of experience to create this sect's treasure. The soul-calming sword technique requires self-harm, so it's already inferior. Why should you take it to heart?
Yi Tianming's eyes moved. Thank you for your guidance, master.
He bowed. The old man knew from his expression that he didn't listen completely. Well, think about it carefully. This may be one of the obstacles you need to overcome. After the old man got up and left, Yi Tianming sat down with a frown on his face. He was not worried that the Piumiao sword technique was not as good as the Jinhuan sword technique. However, the speed of practicing the soul-calming sword technique was so fast that he had to pay attention. The ghostly movements and unexpected attacks were no easy task to deal with even with the ethereal sword technique. Moreover, there are so many people practicing in the martial arts world, and they have formed their own forces, which makes it even more difficult to dominate. That's right. His goal has never been simple revenge, nor has it been Piumiao peak. He wants to be the best in the martial arts world. In addition to martial arts, this also requires fame and power. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Yi Changqing, why did he want to reveal the soul-calming sword technique? This was seriously affecting his plans. Damn it, he didn't know whether his father had killed him or not. At this moment, he wished he could go down the mountain and kill him with a sword. The Yizhannan he was talking about did find Changqing. No, to be exact, it was Changqing who found him. Chapter 378. Castrate yourself. Zhanghu, 18. At this time, the two were sitting in a private room in the tea house, somewhat speechless. Yi Zhannan also sought his son again after 3 years. To be fair, this concubine's son looked more like him than the legitimate son, with the same high nose bridge, deep eyes, and a slightly evil smile, but now, his temperament is a little different from that of the past. The look he gives him lacks admiration, but rather as if he is looking at a fool, which makes him feel a little uncomfortable. I'm still alive, aren't you surprised at all? After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but ask. The young man opposite smiled, and his smile was sincere. After going through so much, what else could surprise me? Even if you told me that my eldest brother, who was 3 years younger than me, was alive again, I wouldn't be surprised. Wow, Yi Zhannan stood up in shock. Clang, the masked warrior behind the young man drew his sword in an instant. The fingers were as pale and slender as a woman's, and the way he held the sword was quite strange, but his speed was indeed extremely fast. Soul-calming sword technique. Yi Zhannan was shocked again. He smiled wryly and sat down. Changqing, do you still need to bring bodyguards with you when you're reminiscing about the past with your father? The young man waved his hand, and the bodyguard behind him put away his sword without saying a word. Father, please don't blame me. This is the expert I invited from the Sword Alliance to protect my safety. After all, I suffered a lot in those 2 years. My bones are damaged and I can no longer practice martial arts. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about someone else's business, but the word roots bones are broken was enough to surprise people. Strong bones are not only necessary for martial arts training, but also related to lifespan. If the strong bones are damaged, lifespan will probably not be long. Yi Zhannan also showed a bit of shame on his face. Back then, it was because his son desperately stopped the pursuers that he had a chance to escape. But now, he is working for the revival of the Yi family. The revival of the Yi family depends entirely on Tianming. This son has a bad foundation and is even more worthless. Moreover, he caused trouble in the martial arts world and ruined Tianming's plan, which is unforgivable. Thinking of this, Yi Zhannan's face turned ugly. You were the one who passed down the soul-calming sword technique, weren't you? This is the Yi family's secret manual. Did you consider the Yi family when you did this? If the original owner heard this, he would definitely feel heartbroken, but Changqing didn't feel the slightest bit moved when he heard this. I thought I was the only one left in the Yi family, and I had become a useless person, with no children. Moreover, my martial arts skills were very low. To avenge my great revenge, this is a very good reason. The Yi family is gone, and I am ruined. What's the point of keeping the sword technique? This is simply a desperate attempt to avenge the family. Seeing the host acting like this, the system couldn't help but applaud. He's like the only survivor in despair. Do we expect him to act rationally? Yi Zhannan also frowned. This is so logical, well-founded and emotional that it's hard to refute. Since it was difficult to refute, he didn't refute it and put on a sad expression. Changqing, revenge for the Yi family is a small matter, but revival is a big matter.
And you are not capable of shouldering this heavy responsibility. Your brother, Yi Jinnan paused, his tone filled with guilt and honesty. To be honest, Tianming is indeed not dead. Instead, he has joined Pyomyao Peak and is now a master of the Xiantian realm. He looked at the young man's face and was secretly surprised. The boy showed no emotion at all, and it was obvious that he already knew about this, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. It is inevitable to have such emotions when what you thought was a secret is already known by others. He gritted his teeth. The Yi family's revival depends on Tianming, so, Changqing, please stop interfering in the Yi family's affairs. If possible, before Yi Jinnan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Changqing. If possible, would you accept the death penalty? To settle all the troubles that have caused Yi Tianming unhappiness? He sneered. Yi Jinnan was also angered by his words. He is just a son from a concubine. If his father wants him to die, he has to die. Don't you understand this principle? He slammed the table. I'm your father, Tianming is your brother, what's with that tone of voice? Changqing was surprised. Is this world so crazy? How can you let people die so righteously? Such a father is really interesting. So he smiled, a very bright smile. Father, I don't know if the Yi family can be revived, but if you want to count on Yi Tianming, I'm afraid you can't do that. He tapped the table lightly with his hand. Yi Jinnan, have you ever thought about this? Your talent is average, and mine is average, but why is Yi Tianming so exceptionally talented? Also, the master of Pyomyao Peak hasn't accepted any disciples in 20 years, so why did he suddenly come to Rongqing and accept him as a disciple? By the way, Yi Tianming and you probably don't look alike, right? Have you seen the master of Pyomyao Peak? Do they look alike? There was no aggressiveness in Changqing's tone, but to Yi Jinnan it sounded no less than thunder. His face instantly turned red, as if he had suffered great humiliation. How dare you insult my brother? I will kill you. Yi Jinnan suddenly roared, and his hands turned into claws and attacked Changqing's throat. Scorpion the long sword was unsheathed, and a flash of white light appeared at the next moment. Yi Jinnan suddenly retracted his hand and let out a pig-slaughtering scream. The two fingers had been cut off and fell into the teacup in front of Changqing. TSK, that's disgusting. Changqing took a look at the tea that was dyed red and stood up. Master Yi, please think about this carefully. Goodbye. Yi Jinnan's forehead was so painful that he was sweating. He no longer had the energy to act like a parent. After Changqing left, he quickly picked up his severed finger and rushed to the clinic on the street. Not bad. Your bodyguards are very capable. In the hall of the Sword Alliance, Changqing praised a tall and graceful young man whose gender was difficult to distinguish. Mr. Yi, you are too polite. As long as you pay, our service will definitely be guaranteed. There was no expression on Niezwa's face. To be honest, after his revenge, he almost lost his goal for a long time. It wasn't until more and more people started practicing swordplay for various reasons, and they were subjected to various unfair discriminations, that he had new ideas. That's why we have the Sword Alliance today. He does not regret his choice, and he would do the same thing even if he were given another chance. Many people in the Sword Alliance were like him, without many choices. And practicing sword became the final decision. He also had mixed feelings about the young man in front of him. On the one hand, he was grateful to the other party for publishing this sword technique that led directly to the Grandmaster, providing an option for many people. On the other hand, he also felt that the other party might not have any good intentions, but he got something anyway. Gains and losses are the law of time. So, they can't be friends, but they can't be enemies either, can only do business. I will require this bodyguard's ongoing protection. Changqing didn't say much and directly stated his purpose. 10,000 taels of silver a month. Niezwa was not polite either. Changqing was not short of money, so he was too lazy to bargain and agreed immediately. After seeing the customers off, Niezwa's expression finally relaxed. In a way, for a place as big as the Sword Alliance, money is always needed to maintain it, and providing bodyguard services is a new business he developed. Of course, the price is ridiculously high, and they only do business that makes big money. Changqing is indeed satisfied with their service. He is strong, doesn't talk much, and is decisive in his actions. He is not afraid of offending anyone at all. After all, most of those who practice swordsmanship are homeless and unemployed, so they have no scruples and just chop when they need to. Sure enough, it's much more reassuring to have a bodyguard with me. After leaving the Sword Alliance, Changqing went directly to the best restaurant on the street and ordered a large table of delicious dishes. Eating good food and drinking good drinks are the right way to enjoy life. Chapter 379 Castrate Yourself, Jianghu, 19. On the other hand, Yi Jinnan was not so comfortable. The clinics on the street didn't have the ability to reattach severed fingers. I went to several of them, but none of them could do anything. This kind of injury can only be treated by Dr. Mu. We can't reattach the finger. But the divine Dr. Mu was elusive and it was difficult to find him. I went to all the clinics on the street and finally had to bandage the wound, but at this time he met Dui Jian, the leader who wiped out the entire Yi family. When he meets his enemy, he runs away, but Dui Jian came down the mountain this time to solve the future trouble, so how could he let him go easily? He moved quickly and followed closely behind. This time, the two of them were chasing each other and had already run through several cities. Yi Jinnan's cultivation level was at the peak of the acquired realm, which was a big gap compared to Dui Jian,
but he had unique likeness skills and was good at hiding, so he narrowly avoided the attack several times. He felt aggrieved, but he absolutely dared not fight against Dui Jian. More than 10 days later, he became covered in dust and dirt, and the wound on his hand even showed signs of inflammation. Fortunately, he finally reached the range of Piao Peak. This made him feel a little more at ease. In the middle of a dense forest, he made a strange sound and a blackbird landed on his shoulder. Tie the distress message written on the ruins to the bird's leg. Go ahead. Watching the bird flap its wings and fly high, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Ha, are you asking for help from your son? A cold voice came from behind. Yi Zhenan was shocked. He tapped his toes and lunged forward, but obviously, Dui Jian was faster. A gust of wind suddenly approached, and Yi Zhenan felt a numbness on his shoulder, and he suddenly fell to the ground. You hid your strength before? Only then did Yi Zhenan realize that Dui Jian's aura was very different from when the Yi family was wiped out a few years ago. Dui Jian kicked him directly. He felt disdainful. What level? Is he worthy of escaping from Dui Jian for so long? If it weren't for the purpose of luring out his two sons, he would have killed this useless thing with a sword long ago. Your son will come to rescue you, right? I'll be waiting here. Dui Jian pressed his acupoints and slowly sat down. Only then did Yi Zhenan realize that he was able to escape before because the other party let him go. Dui Jian. You wiped out my entire Yi family. Do you still want to kill them all? Seeing Dui Jian so confident at this moment, he couldn't help but feel panicked. This place is not far from Piao Peak. Tianming will definitely receive the unique communication method I use. If he comes, can he defeat this person? Tianming is the hope for the revival of the Yi family. Nothing must happen to him. At this moment, he suddenly thought of what Yi Changqing had said to him before. Could it be that Tianming is really not from the Yi family? No. Tian is so talented, there is no way he is not a member of the Yi family. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he refused to accept it. When Dui Jian saw his expression change, he thought he was planning to escape. Don't bother worrying about it. A Grandmaster's acupuncture points are beyond the reach of your required cultivation. When your son arrives, I'll send you and your family on your way. Grandmaster, Yi Zhenan almost thought he had heard it wrong. His eyes widened in disbelief. Dui Jian has been cultivating his innate abilities for many years, and it just so happened that he broke through to the Grandmaster level during this period. Suddenly, what did he think of? You are not practicing the soul calming sword technique, are you? Seeing Dui Jian's ugly face, he suddenly laughed again. Ha. The leader of the Snow Mountain Sword Sect, is actually a eunuch. Ha. How does it feel to be a eunuch? My entire family was wiped out just for my sword skills. Now I am neither male nor female. Ha. At this moment, he felt extremely happy and had a sense of relief that his revenge had been achieved, but he seemed to have forgotten that he was the weaker party at the moment. Dui Jian looked at him coldly and smiled. Suddenly, a white light flashed. The crazy laughter stopped immediately, replaced by heartbreaking cries. Blood was gushing out of Yi Zhenan's lower body, and soon the soil on the ground was soaked. Now that you are a father-in-law, can you still laugh? Dui Jian took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped the blood off the sword. Yi Zhenan's eyes were bloodshot. The pain from his lower body stimulated his nerves, making him feel as if his body was no longer his own. He never expected that Dui Jian would attack as soon as he said so, without leaving any room for maneuver, but Dui Jian listened to his screams calmly, and he even felt like dancing along with them. He waited until Yi Zhenan's voice gradually subsided before he walked over and poured a bottle of medicine powder on his wound. The strong sense of stimulation made Yi Zhenan scream again, and this time he actually fainted. Useless stuff. Dui Jian sneered. By dusk, Yi Tianming finally arrived, accompanied by the master of Piao Peak and many disciples of Piao Peak. Tianming, Dui Jian has already broken through to the Grandmaster level, you shouldn't fight him. Yi Zhenan, who had already woken up, was worried and hurriedly told the information he knew in great pain. Yi Tianming's eyebrows twitched. This old man actually broke through to the Grandmaster level. Dui Jian didn't expect that Yi Tianming had such a great influence that even the master of Piao Peak came in person. You have to know that the master of Piao Peak is a veteran master. With his current strength, he will probably not get any good results at his hands. Moreover, he heard that there was a supreme elder in Piao Peak, who was at the Grandmaster level, and he could not afford to offend him. Master Wang, the Snow Mountain Sword Sect has no grudges against Piao Peak. I came here only to settle my personal grudge with the Yi family father and son. You don't want to make an enemy of the Snow Mountain Sword Sect, do you? He held the sword and looked at Master Wang Feng with a squint. Master Wang Feng came here to support his disciples, so naturally he would not be squeezed by him at this moment. Humph, you're looking for trouble with my disciples within the territory of Piao Peak. What a great honor for the Snow Mountain Sword Sect. As soon as the words fell, the aura of a powerful Grandmaster burst out instantly. Huge pressure pressed down on Dui Jian. Boom, the two auras collided, and Dui Jian retreated 4 or 5 steps before he could find his footing. With a clang, he suddenly drew his sword. Master Wang Feng, do you really have to stop me? He shouted. Without waiting for Master Wang Feng to answer, he looked at Yi Tianming with a sarcastic smile. Is this the Yi family boy who came to save his father? Hiding behind the master is really a shame. After all, Yi Tianming is young and has always been successful. He has never been ridiculed like this. Besides, there are so many junior brothers and sisters here. If he backs down, how will he be treated in the future? Dui Jian, you despicable and shameless villain, you learned my Yi family swordsmanship and you still dare to shout here. He took a step forward, sword drawn. Today, let me kill you, a villain, to commemorate the hundreds of lives of my Yi family. These words were spoken with such passion and enthusiasm that all the disciples could not help but applaud. Okay. Senior brother Yi, this old man Du is extremely shameless, don't let him off. Senior brother Yi is extremely talented and has even mastered our sect's signature martial art, the Pyongyao sword technique. Old man Du, you're using the Yi family's inherited swordsmanship against the Yi family. You have absolutely no bottom line. Chapter 380 Castrate yourself, Jianghu, 20. The atmosphere has become so heated that there is no reason for Mr. Wang Feng to stop it. His eyes flickered, but he still said nothing. After exchanging a move with Dui Jin just now, he felt that although the other party had broken through to the Grandmaster level, his foundation was still shallow and he might be able to fight. Besides, I am here to support him, so I can't let him hurt my own disciples. Dui Jin naturally wanted it very much since it was clearly stated that it would be a two-man fight. There was a lot that could be done. He would kill as hard as he could during the fight. He didn't believe that anyone would be able to rescue him in time. As for Master Wang Feng, even though he was no match for him, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. His eyes flashed, and his body moved like a ghost, and everyone only felt a flash before their eyes. Then there was a crisp sound. The two have already fought for one round. At this time, his aura was fully released, and the disciples of Pyongyao Peak realized that the man in front of them was actually a master. What surprised them even more was that Yi Tianming had actually reached the peak of the innate realm and was not at a disadvantage when fighting against veteran masters. Both of them were extremely fast, one was as elusive as a ghost, and the other was as ethereal as an immortal. Even with his peak-acquired cultivation, Yi Jinnan couldn't see their movements clearly. The occasional sound of two swords colliding in his ears stirred his heart, and even the pain in his lower body seemed to be relieved at this moment. This is the legitimate son that makes him proud. At such a young age, he had already reached the peak of the innate realm, and was even on par with Dui Jian, who was at the Grandmaster level. The revival of the Yi family depends on him. Tears suddenly welled up. In Yi Jinnan's eyes, he saw hope in the future. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard from the battlefield. Here! The two figures separated in an instant, making Yi Jinnan's heart tighten. The disciples looked closely and saw that there was a long cut on Yi Tianming's shoulder, with drops of blood soaking through his clothes, and his face was covered with frost. Senior brother Yi is injured. What a great Yi Tianming! At such a young age, he has such a deep understanding of the misty sword technique. Dui Jian pointed at someone with the tip of his sword and couldn't help but utter praise. But that's all. He gathered his strength with his sword, and suddenly shot out like an arrow, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Yi Tianming's neck. The speed is even faster than before. One move decides victory. The disciples of Pyongyao Peak screamed. Dui Jian was actually hiding his abilities just now. Dui Jian. Yi Jinnan's eyes were bloodshot, and in an instant he broke through the acupuncture points, jumped up directly, and rushed towards Dui Jian. Just when he was halfway there, he was stopped by a huge force. Master Wang Feng, you. He turned his head in surprise, only to see Master Wang Feng staring straight ahead with a mysterious smile on his face. Feeling a powerful aura coming from the other side, Yi Jinnan suddenly turned around. Yi Tianming's face was filled with ecstasy at this moment. His pupils shrank slightly and his body was as ethereal as clouds. He avoided the fatal blow in an incomprehensible way. Then, the long sword fluttered. The powerful aura of a grandmaster spread out instantly. Great! My son has made a breakthrough. He couldn't help but scream. About the same time, he seemed to hear Master Wang Feng say, "My son, you're great." Yi Jinnan's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and saw that Master Wang Feng was concentrating on watching the battlefield, as if he had not spoken a word just now. I must be hallucinating. He shook his head and felt the pain in his lower body. He quickly took out a few bottles of medicine and hid aside to apply the medicine on himself. This moment, changes occurred on the battlefield. Yi Tianming, who had just broken through, was full of vigor and momentum, and his ethereal sword technique was as difficult to understand as clouds and mist. Dui Jian did not hold back at this moment. His movements became faster and his sword moves were so fast that people could hardly see them clearly, but he was becoming more and more anxious. He sensed that the situation was turning against him. Yi Tianming's breakthrough made it difficult for him to kill the opponent instantly. He had to rely on his internal strength, and with so many people on the opposite side, there was no guarantee that they would come to his aid. What's more, what surprised him even more was that Yi Tianming seemed to have a natural fit with the Pyongyao sword technique, and his sword skills were flawless and continuous when he performed them. He himself has only been practicing the soul calming sword technique for a short time. That's all. This battle will never achieve our goal. After quickly delivering 3 moves, he suddenly retreated and was already 3 feet away. Don't leave, Mr. Du. Yi Tianming shouted and rushed forward, with golden needles flashing in front of his eyes. Dui Jian actually threw out a hidden weapon with the skill of raindrops flying all over the sky. Ding ding ding. By the time he knocked down the hidden weapon, Dui Jian was already 100 feet away. Ha ha, Master Yi's talent doesn't seem like someone from the Yi family. A sinister voice floated from afar, and everyone was stunned. Ah.
A scream rang out. It turned out to be Yi Jianan. He was already injured, and when the flying needles suddenly hit him, he had no time to dodge. At this moment, he had more than a dozen needles in his body, and he was wailing in pain with his head in his hands. The people on Piaomiao Peak were all blocked by Peak Master Wang, and everyone was fine. However, this makes Yi Jianan seem particularly out of place. Even Yi Tianming frowned, thinking that his father was really shameful. Fortunately, this hidden weapon was non-toxic, and he was fine after forcing out the golden needle. However, Yi Jianan had just had his scrotum bag cut off, so he needed to rest carefully. Yi Tianming carried him on his back with some disgust, and the group returned to Piaomiao Peak. Chapter 381 Castrate Yourself, Jianghu, 21, Host, your father castrated himself. Changqing was sleeping when he was suddenly woken up by the system. My dad. I don't have a dad. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and remembered that the system was referring to Yi Zihenan. In a way, he was so concerned about reviving the Yi family and continuing the family line. Would he castrate himself? Changqing couldn't believe it. Is he doing this for sword practice? He asked. Practicing swordplay is also unlikely. In addition to the record of the Yi family's soul-calming sword technique in the cave, there are also sword techniques passed down orally. If he wanted to practice sword, he would have practiced it a long time ago. He was castrated by Dui Jian. The system touched its head and smiled a little embarrassedly. Having your sack cut off isn't called castration. It should be called, Changqing couldn't remember what to call it. His palace? No, cleansing body? That didn't seem right either. It's not called castration anyway. He corrected with a serious look on his face, and the system silently took notes. Tell me the details. Changqing asked. The system started talking excitedly. Hips. Dui Jian kicks with his left leg, followed by 5 consecutive sword strikes. It has traveled to so many worlds and learned a lot of adjectives. In addition, it often broadcasts the situation live to the host, and its descriptions are vivid and colorful, as if it is actually there. Changqing couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Tonzi, you're such a talker, so don't work in the system anymore. You'll definitely make a fortune as a storyteller. No, I want to travel through the 3,000 small worlds with my host. Talking about books is not my proper job. He. The system quickly shook its head. Changqing didn't dwell on this, but instead talked about the plot with the system with great interest. Did you hear Master Wang Feng yell at my son? Great. The system nodded repeatedly, with gossip gleaming in its small eyes. Changqing was also speechless. So, Yi Tianming is really the son of Master Wang Feng. He had only had some doubts before and revealed it to Yi Jianan, thinking that he would give it a try. Unexpectedly, he hit the jackpot. However, this is the only reasonable thing to do. Yi Jianan's talent is average, and even Yi Changqing's talent is not good enough, but Yi Tianming is extremely talented, and he has a unique talent in Piaomiao sword technique. This is in line with the laws of genetics. Oh, it seems that Yi Jianan still has green hair on his head. Changqing sighed. But Yi Jianan seems to refuse to believe this situation. It seems to me that he deliberately blocked this information. The system said with some confusion. Ha. Changqing laughed. Tonzi, you don't understand humans. Humans are rich in emotions. When they encounter something that will cause them great harm, they will subconsciously choose to refuse to believe it. This is a psychological protection mechanism. The system blinked and made another note in the small notebook. However, Changqing changed the subject. The bloody reality will eventually be revealed, and he will have to face greater excitement. I'm a little curious about what Yi Jianan's expression was at that time. Changqing laughed. Yi Jianan values his legitimate son the most and regards the original owner's son from a concubine as a sacrificial object. As a result, after all his efforts to pave the way for his legitimate son, it turns out that he is someone else's son. I'd probably go crazy by then. Cough. Changqing suddenly started coughing violently. Host, how are you? The system quickly stepped forward and saw its host covering his mouth with a handkerchief, shaking his head. After a while, when the hand moved away, the silk handkerchief was already covered with a bright red. This body's bones are damaged. I'm afraid it's unlikely that I'll live to be 70 or 80 years old like in other worlds. Changqing took a sip of tea and rinsed his mouth, then said calmly. What should I do then? Host, can I use the genius treasures in your space? The system was in a panic. What's there for the little system to worry about? When we die, we go to the next world. It's not like our souls will be scattered. Yeah, look at me, I forget when I'm in a hurry. The system slapped its head and chuckled. Changqing didn't care too much. This body was not in good condition, but he had taken good care of himself, so it would not be a problem for him to live for a few more years. Although the original owner did not ask for revenge, this matter had to be done as well. This is the best quality of an excellent tasker. However, this broken body made him feel even more sorry for the original owner. If he had forced himself to practice sword with such a body, he would have overdrawn his life. Even if he had not died at the hands of Yi Tianming in the original plot, he would have died because his power was dissipated. Alas, he's a pitiful man. This makes those people seem even more hateful.
Changqing sighed. On the other hand, Yi Jianan was depressed for a while after recovering from his injuries, but he soon cheered up. The Yi family has not yet revived, and his archenemy Dui Jin is still alive and well, so he cannot be depressed. He has to work hard to provide support for his eldest son Yi Tianming. So, he began to practice the soul calming sword technique. Perhaps it was because the Yi family's bloodline was naturally suited to this path. When he started practicing the soul calming sword technique, he seemed to have been given a cheat and made rapid progress. In less than a month, the bottleneck that had stuck him at the peak of the acquired realm for many years began to loosen, and after another 10 days or so, he broke through to the innate level in one fell swoop. Dui Jian, this isn't over between us. I want to show you the soul-soothing swordsmanship of the Yi family. On the top of the mountain, Yi Jianan clenched his fists and yelled. The posture actually had a bit of the flavor of a middle school boy shouting, "Don't bully the poor young man. Father, let me take care of Dui Jian." Yi Tianming appeared at the corner. He was dressed in black, with his hands folded in front of his chest. His posture was casual, but his eyes were sharp and his aura was as deep as the ocean, making it impossible to ignore him. Tianming, has your cultivation been stabilized? Yi Jianan walked over with great surprise. A hint of disgust flashed in Yi Tianming's eyes. Having a eunuch father is really a stain on his life, and the kind that can't be washed off. Help me to challenge the Snow Mountain Sword Sect. On the summit of Mount Tai, I will personally eliminate Dui Jian and avenge this annihilation of my clan. Ha! A challenge. Yi Jianan was cold for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Tianming must have gained some insights from the previous battle and his strength has greatly increased. Good afternoon, announce it to the world, and there will definitely be a lot of onlookers. You can take revenge in public and feel proud. Not only can it destroy enemies, but it can also make a name for itself and lay the foundation for the Yi family's revival. A good thing that kills two birds with one stone. Okay. I'll go right away. Yi Jianan agreed quickly. Also, Yi Changqing hasn't been dealt with yet. Your power has greatly increased now, so you can deal with him while you're down the mountain this time. Don't let him do anything weird again and ruin our plan. When this was mentioned, Yi Jianan also became angry that he had 2 fingers cut off because of Yi Changqing, a man without any moral integrity. He was not worthy of being a human son. Fortunately, his bodyguard is only in the early stage of innate realm, so he is not afraid at all now. I can't forgive that unfilial son. Yi Jianan gritted his teeth. The news that Yi Tianming and Dui Jian had agreed to fight on the top of Mount Tai soon spread in the martial arts world. For a while, the martial arts world was in an uproar again, and people who went to Dingyu Pavilion to inquire about the news almost broke the threshold. Did you know? The Yi family still has a son in Piaomiao Peak, and he's the Peak Master's personal disciple. Now he wants revenge, openly. Ah? How old can that kid be? How can he fight against a veteran master like Dui Jian? Ah, you don't know that. I heard that the 2 of them had a fight at the foot of Piaomiao Peak last time, and that guy even broke through to the Grandmaster level on the spot. Hiss, there was a sound of people sucking in their breaths of cold air. Does the Yi family have such a genius? Some people don't quite believe it. I am considered an old neighbor of the Yi family. Yi Jianan did have a legitimate son, but I heard he died at the age of 3. I didn't expect him to be sent to Piaomiao Peak. After hearing this, many people remembered it. Ah, that's true. I remember that Yi Jianan held a grand banquet when his legitimate son was 1 year old. Almost everyone in Rongqing came. Later, I heard that the child died, and Yi Jianan didn't eat for half a month. So, Yi Jianan had already sensed the crisis of the Yi family? So he made arrangements in advance? Someone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Ha, anyone can notice this. Yi Jianan's martial arts skills are ordinary, but the Yi family's soul-calming sword technique is famous. This kid is holding this gold in a busy city, who wouldn't want to grab it? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone nodded silently. This world is one where the strong prey on the weak. Not only is the Yi family weak, but they also have high-level martial arts like the soul-calming sword technique, which is bound to attract covetous people. However, no one expected that those major sects would actually take action. After all, they are all big sects that claim to be righteous. As expected, a big sect has its own principles, right? They acted without mercy. Chapter 382 Castrate Yourself, Jianghu, 22. Changqing naturally also learned about Yi Tianming's actions. This male protagonist still has some brains. If this operation succeeds, he will basically become famous all over the world. In the original plot, because of the original owner's madness, Yi Tianming also took righteousness as his own responsibility, eliminated this scourge for the world, and thus became famous and became the number 1 of the younger generation. Now he can no longer establish himself as someone who eliminates evil in the world, but the script of the revengeful genius boy is still popular among people, and it is inevitable that this wave of attention will be attracted. July 15th, we'll go take a look then. Changqing showed some interest. However, before that, I have to go to the Sword Alliance. He felt that 1 bodyguard was not enough and decided to find a few more. System. This host is overly cautious. Facts have proved that Changqing's caution was right. Within half a month, he felt the love from his father again. While walking on the street, suddenly a sword light flashed in the sky, and a figure swooped down from the roof of the inn.
It was Yi Jianan. Unfilial son. Prepare to die. The aura of the innate warrior was overwhelming, and the people around him were scared to death. However, Changqing did not move at all. He narrowed his eyes. The masked warrior behind him took a step forward, and with a flash of white light, the two swords collided.
You alone can't stop me. Yi Jianan roared to the sky, and his sword became more powerful. The Yi family's bloodline is naturally suited to practicing the soul-calming sword technique. Although he has just broken through to the innate realm, the way he performs this technique is so spooky and terrifying that it makes people shudder. Seeing that his opponent could only defend himself, Yi Jianan gained confidence.
Unfilial son. Let's see how many tricks you still have. He shouted again.
I don't have any means, but I still have a few bodyguards. Changqing calmly stepped back a dozen steps and snapped his fingers. Several powerful auras also erupted from the crowd, and 9 figures soared into the sky. The cold swords reflected the sunlight, almost blinding Yi Jianan's eyes. It's all soul-calming sword techniques, and they are all innate warriors.
I was careless.
Yi Jianan felt a panic in his heart. He retreated quickly, but someone was already waiting behind him. In just a moment, 10 long swords were placed on his neck. Yi Jianan was speechless in an instant. This prodigal son. How much does it cost for a congenital one? It would be great if this money could be used to revive the Yi family. Feeling the chill on his neck, his legs also felt a little weak.
Yi Changqing, are you trying to kill your father?
Seeing Changqing walking towards him leisurely, he quickly criticized him from a moral perspective, but the voice was timid and not threatening at all. Unfortunately, because of the fight just now, the crowd had already run away, and even the pressure from public opinion was difficult to achieve. But fortunately, the next moment, he saw the young man shook his head. No. The young man smiled sincerely. Father, how could I kill you?
I am simply heartbroken.
You worked so hard for the Yi family and Yi Tianming, but in the end, it was all in vain. Yi Jianan immediately became excited. As he struggled, several bloody cuts appeared on his neck. Blood flowed down his clothes, but he was unaware of it. You are a traitor who published the family secrets. What qualifications do you have to speak so arrogantly? I'm going to kill you. He yelled, but all he saw was the smile described in the list of the young man opposite him. You can't kill me, your martial arts skills are not good enough. Father, I have 10 innate masters here. Changqing waved his hand, and the 10 bodyguards put away their swords and followed him away. Behind him, Yi Jianan was shaking with anger. This kid doesn't even have his father in his eyes.
And where did he get the money to hire so many bodyguards?
Could it be that he got the Yi family's ancestral treasure? He must practice hard and get back all his territory sooner or later. After returning, Yi Jianan practiced sword more diligently, even harder than Yi Tianming. It seemed that the soul-calming sword technique gene in his blood was activated all at once, and his progress was extremely rapid. During the day, he was full of energy and his cultivation had reached the peak of the innate realm, but at night, touching his bare lower body, Yi
Jianan couldn't help feeling melancholy.
Alas, now I can only hope that Tianming will get married soon and pass on the Yi family's incense. He let out a long sigh. I had originally thought of getting a few concubines after the Yi family was revived to plan for your whole life. Just enjoy it now, everything is gone.
Du Yijian.
My son will tear you into pieces. He gritted his teeth. Du Yijian, whom he was talking about, was practicing martial arts at this moment. Ever since the great battle at Pyongyang Peak that day, he had felt a strong sense of crisis. Yi Tianming, that kid is so young, yet he has already broken through to the Grandmaster level. This talent is really scary. Moreover, Master Wang of Pyongyang Peak obviously cared deeply about this disciple, which made him feel a little strange. Logically speaking, the Yi family is a trouble, so most sects should not recruit disciples from the Yi family, but he accepted it and brought it to Pyongyang Peak since he was a child. Could it be Master Wang Feng and Madame Yi? A shadow flashed through Du Yijian's mind. No, impossible. They are people who have nothing in common. However, judging from the time, Yi Tianming is only 18 years old now. 18 years ago, the 9 generals competition was held in Rongcheng. So, it is possible that old man Wang was in Rongcheng at that time. As soon as this thought appeared, it took root in his heart, making him feel even more uncomfortable. After the matter is over, I must conduct a thorough investigation now. Let's prepare for the battle ahead. Du Yijian was also extremely wary of Yi Tianming. He is still so young. According to the current situation, it is possible for him to break through to the Grandmaster level. As the enemy who wiped out his clan, I will definitely be on the revenge list. Unfortunately, I am already old, and my future is worrying. Therefore, after returning, he practiced more actively. He planned to reach the peak of Grandmaster as soon as possible, and then look for an opportunity to break through to Grandmaster. The Grandmaster is called a land immortal and is the top figure in this world. It is said that his lifespan can be extended, and this is his goal, but Du Yijian never expected that Yi Tianming would issue a challenge so quickly. As he made another breakthrough in his cultivation, the moment he received the post, his face almost twisted. This kind of public battle post can be said to be one of the important ways to resolve hatred in the martial arts world.
Rejecting challenges from younger generations and refusing battle invitations from enemies will not only ruin your
reputation, but will also bring trouble to your sect. This battle is inevitable. At the same time, he was extremely angry. Ye Tianming was using him as a whetstone and a stepping stone. This was clearly a provocation and a sign of contempt for him. That's why he has to practice harder. Only in this way can he avoid the fate of being a stepping stone. Amidst the snow-capped mountains, a black shadow flashed, mixed with a sudden burst of white light, allowing people to roughly judge that someone was practicing swordsmanship. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of breaking wind rang out continuously. The snow on the treetops fell down in large numbers. Break. Followed by a vicissitudes of life shout. The white light suddenly became very bright, illuminating the dark night like day. After finishing a set of sword techniques, Duijian put away his sword and stood up with a smile on his face. Hard work pays off. Chapter 383. Castrate yourself. Zhanghu, 23. On July 15th, the sky is clear and the air is fresh. The top of Mount Tai is crowded with people. People from all corners of the world gathered together just to watch the duel between the disciple of Pyomyo Peak and the former leader of the Snow Mountain Sword Sect. This duel has been in the works for a long time and has been the subject of much discussion in the martial arts world. It also gathers keywords: Yi family, soul calming sword technique, misty sword technique, revenge, and genius boy. It is hard not to pay attention to it. In fact, people had already started reserving seats in front of the martial arts arena a week ago. Tingyu Pavilion even published a special report describing Yi Tianming as the future grandmaster, which was a great honor to him. Changqing naturally did not push forward. He found a large rock that was far away but high up, put a table on it, and put some melon seeds and fruits on it. Feeling very comfortable, whenever people from the underworld passed by, they would inevitably look surprised. It's impossible to see the action on the stage from such a distance. Some people saw his extraordinary demeanor and persuaded him to squeeze to the front. Young master, you can't see clearly from such a distance. This battle of the century is very rare. Why don't you go with your sister and put a small stool in front so that you can be sure to be there? Changqing raised his head and gave a polite smile. Thank you, lady. I'm not in good health and can't handle being in large crowds. He was pale and looked sickly, and the woman looked disappointed. Oh, okay then. Turned around and left. Changqing didn't take it seriously. He grabbed a handful of melon seeds and started eating them slowly. There was a masked warrior standing behind him closely, and there were countless bodyguards hiding around him, so it was still very safe here. After a while, he saw Duijian passing by. His aura became more steady, and the aura of a grandmaster was looming, making people dare not look directly at him. The long sword was inserted diagonally behind his back, swaying slightly as he walked. As if noticing Changqing's gaze, he suddenly turned his head to look over. The next moment, his expression changed slightly. Yi Changqing, a powerful pressure suddenly came forward, but was blocked by the warrior behind him who stepped forward. Boom. There was a collision. The masked warrior flew backwards. It's just the late stage of innate cultivation, Duijian sneered. Just as he was about to take the next step, he saw more than a dozen people suddenly appear around Changqing. All of them were wearing black veils, and their aura was surprisingly strong. They all got ready for battle, and their postures were as if they were retreating. Soul calming sword technique. Duijian was startled, and they are all in the late stage of innate cultivation, a member of the Sword Alliance. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he loosened his grip on the sword. The Sword Alliance is a new force in the martial arts world. It is rumored that its leader, Niezua, is extremely talented and has already reached the level of a grandmaster. Moreover, they are fighting for the rights and interests of practitioners of the soul calming sword technique, and they themselves may need help sometimes. Second Master Yi, are you here to avenge your family as well? He suddenly snorted coldly, and the sound contained his internal strength and spread far away. Wow, everyone looked over. Even those who were standing far away came running over. The noises from the fight just now were already arousing curiosity, and now when they heard that it was young Master Yi, the people present could no longer suppress their curiosity. A group of people surrounded them like zombies. As a result, all I saw was a recliner placed on a big rock, with a sick young man lying on it. This the second young Master Yi. Legend has it that the Yi family member was imprisoned in the West Lake dungeon for 2 years, escaped, and disappeared into the underworld. Yi Tianming is extremely talented and has already broken through to the Grandmaster level. Why is second young Master Yi's aura so weak? It seems as if his martial arts skills are not very high. Everyone was full of questions. Finally someone stepped forward. Second young Master Yi, may I ask if you were the one who sold the soul calming sword technique to the Zhanghu? And were you the one who passed on the secret manuals of the 5 major sects? The young man smiled. These are just rumors. How could I have the secret manuals of the 5 major sects? They just didn't manage it well. Besides, the Yi family's soul calming sword technique is a secret that is not passed down. Would you sell your family's secret? It was well reasoned and convincing, and everyone nodded silently. Someone asked again. Second Master Yi, are you here today to avenge your family? The young man showed a guilty look. My roots are broken, and my cultivation is low. I cannot shoulder the responsibility of revenge. After saying this, he let out a long sigh, and countless feelings of melancholy drifted away in the wind. The handsome, sickly young man was in a low mood, which made many of the female heroes present feel the same way, and some of them couldn't help but speak to comfort him. Second young Master Yi, there's no need to feel guilty. Your eldest brother is an exceptional martial artist. I heard your father has also mastered the soul calming sword technique. The family's revenge will naturally be avenged. That's right, the 4 major sects are truly shameless. It would be one thing to exterminate the entire clan, but they even imprisoned the young master.
How abhorrent. The crowd was outraged just as he was about to step forward to question the 4 major sects whose secret manuals were sold.
Let's wait until the fight is over, Changqing also laughed in his heart. It was okay to just wipe out the whole family, but the logic of these people in the underworld was really touching.
Chapter 384 Castration, Jianghu, 24. When the group from Pyumiao Peak arrived here, they saw a lot of people around the big rock in front of them. There was also a female warrior wiping her tears silently, and someone even put food on the table in the middle. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. They had never seen Changqing, so naturally they didn't recognize him. But Yi Jinnan was shocked. Why is that guy here? And so openly. He felt vaguely uneasy. He always suffered losses when he met that kid, which really made him feel guilty. Tianming, that's Yi Changqing. I don't know why he's here too.
He leaned forward and whispered something in Yi Tianming's ear. Ha, it turns out to be my second brother. Yi Tianming glanced around and noticed the dozens of bodyguards around the other party. He's just a useless piece of shit that needs protection. Moreover, they are all at the innate level and are not worth mentioning. You guys wait here, I'll go say hello. He walked forward. The crowd naturally parted to make way for him. Changqing naturally noticed Yi Tianming, but he did not move.
Second brother, what a grand ceremony. Don't you even know how to greet your elder brother?
Yi Tianming looked fixedly at Changqing, who was half lying down, his expression unfathomable. Then he saw the young man give a weak smile.
Don't blame me, brother. I'm not feeling well and can't do the formalities. Looking for trouble? Changqing can be seen a lot. Humph.
Second brother, you've made the soul calming sword technique public. Now all of our enemies have learned our Yi family's martial arts.
Aren't you afraid of our ancestors' blame? Oh. The young man's face showed confusion.
I thought it was you, brother, who announced it. After all, I'm just a concubine's son.
How could I have such a secret family manual? This makes sense.
Who would pass the secret skills on to a concubine's son instead of the legitimate son? In the past, people in the martial arts world thought that the eldest son of the Yi family died young, so they believed that the second son of the Yi family was passed on the secret book. Now it seems that the Yi family had sent the eldest son to Pyumiao Peak a long time ago, and had always been in contact. It is unreasonable to pass the secret book on to a concubine's son. At that moment, an old man couldn't help it.
Young Master Yi, why are you so aggressive? Brothers fight like fathers and sons. Your family finally got together, so why can't you unite and face the enemy? Are you going to avenge your great hatred? The older generation loves happy endings the most.
If they don't cry bitterly, they will not be satisfied with the script. I don't need outsiders to meddle in my family's affairs. Seeing that his eldest son was at a disadvantage, Yi Jinnan strode over. The aura of a grandmaster exploded, forcing everyone to shut up immediately.
Unfilial son.
You are ashamed of your ancestors and disrespectful to your brother. Today, I will clean up the mess in public. He suddenly jumped up, unsheathed his sword in midair, and slashed directly at Changqing's head. This time, his martial arts skills had greatly improved and were no longer comparable to the last time. He was confident that more than a dozen innate masters could not stop him at all. Seeing that Changqing's expression remained unchanged, he became even more furious. Do you really think you can be safe by paying for a bodyguard? Those people are simply insulting the soul calming sword technique. Go to hell. With a loud shout, his sword power suddenly increased. Everyone was frightened by the momentum and took a step back. 2 masters in one school, so terrifying. Everyone's expressions changed when they looked at Yi Jinnan and Yi Tianming. The Yi family is likely to be revived. Yi Jinnan was very satisfied with everyone's reaction, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Finally got rid of my anger. The sword was as powerful as a rainbow and reached his face in an instant. Several female warriors couldn't help but scream and covered their eyes with their hands, unable to bear to see the handsome young man bleeding to death. However, the next moment, they only heard a burst of exclamations. When he let go of his hand, he saw Yi Jinnan standing in front of the young man with a deathly pale face, and dozens of long swords were placed on his neck. What happened? Could it be that the Grandmaster level was subdued by the innate level? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. The Grandmaster may not be able to kill more than a dozen innate masters, but he was subdued in just one round. This is impossible. Yi Jinnan himself didn't know what had happened, but the fear in his heart surged like waves. At that moment, he saw the murderous intent in Changqing's eyes, the murderous intent that could kill the Grandmaster in an instant. Then, he felt a pain in his head and his whole body froze. As soon as he fell to the ground, more than a dozen long swords were at his neck in an instant. What kind of power is this? Suppressing the fear in his heart, he asked in a trembling voice.
This is the power of money. Without money, how could we hire so many bodyguards?
The young man's face seemed to turn even paler, and he bowed. Father, please go back. The long sword on his neck was withdrawn, and almost at that moment, Yi Jinnan tapped the ground with his toes and flew backwards, looking like he was fleeing in panic. Snort. Yi Tianming snorted coldly and turned away. He felt that his father was acting deliberately because he didn't want to take action against the concubine. Forget it, after dealing with Dui Jian, he can just deal with him himself. Yi Jinnan endured the dull pain in his head. He wanted to explain, but didn't know where to start. After all, the boy didn't move at all, but the pain in his mind reminded him that the murderous intent at that moment was extremely real, that power, it's like it's not from this world, it makes people feel terrified and trembling, and unable to muster the desire to resist. Yes, that person still my concubine. Such a thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and he was shocked. However, he soon ran out of time to think about it, because the main show on stage has begun. There was no organization for the duel on the top of Mount Tai. Both sides arrived and the battle began directly under the witness of everyone. There are no restrictions on weapons, hidden weapons, poison, etc. Going on stage is a fight of life and death. The two masters today are both masters of swordsmanship, and both have the cultivation level of a grandmaster. They also have big sex behind them, so there are a lot of onlookers. Almost everyone in the martial arts world came out at this moment. The situation on the stage was turbulent, and the two men's movements were unleashed, which was very different from the last battle. Du Yijian was erratic, and his moves were even more bizarre. He drew his sword extremely quickly, often changing his moves before the first one was even finished. Many people in the audience had practiced the soul calming sword technique, so seeing a grandmaster using this martial art against the enemy, they couldn't help but feel excited. They compared his moves with what they had practiced and gained a lot. On the other hand, after Yi Tianming consolidated his master's cultivation, the misty sword technique he used was even more fairy-like and misty, making it difficult to understand. He had been practicing this sword technique since he was a child, and now he was using it with all his strength. The sword in his hand was like an extension of his arm, extremely flexible. The disciples of Piaomiao Peak below the stage were fascinated by the performance. Most of them had practiced the first half of the Piaomiao sword technique, but for most of them, it was the first time they had seen such a Piaomiao sword technique. I'm afraid that senior brother Ye's misty sword technique already contains some sword intent. An older disciple explained to his fellow disciples behind him. Changqing was also watching the game. Although he was far away, he was using a telescope in his hand. I'm afraid of accidental injury if I sit in the front. After all, it's not very convenient to carry a lot of bodyguards with me. System, who do you think will win? After looking for a while, he asked the system. Of course, Yi Tianming must have understood this. He has been immersed in the misty sword technique for decades, and it has long been integrated into his blood. But Du Yijian has only been practicing the soul calming sword technique for a few years? But Du Yijian's internal strength is much stronger than Yi Tianming's? Chang retorted. The internal strength must be strong, but he is older, and Yi Tianming is young, with sufficient qi and blood, and he has almost made up for it. Furthermore, Yi Tianming is standing up for justice and seeking revenge for his family. This is where his momentum comes from. Du Yijian is the one who is in the wrong, so his momentum is weaker. The system is not very good at talking about feelings, but it is very good at analyzing reasons. Changqing nodded secretly, and the system suddenly lowered its voice and came closer. Yi Tianming is using the Piaomiao sword, which is the most precious treasure of Piaomiao Peak. TSK, that old man Wang really did his best. This reminded Changqing that in the original plot, when the original owner fought with Yi Tianming, he was defeated in a very strange way. He was already in a state of madness, but during the battle his mind seemed to be distracted, and he recalled the most painful time in the dungeon. This made his state even more unstable, and his moves gradually became chaotic. It seems that this sword also has the effect of confusing people's minds. Changqing silently lit the candle for Du Yijian. This time, the battle on the stage had become extremely intense. The two men were moving at such an extreme speed that the people below could hardly see them clearly. Only two figures suddenly flashed by, and a series of sword strikes broke out. Then the figures appeared in another position, making a roar of internal force collision. Everyone in the audience held their breath and stared at the stage without blinking. Chapter 385. Castrate yourself. Jianghu, 25. The master's internal strength was long-lasting, and Yi Tianming and Du Yijian fought until dusk, when their speed gradually slowed down. I'm afraid it's time to decide the outcome. Changqing held the telescope in one hand and stuffed pastries into his mouth with the other. I've been watching for the whole afternoon and I'm really hungry. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a cry of surprise from the audience. On the stage, Du Yijian retreated quickly, and hidden weapons were flying in the sky in front of him. This time it was not an ordinary golden needle, but a poisonous needle that was soaked in poison, shining with a dark purple light under the light of the pale red sunset. Old Du, shameless. Many poison needles flew towards the audience, causing a commotion. Aha, hurry up and get the antidote. This shot is very poisonous. Someone shouted. Dr. Mu is over there, hurry up and send him to Dr. Mu for a checkup. The chaotic atmosphere below the stage did not seem to affect the fight on the stage. Yi Tianming did not retreat but advanced, his long sword curled into a piece of white light, and all the poisonous needles close to him deviated from their tracks and stuck to the long sword. Finally, he used his internal energy to shake them all off and they flew back towards Du Yijian. This sword doesn't seem ordinary. The audience seemed to have noticed this as well. Great. I didn't expect old man Wang to be so generous that he even gave you the Piaomiao sword. Du Yijian dodged the poison needles, looking somewhat embarrassed. Yi Tianming didn't even answer, but moved forward, unleashing his sword energy, which was as elegant as the clouds on Piaomiao Peak. The audience understood. I was even more shocked. The name of Piaomiao sword is well known and it is the treasure of the top sects. Is this the foundation of a major sect? Everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. They may not have noticed it yet, but Changqing saw it clearly through the telescope. At this moment, Du Yijian's sword moves were a little chaotic, and his reaction seemed to be a bit slower than before. After several consecutive moves, the situation was already dangerous. Defeated. Changqing shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, a shrill roar came from the front. Dui Jian was hit by a sword on the shoulder. He hesitated for a moment and then seemed to go crazy. His steps suddenly became disordered, and he swung the sword in his hand randomly without any order. Ah, Yi family. I'm not afraid even if you turn into a ghost. Kill them all. Kill them all. His eyes were red and his hair was disheveled because of the previous battle. He looked like a ghost from hell. Yi Tianming paused, a mocking expression on his face. Dui Jian pointed at Yi Tianming with one hand, and his eyes suddenly became confused. Yi Jianan. Ha ha ha, why are you so proud? You are nothing but a coward who raised someone else's son. Ha ha ha, you still want to revive the Yi family? Dream on. The Yi family has long been extinct. Ha 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 ha. Yi Tianming frowned. Dui Jian seems to be mentally ill. Does he know something? Could it be that Yi Changqing is not a member of the Yi family? The audience below was also in an uproar. Is Dui Jian possessed? Why is he spouting nonsense? Only one person was suddenly shocked, and that was Yi Jianan. He stood up suddenly and was on the stage in one move. You, what did you say? Yi Jianan pointed at Dui Jian with one hand, his body trembling slightly. He had heard that Pyumiao could induce people's inner demons, and the words spoken in this state of dementia were undoubtedly the most credible, because fools don't tell lies. Dui Jian glanced at him, then suddenly pointed and smiled. Old man Wang. Ha ha ha, you are old man Wang. Ah, I didn't expect that Ying would also follow you. As soon as this name came out, Yi Jianan's face changed drastically. Shut up. He moved his body and attacked with a stormy sword force. Old Wang, do you think I'm afraid of you? Dui Jian roared wildly and attacked with the same sword technique, and the two immediately started fighting. Yi Tianming was confused. Everyone in the audience was stunned. The conversation just now contained a lot of information. Could it be that Yi Jianan's wife cheated on him, so Yi Tianming is actually the son of Master Wang of Pyumiao Peak? Ah. Is that so? No wonder he's so talented in practicing Pyumiao sword technique. TSK, old man Wang gave him the misty sword. If he's not his biological son, I'm afraid he wouldn't be so considerate. The whispers from the audience kept reaching the stage, which made Yi Tianming not know how to react for a moment. He felt a little confused, but also a little surprised. So he is not a child of the Yi family. To be honest, he has never looked down on Yi Jianan. He used to be weak, and although he has some strength now, he is a eunuch. It's a shameful thing after all, and my master, he is a martial arts expert, only one step away from being a grandmaster, and he has an immortal demeanor and is very kind to me. Does he know his own identity? As if sensing something in a trance, he turned his head to look at the hill next to him, where stood a masked man dressed in black. An inexplicable warm feeling surged in my heart. Is that the master? Is he dressed like this because he is worried that she is in danger and is ready to rescue her? Yi Tianming was lost in thought when he was suddenly interrupted by a scream. Dui Jian was so nervous that he failed to dodge Yi Jianan's attack. One of his arms was cut off and he was knocked flying. The intense pain made him clear his mind for a while. You are not old man Wang. He climbed up from the ground covered in blood, but his eyes were clear. Ha 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 ha, you are Yi Jianan, the cuckold Yi Jianan, the one who will have no descendants, Yi Jianan, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Dui Jian burst into laughter. At this moment, he already knew that he would definitely not be spared. I kill you. Yi Jianan rushed forward like a madman. Dui Jian's arm was broken and he was in great pain. Facing Yi Jianan's unmatched attack, he knew he had no chance of survival. He retreated quickly, but was still a step too slow. Wow, as a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, Yi Jianan's sword had already pierced through his chest. I lost, Yi Jianan, and your Yi family didn't win either. After squeezing out these words hoarsely from his throat, this master-level expert passed away.